Chapter 1. The Past Like Smoke, Rebirth in the Primordial Chaos. A wild wind swept through, lifting countless fallen leaves into the air, scattering them across the ground like flowers cast by celestial maidens once. The mountains were adorned with vibrant greenery, every flower, every tree, every blade of grass. Every stone now they had withered and faded into oblivion in the western sky. A dim yellow sun sank heavily, its waning light piercing through the forest, rendering the dancing leaves even more desolate. At the foot of the mountains lay a crystal-clear stream, known as Qing Shui He. Its waters gently rippling as they meandered into the distance. By the riverbank stood a young man, seemingly 20 years old. Clad in a Zhongshan suit, his long hair was continually tugged by the wind, occasionally revealing a pair of ink-like eyes beneath the tousled strands. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that within those inky depths sparkled glimmers of brilliance, punctuated by moments of defiance, stubbornness, and an air of indifference. He appeared to be inextricably intertwined with his surroundings, his tall frame seemingly forlorn. His name was Ye Feng. 18 years prior, he had been discovered by the village's elderly teacher, who, after losing his wife in middle age, had never remarried and had no children. Thus, he named the boy Ye Feng. The teacher, named Ye Yuntian, became a grandfather figure to him due to their age difference. At the age of 10, Ye Feng once asked Ye Yuntian, "Grandfather, where are my parents?" Ye Yuntian turned slightly, his voice carrying the weight of experience as he replied, "Fenger, your parents have gone to the big city to earn money." When Ye Feng was 15, he sought out Ye Yuntian again, asking, "Grandfather, why haven't my parents returned yet?" With a bittersweet smile, Ye Yuntian said, "Fenger, don't worry, they'll be back soon." It wasn't until 2 years ago, while gathering firewood, that a burly neighbor, Wang, found him and exclaimed, "Ye Feng, your grandfather, your grandfather." Ye Feng felt as though his heart had been pierced, and he raced home in a panic. Upon finding his grandfather lying on the bed, gravely ill, Ye Feng felt dizzy, nearly collapsing as he approached and knelt beside the bed, stifling his tears as he called out, "Grandfather." Ye Yuntian, as if awakening from a deep slumber, gazed kindly at Ye Feng. After a long pause, as if steeling himself, he inhaled and said, "Fenger, haven't you always wanted to know about your parents? Today, I will tell you. 18 years ago, I went to the city to collect books for students, and on my way home, I found you just a few months old, crying by the roadside in the wind. I couldn't bear to leave you there, so I brought you home. I didn't know your surname, so I gave you mine. Don't hold it against your biological parents. Perhaps they had their own struggles." With these words, Ye Yuntian seemed to expend all his strength, his eyes dimming as they slowly closed. Ye Feng, unable to contain himself, bowed his head, trembling. It felt as though a century had passed, or perhaps just a moment, before Ye Feng lifted his gaze to meet Ye Yuntian's with unexpected strength. Ye Yuntian grasped Ye Feng's hand, trembling as he said, "Fenger, regardless of how you feel, I will always be your grandfather, and you will always be my beloved grandson. Take good care of your sister in the next life. We shall be grandfather and grandson once more." With that, he closed his eyes and departed from this world. Ye Feng could no longer hold back his tears, crying out, "Grandfather, please don't leave. Open your eyes and see me. I promise I will never misbehave again, nor will I ever steal your chalk again." As he wept, he lost consciousness. When he awoke, it was already midday the following day, and the villagers had helped arrange Ye Yuntian's funeral. Although the village was poor, everyone worked together to give the old man a dignified send-off. Since waking, Ye Feng had knelt at his grandfather's grave, not having eaten or drunk for 3 days. Before his death, Ye Yuntian entrusted Ye Feng to his neighbor, Wang, a well-known honest man in the village. Whenever the village children saw him, they would cheerfully call out, "Wang Pengzi, Wang Pengzi." He would merely smile in response. Ye Feng had often found himself in fights with the village children over this. Wang had taken great care of Ye Feng's family, and in Ye Feng's heart, he had long regarded Wang as family. Eventually, Wang married Su Zulian from a neighboring village, a gentle and kind woman, and their couple lived happily together. As memories floated through his mind like smoke, Ye Feng stood by the banks of Qing Shui, reminiscing about the past. Unbeknownst to him, a single crystalline tear fell into the stream, drawing the attention of a group of fish which lingered curiously until they realized there was nothing to be found and scattered away. The moon hung high in the sky, and stars adorned the night, heralding the arrival of darkness from afar. Lights flickered, and the faint sounds of Ye Feng. Ye Feng jolted him from his reverie. Looking up, he realized how late it had become. He hurriedly splashed water on his face at the riverbank, tidied his clothes, and, noticing the twinkling lights, knew it was his uncle Wang Zuda calling him home for dinner. As he walked back with Wang Zuda, listening to him chatter about daily life, Ye Feng felt a warmth spreading through his heart. Upon reaching his doorstep, before he could enter, a sweet, childish voice rang out, "Brother, Daddy, you're back. Mommy has made lots of delicious food." The little girl rushed towards Ye Feng, her arms outstretched, and exclaimed, "Brother, hug me. I want a hug." Ye Feng bent down and scooped her up, affectionately tapping her nose. "Ching, have you been naughty?" With an innocent expression, the little girl replied, "Brother, don't tap my nose. If adults do that, their noses will grow big and turn into a cow demon. I don't want to become a cow demon." "Chinger, you're so big now you shouldn't need to be carried. Come down and eat, or you'll tire your brother out." A beautiful woman in her 30s, holding a bowl of soup, gently placed it on the table and turned to the little girl with a warm smile. She was Su Tzulian, renowned for her beauty across several nearby villages. It was unclear whether Wang Zud's good fortune stemmed from ancestral merit or if his honesty had brought him luck. But marrying Su Tzulian had certainly stirred envy among many. Young men. Wang Zuda, however, wore a constant grin, his face radiating a sense of satisfaction. The little girl, patting her stomach, seemed truly hungry, and she turned to Ye Feng, saying, "Brother, I'm so hungry. Let's go eat together." Ye Feng nodded and placed her on a chair. Meanwhile, Wang Zuda and Su Tzulian exchanged knowing smiles, a warm atmosphere enveloping them as they sat around the table, savoring their familial bonds. Having shared so much, it was time to introduce the little girl. 4 years ago, when the chalk needed for classes ran out, and as Ye Feng had grown older, Ye Yuntian had sent him to the city to buy more chalk, hoping it would broaden his horizons on the way home. Ye Feng stumbled upon an abandoned infant in that moment. He hadn't thought much, only the urge to help filled his mind. Help her. A child without a mother or father is so pitiful to us, unknowingly. He repeated the actions of his grandfather years before when he brought the baby home and told Ye Yuntian. The old man fell silent for a while before walking over, picking up the little girl, and saying, "Fate, oh fate, you were once that child, and she is today's child. Heaven has not treated me poorly." Ye Feng, puzzled, asked, "Grandfather, what do you mean by once that child, today's child?" Ye Yuntian, realizing he had misspoken, stammered, "Nothing." Ye Feng, with eager anticipation, said, "Grandfather, please give her a name." After contemplating, Ye Yuntian replied, "Well, since we live by the clear waters of Qing Shui, let's name her Yi Qing. Yi Qing. Yi Qing, that name sounds beautiful. Oh, I have a little sister now." Ye Feng exclaimed joyfully. After Ye Yuntian's passing, the siblings moved into the Wang household, bringing warmth and liveliness to the family. The Wang family had never had a son or daughter, and they treated the siblings as their own children. Ye Feng recognized this kindness, silently cherishing their generosity. After the meal, Ye Feng found himself alone beneath an apple tree in the yard. Gazing at the bountiful fruit hanging from its branches, his thoughts drifted far away. An apple tree bears fruit in abundance, but also sheds its leaves. Yet continues to blossom with the brilliance of life. Ye Feng yearned to venture out and forge his own path. He understood that everyone has their own journey. The people of Qing Shui village have their own ways of life, content to remain in their small mountain village for a lifetime. As the mountains and waters have become part of their very souls, Ye Feng shared this sentiment. Yet he longed to embark on a journey to carve out a career, to repay the kindness of his grandfather and all those who held a place in his heart unbeknownst to him. Wang Zuda had come to stand beside him, gazing at the apple tree in contemplation. "Fenger, are you thinking of the world beyond the village?" He sighed. Ye Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the apple tree. "Fenger, whatever decision you make, your uncle and aunt will support you with that." Wang Zuda returned home. Night had fallen, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of apples far away in the twinkling starlit sky. One star suddenly brightened, while the figure beneath the apple tree had vanished. The tidy room lay empty, save for a few scattered words on paper. The door ajar, through which a vague silhouette seemed to walk away into the night. Ye Feng did not look back had he done so. He would have seen 3 figures at the entrance. He Ching, with a curious expression, asked, "Daddy, Mommy, where did brother go?" "It's so late." Wang Zuda and Su Sulian exchanged a glance, and in that moment, they both saw the tears glistening in each other's eyes, choking back emotion. They said, "Ching, a dear brother is off to accomplish great deeds. When you grow up, you will understand." Beneath a sky draped in a fine mist of rain, Ye Feng trudged forward, his steps uneven. The muddy terrain, the mountain path, was inherently treacherous, and the evening rain only exacerbated the difficulty. A thunderous roar echoed, as if the heavens conspired against Ye Feng. Following the clap of thunder, a torrential downpour ensued, and what vexed Ye Feng the most was the obscured path ahead. Since the passing of his grandfather, Ye Yuntian, Ye Feng had grown increasingly indifferent faced with the current predicament. He stubbornly resolved, "If the heavens deny me passage, then I shall forge ahead regardless." He bent low, seemingly crawling as he inched forward, unwittingly drawing nearer to the edge of a precipice. Through the veil of mist, his vision blurred, leaving Ye Feng entirely unaware of his proximity to the cliff's edge. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed on. A chilling scream pierced the air. Ye Feng had plummeted from the precipice, his final thought echoing, "Grandfather, Fenger is sorry for not taking care of my sister." And then darkness enveloped him. The passage of countless years saw an unnamed void harboring a swirling azure orb, around which torrents of mysterious yellow energy relentlessly tugged. Whenever the azure orb teetered on the brink of collapse, it would emanate layers of violet gas, fortifying its resilience against peril. This azure orb was, in fact, the very essence of Ye Feng, who had fallen from the cliff that fateful day. It is said that just as Ye Feng neared the ground, a bolt of purple lightning struck the cliff, cleaving a rift in space directly beneath him. By sheer misfortune, he fell into this rift, and before he could utter a cry of pain, his corporeal form was torn asunder by the chaotic currents of space, leaving his soul adrift, unaware of its destination. After tens of thousands of years, Ye Feng found himself adrift in a realm of chaos, where tendrils of violet gas danced around him, coiling and intertwining without repulsion. Thus, Ye Feng's essence was continually purified and solidified by the violet gas. Time flowed inexorably onward, and as countless years slipped by, the violet gas gradually diminished, only to be supplanted by the emergence of mysterious yellow energy. This energy perceived Ye Feng as an adversary, relentlessly seeking to tear him apart. Fortunately, the enhancements bestowed by the violet gas aided Ye Feng, allowing him to endure as time continued its slow march, and his form grew ever more substantial. Chapter 2. The transformation of chaos into true form. The birth of Pangu and the shift of celestial order. In this manner, Ye Feng drifted through the chaos, where time held no meaning. One day, he distinctly sensed the chaotic currents swirling towards the center of the void. As if drawn by an unseen force, Ye Feng too was pulled towards this epicenter. A century later, he finally arrived at the source of the chaotic energy. "What is this?" Ye Feng gasped in astonishment. Before him lay an immense lotus flower, its size unfathomable, towering for thousands of zhang. Its hue of vivid azure. At the heart of this magnificent blossom rested a colossal golden egg, which absorbed the chaotic energy around it. Ye Feng was left utterly speechless. The azure lotus, the gigantic egg. This was a tale Ye Feng had often heard from his grandfather. Long, long ago, the world was a formless chaos, devoid of anything. After an indeterminate span of time, a blue lotus emerged from the chaos, at its center nurturing a golden egg, which housed our great ancestor Pangu. The world we inhabit was cleaved asunder by the mighty axe of the great Pangu. As these memories flooded his mind, Ye Feng found himself in a state of bewilderment. Had he truly returned to the era before Pangu's creation of the heavens? Even someone as resolute as Ye Feng could not help but ponder this profound mystery. Only when a flash of azure light swept past did Ye Feng's attention return. Above the azure lotus appeared a long azure sword, exuding a potent aura of chaos, its blade inscribed with 2 ancient characters, chaos. Anything attempting to approach it was rendered to nothingness. With a soft sound, the chaos sword flew into Ye Feng's hand, Reminiscent of a fledgling returning to its nest, Ye Feng felt the sword's exhilaration. At that moment, it was as if the sword had become a part of his very being. The treasured artifact acknowledged its master, and Ye Feng realized he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Before he could fully comprehend his elation, he was jolted by a series of tremors, causing him to sway unsteadily as a surge of even more intense azure light shot skyward. Ye Feng steadied his mind and focused his gaze, spotting an object resembling a book radiating boundless pressure in the air. The entire chaotic space seemed to be subdued by this book-like entity. Then, as if it had discovered something, the object darted towards Ye Feng. Before he could resist, it entered his primordial spirit. It was the Genesis heavenly book, a method of cultivation that had emerged alongside the Azure Lotus, a supreme chaotic treasure. The heavenly book was divided into 12 volumes. Mastering the 12th volume could elevate one to the realm of the cosmic sage, granting the power to create worlds with a mere gesture. Within a single day, Ye Feng had acquired significant treasures. Completely forgetting his previous surroundings, that it wasn't until a burst of golden light pierced his eyes that he regained awareness, turning to see the golden giant egg, which had grown a bit larger. At this moment, Ye Feng accepted his fate. He had fully traversed realms. His current thoughts were to adapt to this new existence, especially since he might someday return. He understood that to enhance his power was essential for self-preservation in the future. Thus, Ye Feng seated himself beside the golden egg, embarking on his journey of cultivation. The cultivation hierarchy in this narrative is as follows: Earth Immortal, Human Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Grand Luo, Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai, Golden Immortal, Grand Luo, Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, Saint, Heavenly Tao Saint, Great Tao Saint, and Cosmic Saint. Ye Feng was reborn in a time before chaos had been distinguished, when chaos had yet to arise. His body, already transformed by the primordial purple energy and the mysterious yellow energy, had reached the saint realm. However, lacking a cultivation technique previously, he could not break free from his shackles to attain his true form. Now that he had acquired a method, his progress was meteoric. As the saying goes, everything was in place, and the favorable winds had aligned. His cultivation and magical power were rapidly increasing, that Ye Feng oscillated between moments of clarity and deep immersion in his cultivation. While the golden giant egg continued to grow in the timeless chaos, Ye Feng eventually ceased his cultivation, finding himself at the peak of the quasi-saint late stage. For reasons unknown, he had been unable to advance further. With a heavy heart, he took to the skies, glancing at the golden giant egg, which had now reached a staggering height of billions of zhong. Ye Feng marveled at this, realizing how Pangu could have opened the heavens. Merely the size of this body was colossal. Suddenly, the chaotic aura was violently drawn into the golden egg, followed by a resounding explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. A massive crack tore open the egg, and golden light surged forth, causing even Ye Feng to shut his eyes in response to its brilliance. The roar, as if emanating from the depths of the soul, nearly shattered Ye Feng's eardrums, prompting him to quickly gather his energy in resistance. Aside from me, there exists life in this world, exclaimed a colossal man, his body thick and muscular, hair disheveled, with eyes gleaming with vitality, his face a mask of astonishment. The sound of his voice unleashed an invisible wave that sent the chaotic currents swirling chaotically. Ye Feng was knocked back, spitting out blood in defiance. Fueled by his stubbornness, he channeled the Genesis heavenly book's techniques to resist. The giant, seeing this, immediately reigned in his aura. Shrinking to Ye Feng's size, he approached Ye Feng and, with a single finger, sent a drop of his blood into Ye Feng's body, followed by a casual wave that accelerated the chaotic energy into Ye Feng. With the giant's blood aiding him, Ye Feng finally managed to reunite with his true form, achieving the chaotic body, thanks to the transformation by the primordial purple energy and mysterious yellow energy. Although his body couldn't rival Pangu's, it was still extraordinarily formidable. Impervious to ordinary blades, Ye Feng set aside his earlier frustrations and approached the giant. Bowing respectfully, I pay my respects to the great Pangu. The giant, astonished, replied, How do you know my name? Ye Feng paused, realizing that ancient people favored classical language. After a moment of hesitation, He responded, "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed." Upon saying this, he donned an air of enigmatic profundity. Pangu, understanding the sentiment, smiled and said, "No matter. Since you possess your own unspeakable burdens, it is I who must apologize for my impoliteness." The Ye Feng hastily protested, "I dare not." He then introduced himself. "My name is Ye Feng." Pangu, upon hearing this, was elated to, so it is the true, immortal Ye Feng. Although I was born within this giant egg, I have devoted myself entirely to cultivation. Yet I vaguely sense that outside my birthplace, life has been gradually growing stronger. Unaware that it was you, Ye Feng. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement, realizing he was not trying to put on airs. This was Pangu, after all. However, after falling through the rift in the void and experiencing so many events, Ye Feng had grown indifferent. While he had a somewhat solitary disposition, the pure and earnest nature of Pangu's presence gradually brought a smile to his face. That on a certain nameless night, Ye Feng and Pangu swore brotherhood, with Pangu yielding to the role of elder brother. Thanks to Pangu's assistance, Ye Feng had reconstructed his true form. Though he had not directly stepped into the saint realm, his power had significantly increased. Just a hair's breadth away from entering that exalted state. As a child, Ye Feng had often heard stories from Ye Yuntian, and he knew that soon Pangu would suffer in opening the heavens. Thus, he tirelessly cultivated, hoping to aid Pangu in his endeavors. Pangu, in turn, generously shared all the cultivation techniques contained within the creation jade butterfly that accompanied his birth, bringing Ye Feng closer to the saint realm. Yet, despite his best efforts, he still couldn't breach that threshold. The azure giant lotus that had nurtured Pangu was also gifted to Ye Feng. Ye Feng recognized it as the chaotic treasure, the creation azure lotus. Primarily for defense, impervious to all but chaotic treasures. One day, Pangu halted his cultivation and gazed at Ye Feng, letting out a deep sigh that resonated with Ye Feng's very soul. Ye Feng opened his eyes, looking at Pangu, and asked, "Elder brother, what troubles you?" Pangu sighed again. "Little brother, we have shared countless eons together. I do not understand why your cultivation remains stagnant, but I fear if this continues, you will inevitably fall into madness, returning to chaos." After a long pause, Pangu continued, "Little brother, what does it mean to take up, and what does it mean to let go?" Ye Feng was taken aback, his chi becoming erratic, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Large beads of sweat falling to the ground. Witnessing this, Pangu waved his hand, emitting a glimmer of golden light that enveloped Ye Feng, calming his trembling form and steadying his breath. Pangu's voice echoed in Ye Feng's mind. "Little brother, if you cannot let go of the past, how can you hope for rebirth? You must tread carefully." Although Ye Feng had formed a brotherly bond with Pangu in this life, the weight of his past life bore heavily upon him, filled with too many attachments to relinquish easily. Thus, his cultivation had stagnated despite Pangu's divine assistance. Only recently had Pangu noticed Ye Feng's tendency towards madness, prompting him to speak out. He did not wish to lose this brother. Though Ye Feng appeared cold, Pangu knew his concern was genuine, and he cherished their bond in this desolate chaos. As Ye Feng absorbed Pangu's words, his expressions shifted: joy, anger, melancholy, and furrowed brows. Indeed, although he had never met his biological parents in his previous life, he had caring figures like his grandfather, younger sister, Uncle Wang, and Aunt Exidai in this life. He had the great Pangu as an elder brother. Fate had shown him mercy. Moreover, with heightened cultivation, he could eventually return to them. Couldn't he? With these realizations, Ye Feng felt a surge of clarity and lightness, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors as if reborn from fire. His skin glistened like crystal, and his waist-length hair flowed behind him, while his star-like eyes deepened in mystery. The surrounding chaos grew heavy with pressure, yet his expression remained cool and detached. Reigning in his aura, he smiled and respectfully said to Pangu, "Thank you, elder brother, for your guidance." Pangu feigned anger. "Little brother, what are you saying? As your elder brother, it is my duty to help you. Do not mention it again." Before he could finish, he approached Ye Feng and said, "Congratulations, little brother, on attaining the saint position." Ye Feng rejoiced, knowing that with this significant advancement, he had gained more means for self-preservation. Their millennia-long companionship allowed them to understand each other's every glance and smile. Having reached the Saint realm, Ye Feng was no longer in a rush to cultivate. He realized that advancement wasn't merely a matter of sitting and striving. It hinged on comprehension. Perhaps a journey of exploration would lead him to new opportunities, especially as the chaos had yet to be unraveled. Opportunities were abundant. As long as one was earnest, their efforts would not be in vain. Ye Feng proposed to Pangu, elder brother, how about we explore the chaotic land together to broaden our horizons? Pangu, with his profound cultivation, immediately understood Ye Feng's intentions and chuckled. Let us go then, and see who finds more. With that, he broke into laughter. Ye Feng too laughed, stealthily slipping away towards the chaotic land while Pangu called out, "You schemer!" Summoning forth his mystical powers, Ye Feng pursued the ethereal figure, whose laughter harmonized with the chaotic land, echoing through the void. From the tomes and tales recounted by his grandfather, Ye Feng learned that in the primordial state before the chaos was shattered, the chaotic earth concealed myriad wondrous treasures, potent artifacts that bore no karma and were untouched by the threads of fate, serving as true safeguards for one's life. From that moment, his envy burgeoned. And now, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. Chapter 3. The Quest for Treasures in Chaos and the Excavation of Spiritual Roots. In the epoch when Pangu split the heavens, the universe was yet unformed, and all artifacts were of innate origin. Ye Feng and Pangu did not employ their full powers in their search, relying solely on fortune. Nevertheless, they unearthed a plethora of treasures, including the Qian Kuan Ding, the Chaos Pearl, and the 4 great spirit lanterns of heaven and earth, such as the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern, the Jade Void Glass Lantern, the Precious Lotus Lantern, and the Green Light Duality Lantern, among others. All were claimed by Ye Feng. While Pangu jested about competing with Ye Feng, he could not resist the allure of the spiritual fruits, indulging himself to the point of distraction, in his words. These artifacts were overly extravagant, lacking the straightforward utility of his trusty axe, which could deliver a fatal blow to any adversary. Ye Feng, not one to decline, gathered all the Qian Kuan rings discovered during their treasure hunt. Unperturbed by the weight of his treasures, for no one could ascertain his vast collection, and even if they did, they could not seize it. The Qian Kuan ring, containing an innate defense array and boundless space. Its dimensions were contingent upon the wielder's strength. In Ye Feng's possession, it spanned nearly billions of miles. After several 100,000 years, Ye Feng and Pangu traversed the eastern edge of chaos, subsequently spending centuries exploring the other 3 corners of the primordial realm. They amassed countless treasures, alongside numerous innate spiritual roots and fruits that Ye Feng reflected upon the legendary figures of the future, such as the Earth immortal ancestor Jin Yuanzi, who possessed life-giving fruit trees, and the West Queen Mother, renowned for her peaches of immortality. Yet compared to his current spiritual roots and treasures, those seemed extravagantly opulent. Their adventures through the primordial wilderness were marked by indulgence, as they consumed vast quantities of innate spiritual roots and fruits, leaving the land ravaged and pockmarked as if plundered. During these years of exploration, Ye Feng harnessed his creation book and Pangu's creation jade butterfly to devise a lightweight technique, alongside a refined method for solidifying one's primordial spirit. The lightweight technique, one step across the horizon, could vary based on cultivation level. For Ye Feng, each step could cover billions of miles. The primordial spirit technique, Chaos Golden Body, allowed for the solidification of the primordial spirit, significantly amplifying combat prowess. However, it was a technique that inflicted harm upon oneself as well as the enemy, and Ye Feng would resort to it only in dire circumstances. To exercise caution, Ye Feng amalgamated the Opening the Heavens technique within the creation Jade Butterfly with the creation book to establish a heavenly Genesis decision, which comprised 12 levels, corresponding to the 12 volumes of the creation book. Once perfected, it would be a marvel to astound heaven and earth. Pangu seemed destined solely for the act of creation, unable to learn any other technique. One day, as they journeyed onward, Pangu suddenly halted, casting a grave glance over the chaotic realm. With a tone laden with significance, he spoke to Ye Feng. The Tao spans 50. The heavens unfold 49. Should one be forsaken, Behold this vast chaotic world. It is not but the two of us relishing the treasures of heaven and earth. Today, I feel the weight of responsibility. I shall forge a new realm to restore the celestial balance. For I shall not witness the splendor of future ages. That Ye Feng trembled, speechless, for he understood that which was destined must come to pass. Pangu exhaled heavily and continued, though I embody the mightiest sage under the Tao, I remain powerless to defy fate. Yet, should my sacrifice ensure the prosperity of countless beings in the future, it shall not be in vain. Turning to Pangu, Ye Feng quivered as he implored, Elder brother, is there truly no alternative? After countless years of companionship, he found it hard to part from this seemingly simple-minded elder. Pangu chuckled heartily, patting Ye Feng's shoulder. Do not be disheartened, dear brother. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. To accomplish a grand feat is a worthy endeavor in this lifetime. Besides, fate may yet hold unforeseen twists. In an apparent effort to comfort Ye Feng, Pangu added, should misfortune befall me, as long as your cultivation surpasses the bounds of the Tao, you may yet resurrect me. Ye Feng nodded resolutely, unaware of the tears glistening in Pangu's eyes, nor the steadfast determination shining in his own. Thus, the two returned to the primordial land where Pangu was conceived. With a sweeping gesture, Pangu conjured a grand hall, imbued with an ancient aura within the chaos, majestic and solemn, emanating an overwhelming presence. Upon entering, they beheld two cushions, and Pangu took his place upon one, with Ye Feng following suit on the other. Once all was prepared, Pangu addressed Ye Feng. Dear brother, I shall enter a seclusion lasting 10,000 years. After this time, chaos shall cease, and the primordial world will unfold. With that, he closed his eyes in meditation. Ye Feng felt powerless, realizing that even a sage was but a child before the celestial order. Sighing, he entered into his own cultivation. Time and chaos was indifferent, and in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Ye Feng's cultivation had not significantly advanced, yet his magical power had increased substantially. Upon opening his eyes, he found Pangu absent from the hall. As he emerged, he spied Pangu standing in the void, wielding the axe of creation, the creation jade butterfly hovering above him, his muscles rippling with might. Upon noticing Ye Feng, he softened his presence, smiling warmly. Dear brother, even with my cultivation, I cannot foresee your destined path. Yet, I sense your journey shall be boundless. Nevertheless, remain vigilant. Even I am not impervious to the machinations of the Tao. Once the heavens are opened, the merits shall descend, and you may collect them with the Qian Kuan Ding, ensuring your safety. With tears in his eyes, Ye Feng replied, Elder brother, you consider everything for me. Yet I am powerless to assist you. I am filled with shame. Pangu chuckled. There is no need for concern. Dear brother, I understand your nature. Go forth and await my unfolding of the heavens. It shall benefit your cultivation. With a wave of his hand, Ye Feng was drawn into the hall, while Pangu wielded both hands, establishing an innate divine array outside the hall, the Chaos Destruction Array, later known as Pangu's Great Array. With a final smile directed at Ye Feng, he ascended into the chaotic center. Boundless magical energy coalesced around him, his bones cracking with intensity. The axe of creation radiated golden light and an aura of destruction, igniting the chaos as the void was scorched with sizzling sounds. With a thunderous roar, Pangu swung the axe of creation through the chaos, tearing the space apart, only for it to seal once more within moments. Undeterred, Pangu continued to wield the axe with fervor. Eons passed, and the chaotic space was cleaved to an infinite expanse. The pure and turbid energies rose and fell, and the winds and flames within were torn asunder. Yet the cleaved space began to close again. Pangu glanced at Ye Feng. Dear brother, this primordial land shall henceforth be entrusted to your guardianship. Assist those connected to me with fairness, and do not show favoritism for my sake. Should they pose a threat to you, do not hesitate to act decisively. Ye Feng's eyes reddened as he vowed. Elder brother, I shall protect it with all my might. Pangu nodded appreciatively, and with a mighty roar, he grew to an immense stature, his hands supporting the heavens and his feet grounding the earth. From that moment on, with each passing day, the heavens rose a foot and the earth thickened a foot. while Pangu himself grew a foot taller. Eons passed, and the heavens soared high, the earth thickened, and the two no longer converged. Pangu cast a resolute glance at Ye Feng, who was already in tears, silently crying out, "Elder brother, take care to... I vow to strive for higher cultivation to bring you back." If hearing Ye Feng's silent plea, Pangu smiled warmly and unleashed another thunderous roar, casting the axe of creation into three forms: the Chaos Bell, the Taiji Diagram, and the Pangu Banner. The Taiji Diagram emitted a golden light to stabilize the torn energies of the primordial land, while the Pangu Banner released a green aura to quell the still tumultuous chaotic flows. The Chaos Bell tolled, radiating a yellow light that spread across the land, gradually restoring stability to the cosmos. The three treasures vanished into the primordial realm, except for the Chaos Bell, which soared toward the solar star. Yet, Pangu ultimately fell. As he succumbed, 3 strands of his primordial spirit departed, merging into the primordial land, and 12 drops of his essence also vanished within. These 2 elements later manifested as the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Pangu's left eye transformed into the solar star, while his right became the lunar star. The breath he exhaled became clouds, his voice transformed into thunder, his hair and beard into countless stars, his body into mountains and rivers, his blood into rivers, his veins into roads, his flesh into fertile fields, his teeth into precious stones, his bones into jewels, his marrow into the spiritual veins of the primordial land, his body hair into the flora of the earth, and his sweat into rain. Thus, the primordial land reached its zenith. The Tao spans 50, the heavens unfold 49, and the residual chaos gave rise to 50 units of primordial purple energy. 36 of these united to form the creation ding. Sustaining the balance of the Tao. 4 units merged into the primordial land, solidifying it, while the remaining 10, minus the one that fled, vanished into the primordial realm. Coincidentally, the fleeing primordial purple energy found its way into Ye Feng's body, marking him as an anomaly beneath the celestial order. As the saying goes, beneath the heavens lies a slender thread of hope. Miracles are forever elusive to others, unless Ye Feng is willing to lend a hand. Ye Feng, aware that certain matters are beyond intervention and that the grand scheme is already set, with Pangu having sustained grave injuries, composed himself and approached the grand hall constructed by Pangu. With a flick of his hand, a plaque inscribed with Pangu Hall materialized upon the entrance. Just as Ye Feng intended to claim the Pangu Hall, a radiant burst of multicolored light descended from the sky, dividing into 4.3 parts, transformed into an immeasurable tower, the Tower of Heaven and Earth, which vanished into the primordial wilderness. The remaining third concealed itself within the primordial spirit that had erupted from Pangu's recent fall. Another third was drawn into Ye Feng's Chinquan Ding, while one part entered Pangu Hall, but a flash of 7-colored brilliance swept through, rendering the hall even more ancient in appearance. It turned out that Pangu's act of creation had restored that which had escaped, perfecting the heavenly way. The heavenly way, sensing Pangu's merits in creation, bestowed a golden light of virtue upon the world, benefiting all living beings. Ye Feng, being Pangu's brother, was thus granted a third, while as the creator of the hall, he could also claim a portion. Initially, the creation jade butterfly that Pangu bore on his head had been shattered, unable to withstand the might of creation, with half of it concealed within the primordial earth, awaiting a destined soul to retrieve it. Ye Feng claimed the Pangu Hall. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, and unbeknownst to him, a swirling mass of crimson calamity clouds had gathered above him, stretching millions of feet in circumference, tumultuous and oppressive. Ye Feng remained oblivious to the fact that after Pangu's creation, the heavenly way had been perfected, and the great Tao had reached a balance of 50, with the heavenly evolution at 49. The portion that had escaped was precisely obtained by Ye Feng, which meant that anything could transpire in his presence. The heavenly way would not permit such occurrences and must eliminate them at their inception. Yet, Ye Feng thought little of it, believing instead that the perfection of the heavenly way and his own saintly power had summoned the tribulation. With the chaos sword in hand, he slashed at the crimson calamity clouds, cleaving them in two, But they quickly reformed, seemingly enraged. The crimson clouds transformed into violet calamity clouds, crackling with lightning and resonating with thunderous roars, overwhelming Ye Feng with their oppressive force, nearly rendering him breathless. Hastily, he summoned the primordial blue lotus, which slightly alleviated the pressure. Regardless, the violet heavenly thunder could no longer be restrained, crashing down upon Ye Feng like a massive bolt, several hundred feet in width. Ye Feng deftly redirected the violet thunder to the sides, causing the primordial earth to tremble. The violet calamity clouds seemed momentarily stunned, not wishing for destruction now that the heavenly way had just been perfected. Subsequently, the heavenly thunder diminished in size, seemingly fearful, now merely 100 feet wide, that Ye Feng made no effort to resist and allowed the calamity thunder to strike his body, after enduring 81 strikes of heavenly thunder. The reluctant calamity clouds retreated, that Ye Feng retracted the primordial blue lotus and the chaos sword. Chapter 4. The deities emerge in the primordial wilderness. The three races engage in earth-shattering warfare. It is said that after Pangu's creation, the world was divided into 4 great continents: the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Western Hinyo Continent, the Northern Ju Lu Continent, and the Southern Zhan Continent. The Eastern Victory Divine Continent, abundant in spiritual energy, was a treasure trove of celestial riches and myriad paradises, regarded as a coveted land by the numerous deities. The Northern Ju Lu Continent, plagued by toxic miasmas and treacherous terrain, was home to venomous creatures and fierce beasts, making it a place avoided by those practicing wicked arts. The Southern Zhan Continent, while lacking the splendor of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, was still rich in spiritual energy, teeming with divine birds and auspicious beasts. The Western Hinyo Continent, barren and impoverished, was inhabited by uncivilized folk, lacking education and refinement, deemed barbaric by the others. Thus, the 4 continents gradually evolved, giving rise to many formidable beings. Among the most renowned were the 3 Pure Ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, and the 12 ancestral witches born of Pangu's essence, alongside Nuwa, Ye Yuntian, the ancestor of the underworld, Ye Yuntian, and the Easter Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, birth from the sun. These great deities reveled in the blessings of the primordial wilderness, achieving celestial cultivation from the moment of their birth. Besides these deities, the primordial earth also saw the emergence of 3 major races: the Phoenix clan, the Qilin clan, and the Dragon clan. The Phoenix clan, sovereign of the skies, dominated the vast heavens with formidable power, predominantly comprising females. They resided in the Mount Bujo, formed from Pangu's spine, thus enjoying profound fortunes. The Qilin clan, as the terrestrial sovereign, firmly occupied the land, residing in the Cheongqi mountain of the Southern Zhan continent, which was formed from one of Pangu's ribs. Despite lacking the blessings of Mount Bujo, they thrived for millions of years. The Dragon clan, rulers of the seas, firmly held dominion over the vast oceans, with 1/3 of the primordial earth being land and the remaining 2/3 comprising seas and rivers. The Dragon clan was a formidable race, capable of contending with the Phoenix and Qilin clans, and often surpassing them. However, as the saying goes, greed knows no bounds, and the ant swallows the elephant. Although the Dragon clan enjoyed great fortune from the seas, they gazed upon the innumerable treasures of the primordial earth with insatiable greed, leading to friction among the 3 races. At this moment, deep within Mount Bujo, a flash of azure light revealed a young man clad in black, his gaze cold and indifferent, standing at a height of approximately 175 centimeters. His long black hair flowed behind him as he observed Mount Bujo with a complex expression. This young man was Ye Feng. After Pangu's creation, he wandered the primordial earth alone, gaining clarity on many matters. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where insufficient strength could lead to one's demise at any moment. Naturally, some foolish individuals attempted to rob Ye Feng, but he showed no mercy, reducing them to ashes. Having witnessed countless partings and reunions, Ye Feng had grown detached, accepting that all fates must be faced. After wandering for many years, Ye Feng understood that Mount Bujo was formed from Pangu's spine and was later destroyed by the northern witch and demon races. Since he had arrived in this world, he would not allow such occurrences to transpire. Thus, he manifested within Mount Buzhou. With a sweep of his consciousness, Ye Feng discerned that most of Mount Buzhou was occupied by the Phoenix clan. He wished not to be disturbed. As long as the Phoenix clan did not harm Mount Buzhou, he had no desire to interfere. The depths of Mount Buzhou had not been ventured by the Phoenix clan, owing to the fierce nine heavens divine thunder and the violent winds that guarded it. Even a saint would need to tread carefully within the realm of the nine heavens divine thunder, for a single misstep could obliterate millennia of cultivation. The extreme winds were particularly harmful to one's primordial spirit, posing a threat to all beings below the saint level. Ye Feng, however, was unafraid, as a saint with precious artifacts for protection. He had encountered even more formidable chaos thunder, rendering the nine heavens divine thunder inconsequential in his eyes. Navigating past the nine heavens divine thunder and fierce winds, he arrived at a vast lake spanning several hundred miles. Its waters crystal clear, revealing the lotus roots thriving beneath. The lake teemed with fish and shrimp, various primordial creatures darting about, glancing curiously at Ye Feng before dispersing. In the center of the lake lay an island, several dozen miles in size, adorned with peculiar stones and soaring cranes, presenting a picturesque scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Ye Feng stepped onto the island, and with a wave of his hand, a palace materialized upon it, the Pangu Hall. With another gesture, a formidable array materialized on the island, and with a flick of his finger, he restored the array to normal, causing the startled creatures to scatter rapidly. This array was none other than the Chaos Destruction Array that Pangu had originally established before the Pangu Hall, which Ye Feng had since modified into the Pangu Array. The two meditation cushions that Pangu had crafted for himself, one for the heavenly path and the other for tranquility, were also placed within the hall, both being innate treasures that facilitated calmness and concentration during meditation. Having completed these tasks, Ye Feng sat upon the tranquility cushion, contemplating the great Tao he believed he had chosen wisely to cultivate in solitude. Free from disturbance, yet trouble would inevitably come knocking. Meanwhile, the Phoenix, Qilin, and Dragon races, driven by territorial disputes, escalated their skirmishes over the centuries in a full-blown warfare. Blood flowed freely at times, while at others, they readied themselves for battle. The leader of the Dragon clan, Long Batian, the first golden dragon of the primordial earth, was revered as the ancestor dragon. Beneath him were 9 sons: Ing Long, Qing Long, Huang Long, He Long Bai Long, Hong Long, El Long, Mo Long, and Hua Long. Each of these dragons possessed distinct temperaments and varying levels of cultivation, yet all were powerful beings. Ing Long had attained the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal, while Qing Long was at the mid-stage, with the remaining 7 princes at the early stage. In addition to the 9 dragon princes, there were also 4 esteemed elders within the Dragon clan, known as Dragon 1, Dragon 2, Dragon 3, and Dragon 4, each possessing mid-stage great Luo golden immortal powers. Beneath them were 24 guardians, all at the Tai golden immortal level, as well as countless shrimp and crab soldiers, rendering their strength formidable. In the vast primordial earth, the Dragon clan was deemed second, with none daring to claim the title of first. Even the renowned Hongjun Daozu of later generations was yet to reveal his whereabouts. Hidden away in cultivation, the ancestor dragon's cultivation surpassed that of the mid-stage quasi-saint. The ancestral figure of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yuntia, held initial quasi-saint cultivation, with 4 major guardians: Hua Feng, Shi Feng, Hua Feng, and Kai Feng, all at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal, alongside millions of other Phoenix clan members. The Qilin clan, led by the Qilin king, had attained initial quasi-saint cultivation and sired 3 sons: Mo Qilin, Hua Qilin, and Shui Qilin. Mo Qilin had reached the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal, while Hua Qilin and Shui Qilin were at the mid-stage. Beneath them, there were 12 guardians, all of whom had attained the realm of Tai golden immortal. And the Qilin clan boasted millions among its ranks. It is well known that the battles among the 3 clans were fought by the most exceptional figures. Should the leader fall in battle, the conflict would be rendered moot. Furthermore, the guardians were merely cannon fodder, their presence of little consequence. Initially, the 3 clans sought to enlist the aid of numerous great deities from the primordial realm. and many mighty beings joined the fray. However, as the devastation of the primordial land became apparent, with limbs and bodies scattered, these deities gradually withdrew from the conflict, leaving only a few sycophants behind. Observing this, the three clans abandoned any thoughts of further recruitment. During this time, the Wu and Lich clans retreated to cultivate their powers, occasionally venturing out to explore, yet they harbored no ambitions of dominance over the heavens and earth. Little did they know that in the future, a certain figure would cause the three realms to tremble with a mere stamp of their foot. The impending war among the three clans had reached a point of inevitability. The Phoenix clan had allied with the Qilin clan to confront the Dragon clan. Unity was essential, for a solitary clan would be easily annihilated by the dragons. After enduring years of conflict, the three clans could no longer wait, and on an unknown night, their leaders agreed to a decisive battle on the shores of the East Sea a decade hence, a day the Dragon clan eagerly anticipated. Over the next 10 years, the three clans imposed restrictions on their members to prevent any provocations of war. During this time, the primordial realm found itself in an eerie calm, a calm that belied the cataclysmic clash to come. At this moment, Ye Feng was in the Pangu hall, contemplating the great Tao, and was acutely aware of all that transpired in the primordial land. As long as the sky did not fall, he felt no need to intervene. The great deities of the primordial realm continued their cultivation or leisure, adopting an attitude of indifference towards the impending war among the three clans, as for Hongjun. He was even less concerned, diligently striving for sanctification, for he knew that until he achieved that state, he could afford no concern. 10 years later, on the shores of the East Sea, storm clouds loomed overhead. Thunder rumbled, and torrential rains fell, as if the heavens themselves were aware of the impending conflict or felt the intensity of the battle to come. Upon the turbulent waves of the East Sea stood nearly 20 million aquatic soldiers, including shrimp and crab warriors, fish soldiers and dragon leaders, some wielding spiked clubs, others brandishing spears, and even some carrying the skulls of their foes. In summary, the morale was high. The Dragon clan's warriors were eager for battle, their spirit far surpassing that of the other two clans. In contrast, though the Phoenix and Qilin clans were also spirited and numerous, they were ultimately inferior to the Dragon clan. The Phoenix clan, aside from those who had transformed into human forms, consisted mainly of their true avian selves, resplendent with vibrant plumage, adding a striking brilliance to the battlefield. The Qilin clan was similarly fierce, their presence exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Among them, Long Batian of the Dragon clan soared above, his tall, sculpted figure, sharp features, golden crown, and flowing golden robe radiating an emperor's majesty. His mere appearance diminished the morale of the two clans, seeing the diminished resolve of his adversaries. Long Batian scoffed, "Phoenix and Qilin, if you submit to my Dragon clan, there shall be a place for you in this realm. If you refuse, you shall know the consequences." He regarded the two clans from a position of superiority. Before Feng Yunxia, the Phoenix queen, could respond, her kin erupted in anger, their faces contorted with fury. In the primordial realm, strength was revered. Even a minor creature held dignity above life itself. Who would endure such humiliation merely to survive? Long Batian's words were, without a doubt, fuel to the fire. Silence. A voice like thunder erupted, and a muscular giant appeared before the crowd. The Qilin king, he glared at Long Batian and, taking a moment to steady his breath, declared, "Long Batian, do not speak so sweetly. Given your character, would you truly spare us even if we surrendered? Moreover, would we ever consider surrendering? A Qilin stands to die, never kneels to live." The Qilin clan erupted in fervor, their spirits soaring. A woman with elegant features and flowing hair spoke. "We, the three clans of land, water, and sky, have existed since the Pangu deity opened the heavens, basking in the great fortune of the primordial realm. Though the Phoenix clan lacks ambitions for supremacy, we are still a force to be reckoned with, enjoying a long legacy. Yet your Dragon clan harbors grand ambitions, seeking to dominate the realm and hoard its fortunes. Though I cannot foresee the future, I know the Dragon clan shall find no good fortune in this endeavor." The speaker was Feng Yunxia, the leader of the Phoenix clan. "Feng Yunxia, spare me your drivel. Might makes right. The victor claims the throne, the vanquished become outlaws. What fortune of the heavens? Nonsense. Once I eradicate your two clans, let us see who dares to speak against me. Long Batian bellowed. Feng Yunxia sighed inwardly. Her heart heavy, she had managed the Phoenix clan with care, fostering a vibrant community, yet she could not escape the fate of war. This moment. Long Batian, growing impatient, warned, this is your final chance. Submit or face annihilation. The warriors of the two clans ignored his words, provoking Long Batian to fume. If you seek death, I shall grant it. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, warriors, slay them. Thus began the cataclysmic battle of the ancient three clans. A spectacle that sent shockwaves throughout the primordial realm, prompting scattered cultivators to hide away, lest they suffer harm. Chapter 5. The tragic war of the three clans. Ye Feng's ascension to divinity was a matter of opportunity. The Qilin King and Feng Yunxia signaled one another, and the two clan leaders rushed toward the Dragon Clan. In an instant, blood and flesh flew, dismembered bodies littering the ground. Feng Yunxia and the Qilin King faced Long Batian, who wielded a mass upon finishing his words. He hastily pursued, followed closely by the remaining clansmen and the young Prince Elder, while only Yinglong hesitated for a moment before joining the chase. The great battle among the three clans stained the entirety of the Eastern Sea a deep crimson, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered throughout the waters, feasted upon by fish and shrimp that had yet to awaken their sentience. How pitiful were the three clans, the three dominant powers of the primordial era, reduced to mere sustenance for these aquatic creatures after their demise. A tragedy indeed. It was precisely due to the consumption of these corpses that many fish and shrimp in the waters gradually evolved into the sharks and crocodiles we know today. Unbeknownst to the three clans, their conflict caused numerous disasters as the sea surged violently in many regions. Volcanoes erupted incessantly, and the primordial land was left in devastation, with sorrowful cries echoing throughout. The three clans remained oblivious to the larger scheme at play, unaware that the celestial order seeks balance. Every entity that reaches its zenith must inevitably decline, having basked in the blessings of the primordial realm for a myriad of years. The three clans foolishly attempted to defy the heavens. The celestial order, in an effort to maintain its dominion, would undoubtedly employ various means to diminish the fortunes of the three clans. The strength of the Dragon Clan would attract the counterbalance of the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Even without these two, one could only speculate what new race the Celestial Order might conjure to restrain the Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, Feng Yunxia and the Qilin King fled to Mount Buzhou, closely pursued by Long Batian. As Feng Yunxia and the Qilin King flew with their clansmen, their speed, though formidable, was slightly diminished compared to before, and Long Batian, possessing superior cultivation, drew ever closer. Anxiously, Long Batian realized that time was of the essence. The two were about to enter Mount Buzhou, complicating matters significantly. Why, you ask? Unbeknownst to them, an unnamed grand formation had appeared within Mount Buzhou. Once inside, the stars above became indistinguishable, making it impossible to discern directions. The Phoenix clan was also ignorant of the formation's origins, yet it posed no threat to them. Little did they know, Ye Feng had established the Pangu formation within Mount Buzhou after entering years ago. A formation powerful enough to challenge the heavens. The very mountain was formed from the spine of the great Pangu. Sensing the aura of Pangu within the formation, a protective barrier gradually formed around the perimeter of Mount Buzhou, reflecting the might of the Pangu formation. This barrier served as the last line of defense for the Phoenix clan. Before the Qilin King could react, a bolt of divine thunder struck him, and Feng Yunxia hurriedly warned him. Though he was only grazed, he was left charred and disheveled, resembling a blackened porcupine. Startled, Feng Yunxia exclaimed, "Stay close to me. Do not stray. This formation is unknown and its power immense. A single misstep could lead to regrettable consequences. Only our Phoenix clan can traverse freely, yet we must remain cautious." Long Batian, regretting his delay, found himself a step behind as the two entered the formation. Relying on his formidable strength, he believed he could breach the formation. When the three princes and their clansmen arrived, Long Batian cleared his throat and declared, "Feng Yunxia, Qilin King, do not cower like turtles within. I challenge you to a duel of 300 rounds. Let it be known, even with this formation shielding you, it will not protect you from your fate. Come forth and accept your demise. Lest the formation's collapse lead to your annihilation, he laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Feng Yunxia and the Qilin King stood before the grand hall of the Phoenix clan, their clansmen arranged safely. Feng Yunxia felt a surge of anxiety. The formation appeared formidable, but could it withstand Long Batian? The Qilin King, with a fiery temper, could not tolerate provocation. Hearing Long Batian's taunts, he bellowed, "Damn that dragon! I will face him." He strode towards the exit. Feng Yunxia quickly flew forward to stop him, saying, "Qilin brother, do not act rashly. Do not throw away your life needlessly. If the Qilin clan loses you, how will they endure?" The Qilin King, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, gratefully replying, "Thank you, Phoenix sister, for your wise counsel. I was indeed impulsive." He scratched his head sheepishly, his charred appearance only adding to the humor, causing Feng Yunxia to smile despite the tension. At that moment, Long Batian seemed to lose his patience. With a mighty roar, he wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, channeling all his power to strike the formation. The very mountain trembled, and the protective barrier buckled under the force, only to rebound violently. Long Batian staggered back 3 steps, his hand throbbing with pain. He thought to himself, "Truly formidable. My strike could not breach it." Instead of discouraging him, this only fueled his pride. He summoned an even greater power and swung down, tearing the very fabric of space. Had Feng Yunxia and the Qilin King witnessed this, they would have been horrified, for Long Batian's might could have easily claimed their lives. Just as the strike was about to connect with the formation, a flash of azure light surged into the staff, sending Long Batian and his weapon flying hundreds of miles away. Struggling to rise, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood, his injuries evident. Unbeknownst to him, a figure in black appeared before Mount Buzhou, an icy aura enveloping all around him, rendering the void itself imperceptible. This figure was Ye Feng. After millions of years of cultivation, Ye Feng's temperament had transformed significantly. He had grown more cheerful, occasionally hunting celestial birds for a meal. He was aware of the 3 clans' conflict along the Eastern Sea and their return to Mount Buzhou. Yet he chose not to intervene, as long as their actions did not threaten his interests or those of Mount Buzhou. However, it was a grave error for Long Batian to breach the formation. The disturbance he caused while breaking the formation rattled Mount Buzhou, startling Ye Feng as he roasted a celestial bird. Angered, he decided that some would soon face dire consequences. Long Batian was supported by several princes to the front of Mount Buzhou, still seething with rage as he glared at Ye Feng. Yet upon meeting Ye Feng's cold gaze, he instinctively lowered his head, realizing he was in the presence of a formidable opponent. Ying Long, demonstrating his understanding of the situation, approached Ye Feng respectfully, stating, "Might I inquire if the immortal resides within Mount Buzhou? We have unwittingly disturbed your peace during our battle, for which we sincerely apologize. That we hope for your understanding." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng let out a cold snort, causing Ying Long to stumble back in shock, barely managing to keep his footing. Had it not been for Ye Feng's restraint, he would have been reduced to ashes. With a wave of his hand, the grand formation before Mount Buzhou vanished, revealing the Phoenix and Qilin clans, who were still in a daze. Before either clan could react, Ye Feng spoke, "You 3 clans have enjoyed the favorable fortunes of the primordial realm since the dawn of Pangu. Yet instead of striving for progress, you sought to defy the heavens, leading to immense suffering across the land, rivers running red with blood. Are you aware of your transgressions?" With that, he unleashed an overwhelming force, causing all 3 clans to kneel before him, while Long Batian once again coughed up blood, on the brink of collapse. That Ye Feng continued, indifferent to their plight. "The sins you have wrought must be repaid by your own hands. Otherwise, even if I were to spare you today, you would ultimately fall victim to the cycle of celestial justice, leading to your utter annihilation." The 3 clans were taken aback, with Feng Yunxia quickly bowing and asking, "Might I inquire if the immortal has any remedy for our situation?" She gazed at Ye Feng with hopeful eyes. Ye Feng regarded her silently for a moment, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "There are 2 paths before you. The first is to leave now. However, that may not be suitable, and you may cease to exist." Feng Yunxia hastily interjected. "And the second?" She lowered her head, feeling sheepish. Ye Feng sighed. The second path requires you to atone for the grave errors you have committed, after which you may turn your misfortune into fortune. The Qilin king could not help but ask, what does fortune entail? His eyes widened in anticipation as he looked at Ye Feng. Ye Feng casually glanced at him, saying, in time, opportunities will present themselves. He then turned and tossed a fruit to Long, instructing, give this to your father. It will ensure his safety. Long accepted the fruit with gratitude and quickly fed it to Long Bata. As soon as the fruit was consumed, Long Batian regained his vitality and seemed to have broken through a barrier in his cultivation. He no longer dared to act arrogantly, bowing to Ye Feng and expressing his gratitude. Yet, Ye Feng did not spare him a glance. After a moment, Ye Feng announced, you may now decide. The members of the three clans, having grasped the concept of celestial balance and the cycle of cause and effect, were filled with regret, particularly Long Batian, who had instigated the conflict. He stepped forward, stating, Immortal, we have made our decision. We are willing to fight for the survival of our kin. Ye Feng sighed heavily. Your conflict has caused a volcano in the southern lands to erupt, leaving countless injured and transforming dormant mountains into active ones. Feng Yuntian, you shall go to the southern Deadfire volcano to suppress the volcanic fury. This is the Nine Heavens Phoenix feather garment, a congenital treasure that will aid you in your task. With that, he produced a set of garments and handed them to Feng Yuntian, Qilin king. In the far north lies the Eye of Extreme Phoenix. The winds within are of such chilling intensity that they can harm one's very soul. I shall set up a wind confinement formation with you to guard it. He pointed at the Qilin king's forehead, imparting the formation's essence to him, that he then retrieved an object and presented it to the Qilin king, saying, this is the wind convergence pearl, a congenital treasure that can stabilize the wind and serve as protection. Finally, he glanced at Long Batian and stated, Long Batian, beneath the eastern sea lies the Eye of Extreme Water, from which flows water so frigid that it can extinguish one's spirit and body in an instant. You must guard it. He handed Long Batian an object, declaring, this is the water convergence pearl, a congenital treasure capable of stabilizing all waters and serving as protection. 3 individuals receive the 3 treasures. Expressing their gratitude with deep bows. Ye Feng then remarked, in 1,000,000 years, there shall come a day when you rise to prominence. The trio offered their thanks once more, and with a wave of his hand, they vanished from sight. Ye Feng glanced at the remaining members of the 3 clans, sighed, and disappeared as well. From that moment on, the Dragon clan returned to the sea, the Qilin clan retreated to Qingqiu Mountain, and the Phoenix clan remained in Buzhou Mountain. The vast wilderness was on the brink of entering the era of the saints. Chapter 6. Hongjun achieves sanctity and expounds the great Tao. The deities gathered in the Zixiao Palace. Upon returning to Buzhou Mountain, Ye Feng was aware that a cataclysmic war between the Wu and the Yao was imminent, one that would even lead to a collision with Buzhou Mountain. After much contemplation, Ye Feng resolved to relocate, not out of fear of trouble, but to avoid disturbance. He casually informed the Phoenix clan, and they all followed him in the move. Thus, Ye Feng uprooted the entire mountain, for he wished to avoid the breaking of Pangu's backbone. Buzhou Mountain, being the center of the universe and the pillar of heaven and earth, could only be replaced by a new Buzhou Mountain crafted from the primordial treasure, the Jiutian Shirong, which he had discovered in the chaos. The Jiutian Shirong, a divine soil of innate origin, brimmed with spiritual energy, though it lacked the essence of Pangu and a hint of its majesty. Otherwise, it remained unchanged. Our protagonist, Ye Feng, was indeed a remarkable figure under the Tao. While others shunned the desolate North Julu continent, he considered it an opportunity. This land was sparsely populated and had a harsh environment. Yet for Ye Feng, who wielded the power of a saint, such conditions were inconsequential. Thus, he harnessed his strength to relocate the entire Buzhou Mountain to the heart of North Julu, renaming it Pangu Mountain. He then established the Pangu Grand Formation, which spanned countless miles. Wherever the formation extended, even the most inhospitable terrains began to transform into paradisiacal realms filled with celestial treasures and auspicious beasts. The Pangu Grand Formation further absorbed spiritual energy from its surroundings, causing the aura around Pangu Mountain to nearly liquefy. Ye Feng continued to reside within the Pangu Palace. The Phoenix clan also made their home in Pangu Mountain. Initially, many ill-fated beings dared to wreak havoc there, but under the iron-fisted methods of Ye Feng, eventually, no one dared to disturb the peace. The entire Norjilu continent was soon aware that a formidable demonic presence had arrived, to Ye Feng's dismay. He had been labeled a demon god. Initially, many lived in fear, concerned that Ye Feng might cause trouble. However, after many years without seeing him leave the mountain, the various deities and demons gradually relaxed their vigilance. Thus, countless years passed, and the devastation wrought by the war of the three clans began to heal. The land gradually flourished once more, and the remnants of the three clans sought refuge in their respective homes, no longer harboring ambitions of dominating the world. Yet, the vast wilderness was immeasurable in its expanse, and its population was beyond imagination. Although the war had concluded, after tens of thousands of years, some discontented and nameless figures began to emerge, gradually forming two great factions. Point one was the Yao clan, and the other the Wu clan, each possessing formidable powers and distinct methods. The Yao clan specialized in cultivating the primordial spirit, while they lacked physical cultivation techniques. Their bodies were inherently powerful. Among them, the most prominent figures were the two emperors, Dongwang Tai and Decisive, along with the Yao master Kunpeng, all of whom possessed quasi-saint strength. Beneath them were 10 Yao saints, including Feilian, Jimeng, Ingzhao, Zhuiying, Shangyang, Bei's, Gumu, Zidian, Wuling, and Tunshin, each boasting exceptional strength, residing in the newly forged Buzhou mountain. Dongwang Tai, born of the Sun Star, cradled in the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, transformed from the divine acts of creation, he proclaimed himself as the emperor of the Yao clan and renamed the Chaos Bell as the Dongwang Bell. Decisive, born alongside Tai from the Sun Star, held the innate spiritual treasures of Hichu and Luoshu at birth, capable of evolving primordial formations to ensnare others. Kunpeng, a fish transformed from the North Sea, known as Kun, whose size is unfathomable, transformed into a bird named Pangu, whose wings span the sky. He wields a divine wooden staff. The Wu clan had 12 ancestral witches, born from 12 drops of Pangu's blood, all at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage. The Wu clan focused on physical prowess rather than spiritual cultivation, boasting unparalleled strength in the wilderness. They claimed to be the true lineage of Pangu and held no room for others in their eyes. Among them, numerous great witches existed, with figures like Ye Feng, Xingtian, Kuafu, and Hui taking the lead, residing in the ancestral hall of the South Jiangbu continent. The 12 ancestral witches were Daijiang, Rushu, Gonggong, Zhurong, Zijian, Qiangliang, Shabi, Tianwu, Yuezixuming, and Hutu, Daijiang, six-legged and four-winged. With astonishing speed, he could cover 12,800 miles in a single flap of his wings, the ancestor of space. Jumong, a bird with a human face, riding 2 dragons, the ancestor of wood in the east. Gonggong, a human with a python's head covered in black scales, standing atop 2 black dragons and entwined with a massive black python, the ancestor of water. Zhurong, a beast with a human face, standing atop 2 red dragons, his body ablaze with crimson, entwined with a red python, the ancestor of fire. Zijian, a human face with a snake's body, neither eating nor sleeping, the ancestor of time. Qiangliang, a tiger-headed human with 4 limbs and long arms, the ancestor of thunder. Shabi, a human face with a beast's body, with 2 ears pierced by green snakes, the ancestor of weather. Tianwu, a human face with 8 heads, 8 limbs, and yellow-green skin, the ancestor of wind. Yuezixuming, a dragon-headed human, standing on black clouds, the ancestor of lightning. Xianming, a human face with a wind body, resembling a bamboo shoot after rain, the ancestor of rain. Hutu, a gifted singer and dancer, with a human face and a body of earth, the ancestor of the land. The 2 clans, unable to see eye to eye, would occasionally clash, yet the leading figures from both sides seldom graced the battlefield. One day, beyond the 33 heavens, a sudden explosion of 7-colored light erupted, accompanied by celestial melodies. Within this resplendent light, dragons and phoenixes seemed to dance, and a fragrant aura enveloped the vast wilderness. Many untamed creatures were transformed by this occurrence, heralding the arrival of a true, celestial sage who would shape the realms of existence. Far away in North Julu, Ye Feng, holding the Chaos Pearl in his left hand and evolving the world, sensed something amiss. Upon opening his eyes and calculating, he realized that Hongjun had attained sanctity, and he knew the time for Hongjun's teachings would soon arrive, filling him with anticipation. With a faint smile, he remarked, "So, Hongjun has achieved sanctity. The upcoming events in the wilderness shall be remarkable." After a moment, a wave of pressure descended from the 33 heavens, enveloping the entire wilderness, except for Pangu Mountain in North Julu. All beings felt the might of the sage and knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome the Tao Ancestor. May the Tao Ancestor be at peace." Then, a voice resounded across the wilderness. "I lie high upon the 9 clouds, seated on a mat of truth. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall be the esteemed teacher." Pangu gave birth to Taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 symbols follow. Point 1 path transmits to 3 friends. 2 teachings delineate and clarify. The Xianmen shall lead, and 1 breath shall transform into Hongjun. I am Hongjun, having comprehended the essence of creation, wishing to expound upon the great Tao in the Zhixiao Palace beyond the heavens. Those fated may come to listen. With that, he vanished without a trace. In an instant, the wilderness erupted in fervor as numerous deities rushed to the celestial Zhixiao Palace. Yet, how many understood the formidable nature of the chaotic currents beyond the 33 heavens? Capable of traversing only a few, Ye Feng concealed his true cultivation, revealing only his quasi-saint level, knowing even Hongjun would find it difficult to see through. After completing these preparations, he stepped into the void and arrived beyond the 33 heavens. There, a time-worn palace stood in the void, inscribed with the title Zhixiao Palace. Yet, from these 3 characters, Ye Feng sensed a profound loneliness. An attendant had long appeared to guide Ye Feng into the palace. The attendant was a young boy clad in dark robes, with a face marked by youth and shyness. Ye Feng mused that this boy would one day become the Jade Emperor, ruler of the 3 realms. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Upon entering the Zhixiao Palace, Ye Feng was surprised to find it nearly empty save for a few mats. That moment, an elderly man with a full head of white hair and a benevolent demeanor sat upon a high platform. Anyone who beheld him would hardly suspect that this was the great Hongjun Laozu. Hongjun opened his tranquil eyes and gazed at Ye Feng, who met his gaze with equal intensity. After a moment, Hongjun furrowed his brow and said, "Strange, strange. I cannot discern your cultivation. Though your exterior suggests a quasi-saint realm, my observation remains unclear." Ye Feng silently marveled at Hongjun's prowess. Indeed, he was the mightiest being since the dawn of creation. With a smile, Ye Feng humbly replied, "I dare not presume. Esteemed teacher need not be concerned. I merely stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. Today, I have come to Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. And thus, I shall be your disciple. As the saying goes, in the company of 3, there must be a teacher for me. Is there not something to learn from everyone?" He finished with a beaming smile directed at Hongjun. Hongjun slowly relaxed his furrowed brow and remarked, "Though your words bear truth, yet..." Ye Feng interjected, "If esteemed teacher truly cares so much, let us refer to each other as master and disciple in public, and as friends in private. How does that sound?" Seeing no alternative, Hongjun acquiesced. "Well, as you say, so be I." In front of Hongjun were 7 mats, and Ye Feng, unhesitatingly, sat upon the 7th mat. He was aware that these mats were prepared for the several saints, and he sought no more than a humble place at the end. Hongjun merely smiled faintly and closed his eyes in silence. Before long, 3 individuals of varying appearances entered the Zhixiao Palace. The leader had a full head of white hair, neither smiling nor frowning, embodying the essence of non-action. This was the future Taishang Laojun. The second was a middle-aged man adorned in gold and silver, wearing a golden crown, exuding an extraordinary presence, with flashes of wisdom gleaming in his eyes. He would become the future leader of the Chan teaching, Yuanshi Tianzhen. The last individual was a person with prominent brows and large eyes, possessing a square and well-defined face. Upon seeing him, Ye Feng inwardly mused that it was no wonder he would face difficulties in the future. He bore the quintessential visage of someone destined to suffer misfortunes. easily discernible as someone lacking in cunning. Even if he were to become the future leader of it, as the three entered the Purple Cloud Palace, they immediately took their seats on the first three meditation cushions. Laozi and the Primordial One nodded at Ye Feng, acknowledging their previous acquaintance, while Tongtian respectfully introduced himself. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Tongtian of the Three Clear Ones. May I inquire how you are addressed?" Ye Feng smiled gently. This Tongtian was indeed open-minded. He replied with equal respect, "I am Ye Feng. Greetings to you, fellow Taoist." After exchanging pleasantries, they each settled onto their cushions in silence. Before long, a man and a woman entered the grand hall. It was Nuwa and Fushi. Following them were two others, a middle-aged man with a full head of red hair, the great deity Hongjun, and another man clad in a blue Taoist robe, his hair entirely white, with benevolent features akin to Hongjun. He was the Grand Master Yuntian, the ancestor of Earth Immortals. Hongjun was transformed from the first red cloud that emerged after the chaos fragmented, and his cultivation was formidable that he held a red gourd, which would one day become the renowned Jiuhong Cloud Gourd, now repurposed to hold wine. Ye Feng could only shake his head in disbelief at how this innate treasure was being squandered. Yuntian, on the other hand, cradled a large tome, one of the three great mystical books of the universe. The Earth Book, also an innate treasure, primarily serving as a defense mechanism. Yuntian's cultivation was indeed impressive, as he had long entered the quasi-saint realm. Trailing behind these two was a brutish figure, emanating an air of menace. Noticing the remaining cushions were insufficient, he bypassed Yuntian and Hongjun to sit beside Ye Feng on the sixth cushion. Yuntian could only resign himself to sharing the fifth cushion with Hongjun, following Nuwa and Fushi. This individual was the demon clan's master, Kunpeng. Gradually, the various deities gathered, with only those unable to enter the hall remaining outside. Within the inner sanctum, there were also Tai and Dijuan from the demon clan, as well as Hutu and Xianyuan from the shaman clan, along with the ancestral figure of the Blood Sea. The old ancestor of the underworld, this moment, Tai and Dijuan exchanged furtive glances towards Kunpeng, signaling him to yield his seat. However, Kunpeng averted his gaze, feigning ignorance, much to the frustration of Tai and Dijuan. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's attention was captivated by Nuwa, the mother of humanity, whom he revered deeply as the goddess who mended the heavens. One can hardly find a soul among the children of Huaxia who is unaware of the benevolent and righteous Nuwa. She appeared youthful and graceful, with a slender waist and delicate neck, her radiant smile revealing pearly teeth, and her skin so tender it seemed to glisten. However, Ye Feng held no fanciful thoughts about her. His sentiments were purely of respect and admiration, if sensing someone observing her. Nuwa turned her head, meeting Ye Feng's starry yet pure gaze. She paused momentarily, then, regaining her composure, offered a slight nod before turning away. Ye Feng was taken aback, never expecting to capture Nuwa's attention. Beside Nuwa stood a middle-aged man with a broad forehead. Though his cultivation was modest, he exuded an enigmatic aura that commanded respect. This was none other than Fushi. The future emperor of humanity, Fushi, a member of the demon clan, wielded the Fushi Qin, an innate treasure. Just as Ye Feng was about to close his eyes in contemplation, a wailing voice broke through from outside. Two figures clad in dark robes squeezed into the Purple Cloud Palace. The first was a man with a cunning expression yet kind eyes, creating a peculiar dichotomy on his face. The other was a frail-looking middle-aged man, his visage marred by sorrow and weakness, appearing as if a gust of wind could easily sweep him away. These two were none other than the revered Jin and Zhuanti from the impoverished region of Shihenyo Prefecture. Zhuanti, with tears streaming down his face, implored, "Brother, having resided in that destitute Shihenyo Prefecture, we are leagues away from here. Our hearts have longed to come to the Purple Cloud Palace to seek the Tao, fulfilling our lifelong wish. Yet, we find ourselves without a seat, truly a sign of heaven's indifference and the saints' lack of compassion." Upon hearing this, Jane swayed unsteadily, appearing even more emaciated. Yuntian quickly rose to assist him. But Zhuanti, seeing this, promptly seated himself upon Yuntian's cushion, expressing gratitude to Hongjun beside him. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your kindness." Hongjun, left with no choice, stood up, as Hongjun passed by Kunpeng. Junti inadvertently tripped him, causing Hongjun to stumble toward Kunpeng. Kunpeng, noticing this, swiftly dodged, thus vacating a seat, which Jane promptly occupied, not forgetting to thank Kunpeng. Many thanks, fellow Taoist, for your graciousness. This incited a furious reaction in Kunpeng, who glared at Hongjun with contempt. Chapter 7. Who understands Hongjun's great Tao? Nuwa visits Pangu Mountain with Junti's commotion. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. This moment. Hongjun spoke from the high platform. Those who have arrived at the Purple Cloud Palace today are indeed those with destiny. I should have 7 disciples beneath my wing. He then cast a contemplative gaze upon the assembly of deities. After a moment's pause, he continued. Laozi, the Primordial One, and Tongtian are manifestations of the primordial spirit of the great Pangu. They shall be my disciples, with Laozi as my eldest disciple, followed by the Primordial One, and Tongtian as the youngest. The 3 clear ones were filled with excitement. The hierarchy of their standing mattered little compared to the opportunity to become Hongjun's disciples. They rose to pay their respects, saying, "We pay our respects to our master." At this juncture, Junti knelt before Hongjun, pleading, "I humbly request that you accept my brother and me as your disciples." Tears streamed down his face, soaking the ground. Hongjun regarded Junti, while Jane sighed, seemingly aware of the situation, then replied, "Very well, I shall accept you both as my 4th and 5th disciples." Junti and Jane hurriedly rose to bow in gratitude. "We pay our respects to our master." They then turned to exchange bows with the 3 clear ones. Hongjun then addressed Nuwa. Nuwa, who will later bring forth the creation of the vast land, may also be my 6th disciple. Nuwa's face lit up with joy as she stood to greet Hongjun. Nuwa pays her respects to the master. She then paid her respects to the 3 clear ones and to Jane and Junti. Following this, Nuwa beseeched Hongjun, "I hope the master will show mercy and accept my brother as a disciple, in pursuit of the path to the Tao." She gazed at Hongjun with hopeful eyes. Fushi also rose to respectfully request, "I hope the master will show mercy." Hongjun looked at Fushi and said, "You lack the fortune for this. Simply remain in the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao." After speaking, he turned away, leaving Fushi with no choice but to sit down at this point. Hongjun's gaze fell upon Ye Feng, seated on the last cushion. Ye Feng sensed a smile from Hongjun, and then heard him say, "Ye Feng, you may be my named disciple, position last." After this, Hongjun cast a meaningful glance at Ye Feng and closed his eyes, falling silent. Ye Feng was taken aback by this turn of events, feeling a surge of indignation. To be named as a disciple and placed at the end of the line seemed a heavy burden, as he would undoubtedly appear diminished in the eyes of others. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, he refrained from voicing any objections. The remaining deities, seeing Hongjun's silence, grew anxious. Kunpeng, being impetuous, stepped forward and humbly implored, "I beseech the master to show mercy." With this, the other deities surged forward, clamoring for his attention. Hongjun opened his eyes and surveyed them, saying, "You all lack the affinity to be my disciples. Simply remain in the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao." The deities wished to speak further, but a wave of pressure emanated from Hongjun, silencing them and compelling them to withdraw. After a quarter of an hour, Hongjun reopened his serene eyes. "The discourse shall commence now. I will speak for 3,000 years, after which I shall no longer teach," he began. "In the chaos, there exists another entity, the azure lotus of creation, nurtured by the great Pangu. Pangu opened the heavens, and the vast wilderness was born. I embraced the chaotic treasure and created the jade butterfly, emerging into the world, aware of a certain essence, yet unaware of its name. Thus I referred to it as the Tao." Hongjun continued to expound, as dragons and phoenixes soared, and golden lotuses filled the sky. Those who were touched by the golden lotuses found their cultivation continuously advancing. After 2,000 years, Hongjun ceased his teachings, while the deities remained in meditation, undisturbed. Hongjun glanced at Ye Feng, who was also observing him, and offered a slight smile in return. When all the deities finally awakened, Hongjun declared, 2,000 years have passed in the teaching. You should disperse quickly. You may return to the Purple Cloud Palace in 1,000 years. The deities bowed in gratitude and exited the Purple Cloud Palace. and Nuwa departed. She cast a glance at Ye Feng, who remained seated, before gradually making her exit. Once all the deities had departed, Hongjun descended from the high platform and approached Ye Feng, while Ye Feng rose to meet him, and after exchanging formalities, Hongjun initiated the conversation. "May I inquire? Ye Feng, what insights do you have regarding my Tao?" He then gazed calmly at Ye Feng. Without hesitation, Ye Feng responded, "What is sentiment, and what is insentience? Sentiment can be insentient, and insentience can be sentimental. The heavenly Tao is indifferent, which led to Pangu's sacrifice. Yet, Pangu's sacrifice birthed countless beings. The heavenly Tao also nurtures this vast land. Pangu had sentiment. He willingly sacrificed himself for this land without regret. Yet, was he not also indifferent to himself?" Upon uttering these thoughts, Ye Feng seemed to exhale a breath of relief, as it was perhaps the most he had spoken since his rebirth. Hongjun sighed. Turning to Ye Feng, "Your understanding of the Tao is indeed profound. I, as the progenitor of the Tao, feel a sense of shame at why." Ye Feng hurriedly responded, "There is no need for such humility. My friend, each of us possesses our own Tao and mission. Why concern ourselves with titles, which are but illusions? As long as we act with integrity and remain true to our hearts, that is sufficient." Hongjun appeared to find solace in this. "Indeed, it seems I have overthought." After a moment of reflection, he added, "What are your thoughts on the future matters between the shaman and demon clans?" He gazed into the void with a look of deep contemplation that Ye Feng pondered for a long while before speaking. "The grand scheme remains unchanged, yet the minor paths may vary." After uttering these words, Ye Feng extended his hand and said, "Do you still remember our agreement, my friend?" Hongjun paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Indeed, it seems I must impose upon you, my friend." Ye Feng replied, "No matter in the eyes of others. We are master and disciple. In private, we are but friends." With that, he clasped his hands and added, "The hour grows late. I shall take my leave. I shall return to Zixiao Palace after a millennium." Hongjun also clasped his hands and said, "Safe travels, my friend." With that, Ye Feng exited Zixiao Palace. Once outside, Ye Feng beheld a woman of unparalleled beauty standing at the edge of the 33 heavens. The gentle breeze stirred her flowing hair, revealing a delicate visage. It was Nuwa. Ye Feng, not overthinking the situation, recalled that in his previous life he was merely a boy from a mountain village, unfamiliar with the nuances of romantic affection. Yet he found Nuwa to be extraordinarily beautiful and held a deep respect for her. Little did he expect that in this life, he had become her junior. "Ye Feng, my friend," Nuwa called softly to Ye Feng turned in curiosity to face her. Nuwa continued, "I wonder where you are headed. I have some leisure time and would like to accompany you. Would you allow it?" She gazed at him with an expression full of anticipation, surprised that Nuwa awaited him. Ye Feng replied, "There is no need for such formality. We are both disciples of Master Hongjun, so you may simply call me Junior." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's face lit up with joy. "Then may I inquire where you cultivate?" Her cheeks flushed slightly, though Ye Feng remained oblivious. Ye Feng respectfully responded, "North Jiulu Prefecture." Nuwa, intrigued, asked, "North Jiulu Prefecture? I have heard my brother mention that it is devoid of spiritual energy and plagued by venomous creatures. How does a junior reside there?" Ye Feng chuckled lightly and replied, "What one sees with their own eyes is not always the truth." Unbeknownst to Nuwa, North Jiulu Prefecture had indeed been, as she described before Ye Feng's arrival. However, since then, he had transformed it with the Pangu array and various means, a mere feat of the hand. Nuwa seemed to wish to discern something from Ye Feng's expression, yet found nothing at all. With a sigh, she said, "Then lead the way. Junior, I shall accompany you to see North Jiulu Prefecture." Ye Feng made no objections and turned to walk, with Nuwa following closely behind. In truth, Nuwa was not one to easily take a liking to others. Her curiosity was piqued by Ye Feng's clear, respectful gaze. Among her fellow disciples, most were either idle or deceitful, while Ye Feng was a stranger to her, hence her intrigue. The two refrained from utilizing their powers to fly, choosing instead to traverse the landscape and appreciate the scenery. Upon arriving at North Jiulu Prefecture, Nuwa frowned at the pervasive toxic haze and smoke, glancing at Ye Feng, who displayed no reaction and stepped forward into the mist. Nuwa thought to herself, What a miserly person. Nevertheless, she followed suit, conjuring a colorful protective barrier to shield herself from the noxious fumes, as she had an innate love for cleanliness and beauty. That a quarter of an hour later, they reached the outskirts of Pangu Mountain, where Nuwa was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is this not the Buzhou Mountain?" Ye Feng nodded, affirming her statement. Within Buzhou Mountain, lush trees flourished, and spiritual beasts and celestial birds roamed. With the melodious calls of phoenixes ringing out, the entire mountain exuded a sense of reverence and vibrant life. Nuwa, puzzled, remarked, "Isn't Buzhou Mountain located in the eastern Victory Divine Continent? How has it found its way to North Jilu Prefecture?" Ye Feng, revealing nothing, recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Nuwa clasped her hands and addressed Ye Feng. "Your great virtue, Junior, has saved the three clans from their own ignorance of the celestial timing, resulting in the tragic loss of their fortune over countless millennia. Were it not for your assistance, they would have faced annihilation." Her expression grew heavy, filled with sorrow. Ye Feng, observing Nuwa's demeanor, silently praised her compassion, truly deserving of her title as the Mother Goddess. Turning back to face Buzhou Mountain, he regarded it with a complex expression for a long moment before waving his hand, sending forth a blue energy orb that soared to the mountain's peak. A flash of azure light illuminated the area, and three powerful characters emerged at the summit. Pangu Mountain. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, these characters would one day command profound respect across the vast expanse of the primordial world and in the future lands of Huaxia. Nuwa, eager to inquire further, was deterred by the look on Ye Feng's face. Suppressing her questions, upon entering the Pangu Hall, Ye Feng pointed to the ground, and a meditation cushion materialized, upon which he settled down in tranquility. Observing this, Nuwa sat upon the newly appeared cushion, while the heavenly Tao cushion remained undisturbed. The two began to cultivate, initially intending to discuss their understanding of the Tao, yet Ye Feng fell into deep meditation the moment he sat down. Nuwa, feeling helpless, resumed her own cultivation. With time on her hands, she wandered around Pangu Mountain. After 500 years of cultivation, she returned to Nuwa Palace, while Ye Feng remained immobile, awaiting Master Hongjun's final teachings. Ye Feng's cultivation had progressed significantly, yet breaking through to the sage realm posed immense challenges. Even Master Hongjun, despite his prowess, could only align with the heavenly Tao without achieving a breakthrough. Ye Feng, unhurried, continued to cultivate, one hand grasping the Chaos Pearl, evolving new worlds, while the other held the Creation Heavenly Book. Chapter 8. Linger seeks apprenticeship and receives a divine sword. The future demon Saint faces deception. On this particular day, Ye Feng sat peacefully within Pangu Hall when unexpectedly, a blue energy orb flew into the chamber. With a sweep of his divine sense, he grasped the situation's essence. Ye Feng stowed away the blue orb and stepped into the void. In an instant, he found himself before a vast mountain devoid of stones and trees, where thick red smoke swirled, accompanied by waves of heat. In the distance, he could faintly see red magma continuously flowing. Ye Feng sensed the exact location and flew towards it. The blue energy orb was a communication jade talisman he had left for the three clan leaders, fearing they might encounter life-threatening situations. Today, he received a message from Feng Yuntian. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng appeared within a cave, which, like the surrounding areas, was devoid of flora but felt slightly cooler. Inside, Feng Yuntian awaited anxiously, and upon seeing Ye Feng, she was startled and hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Feng Yuntian pays her respects to the immortal. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement and said, "I observe that nothing of great consequence has occurred at the southern immortal fire mountain. May I inquire why you summoned me here?" Feng Yuntian hesitated. "Immortal, shortly after arriving at the southern immortal fire mountain, I gave birth to a daughter named Feng Linger. I did not wish to trouble you, but this volcano poses no danger to me. Yet, Linger is still young and cannot endure the volcanic flames. I implore you to take her back to Pangu Mountain for the Phoenix clan to care for her." With anticipation, she gazed at Ye Feng. This moment, a little girl dressed in green with two pigtails timidly approached Feng Yunxia's side, looking shyly at Ye Feng. Feng Yunxia quickly urged the little girl, "Linger, come greet the immortal." However, the little girl hid behind her mother, too frightened to step forward. Seeing this, Feng Yunxia, fearing Ye Feng might be displeased, scolded gently, "Linger, why are you not paying your respects to the immortal?" With tears streaming down her face, Feng Linger looked utterly aggrieved. Ye Feng chuckled softly and said, "There is no need for such formality. She is still but a child." He then addressed Feng Yunxia. "Now that the matter is settled, I shall take her away." He lifted Feng Linger and began to walk outside, but she struggled and cried, "Wah, Mama, I don't want to leave you." Her tears soaked Ye Feng's shoulder. Feng Yunxia, her eyes filled with tears, waved to her daughter, "When we return to Pangu Mountain, be sure to listen to the immortal and your brothers and sisters." Ye Feng did not return to Pangu Mountain immediately. Feng Linger reminded him of his own adorable sister, Ye Qing. Though they were not the same person, this similarity would greatly benefit Feng Linger, ensuring her future path would be boundless. A year later, Ye Feng returned to Pangu Mountain with Feng Linger. By then, she had recovered from the anguish of separation and was no longer timid around Ye Feng. Tea times, she would even run up to him, seeking affection. One day, as they walked through Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng squatted down to look at Feng Linger and asked, "Linger, do you wish to become my disciple? In this primordial world, no one shall dare to bully you." Feng Linger gazed at him with her bright, watery eyes and replied, "Yes, yes, Master. Why did you only accept me now? Don't you know, when you came to fetch me from Mama, I was so scared because you didn't even smile." Ye Feng was both amused and exasperated. His habit of speaking little was now being used against him by this little girl. Feng Linger, being clever, realized the respect her mother held for Ye Feng, and quickly knelt down, bowing thrice, sweetly calling out, "Master." Then, with a feigned innocence, she extended her hands and said, "Master, I heard that when one becomes a disciple, they must offer a gift." Ye Feng playfully pinched Feng Linger's small nose and replied, "You little rascal, who told you that one must bring a gift to become a disciple?" With that, he cast a fond glance at her. After a moment, Ye Feng inquired, "What kind of gift do you desire?" Feng Linger tilted her little head in contemplation and replied, "Master, I wish for a precious sword. Every day, I see countless individuals soaring through the skies on their swords. If only I had one. How wonderful it would be. I could venture wherever I please, just like them." But Ye Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl truly was naive. Little did she know that for others, it was not merely about flying. A fine sword, after all, could mean the difference between life and death in dire situations. He nodded and said to Feng Linger, "Let us first enter Pangu Mountain. Allow me to procure a sword for you. Shall we?" Feng Linger gazed at Ye Feng with uncontainable excitement, saying, "Master, please do not deceive me. I desire nothing else but to await your sword." With that, she was led by Ye Feng into Pangu Mountain. Upon entering, Ye Feng summoned the last remaining colorful phoenix from the Great War of the Three Clans and informed her of Feng Linger's situation, urging her to take good care of the girl. Afterward, he declared, "From now on, Linger may come and go freely within the Pangu Hall." With that, he vanished into thin air. Feng Linger, however, followed the colorful phoenix into the land of the Feng clan, and thus Pangu Mountain gained a little girl who would cause trouble every day. Filling the place with her laughter and vitality, Ye Feng disappeared. He found himself amidst the 9 heavens' divine thunder and the boundless fierce winds of Pangu Mountain. He recalled the day he first arrived at Pangu Mountain, when he encountered a shimmering bamboo that emitted a myriad of colors. That time, the bamboo was still too young for harvesting, so he chose to leave it be. It was only today that Feng Linger mentioned wanting a sword that he remembered the existence of a primordial divine bamboo. This bamboo was none other than the renowned 5-colored glazed bamboo, the first divine bamboo of the primordial earth, exceptionally sturdy and vibrant green. Ye Feng nodded to himself, contemplating that if he forged a sword from this divine bamboo for Linger, it would surely be remarkable. He retrieved the divine bamboo and returned to the Pangu Hall, where he summoned the Chinquan cauldron and cast the 5-colored glazed bamboo into it. Then, from the Chinquan ring, he produced a 7-colored crystal, a treasure from the primordial chaos that he and Pangu had discovered. This crystal had the power to enhance the grade of magical artifacts. Ye Feng meticulously controlled the cauldron's fire and infused various formations into the bamboo sword. After 3 days, a brilliant 7-colored light erupted from the Chinquan cauldron, revealing a small, agile sword encircled in vibrant hues, inscribed with the 4 ancient characters, Feng Ling Divine Sword. This was a sword crafted especially for Feng Linger. Named after her, Ye Feng grasped the sword, feeling its chilling touch, but his profound cultivation protected him from harm. He then exited the Pangu Hall, using his divine sense to locate Feng Linger to his amusement. He found her tormenting a small calf, the little azure bull, recognizing the girl before him as a recent arrival in Pangu Mountain and a little demoness of high status, being both the cherished jewel of the Feng clan and the disciple of the formidable Ye Feng, dared not resist and could only endure her antics. Utterly exhausted by tea that moment, Feng Linger was instructing the little bull, "Be good, turn around for me, and I'll reward you with something delicious later." The little bull, resigned, complied. Ye Feng interjected, "Linger, this mischief is unbecoming. Do you not realize that every creature possesses a spirit? It is not your greatness that allows you to bully them. Rather, they're simply yielding to you." Hearing Ye Feng's admonition, Feng Linger hurriedly approached him, tugging at his sleeve with her tiny hands, and said, "Master, I understand my mistake, that I was simply bored, and since no one would play with me, I sought out these creatures, but they always seemed to avoid me." The little azure bull finally felt relieved upon Ye Feng's arrival and respectfully lay prostrate on the ground. Observing this, Ye Feng refrained from reprimanding Feng Linger further. Instead, he noticed the little azure bull and was taken aback, realizing it was the future bull demon king. Though small, the bull exuded a regal air. Ye Feng thought to himself, who would have imagined that the illustrious bull demon king would be at the mercy of a little girl? After a moment, Ye Feng addressed the little bull. "You may go now." The little bull, feeling as if it had been granted a reprieve, turned and dashed away. Ye Feng then called out, "Wait a moment." The little bull, startled, halted and turned, trembling in fear as it looked at Ye Feng. Amused by its reaction, Ye Feng said, "There is no need for such alarm. I mean you no harm. Here, consider this a token of compensation for Linger's playful torment." With that, he tossed a 5-element fruit to the little bull. The bull devoured the fruit in one bite and ran off without a trace, unaware that the fruit held remarkable powers, much like the one consumed by Long Batian in the past, which restored his cultivation and even led to a breakthrough. The future demon sage was now playfully ensnared by a little girl. Turning to Feng Linger, who was aware of her misdeeds and had lowered her head in shame, Ye Feng felt a pang of compassion but knew it was important to educate her. After all, he could not allow her to develop such habits. He said, "Linger, do you understand what you did wrong?" With tears welling in her eyes, Feng Linger stammered, unsure of how to respond, as this was the first time Ye Feng had scolded her. Seeing the impact of his words, Ye Feng ceased his reprimand. Kneeling down to embrace her gently, "Linger, it is not my intention to chastise you. Do you not see that all beings possess a spirit? Should the strong bully the weak? How would you feel if you were subjected to such treatment?" In his arms, Feng Linger timidly replied, "Master, I promise I won't bully them again." Ye Feng nodded and asked, "Do you know why I sought you out?" Suddenly, Feng Linger seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "Master, are you going to give me a sword?" Her face lit up with anticipation as she gazed at Ye Feng. With a subtle nod, Ye Feng produced the Feng Ling Divine Sword, explaining, "This sword is a postnatal supreme treasure, a powerful offensive artifact. However, since your current cultivation is insufficient, I have sealed part of its power. Nevertheless, flying with this sword will be a simple task for you. You may only fully harness its abilities once your cultivation has reached a certain level." He then handed the sword to Feng Linger, who held it with unwavering delight. Chapter 9. Hongjun and the Dapeng are surrounded. Yuntian and Jian seek to cross over. In the previous chapter, Ye Feng forged the Feng Ling Divine Sword for his disciple, Feng Linger. Meanwhile, in the Thousand Buddha Hall of the Western Hinyo Prefecture, 2 middle-aged men with contrasting expressions sat in deep contemplation. One bore a face of sorrow, while the other wore a benevolent yet cunning smile. These two were none other than Jian and Yuntian. Yuntian calculated with his fingers, his face lighting up with excitement as he turned to Jian, saying, "Brother, this is indeed our opportunity, a foundation for future great matters." Jian, rarely displaying a smile, responded, "Then let us, brothers, set forth together." Zhuan agreed, and the two exited the Thousand Buddha Hall, ascending on a golden cloud towards the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. In the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, 5 individuals stood in confrontation, divided into 2 factions. One faction consisted of a young man in white and a man in black, both exuding an air of pride. The white-clad youth was strikingly handsome, while the black-clad figure, though lacking in physical appeal, shared a similar arrogance. These were Hongjun and his Peng, transformed from Feng Yunxia of the Phoenix clan. Long ago, Feng Yunxia had only wished for her clan's peace and prosperity, never aspiring for dominion over the world. Both individuals possessed lofty ambitions, reluctant to remain beneath Feng Yunxia's shadow. Thus they ventured out into the world. Little did they anticipate that during their cultivation, they would inadvertently become trapped in a secluded state during the 3-clan war, emerging from their retreat only to discover that eons had passed since the conflict had ended. As members of the Phoenix clan, they hastened towards Mount Buzhou. However, they found a mountain occupied by the Demon clan, and a dispute broke out between them, leading to a fierce battle. Both were at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. While the demon army outside Mount Buzhou consisted of lesser demon soldiers, who were no match for them. Consequently, a small demon soldier rushed to the Demon Emperor's hall to report to Donghuang Tai Yi and Dijun, who were engaged in conversation with the demon master Kunpeng. Upon hearing the soldier's report, the 3 emerged to understand the situation. Upon arrival, they contemplated the possibility of recruiting these 2 formidable individuals for their service. Exchanging glances, Dijun spoke first. "Fellow Taoists, may I inquire why you are causing trouble in my Mount Buzhou? Do you believe my demon clan is without defenders?" He fixed his gaze intently on them. Despite their enhanced cultivation, they could not contend with Dijun's quasi-saintly power and remained steadfast, refusing to retreat. Dijun, observing their resilience, nodded that at this moment, Donghuang Tai Yi also spoke. "Fellow Taoists, how magnificent the 3 ancient clans were in their prime. However, it is unfortunate that you have ventured out during such a tumultuous time. As it stands, Mount Buzhou now belongs to my demon clan, and I hope you understand the gravity of the situation." After exchanging a knowing glance with the cunning demon master Kunpeng, he promptly stepped forward and addressed the 2 companions. "At such a time, when the illustrious members of the Phoenix clan are lost to us, you 2 are filled with ambition and aspirations. The demon race can offer you a convenient path. Should we come to rule the world in the future, you both could once again showcase the grandeur of the Phoenix clan." With that, he cast a sly grin at the 2. Kongxian and the Great Peng were left dazed by the barrage of words from the 3, and upon regaining their senses, they realized that the demon race intended to retain them as their servants. The 2, proud and unyielding, recalled that during the reign of Feng Yunxia, the Phoenix clan could not afford to keep them, let alone the current demon race. Kongxian cupped his hands and said, "It was indeed my brother and I who acted rashly earlier. However, given the passage of time, it is only natural that we became somewhat disoriented. I hope the 3 of you will not hold it against us." Aware that the opponents were quasi-saints, Kongxian chose to set aside his lofty demeanor, yet he sensed their intention to detain the 2 brothers. Dijun interjected, "There is no need for such formality. My friends, as the saying goes, one does not know a person until they have fought. Let's not dwell on trivial skirmishes. I wonder if you have given any thought to the matter we previously discussed." He smiled amiably at the 2 this moment. The usually silent Great Peng spoke up. "My brother and I have grown accustomed to a life of leisure. We do not appreciate constraints. We are grateful for your goodwill. But we must take our leave to seek out the Phoenix clan." That he seized Kongxian and prepared to depart. Kunpeng interjected, "My friends, it would be a disgrace for the esteemed demon race if you were to leave without at least sharing a cup of tea with us. Consider it a favor to the 2 demon emperors." His sly grin remained. Kongxian replied, "We cannot impose upon you further. Why, brother, and I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, he turned to leave. Just then, Donghuang Tai exclaimed, "Do you think you can treat my demon race as you please, coming and going as you wish? It is not so simple." He stepped forward, positioning himself before the 2 brothers. With the Donghuang bell in hand, he glared fiercely at them, while Kunpeng brandished the Qingmu divine staff, ready for action, and Dijun held the Hichu Luos who, in truth, such a display was unnecessary. It was merely to prevent the two from escaping. Showcasing their powerful artifacts, Decisive summoned the Hichu Luo Shu, unleashing a burst of golden light that immobilized the two. Kongxian and Great Peng, both at the level of the Luo Jingxian, found themselves outmatched by the three, as even one of them was sufficient to hinder their escape. Despite their fierce resistance, their innate pride would not allow them to bow down. That moment, a flash of golden light appeared from the west, and two figures emerged, one singing. The great awakening golden immortal is unmatched. The Western Bodhi is the root of wondrous methods. Neither born nor extinguished, they forge onward in threes and threes, full of spirit and kindness. Another followed, proclaiming, "The cycles of life and death are fraught with challenges. 10 lifetimes scarcely free from karma." The two ancestors of the West possess marvelous teachings, rescuing all souls in a bliss point. One held a branch from the Bodhi tree, a primordial spiritual treasure, resonating with the 5-color divine light behind Kongxian, akin to the 7 treasures divine tree. The other wielded a long staff, the enhancing divine staff, also a primordial treasure. These two were none other than the figures of Yuntian and Ye. They intended to journey to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent to guide souls back to the barren Western Hinyo continent, having identified Kongxian as a suitable candidate. Both were individuals of great resolve. And despite the presence of the 3 demons, they still revealed themselves. Kunpeng, upon seeing them, discerned their intentions and was the first to speak. "Brothers, may I inquire about your purpose here?" His words were clearly disingenuous. Dong Huang Tai cast a disdainful glance at him and turned away, while Jin and Zhuanti remained unfazed, stating, "Dear younger brothers, today, sensing a connection, I calculated that one here is destined to have a teacher-student bond with us. Hence our presence." With a compassionate gaze directed at Kongxian, Decisive interjected, "What teacher-student bond? These two have intruded upon our demon territory. We 3 have come to bring them back for their transgressions. I advise you against any rash actions that may harm our brotherhood." Having all studied under the same master in the Purple Cloud Palace, they referred to each other as brothers. Zhuanti added, "My brother is here solely for Kongxian. I hope you two will comply. In the future, we will not forget your kindness." The demon trio, of course, would not acquiesce. Even a blind man could see that Kongxian's future achievements would far surpass those of Great Peng. Such a prize could not simply be relinquished. Dong Huang Tai, unable to contain his anger, shouted, "Zhuanti, you old scoundrels, do not overstep your bounds. Do you not recognize your own worth? Depart at once before you sour our mood." This provoked Zhuanti, who was known for his tenacity and jealousy, and he retorted angrily, "Tai, out of respect for our shared lineage, I offer you counsel. Yet you." With that, he summoned the 7 treasures divine tree and swiped it toward the trapped Kongxian and Great Peng, determined to seize them. However, in a moment of carelessness, Dejuan's Hichu Luoshu was jostled by Zhuni's swipe, allowing Kongxian and Great Peng a chance to escape. They seized the opportunity and fled toward the direction of the North Julu continent. As members of the Phoenix clan, both possessed the cultivation of the Luo Jingxian, and their speed was extraordinary, vanishing from sight in an instant. Dejuan, furious, exclaimed, "Zhuanti, you are no true sons. How dare you trespass upon my Unzao mountain? I will not let you leave without retribution. Such actions would tarnish the reputation of my demon race." He charged at Zhuni. Dong Huang Tai was equally enraged. He had never held a favorable view of these two and found their interference intolerable. Grasping the Dong Huang bell, he aimed it at Jin. The Dong Huang bell was a primordial artifact, and should it ensnare Jin, even he would face grave consequences. Jin swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping, yet felt the stinging aura of the bell. Meanwhile, Kunpeng, ever the strategist, pursued Kongxian and Great Peng, his speed remarkable. Though not as swift as the phoenix, he was a quasi-saint and closing in rapidly. Yet Kongxian and Great Peng, despite their pride and unwillingness to succumb, recognized the formidable strength of their pursuers. They resolved to preserve their lives, vowing to avenge this day in the future. Ignoring the dangers, they summoned their remaining powers and fled toward the perilous North Julu continent, where fierce beasts and toxic mists lurked that moment. Zhuanti and Jane were engaged in fierce combat with Dong Huang Tai and as they witnessed Kong Xian and Great Peng flee. They considered retreating to pursue them. However, Tai and Decisive were formidable opponents, unwilling to let them leave easily. The confrontation was evenly matched, though Jane found himself in a more precarious position, narrowly evading the attacks of the Donghuang Bell. Yuntian, seeing Kunpeng pursue Kong Xian and Great Peng, knew that with Kunpeng's deep cultivation, capturing the two was not beyond the realm of possibility. He conveyed to Jane, "Brother, it seems today's events are turning unfavorably. We might need to settle for capturing the Great Peng instead as for Kong Xian. We can seek him out later." Jing, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. Yuntian then addressed the two younger brothers. "Continuing this battle endlessly will lead us nowhere. Why not let us, as brothers, retreat and seek the Great Peng instead? Please allow us to open a path, and in the future, we will remember this favor. Moreover, if we delay in capturing Kong Xian, unforeseen consequences may arise." After a moment of contemplation, Decisive found the reasoning sound, especially since he was currently entangled by the two. He glanced at Donghuang Tai and remarked, "Very well, let it be so." Donghuang Tai snorted in response. Jane affirmed agreed. "Let us pursue Kong Xian and Great Peng together." With that, he and Junie advanced to lead the charge, while the demon pair closely followed. Wary of any potential tricks from Jane and Yuntian, as the setting sun cast its last rays, a gentle breeze swept over Unzao Mountain, revitalizing the atmosphere as if the dying light were but a fleeting visitor to this sacred ground. Chapter 10. Ye Feng's rules demonstrate their power. Kong Xian and Great Peng finally return. Previously, Kong Xian and Great Peng fled toward the North Jiulu continent, with Kunpeng in hot pursuit, while Donghuang Tai, Decisive, Yuntian, and Jane momentarily ceased their battle to follow. Within the North Jiulu continent, Kong Xian and Great Peng darted about like two frenzied flies, their former dignified phoenix forms now lost to desperation. They dared not linger, as Kunpeng, relentless like a harbinger of death, was hot on their heels. With their remaining powers dwindling, they exerted every ounce of energy to escape. Unbeknownst to them, they were heading toward Pangu Mountain, where Ye Feng was delivering a lecture on the Great Tao to Feng Linger in the Grand Hall. Though still young and lacking full comprehension, she listened intently, having learned from her previous reprimand to be more cautious and refrain from mischief. As Ye Feng spoke, he suddenly furrowed his brow, then relaxed. Noticing his pause, Feng Linger timidly inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Ye Feng replied nonchalantly, "It seems we have some unwelcome guests at the mountain gate. Come, Linger, your master will take you to deal with them." With that, he grasped her hand and vanished, appearing before Pangu Mountain. Originally, Ye Feng's disposition was such that he preferred to remain uninvolved in this matter. However, with others running amok at his Pangu Mountain, he could no longer turn a blind eye in a state of panic. Kong Xian, the Great Peng, spotted a figure clad in black ahead, and, without understanding the thoughts racing through his mind, flew furiously towards the black-clad individual, who was none other than Ye Feng. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Kong Xian inexplicably felt as if Ye Feng might be his salvation, and thus he bowed and implored, "I beseech you, immortal, to save my brother and me. We shall forever remember your great kindness." When Ye Feng offered no response, Kong Xian knelt and pleaded, "I beg you, immortal, for your assistance, and in the future, my brother and I shall not dare to voice any grievances. Even if we become mere steeds, such is the nature of humanity. What one desires often eludes them, while that which one does not wish for arrives unbidden." The three demons and the two from the west were intent on bringing Kong Xian and his brother under their sway. Yet they remained resolute, unwilling to surrender even unto death. Yet here, before Ye Feng, they did not hesitate to bow in submission. Why Ye Feng replied coolly, "Rise. We shall discuss this matter shortly." Just then Kunpeng arrived, and upon seeing the two still present, exclaimed, "Run! Why are you two not fleeing? When I capture you, you shall see." He burst into laughter, only to be silenced by a cold snort from Ye Feng, which sent Kunpeng reeling, his blood boiling, in shock. He turned to the black-clad figure and exclaimed, "So it is you, senior brother Ye Feng? I offer my respects. May I inquire as to your purpose here?" With a beaming smile, Kunpeng regarded Ye Feng. well aware that he was the seventh disciple of Hongjun and dared not offend him lightly. Ye Feng responded nonchalantly. There are wild dogs at the mountain gate. I have come to drive them away. Even Kunpeng, no fool, understood that this remark was directed at him. Originally not one to shy away from confrontation, he retorted angrily, I respect you as my senior brother out of consideration for our shared experiences at Zixiao Palace. But do not think for a moment that I am scared of you. With that, he shot Ye Feng a sinister grin at Ye Feng, however, chose not to engage, biding his time for others to arrive so they could address the situation together. Before long, Dong Huangtai, Dijun, and the two from the west, Jin and Junti, arrived in succession. Upon seeing Ye Feng, they were momentarily taken aback, but it was Junti who first regained composure, saying, Junior brother, I greet you. What brings you here? After formalities were exchanged, Ye Feng stated, I reside upon this mountain. He gestured towards Pangu Mountain, leaving the others, especially the three demons, in stunned silence. Dong Huangtai was the first to speak. Stammering, How? How is this possible? We returned to Buzhou Mountain. Dijun, remaining more composed, asked, Senior brother Ye Feng, may I inquire about the situation regarding this Buzhou Mountain? I humbly request your enlightenment. Ye Feng replied matter-of-factly. The affairs of the primordial land are beyond your comprehension. What is so extraordinary about two identical Buzhou mountains? Moreover, this is not even called Buzhou Mountain, he added, pointing once again to the summit of Pangu Mountain. The others followed his gesture and beheld the three large characters. Pangu Mountain. Junti remarked, I did not expect my junior brother to dwell upon such a celestial peak. You are indeed fortunate. Unlike us who reside in the western borders. This was followed by a look of envy directed at Ye Feng. Ye Feng paid little heed to the others, turning to Kong Xian and his companion, saying, all members of the Phoenix clan are within this mountain. I am already aware of your circumstances, so you may enter and seek out the Phoenix tribe. Without waiting for their reactions, he waved his hand, sending them into Pangu Mountain. Hold on, wait, several voices called out in succession. Ye Feng remained indifferent to their thoughts, continuing to usher Kong Xian and his brother inside. Dong Huangtai, furious, declared, Ye Feng, we traveled countless miles for Kong Xian and his brother. And you dare to disrupt our affairs. If you do not provide an explanation today, this matter will not end here. With that, he glared at Ye Feng. Dijun added, Ye Feng, consider your limits. Do not sacrifice your life for two unrelated individuals. Jin and Junti echoed, Junior brother, you have overstepped. We kindly ask you to surrender the two, and we shall not make things difficult for you. They feigned compassion, but Ye Feng ignored the assembly of deities. Lowering his head to speak to Feng Ling, have you heard those wild dogs causing a ruckus? I shall help you chase them away. Innocently, Feng Linger replied, Master, where are their wild dogs? I cannot see any. Her face was filled with curiosity as she glanced around. Meanwhile, the gods were seething with rage, and Dong Huangtai, he could no longer contain himself, saying, Ye Feng, you are exceedingly arrogant. Let us see how you handle us. Dijun coldly scoffed, you will have to be taught a lesson. Junti added, Junior brother, why must you muddy the waters, still wearing a facade of compassion? Jin lamented, you should not act this way, even considering our shared history. You must be taught a lesson. Ye Feng coldly retorted, there is no point in excessive words. Let us engage properly. With that, he sent Feng Linger to the peak of Pangu Mountain. Ye Feng did not summon the chaotic treasures, but instead retrieved the Yuntian Qi, heaven-shaking ruler, a congenital spiritual treasure he had discovered alongside Pangu. This ruler, primarily for attack, could establish a rule-based formation wherein the same caliber of divine thunder as that within Pangu Mountain would manifest. Its might enough to shake the heavens. Ye Feng understood that with his cultivation and the treasures at hand, dispatching a few would take but an instant, yet he was aware that such an act was unwarranted. He merely sought to teach them a lesson. Ye Feng wielded the Yuntian Qi and swept it towards the group, ensnaring them within the constraints of its rules. Each of them summoned their treasures to shield themselves, including Dong Huangtai, who cautiously brandished the Eastern Emperor Bell for protection. Within the confines of the rules, divine thunder continuously manifested, and even with their divine powers, the group found themselves in disarray. Dong Huangtai, a sovereign among the demons, could not endure such humiliation and struck the Eastern Emperor bell against the formation, causing it to tremble violently. Observing this, Ye Feng infused a blue gas into the grand formation, further solidifying its rules. And within the confines, Kongxian, Jin, and Kunpeng found themselves in the most dire straits. The three wielded offensive treasures, yet the divine thunder proved overwhelmingly powerful, forcing them into desperate evasion. Dong Huang, Tai, Yi, and Di Jun, benefiting from the defensive capabilities of the Eastern Emperor Bell and the River Diagram and Luo Book, managed to evade, though not without difficulty. Realizing it was time to relent, Ye Feng dissipated the grand formation and stowed away the Zhen Tian Qi, casting a cold gaze upon the group. They felt as if the world had spun out of control before reappearing at the foot of Pangu Mountain. Now aware that the formation had been lifted, Dong Huang Tai Yi, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Ye Feng, do not be a coward. If you possess the ability, let us engage in a true battle. Do not hide behind a grand formation." He glared furiously at Ye Feng. Why Ye Feng feigned indifference. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, Di Jun cautioned, Tai Yi, do not act rashly. He understood that Ye Feng's ability to wield such a grand formation indicated formidable cultivation and recognized that Ye Feng had likely held back. Otherwise, they might have faced dire consequences. After all, he was prudent, aware that a vast demon clan awaited governance. He exchanged a glance with Kunpeng, and the trio departed in a dejected manner, while Ye Feng paid them no mind, allowing them to leave as they pleased. Turning his attention to Jin and Juni, he noted that Junti's earlier facade of compassion had vanished, replaced by anger and embarrassment. With a cold snort, he cast a glance at Ye Feng, who remained unfazed and focused on Jin. Understanding that Ye Feng sought a declaration from him, Jin stepped forward, stating, "Junior brother, your actions today have jeopardized our future opportunities. We shall need to settle this matter later." With that, he pulled Juni along, retreating to the western border. Even in their retreat, they did not forget to display a flash of golden light, demonstrating that even in defeat, they retained their grandeur, the two from the west, embodying a facade of compassion. Upon witnessing the departure of the deities, Ye Feng returned to the peak of Pangu Mountain and retrieved Feng Ling. He then asked, "Linger, did you see your master chase away the wild dogs?" Feng Linger, puzzled, responded, "Master, I still have not seen any puppies. How is it that you have returned to fetch me?" Ye Feng smiled and led Feng Linger back to the Pangu Hall. Meanwhile, Kongxian and the Great Peng had entered Pangu Mountain. Returning to the current dwelling place of the Phoenix tribe, they beheld the once mighty Phoenix clan, now reduced to less than 1,000,000, their faces etched with sorrow. Yet, time had passed, and regrets were futile. The Phoenix clan did not ostracize Kongxian and his brother. Despite their pride, they were inherently good-natured. Upon their return, they were appointed as protective elders by the colorful Phoenix, sharing a similar standing with her. The return of Kongxian and the Great Peng greatly bolstered the strength of the Phoenix clan, yet competing with the Dragon clan remained an impossibility. Moreover, the Phoenix clan could not seek revenge at present. Feng Yunxia, in her determination to seek a sliver of fortune under the heavenly Tao for her kin, resolutely suppressed the immortal fire volcano in the southern heavens. Given 100 chances, they would not dare to jeopardize the fortunes of the Phoenix clan. Feng Linger continued to grow day by day, her cultivation steadily increasing. Though Ye Feng possessed methods to instantly elevate her prowess, he refrained from doing so, for such actions would only hinder her progress in the path of cultivation. Thus, time flowed slowly onward. Chapter 11. The Zixiao Palace kicks away the river of darkness. The primordial purple qi determines the sacred position that a millennium had passed since the last lecture by Hongjun. And on this day, the voice of Hongjun echoed across the vast primordial land once more. A millennium has passed. Those with fate may return to Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. Having spoken his piece, a profound silence enveloped the vast expanse of the primordial realm, prompting the myriad deities to unleash their treasures and hasten towards the celestial palace of Zixiao. Leaf Maple 2. Composed himself and took the hand of Phoenix Linger as they made their way to the Zixiao Palace. Phoenix Linger was truly fortunate. Not only did she have Leaf Maple by her side to impart wisdom, but even on the journey to the Zixiao Palace, he brought her along, marking her as a pioneer among the denizens of the primordial world. Leaf Maple refrained from utilizing any extraordinary powers, choosing instead to glide slowly towards the heavenly realm with Phoenix Linger. As they journeyed midway, they encountered the revered ancestor of the Earth Immortals, Ye Yuntian, along with the venerable Hongjun. Upon seeing the two kind-hearted elders, Phoenix Linger joyfully called out Grandpa, to which Ye Yuntian and Hongjun responded with warm smiles. Ye Yuntian then presented his famed primordial fruit, the fruit of life, to Phoenix Linger, while Hongjun, lacking a gift, promised to seek out something precious for her in the future, delighting Phoenix Linger immensely. Leaf Maple, feeling a bit embarrassed about her receiving gifts from others, reminded her that these two were her senior uncles. After exchanging formal greetings, the trio continued towards the Xiao Palace. Unbeknownst to Hongjun, it was due to his owed promise to Phoenix Linger that he would later find himself escaping a dire calamity. Upon arrival at the Xiao Palace, nearly all the deities had gathered. Upon spotting Leaf Maple, Nuwa greeted him with a smile, then turned to Phoenix Linger and remarked, "Junior brother, is this your disciple? How adorable." Leaf Maple nodded in acknowledgement, while Phoenix Linger exclaimed, "Sister, you are so beautiful. Can I grow up to be as pretty as you?" She gazed earnestly at Nuwa, causing the latter to blush and reply, "Linger is already beautiful. When you grow up, you will undoubtedly be even more stunning than your sister." She then shyly glanced at Leaf Maple. That moment, a figure rushed into the Xiao Palace. It was the ancient ancestor of the underworld river, Mingi. Ignoring the assembly, he plopped down onto Leaf Maple's mat, casting a disdainful glance at him. In truth, Mingi had long coveted Leaf Maple's seat, but had lacked the opportunity to express his desire until now. Mingi emerged from the blood sea of the underworld, a foul place born from the navel of Pangu, and he had used the blood sea to forge countless treasures, claiming that as long as the blood sea endured. So he was born with the primordial treasures, the Yuan II and the two swords of a beach, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of quasi-saint, making him a formidable opponent. Nuwa, witnessing this, immediately demanded, "Mingi, what do you mean by this? That seat belongs to junior brother Leaf Maple. Aren't you afraid of incurring punishment?" Her face flushed with anger, which added another layer of charm to her demeanor. Mingi chuckled. "Nuwa, are you defending this kid because you have taken a liking to him? He hasn't even spoken, and you're already jumping to his aid." His laughter only deepened Nuwa's blush, but her anger quickly returned. At this juncture, Phoenix Linger piped up, "You big bully, move aside from my master's seat, or I shall not hold back." She clenched her tiny fist, looking utterly adorable. Mingi, taken aback by the audacity of the little girl, snarled, "Little girl, I am Mingi, the greatest connoisseur of human flesh. With your delicate appearance, I bet your meat would be delicious." He licked his lips menacingly, causing Phoenix Linger to hide behind Leaf Maple in fright. Ye Yuntian and Hongjun, about to intervene, were deterred by a fierce glare from Mingi. Meanwhile, the other deities either watched with amusement or remained indifferent. Even Tong Tian intended to interject, but was restrained by Yuan Shi. The members of the demon clan, Ye Feng and others, were aware that Mingi was about to face misfortune. Leaf Maple, however, remained silent. Approaching Mingi, he delivered a swift kick. To Mingi's shock, he found himself unable to retaliate. He was sent flying out of the Xiao Palace, spitting out blood as he soared through the air. It was evident Mingi had sustained grave injuries. He chose not to linger, retreating to the blood sea of the underworld, leaving behind a grudge against Leaf Maple, who remained unbothered, knowing he had sown seeds of future trouble. The other deities were taken aback by Leaf Maple's decisive action, realizing the depth of his cultivation. While the three pure ones frowned deeply at that moment, Hongjun appeared upon the high platform, maintaining his usual serene demeanor. As if nothing had transpired, the deities speculated on Hongjun's leniency towards Leaf Maple. Hongjun then declared, "1,000 years have passed. I shall commence a new lecture on the Tao. This time, I will impart the remaining 2,000 years of the Tao to you all." As he began his discourse, Leaf Maple lifted Phoenix Linger and placed her on the 7th seat to listen. Although Phoenix Linger did not comprehend the teachings of the benevolent elder on the high platform, she was astute enough to absorb the essence of his words, laying a solid foundation for her future. Thus, Hongjun continued his teachings, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had flown by. Upon concluding his lecture, he observed the deities and noted that the three pure ones, as well as others, had gained insights, albeit at varying depths. Once they had all comprehended, Hongjun announced, "The next 1,000 years shall be devoted to the path of becoming a saint. You shall rely on your own fortunes. How much you can comprehend will depend on your destiny." He then began expounding on the path of the saints, causing many deities to drift into slumber, with even those destined to become saints feeling drowsy. Let alone the others. Leaf Maple, however, felt a deeper resonance due to his own cultivation. He understood that Hongjun's path was his own, and he must pursue his unique Tao. Time swiftly passed, and another year had gone by. Observing the deities, Hongjun noted that those who were meant to receive had done so, while others had not, that he awakened them, stating, "I have lectured on the Tao for 3,000 years. I shall not teach again. You must pass down my teachings and refrain from committing acts that defy heaven and reason." The deities bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Master. We shall remember your words." After this, Hongjun added, "The Tao is 50. The heavens evolve 49, and the heavenly Tao suffers loss due to the missing one. Soon, I shall merge with the Tao to restore that which has been lost." He then continued, "Since my birth, I alone have received 9 strands of primordial purple energy. I have used one for my own enlightenment, and I shall bestow the remaining 8 upon you as opportunities for your future ascension." He glanced at the 3 pure ones, acknowledging that they were transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit and would surely have their chance to become saints. With a wave, he sent 3 strands of primordial purple energy into their bodies, disappearing within them as they expressed their gratitude. Hongjun then looked towards Yuntian and Jiejing, saying, "Though you both lack innate virtues, you possess great will and wisdom. You too shall have the opportunity to attain sainthood." He sent 2 strands of primordial purple energy into their bodies, and they hurriedly expressed their thanks, with Yuntian's face radiating compassion while Jiejing's features revealed a hint of mischief. Hongjun then turned to Nuwa, stating, "Nuwa, as one of the few divine beings among women in the primordial realm, you shall also have your chance to become a saint." He sent a strand of primordial purple energy into her being, which vanished within her as she expressed her gratitude. In the blink of an eye, 6 of the 8 strands of primordial purple energy had been distributed, causing the other deities to panic. One of the demon clan, Tai, hurriedly knelt and implored, "Please, Master, have mercy. We of the demon clan are a great lineage in the primordial realm and have enjoyed the fortune of the great Pangu, with the sun star nurturing treasures and the unmoving mountain, which is a part of Pangu's spine. We beseech your kindness." Following his words, Emperor Jun, Kuanpeng, and their kin all knelt in supplication, seeing the demon clan's actions. The other deities followed suit, kneeling and pleading, "We implore you, Master, to show mercy." Hongjun glanced at the unmoving leaf maple and remarked, "The primordial purple energy is limited, while the desire for enlightenment is boundless. Rise, and in time, you will know your fates." That he then smiled at Phoenix Linga and nestled in Leaf Maple's embrace, saying, "Leaf Maple, you too shall have the chance to become a saint." With that, a strand of primordial purple energy flew into Leaf Maple, who graciously accepted, knowing Hongjun's intentions. That he rose and bowed, expressing, "Thank you, Master." With the distribution of the primordial purple energy complete, the deities gazed at Hongjun with hopeful expressions. Unperturbed by their stares, Hongjun casually sent the final strand of primordial purple energy into Hongyun's body. Hongyun, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, was jolted awake by a cold snort, as Kuanpeng, filled with jealousy at the sight of Hongyun receiving the primordial purple energy, harbored resentment for the loss of his seat. The other deities regarded Hongyun with envious glances, but he, now aware of his fortune, disregarded their opinions and beamed with joy, unaware that he had unwittingly sown the seeds of future troubles. "I could see this moment." Laozi inquired, "May I ask, Master, if there are methods to attain sainthood?" Hongjun replied, "There are 3,000 paths in the Tao, each capable of leading to enlightenment, but they can be categorized into 3 types. The first is to follow Pangu and attain the Tao through strength, which stands at the pinnacle of all paths. The second is to utilize innate treasures to sever the 3 corpses, which is of secondary strength. And the third is through the virtue of merit, which holds the least power. The three pure ones rose to express their gratitude at that moment. Hutu spoke up, "May I ask, Master, for us of the shaman clan who lack primordial spirits, is there a path to enlightenment?" Hongjun cast a glance at Hutu, sighed, and then looked at Leaf Maple, stating, "You of the shaman clan will have your opportunities in the future." He then fell silent. Nuwa, reluctant to speak but filled with doubts, mustered her courage and asked, "May I inquire, Master, about the path to sainthood?" Hongjun cast a meaningful glance at Ye Feng and, with a smile full of significance, remarked, "In the days to come, opportunities will present themselves. If they do not, one must not force them." Meanwhile, Qingtue sat in silence, and both were quite pleased, as they contemplated that Ye Feng had yet to attain sanctification. Thus, the matter of encircling the gods at Pangu Mountain could only rely on that enigmatic formation. As long as they remained cautious and did not fall victim to the formation again, there would be little danger, of course. This sentiment was shared not only by the two from the west, but also by those of the demon race. Although Kuanpeng wore a face full of doubt. Thus, the assembly of saints reached a consensus, each departing to their respective realms. Chapter 12. The primordial purple chi accumulates into red clouds. Linger seeks help from the beginning as the saints position themselves to descend into their realms. Hongjun received the final strand of primordial purple chi, rejoicing in secret. However, he was hastily pulled away by Zenyuanzi. Kuanpeng, who could not bear to see Hongjun acquire the primordial purple chi, harbored resentment, believing that Hongjun had deprived him of his rightful seat. Consequently, he had long held a grudge. Additionally, Dongwang Tai and Dijuan, who were both born of the Sun Star, felt themselves superior and looked down upon the other gods, questioning what merit Hongjun possessed to be worthy of the primordial purple chi, and thus plotted to seize it for themselves. They followed Zenyuanzi and Hongjun, waiting for the opportune moment to strike at this moment. Ye Feng and Feng Linger were chatting with Nuwa in front of the Zhixiao Palace. Nuwa affectionately pulled Feng Linger close and said, "Linger, come, sister has a treasure for you." As she spoke, a glimmering white silk appeared in her hand, a primordial spiritual treasure she had discovered while traversing the vast lands of the primordial world, specifically designed for offensive use. Ye Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment as Nuwa effortlessly presented a primordial treasure, while he had only crafted a postnatal treasure for his disciple. Yet, given Feng Linger's current cultivation, holding such a primordial treasure would merely serve as a decoration. Feng Linger turned to Ye Feng, silently asking if she could accept it. With no other choice, and fearing Nuwa's ire, Ye Feng reluctantly nodded in agreement. Feng Linger joyfully received the silk, sweetly thanking Nuwa, which elicited a soft laugh from Nuwa, who had not yet taken on disciples. Seeing Ye Feng's adorable disciple made her feel a sense of kinship, prompting her to bestow a primordial treasure so readily. Ye Feng clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister, for this precious gift, and my little disciple is unworthy of such a treasure." Nuwa replied, "Brother, we are all disciples of Master Hongjun. Why be so distant? Have I offended you in some way that you keep me at arm's length?" With what seemed like tears in her eyes, she gazed at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, flustered, reassured her, "Sister, please do not misunderstand. It is I who have been remiss. I assure you it will not happen again." Nuwa smiled, saying, "Brother, you need not worry. I'm not angry with you that we are fellow disciples, so there is no need for such formality." Then, as if recalling something, she added, "Brother, when you have some free time, do bring Linger to my Nuwa palace for a visit. Why Brother Fushi is always engrossed in his cultivation and lacks someone to converse with." Although Fushi and Nuwa were siblings, they rarely interacted, as Nuwa resided in the Nuwa palace, while Fushi secluded himself in the Tianweishan fire cloud cave, being a woman and destined to become a revered sage. Nuwa, like any girl, preferred not to be alone. Thus, upon seeing Ye Feng with his disciple Linger, she felt a profound connection. Ye Feng replied, "Indeed, I shall certainly visit you. Sister, I hope you will not mind my intrusion." He then took Feng Linger by the hand, stating, "Sister, it is getting late. I must take Linger back now. We shall visit again on another day." Nuwa responded, "Yes, you must come again." With that, she smiled at Linger as they made their way to the Nuwa palace. Ye Feng led Feng Linger north towards Julu Prefecture. Along the way, Linger exclaimed, "Master, Sister Nuwa is so wonderful. She gave me such a precious gift upon our first meeting. Master, do you think Sister Nuwa is beautiful?" Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Linger was easily swayed by a single treasure. He replied earnestly, "Linger, you must not accept gift from others so readily. Do you understand?" Linger asked, "But Master, why?" "Sister Nuwa gave me something, so why can I not accept it?" With her little head tilted, she pondered. Ye Feng gently pinched her nose, saying, "Just remember, unless I give my consent, you must not accept anything from anyone." Linger, touching her nose with a puzzled expression, slowly nodded. "Oh." While Ye Feng and Feng Linger were enjoying their leisurely flight, a dazzling light suddenly erupted ahead. Feng Linger said, "Master, there seems to be a fight up ahead. Shall we go take a look?" She gazed at Ye Feng with hopeful eyes. Ye Feng, already aware of the unfolding drama, recalled that in his past life, he had heard from his grandfather about how Hongjun, having obtained the final strand of primordial purple chi, was besieged and killed by the ancestor of the River of Oblivion and the demon master Kunpeng. Ye Feng wished to avoid the River of Oblivion, but now he was confronted with both Dongwang Tai and Dijuan. He was perplexed by Hongjun's intentions in bestowing the last strand of primordial purple chi upon Hongjun. It seemed he would need to inquire about this matter with Hongjun later. In truth, Xinyuanzi was aware that Hongjun's acquisition of the primordial purple chi would inevitably attract deadly threats. Hongjun had informed everyone that there were 7 disciples destined for sanctification, yet did not disclose to the gods that Hongjun was among them. This omission led many, even those with only modest strength, to entertain thoughts of seizing the treasure. However, Hongjun was a primordial deity of great power, and with Xinyuanzi by his side, their strength was formidable enough to deter most would-be assailants. Yet there are always exceptions, as exemplified by Kunpeng, who, filled with hatred for Hongjun for having destroyed his seat, and driven by jealousy over the primordial purple chi, conspired with Dongwang Tai and Dijuan to plot murder and theft. As Xinyuanzi and Hongjun rushed forward, a diagram and a book suddenly flew in from behind, blocking their path. Xinyuanzi was alarmed, knowing well the relentless nature of the demon race's 3 members. Yet Hongjun appeared unperturbed, believing that since this was a gift from Hongjun, no one would dare to act against him. However, he soon realized that his calculations had gone awry. In an instant, the 3 figures emerged: Kunpeng, Dongwang Tai, and Dun. As they approached, Kunpeng could not contain himself and spoke first. "Hongjun, you scoundrel! Not only did you destroy my seat in the Zixiao Palace, but you also obtained the opportunity for sanctification with the primordial purple chi. What merit do you possess to deserve the title of sage? If you hand over the primordial purple chi today, we may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." With that, he unleashed a stream of azure light from his blue wooden staff. Dongwang Tai added, "Xinyuanzi, I respect you as one of the most powerful deities in this primordial world. If you withdraw, we shall not trouble you." Dijuan chimed in, "Hongjun, if you surrender the primordial purple chi, we shall allow you to leave unharmed." Dijuan, assure you of this," Xinyuanzi declared. "I have known Hongjun since my birth. How could I abandon him in his time of need? Even if I am no match for them, I will fight to the death for my friend." With that, he summoned the earth book, enveloping himself and Hongjun within. He produced a branch from his life fruit tree, a treasure forged from his essence. Hongjun, lacking suitable treasures, had only a red cloud gourd that had yet to be refined, which he used to store wine. Thus, he could only huddle within Xinyuanzi's earth book formation, akin to a turtle withdrawing its head. Nevertheless, being a powerful primordial deity, he understood the gravity of the situation and channeled all his might into the earth book formation, reinforcing its defenses. As Dijuan summoned his powers to manipulate the river diagram, he directed it towards Xinyuanzi's earth book formation, while he and Dongwang Tai exchanged glances, understanding each other's intent. Kunpeng raised his blue wooden staff and struck the earth book formation, but the formation emitted a surge of azure light that nullified Kunpeng's attack without so much as a tremor. Seeing this, Dongwang Tai threw the Eastern Emperor bell, producing a resonant sound that sent waves of yellow light crashing towards the earth book formation. The formation trembled violently, causing Xinyuanzi to spit out a mouthful of blood. while Hongjun felt his energy surge and nearly followed suit. After all, it was a primordial treasure, and with a single strike, both Xinyuanzi and Hongyun were injured. Dongwang Tai, witnessing this, shouted again, and the bell's toll echoed throughout the primordial realm, releasing an even denser layer of yellow light upon the earth book formation. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun hastily summoned their full power to resist. With a resounding noise, both Xinyuanzi and Hongyun spewed forth more blood, their spirits waning as the earth book formation teetered on the brink of collapse. Xinyuanzi steadied himself and transmitted a thought to Hongyun, saying, "Brother Hongyun, when I create a gap in the earth book, you must slip through and find a hidden place to cultivate in seclusion. In the future, you shall." Hongyun said, "Brother Xinyuan, do not act thus. These 3 members of the demon race are targeting me, and it has no bearing on you that if anyone is to depart, let it be you. They will not trouble you in their pursuit." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. The two had been friends since the dawn of time, their camaraderie forged in the primordial chaos. Yet, it was unfortunate that possessing such a treasure led to their demise, inviting slaughter. Xinyuanzi replied, "My brothers, and I shall confront them together. If misfortune befalls us, we will become sworn brothers in death." His face bore a resolute expression. Seeing that her attempts to persuade Xinyuanzi were futile, Hongyun ceased her entreaties and channeled all her magical power into the earth book formation. At that moment, Dongwang Tai and Kuanping exchanged glances and raised their respective treasures to strike at the earth book formation. It was at this juncture that Ye Feng and Linger witnessed a dazzling display of light filling the heavens. Upon recognizing the elderly man with crimson hair, Linger exclaimed, "Those 2 elder gentlemen are being besieged by villains. Master, please save them." She gazed at Ye Feng with eyes brimming with hope, unsure of Hongjun's intentions. Ye Feng hesitated to intervene, but, upon hearing Linger's plea, said, "They must face this tribulation. They have saved them, yet future calamities await." He then turned his attention to the fierce battle involving Hina and her companions. This earth-shattering conflict drew the attention of mighty deities across the primordial realm, many of whom watched with a sense of amusement, while others wished to assist but refrained due to their own limitations. Meanwhile, Dongwang Tai and Kuanping, combining their powers, struck a blow that shattered the earth book formation, sending Xinyuanzi and Hongyun hurtling away, their bodies spewing blood, coming to rest hundreds of miles distant, gasping for breath and devoid of the strength to continue fighting. At this moment, Feng Linger cried out, kneeling beside Ye Feng, "Master, please save the 2 elder gentlemen. I beseech you." Tears streamed down her cherubic face. Ye Feng sighed, observing Linger's heartfelt plea. "Linga, your kindness is commendable. Very well, I shall lend them my aid." He took her hand and appeared beside Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, presenting 2 5-elements fruits to Linger. "Administer these to them." He then turned to face the 3 demons. Kuanping spoke, "Ye Feng, you do not intend to act as you did last time, do you? It seems we have no grievances with you." Dongwang Tai added, "Previously, you used formations to humiliate us. Today, let us see if you can withstand a genuine confrontation." With a cold snort, he concluded. Dijun interjected, "Brother, our demon race holds no enmity with you. Why not allow us to deal with these 2? In the future, we shall treat you with respect." Ye Feng replied coolly, "These 2 are connected to my little disciple. It is not their fate to suffer today. Should you demons persist in your obstinacy, I shall have no choice but to intervene." With that, he turned his gaze away from the 3 demons. Chapter 13. The Golden Giant Python blocks the path. Kunlun accepts disciple from the 3 pure ones. Dongwang Tai could no longer suppress his anger, but Dijun quickly restrained him, signaling to Kuanping. Kuanping leaned in to whisper something to Dongwang Tai, who then refrained from acting impulsively, albeit still emitting a reluctant snort. Dijun approached Ye Feng and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "In light of your brotherhood, we shall spare these 2 today." He then took his leave with his companions, those deities covertly observing the event, finding it lacking in excitement, dispersed to resume their own pursuits. At this moment, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun gradually regained consciousness after Feng Linger fed them the innate 5 elements fruits, their injuries healing significantly. Upon seeing Ye Feng, they clasped their hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother, for your salvation. Xinyuanzi and Hongjun are at a loss as to how to repay you." Ye Feng responded with indifference. "It is the will of destiny that I could not refuse Linger's plea. And your lives are a gift from her." With that, he turned away from Xinyuanzi and Hongjun. The two were momentarily stunned. Though both held the status of great deities, they could not linger on such thoughts. Instead, bowing deeply, Xinyuanzi expresses gratitude to young friend Linger. Hongjun also stepped forward, bowing in appreciation. "Thank you, young friend Linger." Unaware of the weight of the situation, Feng Linger smiled sweetly. "You two elder gentlemen should hurry home, lest you fall prey to evildoers again." Her innocent words stirred waves of emotion within the two, who, as formidable beings of the primordial realm, realized their negligence in not preparing adequate defenses against the schemers and troublemakers. They silently vowed to return home and craft powerful protective talismans. Thus, they took their leave, returning to Wuzhuang Temple. The Ye Feng and Feng Linger slowly made their way toward the northern continent, only to be halted at the edge by a colossal golden python. Its body stretching for miles, its eyes like grinding wheels scrutinizing the pair. It spoke. "You two, surrender your artifacts, and I shall let you pass. Otherwise, humph." A cold snort accompanied the threat, whipping up a fierce wind. Feng Linger, startled by the sudden appearance of this monstrous creature, quickly hid behind Ye Feng. Ye Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, regarded the golden python with detachment. The python, feeling the disdain in Ye Feng's gaze, grew furious, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a strikingly beautiful giant python?" It raised its head even higher in a display of arrogance. This audacious proclamation elicited laughter from Feng Ling, who, no longer afraid, stepped out from behind Ye Feng and said, "How shameless! Who boasts about their own beauty?" She playfully pinched her cheeks, provoking the golden python to roll in frustration. "Little girl, if you keep talking, I might just eat you, leaving nothing but bones," it retorted, glaring at Feng Linger. Feng Linger boldly declared, "I'm not afraid of you, monstrous creature. My master could crush you with a mere fingertip. So cease your bluster." She then dashed back to Ye Feng's side, clutching his AR-M8T. The golden python turned its attention to Ye Feng, its ire intensifying. Why, you ask? Because Ye Feng had consistently regarded it with indifference. A gesture of utter contempt, which the golden python could not tolerate. It barked, "You Taoist, hand over your treasures at once. Your esteemed giant python has no time to waste." With that, it lowered its massive head, as if to intimidate Ye Feng. Ye Feng contemplated the situation. This python was on the verge of transformation, poised to attain the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, capable of becoming a dragon. Given that Feng Linger enjoyed playful creatures, he considered taking the python as her steed, thereby safeguarding the beings of Pangu Mountain from her mischief. He asked, "Linger, would you like this little snake as your mount?" Feng Linger was taken aback for a moment, but then gleefully replied, "That would be wonderful, master, but I want it to be smaller so I can ride it." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the golden python. The python, upon hearing this, let out a furious roar that echoed for miles, causing the other creatures to flee in terror. "You little brat, eyeing your giant python's treasures. Watch as I tear you apart." It spewed forth a noxious green liquid, reeking terribly, before the foul liquid could reach him. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively, banishing it into nothingness. He then reached out and grasped the python as though it were a mere chick, effortlessly constraining it. The python struggled in vain, shrinking in size until it was merely 2 meters long, its golden scales still shimmering brilliantly. "You beast should not obstruct my path. Today, you shall become my disciple's steed, and in time, you shall reap the rewards of following me." The now diminutive golden python continued to thrash about, but with a gentle tap on its head from Ye Feng, it ceased its struggles and was brought to Pangu Mountain. Meanwhile, after Hongjun concluded his teachings at Kunlun Mountain, he indicated that the three of them would soon achieve the revered status of saints. They proclaimed to the primordial realm that they would open their mountain doors to accept disciples. Zuwei declared, "Those with destiny shall find their way to us." Yuanshu announced to the primordial realm that anyone with an aspiration for the Tao, regardless of noble birth, could seek to learn at Kunlun Mountain. Tan Tian proclaimed, "All who seek the Tao, regardless of their origins, are welcome to join my ranks." Their announcements stirred the entire primordial realm, prompting many powerful beings to flock to Kunlun Mountain in search of enlightenment. Turning it into a bustling hub, Laozi, disguised as an ordinary Taoist, mingled among the aspiring disciples. 3 years later, he accepted Xuandu as a disciple, marking the future emergence of Xuandu Jinren, thereafter ceasing to take on more apprentices. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi Tianzuan received over a dozen disciples, among whom are the 12 golden immortals, each claiming their own distinct realms. Jiuxian Mountain's Taiyuan Cave with Guang Chengzi, Yinshao Cave with Qi, Xinshandagu Cave with Huanglong Jinren, Longshan's Feiyun Cave with Zhu Lusan, Qinyuan Mountain's Jingguang Cave with Taiyi Jinren, Kantong Mountain's Yuanyang Cave with Lingbao Tianzuan, Wulong Mountain's Yinshao Cave with Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Zhugong Mountain's Baihet Cave with Puxin Jinren, Pushan's Lajiak Cave with Sihong Daoren, Yuchuan Mountain's Jinxia Cave with Yuding Jinren, Shanyu Mountain's Yuwu Cave with Daoxing Tianzuan, and Qingfeng Mountain's Zhang Cave with Qingshu Daojinjuan. All 12 individuals possess the cultivation of great Luo golden immortals and are highly esteemed by the primordial heavenly sovereign. Meanwhile, Tan Tian has taken countless disciples from all walks of life, making his following the largest, comprising many formidable experts, including his eldest disciple, the Taoist Du Bao, the celestial beings Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao from the Three Immortals Island, as well as Zhao Gongming from Mount Luofu, and the likes of Qiushou, Jingguang, Lingya, Weiyun, Jinling Shengmu, Gailing Shengmu, Wudong Shengmu, Jinggu Xian, Pilu Xian, and Cheng'er Wang Xian, all of whom are immensely powerful figures and could see that moment. Kunlun Mountain was a convergence of the most formidable forces in the primordial world. However, despite being brothers, the three pure ones adhered to differing doctrines. Laozi espoused non-action, while Tan Tian advocated for inclusivity in his teachings, each holding firm to their respective views. One day, while Tan Tian observed his disciples training atop Kunlun Mountain, a surge of primordial fury erupted, and he remarked, "Junior brother, your disciples are rare talents, yet they have shrouded all of Kunlun Mountain in a haze of chaos, engaging in acts that defy the heavens. I fear what may come of this." Before he could finish, Tan Tian interjected, "Elder brother, what do you mean by that? Do you imply that your disciples lack exceptional talents? You overthink this. The path of cultivation is a personal journey, and appearances should not deceive you." The two heatedly argued. Their words caught the ears of their respective disciples, who swiftly joined in, nearly leading to a physical altercation. That moment, Laozi arrived and surveyed the scene, saying, "Why must you two quarrel over trivial matters? Such disputes will only invite ridicule from outsiders." After a moment's thought, he added, "Now that we three are all in need of disciples, it seems Kunlun Mountain may no longer suffice for us. Perhaps we should seek another location to prevent further discord among the three pure ones." The eldest of the three. Laozi's words carried weight, and both Primordial and Tan Tian acquiesced. Laozi continued, "I have but one disciple, Xuandu, and I shall leave Kunlun Mountain to establish a Doshui palace in the 33 heavens, solely for my sect. The two of you may decide amongst yourselves who will stay and who will go." With that, he took Xuandu and departed Kunlun Mountain for the 33 heavens. Upon Laozi's departure, Tan Tian scoffed, "I shall seek a residence in the Eastern Sea, leaving Kunlun Mountain behind. This to your satisfaction." Elder brother, after speaking, he led his disciples to the Eastern Sea, where he established the Bo Palace, the future stronghold of the Jie sect. Primordial, however, did not anticipate that his words would offend both of his fellow sect members. Yet, being a proud individual, he found it impossible to apologize and thus allowed them to depart, instead establishing the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain as the future stronghold of the Chan sect. Thus, the three pure ones divided their disciples, marking the beginning of mutual scheming and discord. Chapter 14. The aggrieved seven-color dragon. In the vast expanse of the primordial realm, time was devoid of measurement. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The three pure ones had established their own sanctuaries for the propagation of their teachings. Ye Feng continued his unremarkable existence, with one notable exception. From time to time, a seven-color dragon would soar from Pangu Mountain, accompanied by a tall woman clad in green. This woman, with no need for cosmetics, possessed delicate brows and a refined nose, her green attire clinging to her ample form. Captivating all who beheld her, she was none other than Feng Linger, Ye Feng's disciple, now grown to a height of 1.7 meters, her long hair flowing elegantly, each smile and frown ensnaring the hearts of onlookers. At that moment, Feng Linger, her face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "Little Jean, stop right there. When I catch you, you shall pay." Despite her growth, Feng Linger retained her penchant for running about, frequently treating the seven-colored dragon, transformed from the golden giant python captured by Ye Feng, as a pet. She had even tied its two horns with a silk ribbon gifted by Nuwa, playfully riding atop the dragon as if it were a horse. This infuriated the seven-colored dragon, a proud creature that had reported to Ye Feng countless times, only to receive the dismissive response that Linger is still young. You should indulge her. This left the dragon feeling quite vexed. However, the seven-colored dragon, having tasted the sweetness of its existence under Ye Feng's care, was reluctant to leave, enduring Feng Linger's antics. Every so often, Ye Feng would reward it with a 5 elements fruit, which remained the dragon's greatest hope. When it first arrived at Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng had used a 5 elements fruit to shed its python form, evolving into the seven-colored dragon, and he often bestowed another fruit to enhance its cultivation, raising it to the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, a level above Feng Linger, prompting her to chase it for half the day, even nicknaming it Little Jean, a name the dragon detested. Seated within the Pangu Hall, holding the Chaos Pearl in his left hand and the Genesis book in his right, Ye Feng furrowed his brow. Upon exiting the hall, he witnessed Feng Linger pursuing the seven-colored dragon across the mountain, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned them both to his side, exclaiming, "Linger, you're quite mischievous for your age." He affectionately ruffled her hair. Feng Linger stuck out her tongue and complained, "Master, look at this little Jean. It only listens to you and bullies me." She clung to Ye Feng's arm, seeking support. The seven-colored dragon, having transformed back to a 2-meter-long form, approached Ye Feng and said, "Miss, I'm a dignified seven-colored dragon. Please do not treat me as a mere horse. Where is my dignity in that?" Upon seeing that Ye Feng was not angry, the dragon felt reassured, for it knew that Ye Feng cherished this sole disciple above all else. Ye Feng, with a hint of resignation, smiled at the two and said, "I need to go out for a while. You both must guard Pangu Mountain diligently. If any issues arise, seek the Feng clan for assistance from the Phoenix and Kongxian." Without waiting for further discussion, he vanished before them. Feng Linger pouted. "What a stingy master!" Then, turning to the seven-colored dragon, she grinned and exclaimed, "Hee hee, let us see where you can run. Since master has left, you shall accompany me and play." With that, she tied the ribbon around the dragon's horns. The seven-colored dragon let out a lament as the girl and dragon frolicked wildly across Pangu Mountain, the dragon's frustrated growls echoing louder with each passing moment, incited by Feng Linger's antics. Recently, a legend began circulating throughout the primordial realm. It was said that an island, named Penglai, appeared intermittently in the Eastern Sea, a remnant of the chaos that emerged after Pangu's creation of the world. It was said to harbor countless heavenly treasures and was rich in spiritual energy, allowing anyone who practiced there for a single day to gain the equivalent of a year's cultivation on the primordial land. For years, various deities had sought out Penglai Island, yet none had succeeded in finding it. However, recently, reports surfaced that the island had reappeared, with claims that it would soon vanish again. This prompted the deities to reassemble in their quest to claim it for themselves. The Eastern Sea, now managed by Yinglong, had lost its previous grandeur and was gradually recovering. Aware that he could not offend any of the primordial deities, he chose to remain hidden beneath the waves, focusing solely on recuperating in peace. At that moment, various deities gathered at the Eastern Sea, including the second royal family of the demon race led by the demon master Kunpeng and the 10 demon saints, alongside the 12 ancestral witches of the witch race. Despite their mutual disdain, they refrained from conflict, thanks to the mediation of Hutu and Xianin. Otherwise, the Eastern Sea would have faced instantaneous destruction. Moreover, the 3 pure ones, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, stood together, leading their respective disciples, the 2 Western figures, Zhuanti and Jin, gazed upon the assembly of deities with compassion, still hoping to find worthy disciples among them for their own teachings. Nuwa and Fushi stood alongside the demon clan, not out of a desire to claim Pangu Island, but compelled by their kinship with the demon tribe, unable to resist the invitations of Dongwang Tai and Dijuan. Among them were the long-absent Mingyi and the elusive first mosquito of the primordial earth. The mosquito Taoist. Observing the current division, it was evident that the demon clan wielded the greatest power, as Dongwang Tai and Dijuan reveled in their triumph. In stark contrast, the Wu clan bore expressions of fury, wishing to devour the demons whole. Yet, Dongwang Tai and Dijuan feigned ignorance and continued their banter. Just as the Wu clan could scarcely contain their rage, a sudden cry startled the deities, announcing the appearance of Pangu Island. All eyes turned to the skies over the East Sea, where a form resembling an island flickered into view. Though somewhat ethereal, even the most adept among the divine could not discern its clarity. At this moment, Ye Feng also manifested at the eastern shore, well aware of the illustrious name of Pangu Island. However, he knew that no matter how magnificent it might be, it could not rival the spiritual essence and treasures of Pangu Mountain. Yet he sensed something on Pangu Island that drew him, compelling him to approach. With his formidable strength, Ye Feng easily perceived the island's layout, recognizing that it was surrounded by an innate formation, rich in spiritual energy. Other than the alluring object that attracted him, there was little else of interest. Thus, he stepped onto the island, heading toward the source of his fascination. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the emergence of Pangu Island, the demons could no longer contain themselves. Dongwang Tai, wielding the Eastern Emperor Bell, soared toward the island, only to be intercepted by the fire god Zhurong and the water god Gonggong of the Wu clan. The fire god declared, "Tai, you wish to lay claim to Pangu Island? You must first contend with your elder, the fire god." With that, he and Gonggong charged at Dongwang Tai. Stopped in his tracks, Dongwang Tai faced them and retorted, "You insignificant Wu clan brats dare to impede me? Today marks your doom." He raised the Eastern Emperor Bell and advanced toward the duo. Dongwang Tai called out to Dijuan, "Brother, quickly join forces with the demon masters to seize the island before we are outmaneuvered by these petty beings." Hearing this, Dijuan left Kunpeng to assist Dongwang Tai against the Wu clan. Both were quasi-saints, barely managing to withstand the reckless onslaught of the Wu clan. Meanwhile, the remaining ancestral witches of the Wu clan surged forward to join the fray against the two quasi-saints. Dijuan, leaving 5 demon saints with Dongwang Tai, led the other 5 to breach the formation and enter the island. Nuwa and Fushi, unwilling to engage in battle, found themselves entangled by Mingyi and the mosquito Taoist. Unable to extricate themselves, Yuan Shi, seizing the opportunity, remarked, "Elder brother, we, the 3 pure ones, are of one body. We must not allow trivial matters to jeopardize greater affairs." Upon this, he glanced toward Laozi, who affirmed, "What my junior brother says is true. Though we may dwell apart, we are united in purpose." After a brief acknowledgement from Tong Tian, the 3 advanced toward the island, only to be confronted by Junti and Jin, who appeared before them. "Esteemed brothers, my junior brother and I extend our greetings. This Pangu Island is fated to be ours. We have come to relocate it to the western Hinyo continent. Why disciples in the West are impoverished and require this celestial island to enhance our stature. We humbly request your assistance," Junti said, his visage radiating compassion. Jin echoed, "We implore you, esteemed brothers, to grant us this favor." Yuan Shi replied, "Dear junior brothers, your words are misguided. This island resides within the realm of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. It rightfully belongs to us. You must vacate the premises to preserve our brotherly bond." Laozi remained expressionless and silent, yet silently concurred with Yuan Shi's stance. Tong Tian, however, scoffed but offered no further comment. Junti insisted, "Let us resolve this matter through action." And with that, Junti and Jin advanced toward Yuan Shi, while Tong Tian found himself without an opponent. Observing this, Laozi urged, "Junior brother, we must hasten to lead our disciples into the island, lest delays result in unforeseen consequences." Tong Tian, recognizing the wisdom in this, guided his disciples toward the island. Chapter 15. A glimpse of Pangu's primordial spirit. The gods engage in a fruitless battle. Tontian guided the disciples of the three pure ones toward Penglai Island. Meanwhile, Dejuan and 5 great demon saints approached the island. After flying several hundred miles, Dejuan sensed something amiss. Although Penglai Island appeared within reach, they could not land upon it. It dawned upon him that the innate formation surrounding Penglai Island activated whenever someone approached. After enduring thousands of miles, they ceased their relentless flight, the island perpetually close yet eternally unreachable. Contemplating the situation, Dejuan surmised that the island must be protected by a formidable array, explaining their predicament. Determined to investigate further, Dejuan released his primordial spirit to uncover the truth, which revealed the existence of the protective array. He realized that their apparent progress was merely an illusion created by the formation. The array spanned only a few dozen miles. Penetrating it would grant access to Penglai Island. He prepared to utilize the river diagram and Luo book, harnessing the strength of the 5 demon saints to breach the formation. They were unexpectedly confronted by Tontian and his party. The two factions stood at odds, and aside from Dejuan, the remaining members of his group were ill-equipped to contend with the 3 pure ones. Thus, they adopted a strategy of retreat. As Dejuan and Tontian clashed, they inadvertently triggered the formation's lethal mechanism, unleashing a barrage of meteors that rained down upon them. Both sides were forced to cease hostilities to deal with the celestial onslaught. Upon entering Penglai Island, Ye Feng beheld a vibrant landscape adorned with flourishing flora and fauna, and the elusive million-year-old spiritual herbs and colorful lotuses that were scarce in the primordial land. The island was alive with auspicious creatures, a veritable paradise of celestial beauty. However, Ye Feng had no time to admire the scenery. He pursued the source of his inner calling. After a brief journey, he encountered a towering mountain, at the base of which lay a massive, 100-zhang deep cave, shrouded in darkness. With a sweep of his divine sense, Ye Feng discerned that the object beckoning him resided within this cavern. He enveloped himself with the Genesis Qinglian for protection and proceeded cautiously, aware that despite his formidable cultivation, prudence was essential to avoid unforeseen pitfalls. He ventured deeper into the cave. Fierce winds howled. Yet they could not harm him. The cave's layout was intricate. Yet Ye Feng navigated it expertly, progressing down a path that extended further into the abyss. After traversing 1,000 zhang, the path descended even deeper. Small insects scuttled across the ground, their movements easily detected by Ye Feng's divine sense. Continuing for another 500 zhang, he finally reached the cave's terminus. There, the chamber was remarkably illuminated, revealing a stone table upon which 2 golden orbs radiated brilliance. Adorned with countless celestial stars, this was none other than the ever-shifting Great Star Array, continuously extracting the essence of the cosmos and channeling it into the golden spheres below. Ye Feng approached and felt a familiar aura, causing his body to tremble, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a quarter of an hour, he stammered, "Elder brother, is it really you?" A sigh echoed through the cave, and a towering, ethereal figure materialized. "Second brother, you have arrived." The voice, the tone, it was unmistakable. This was the primordial spirit of Pangu, who had left behind 2 strands of essence before the creation of the world. While it was known that the 3 pure ones were manifestations of Pangu's spirit, the existence of these 2 additional strands was a lesser-known truth. Regaining his composure, Ye Feng inquired, "Elder brother, why have you manifested these 2 strands of primordial spirit? Is it for the sake of the Wu clan?" Pangu, appearing aged, replied, "Indeed, for they are formed from my essence that it would be disingenuous to claim I lack feelings. I left these 2 strands to guide you in fulfilling a purpose." A hint of a smile graced Pangu's visage. "Second brother, you remain unchanged." Ye Feng calmed his racing heart, asserting, "Elder brother, I will always be your second brother. Rest assured, I shall safeguard the world you have created. As for the primordial spirit, I shall only utilize one to assist the Wu clan. But fear not, I possess means to protect them." Pangu responded, "Very well, then what of the remaining strand?" Ye Feng, forcing a smile, replied, "Elder brother, have you forgotten? The Chaos Pearl resides with me." Pangu paused, then a moment of realization washed over him, followed by hearty laughter. "Second brother, You are indeed astute. I have awaited this day, though I know not when it shall come. Regardless, it matters little to me. Take care of yourself, and when the time comes, we shall rejoice together." With that, the ethereal figure shimmered. On the verge of dissipating, Ye Feng reassured him, "Elder brother, do not worry. I will ensure you see the light of day once more." He fixed his gaze upon the fading figure of Pangu. With the last of his strength, Pangu managed to utter, "Second brother, take care." And with that, the figure vanished. Ye Feng extended his hand, collecting Pangu's 2 strands of primordial spirit, and exited the cave, with a mere wave of his hand. The mountain trembled, and in an instant, the cave was filled, disappearing from existence. With a contented smile, Ye Feng gazed upon the vast expanse of Pangu Island, reflecting, "This island has lost its worth since the disappearance of Elder Brother's primordial spirit. At most, it is merely a place of abundance." As Ye Feng pondered, he wielded his divine consciousness to sweep across the surroundings, only to be taken aback. He had not anticipated that this diminutive Pangu immortal island would attract so many formidable deities. Observing that an innate grand formation had barred everyone from entry, Ye Feng mused that those who had not attained sainthood were ultimately akin to mere ants, if struck by a sudden thought. He produced the Chaos Pearl and drew in the entirety of Pangu immortal island, along with the innate grand formation, into the pearl. Meanwhile, the factions embroiled in combat noticed the sudden disappearance of the island, realizing that it had been taken by Hongjun. After waiting for a while, they were astonished to see Ye Feng emerging slowly from the spot where the island had vanished. The fierce battles came to a halt as all gazes turned towards Ye Feng. Clad in black, he exuded an air of aloofness and indifference, as if he had struck a chord within the hearts of the deities. Ye Feng continued his approach with an air of natural composure and, upon reaching the assembled crowd, casually remarked, "I was merely passing through. You may continue." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at the members of the Witch clan. The 12 ancestral houses of the Witch clan felt a pang in their hearts at his gaze. Inexplicably moved to the verge of tears, they perceived in Ye Feng's eyes a semblance of Pangu's gaze, a recognition of divine power that the Witch clan possessed. Unbeknownst to them, both Hutu and Xianming found tears welling up in their eyes, while the others also exhibited reddened eyes. The fiery deity, known for his temper, was the first to speak, bewildered. "How curious. The moment that lad looked at me, I felt an urge to weep." He then turned to the other clan members, only to discover they were all similarly affected. The fire god was momentarily stumped, contemplating whether Ye Feng had employed some form of sorcery. Sensing the fire god's agitation, Huda interjected, "Brother fire god, this is Ye Feng, the 7th disciple of our esteemed master Hongjun. You mustn't be discourteous." It turned out that only Hutu and Xianming had visited the Zixiao Palace, while the others had not attended the teachings, rendering their knowledge almost futile. This moment, Nuwa approached Ye Feng, her voice soft and melancholic. "Junior brother, a millennium ago, I invited you to the Nuwa Palace for a visit, yet I did not expect to wait a millennium without a trace of you." Ye Feng had initially intended to leave, but found himself compelled to respond. "There has been much to attend to within the mountains, causing me to forget to disturb my elder sister. I shall make a point to visit you in the future." With that, he averted his gaze from Nuwa, feeling somewhat ashamed, as he had genuinely forgotten about her invitation. Nuwa, aware of Ye Feng's disingenuousness, understood that he had no pressing matters in the mountains. He was merely one individual with a single disciple, and the affairs of the mountains were never his concern. Furthermore, who would dare to cause trouble in the North Julu continent, unless they wished to court death? However, with so many present, Nuwa refrained from voicing her thoughts, simply stating, "I shall await your visit, junior brother." With that, she retreated to stand beside Fushi, though her gaze still bore a hint of wistfulness. At this juncture, Junti approached Ye Feng, cupping his hands in greeting. "Junior brother, I extend my respects. May I inquire if you have returned from the Pangu immortal island with any gains?" He looked at Ye Feng with eager anticipation, as did the other deities, their eyes wide and ears perked, awaiting Ye Feng's response. Ye Feng glanced at Junti and replied, "I've already stated I was merely passing through. Do you not believe me?" He fixed his gaze on Junti, who, taken aback, forced a smile and responded, How could that be? It was merely a moment of curiosity. I hope you will not take offense. He assumed a benevolent demeanor, despite having never witnessed the likes of this great emperor of primordial chaos. Aside from Hongjun attaining the position of saint, although he was no longer afraid of Ye Feng, the shadow of their previous encounter still loomed over him. The three pure ones, observing this exchange, merely snorted in disdain. They had never clashed with Ye Feng, and thus remained unaware of his true strength. Consequently, they were skeptical of his words, but could not afford to lose face. Hence, the ancient figures expressed their dissatisfaction through a cold snort. Only Tong Tian remained silent. Though his expression was taut at this point, the three members of the demon clan congregated, their eyes filled with disdain as they regarded the witch clan, who glared back defiantly. Sensing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Ye Feng glanced at the assembled deities before stepping into the void, vanishing from sight. The members of the witch clan, who had intended to greet him, abandoned the thought as he disappeared abruptly. With the Pangu immortal island gone, the deities lost their will to fight, and as the witch and demon clans had yet to reach a complete rupture, it was prudent to avoid further conflict. Thus, each faction dispersed to their respective abodes. The three pure ones also parted ways, leading their disciples to their own gatherings. Nuwa and Fushi, under the insistence of Dongwang Tai and Emergence, departed the East Sea. Seeing little benefit in remaining, the old ancestor of the River of Oblivion gathered a swirl of crimson clouds and vanished from sight. The mosquito Taoist also disappeared. Once the deities had left, a small head emerged from the waters of the East Sea, adorned with a turtle shell. It was the turtle prime minister, who exhaled a breath of seawater and exclaimed, "I was nearly frightened to death." Those fiends have finally departed. After cautiously surveying his surroundings, he submerged back into the depths. Chapter 16. Hongjun merges the Tao and distributes treasures. Ye Feng is outmaneuvered as Ye Feng departed from the East Sea. The deities likewise did not linger, returning to their respective realms. Ye Feng stepped into the serene confines of the Pangu Hall within Pangu Mountain, settling onto a tranquil meditation mat. He carefully placed the two Pangu primordial spirits within the Chaos Pearl and arranged the Pangu immortal island within the Pearl before withdrawing his divine consciousness. He then released his consciousness, observing Feng Linger and the seven-color divine dragon meandering in the territory of the Feng clan, and chose not to interfere. Retrieving his consciousness, he held a pearl in his left hand and a book in his right. Delving into the profound essence of the saintly Tao, time flew swiftly, and one day, the vast expanse of the primordial world resonated with the faint yet imposing voice of Hongjun. All deities of the primordial realm may gather at the Zixiao Palace. I have words to impart. With that, the voice fell silent. Ye Feng calculated the moment and mused, is Hongjun about to merge the Tao? With a single step, he arrived at the Zixiao Palace. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Hongjun smiled faintly and inquired, "Friend, are you aware of my intentions? What insights do you possess?" He continued to regard Ye Feng with a calm demeanor. Ye Feng replied, "The path you have chosen is predetermined. Altering it would be exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, it is likely that under the heavenly Tao, a glimmer of hope exists, and liberation shall surely come." With that, he gazed at Hongjun with an unwavering calm. Hongjun chuckled softly. "Since I have made up my mind, I shall not alter my course. As the saying goes, those in power must govern. In the future, there will be many matters in the primordial realm where my hands cannot reach. I hope you can manage them adeptly." With that, he took his seat on the high platform. Lapsing into silence, Ye Feng regarded Hongjun and reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall assist in whatever capacity I can." At this moment, the other deities of the primordial realm began to arrive one after another, exchanging pleasantries before awaiting Hongjun's pronouncement. After a while, once all had gathered, Hongjun addressed them. "The great Tao encompasses 50, and the heavenly transformation accounts for 49, that I shall merge the Tao to complete that which has been lost. From henceforth, the tide shall remain unchanged, and Hongjun shall not emerge. Furthermore, with my absence, saints shall inevitably arise. Soon, the primordial realm shall witness the emergence of all saints. I implore you, upon attaining sainthood, to remain mindful of all living beings and to nurture creation." With that, he closed his eyes, and after a moment, opened them again, During my travels in the primordial realm, I acquired some innate treasures. Today, I shall present them to you all. The deities were taken aback, for this merging of the Tao was unprecedented. Reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others were dismayed. For some, the absence of Hongjun's oversight meant freedom to act as they pleased, provided they did not defy the heavens too overtly. Yet others were concerned that without Hongjun's presence, should a saint misuse their power, there would be no one to champion justice for them. Each harbored their own thoughts. Hongjun first produced a diagram and presented it to Laozi. This diagram is known as the Taiji diagram. Transformed from the primordial Pangu, capable of controlling wind, fire, earth, and water for defense, it is an innate treasure, a pivotal artifact for the great teachings. With that, he handed it to Laozi, who could scarcely contain his joy, as such innate treasures were indeed rare and coveted. Next, Hongjun produced a banner and handed it to Yuan Shi. This banner is known as the Pangu banner, capable of restraining slaughter and controlling the flow of fortune. It is also an innate treasure and serves as a vital artifact for the great teachings. Afterward, Hongjun cast a complicated glance at Tong Tian and handed him an item. Tong Tian, your nature is straightforward and impulsive. I bestow upon you the sword of extermination. This treasure cannot suppress the fortunes of the great teachings. It is primarily for slaughter. The four swords can form the primordial first killing formation. The extermination sword formation, which only the four saints can breach. You must wield it with caution. Initially displeased that both Laozi and Yuan Shi received innate treasures, Tong Tian's spirits lifted upon hearing that the extermination sword formation could only be breached by the four saints. He accepted the four swords with a beaming face, further inciting the ire of Laozi and Yuan Shi. In truth, Hongjun was somewhat biased. He never claimed that the extermination swords could not suppress fortunes. He merely feared that Tong Tian, wielding such power, might become reckless and commit heinous acts. That it was not that the extermination swords couldn't suppress fortunes. Rather, their potency could lead to unintended consequences, and one could easily regret their actions too late. The three pure ones humbly thanked Hongjun. Hongjun then glanced at Nuwa and presented her with two items. These two treasures are both innate spiritual treasures and cannot suppress fortunes. This diagram is the map of mountains and rivers, capable of nurturing all things and gathering them. This embroidered ball is known as the red embroidered ball, governing the fates of marriages across the realm. Upon speaking, the second child was handed to Nuwa, who graciously bowed in thanks. Afterward, she cast a glance at Yuanti and Jin, who appeared visibly anxious. At that moment, they witnessed how all the treasures had been distributed, their eyes fixated on Hongjun. With a sigh, Hongjun produced two items, stating, "This lotus platform is the innate 12th-grade lotus platform, primarily for defense. It cannot suppress destiny and is indeed an innate spiritual treasure. This bowl is the purple gold bowl, a treasure of defense that can also gather all things. It is likewise an innate spiritual treasure and cannot suppress destiny." He then handed them to Yuanti and Jin. The two were disheartened, for the three pure ones possessed treasures of the utmost innate quality, not to mention the formidable sword array of the four saints that could suppress destiny and defend against attacks. Just as they were about to plead further, Hongjun interjected, "With these two treasures at your disposal, you may establish a great teaching in the future." With that, he paid them no further mind. Finally, Hongjun smiled at Ye Feng, saying, "As for you, Ye Feng, it appears you are unaware of what you lack." He looked at Ye Feng with a humorous expression, fully aware that, given Ye Feng's cultivation, he could hardly be in want of treasures, and it was likely that he possessed that primordial treasure as well. Hongjun had no intention of bestowing anything further upon him. He merely needed to go through the motions. Ye Feng, silently amused, maintained a composed facade and said, "After Pangu opened the heavens, there seemed to be a treasure of first merit, yet its whereabouts are unknown. I wonder if it has been acquired by the master." He then casually glanced at Hongjun. Hongjun was taken aback, then smiled wryly, saying, "You have a good memory, not forgetting that item. Very well, I shall grant it to you." He then produced a treasure tower emanating an aura of mysterious yellow, which was none other than the first treasure of merit following the opening of the heavens, the heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Tower. Hongjun reluctantly handed it to Ye Feng, who, amused, regarded Hongjun with a questioning look. Wondering if such dramatics were truly necessary, that Hongjun's expression resembled that of someone who had just had a piece of flesh torn from him. Ye Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, respectfully said, "Thank you, master, for the bestowed treasure." This left Hongjun visibly distressed. Seeing that Hongjun had ceased speaking, the other deities grew anxious. Emperor Jun respectfully said, "We implore you, master, to show mercy and grant us defensive treasures." Dong Wangtai was also eager, as he was quite shameless, holding the Chaos Bell, a treasure of innate quality, yet still feigning poverty to request treasures from Hongjun. The other deities knelt before Hongjun, pleading, "We beseech you, master, to show compassion and bestow us treasures." They all bowed deeply in gratitude. With no other choice, Hongjun replied, "You may go to the treasure-seeking rocks before the hall and each find your treasures. These are the treasures I discovered during my travels across the vast wilderness." Before he could finish, Kunpeng darted out of the hall, prompting the other deities to react quickly and rush outside, abandoning their previous dignified demeanor. Hongjun merely shook his head at this. However, the two from the Witch clan did not venture out in search of treasures. Hutu, seeing the other deities depart, respectfully addressed Hongjun. "Master, the Witch clan possesses formidable physical strength. Lacking treasures does not greatly affect us. However, I have previously inquired about the lack of a primordial spirit within our clan. I wish to understand the path to enlightenment, and we would be immensely grateful for your guidance." Afterward, Xianyuan also knelt, and the two remained in this position, awaiting Hongjun's response. Hongjun shook his head, appearing to contemplate something. He then glanced at Ye Feng with a peculiar smile, saying, "As for the path to enlightenment for your Witch clan, I too am unaware." However, Hongjun began to build suspense. Xianyuan hastily interjected, "However what?" Realizing his indiscretion, he lowered his head. Ye Feng also chose not to scrutinize Xianyuan further, unaware that she was a beauty, albeit somewhat cold in demeanor. Hongjun smiled at Xianyuan and said, "In the future, there will be opportunities. You may ask your seventh senior brother then." With that, he closed his eyes, no longer speaking. Ye Feng silently lamented his predicament. Was Hongjun not placing the burden of responsibility onto him regarding the treasures? Although he was already meant to undertake this task, the way Hongjun had maneuvered this situation made it feel like a trap. Resigned, he hardened his expression further. Hutu glanced at Ye Feng, intending to inquire. But upon seeing his expression, she hesitated. Despite Xianyuan being a cold beauty, encountering someone even colder left her at a loss. Ye Feng, feeling awkward in the presence of the two young women, remarked, "In the future, there will be opportunities." With that, he fell silent. Hutu thought to herself, although this senior brother appears aloof, he genuinely cares for others. Xianyuan, however, thought differently, musing, "This seventh senior brother is truly stingy. Why not simply speak plainly?" Unaware of the thoughts of the two women, Ye Feng remained seated in his position. Shortly after, the deities who had rushed out for treasures returned, some with faces alight with excitement, while others appeared disgruntled for failing to acquire treasures. Upon seeing the deities, Hongjun remarked, "Where there is fate, there is fate. Where there is none, there is none. Why force it?" He then added, "The Hongjun Dao will conclude today. From henceforth, the Zixiao Palace shall no longer be present. The deities must take care of themselves." With a significant glance at Ye Feng, he implied, "My friend, the matter I entrusted you with requires your assistance." With that, he soared into the void, merging with the heavenly Tao. The deities all knelt before the void in reverence. The entire wilderness felt Hongjun's immense grace, bowing in respect to the emptiness above. Afterward, the deities departed for the realm beneath the Zixiao Palace. Ye Feng, too, vanished in a flash, leaving Nuwa, who was just rising, momentarily stunned as Ye Feng disappeared, causing her to mutter about his stinginess. Hutu and Xianyuan exchanged helpless glances, shaking their heads before descending to the lower realm. Ye Feng did not forget to take the treasure-seeking rocks with him, while Hongjun, who was merging with the heavenly Tao, wore an expression of great distress. Chapter 17. The immortal abode of eternal life and the Taoist who shares life with heaven upon returning to Pangu Mountain. Ye Feng found Feng Linger still chasing the seven-color divine dragon soaring through the skies, but he smiled helplessly. Ye Feng's smiles were often reserved for moments of solitude or in the presence of close kin. Genuine smiles that emanated warmth from the heart. Devoid of any barriers. Ye Feng considered reprimanding them. So he summoned a person and a dragon, saying, "You two seem only to know how to seek pleasure daily, neglecting your cultivation. Especially you, Linger, when your master departs in the future. If you lack formidable skills, who will care for you?" Linger, panting with flushed cheeks, was taken aback by the scolding, her eyes brimming with tears, while the dragon bowed its head in submission. Seeing this, Ye Feng felt a pang of compassion and said, "As long as you take your cultivation seriously, Master will not fault you for wanting to play outside occasionally." He then tossed two five-elements fruits to the person and the dragon. They instantly became invigorated. Linger, having forgotten the earlier reprimand, rushed forward to grasp Ye Feng's arm, exclaiming, "Master, I knew you favored Linger the most, but why do you always give me a five-elements fruit and also give little Jean one? Next time, could you please just give me your fruit instead of passing it to little Jean?" Upon hearing this, the seven-color divine dragon eagerly bobbed its massive head up and down, not wishing to be threatened by Ling. Ye Feng patted Linger's head and replied, "Oh, he chose not to elaborate further." Linger simply giggled in delight. "I could tea that moment." Ye Feng instructed, "Hongjun, go outside the mountain to welcome our guests." Hongjun was the name Ye Feng had given to the seven-colored divine dragon. Hongjun let out a long roar and flew out of Pangu Mountain, prompting Linger to shout, "What are you roaring about? You little rascal. You scared me." Ye Feng smiled wryly. Before long, Hongjun returned with a visitor to Pangu Mountain. It was none other than Zhen Yuanzi, the progenitor of the Earth Immortals. With a broad smile, Zhen Yuanzi entered the mountain and greeted Ye Feng with clasped hands. Zhen Yuanzi pays respects to senior brother. Ye Feng, not one to maintain any airs, returned the greeting. Afterward, Zhen Yuanzi remarked, "Senior brother, you possess a splendid place for cultivation. Pangu Mountain must surely be the premier cultivation site across this vast wilderness." Albeit unknown to many, he gazed at the grand Pangu Mountain with envy. He continued, "Your disciples are indeed prodigious. Not to mention Linga, whose innate qualities shine brilliantly from a young age. Even this young friend Hongjun possesses considerable prowess." Ye Feng replied, "It is nothing remarkable. Is it not true that the five itself is a place of remarkable talent and fortune? Why concern ourselves with such matters? As long as one possesses the heart to pursue the Tao. The location matters little." But he regarded Zhen Yuanzi with a calm expression. Zhen Yuanzi's face flushed as he acknowledged, "What you say is indeed wise." He then added, "Senior brother, I have come to express my gratitude for your assistance in rescuing me and my brother Hongjun previously. My five is about to bear a primordial spiritual fruit, one that I believe you are aware of. That it is fortunate that it will ripen soon, and I've come to invite you to partake in its tasting. Although it may not be an extraordinary item, it serves to express our heartfelt intentions, and I hope you will honor us with your presence. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face." With Zhen Yunzi's invitation, Ye Feng felt it would be impolite to refuse, especially upon noticing Linger's eager expression. Thus he replied, "Very well, I shall accept your kind invitation." Junior brother Jin Yuan, he shot a warning glance at Linga, who merely stuck her tongue out at him and clung tightly to his arm, unwilling to let Ye Feng leave her behind. Despite Ye Feng's outwardly aloof demeanor, he found it difficult to be stern with this disciple. It was not that he did not wish to be strict, but he felt it unnecessary. Thus, under Zhen Yunzi's guidance, they headed toward the Five, a place Ye Feng had yet to visit since his rebirth. Since his rebirth, Ye Feng had seldom ventured outside, mostly engrossed in solitary cultivation, which had led him to lag behind. It was no wonder he required constant reminders and guidance from Pangu to improve his cultivation. Ye Feng's extraordinary experiences had left him with a detached perspective. Even if he tried to remain indifferent, it is also a matter that weighs heavily on the heart. A few individuals, accompanied by a dragon, slowly made their way towards Wuzhuang Temple. At this moment, the primal land was embroiled in an escalating conflict between the witch and demon clans, perhaps due to the last expedition to the Eastern Sea. The leaders of various tribes tacitly permitted their subordinates to engage in such hostilities in a bid to regain dignity. The echoes of battle and cries of slaughter reverberated across the wilderness. Ye Feng lamented that this war between the witch and demon clans had only lasted several tens of thousands of years, yet the heavenly Tao could not tolerate their existence, and had begun to show its might. Zhang Yunzi, ever the benevolent figure, shook his head repeatedly at the sight of the carnage on the primal land, his compassionate visage seemingly transformed into one of sorrow. Observing Zhang Yunzi's expression, Ye Feng silently mused. No wonder Zhang Yunzi could not attain the status of a saint. While being kind-hearted has its merits, indecisiveness in matters of life and death and a lack of assertiveness in action would render one incapable of achieving greatness, even across countless tribulations. Half a day later, the group arrived at the southern continent of Zhanbu, where Wuzhuang Temple came into view from afar. The temple was surrounded by 100 miles of spiritual herbs and celestial flora, at the center of which stood a towering green fruit tree emanating immense spiritual energy. Cleverly concealed by Zhang Yunzi's formations, yet easily discernible to Ye Feng, though it lacked the grandeur of Pangu Mountain or the awe-inspiring presence of Pangu Palace, it could still be considered a treasure trove of celestial beauty. Feng Linger gazed at Wuzhuang Temple with wide-eyed curiosity. Having seldom ventured beyond Pangu Mountain, she was thoroughly fascinated by this new and wondrous place. In contrast, Long Yun appeared less intrigued. Having roamed freely in the absence of Pangu Mountain, he was aware of Wuzhuang Temple and had passed by its outskirts before. However, even with 100 times more courage, he would not dare to provoke trouble within, knowing that while Zhang Yunzi was indeed a kind-hearted person, his cultivation was formidable. As the group approached the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple, they noticed a couplet inscribed on the door: "The immortal abode of eternal life, a household that shares longevity with the heavens." The horizontal inscription read, "Longevity of heaven and earth," which was indeed the hallmark of Wuzhuang Temple. Within the temple, 2 young disciples stood waiting. Upon noticing them, Zhang Yunzi called out, "Qing Feng, Mingwei, why do you not come forth to greet your 7th Shirshu?" The 2 young disciples quickly rushed over to Ye Feng, bowing as they said, "Qing Feng and Mingwei pay their respects to 7th Shirshu, wishing for your sacred body to remain golden and safe." Ye Feng, not wanting to appear overly formal, raised his hands and gently gestured, "There is no need for such formality." With a flick of his hands, he produced 2 elixirs that shimmered with a blue light. These were the creation pills he had crafted during his leisure. The moment they appeared, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, capturing Zhang Yunzi's attention. These pills could elevate the cultivation of those below the saintly realm. Now, Qing Feng and Mingwei, being at the celestial level, would immediately ascend to the great Luo celestial level upon consuming one. Yunzi quickly interjected, "How can my little disciple accept such a precious gift? I implore my senior brother to take it back." He did not even glance at Qing Feng and Mingyue's eager faces. Ye Feng replied, "Why should we be concerned about trivial possessions?" He then handed the pills to Qing Feng and Mingwei, who expressed their gratitude profusely. And Zhang Yunzi echoed, "Thank you, senior brother." In truth, Zhang Yunzi was not a miserly person. Having watched his 2 disciples remain steadfastly loyal for many years, he was well aware of their dedication. His life fruit possessed immense spiritual power. Fearing that his disciples could not bear it, he had long been at a loss. Now that Ye Feng presented these pills, it perfectly aligned with Zhang Yunzi's thoughts, bringing him great joy. After Qing Feng and Mingwei greeted Feng Linger and Long Yun, Zhang Yunzi instructed, "Qing Feng, Mingwei, go to the orchard and pick 10 life fruits." Qing Feng was momentarily taken aback, pondering how generous his master was to offer 8 fruits at once. He knew that the life fruit bloomed once every 10,000 years, bore fruit after another 10,000, and matured only after 30,000 years, yielding a total of 30 fruits. He had never seen his master so open-handed before. It seemed that 7th Shirshu held substantial weight in his master's heart. The 2 hurried off towards the life fruit orchard. This moment, Red Cloud emerged from the temple, and upon seeing Ye Feng, he clasped his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to 7th Shixiang. I did not wish to trouble you from 1,000 miles away. I hope you will not take offense." Ye Feng could only sigh. The 2 had their ways of greeting, and out of helplessness, he replied, "Red Cloud Shitty, There is no need for such formality. I have long heard that Wuzhuang Temple is one of the few divine abodes, and I have always wished to visit, yet I have been hindered by mundane matters. Now that I have a chance, I hope to disturb you both for a while." Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud repeatedly declined, and they proceeded to greet Feng Linger and Long Yun. Feng Linger spoke up first. "Zhen Yuanzi Grandpa, Red Cloud Grandpa, you need not keep calling me little friend. Just call me Ling. It sounds much more endearing," she said with a blush. Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud, glancing at Ye Feng for guidance, followed suit and addressed her as Lady Linger at this moment. Long Yun interjected, "You two esteemed immortals need not be so formal with little dragon. I am merely a mount and do not deserve such grand salutations. If you do not mind, simply addressing me as little friend would suffice." He looked at Ye Feng, who regarded Long Yun's humility in front of others with newfound respect. After the mutual greetings, Red Cloud suggested, "In our eagerness to converse, we should invite Shi Xiao, Lady Linger, and little friend Long Yun into the inner hall." With that, he and Zhen Yunzi ushered Ye Feng and the others inside. Once they settled in the hall, it was not long before Qing Feng and Mingwei entered carrying a tray laden with 10 shimmering golden life fruits, covered with a brocade cloth. The rich fragrance spread throughout the hall. Zhen Yuanzi instructed Qing Feng to place 2 fruits before Ye Feng and the others, while he and Red Cloud each took one. Feng Linger lifted the cloth, revealing the life fruits that resembled newborn infants. Soft and delicate, with clearly defined features, making it difficult to bring herself to eat one. And Yuanzi then spoke, "Senior brother, I am deeply grateful for your rescue last time. We left in haste, and Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud wish to take this opportunity to express our thanks. There is nothing else worthy of your visit, only these life fruits as our humble token of appreciation." Red Cloud added, "Indeed, I must thank you, for otherwise my life would have long since ended to Ye Feng." Seeing the two begin their lengthy discourse once more, interjected, "As fellow cultivators who share the path of enlightenment, it is only natural to help one another in times of trouble." With that, he picked up a life fruit and began to consume it leisurely. While it did not greatly aid him, it did quench his thirst. Long Yun, without any reservations, devoured his life fruit with abandon, contrasting Ye Feng's leisurely pace, which elicited a laugh from Feng Linger as a girl. She ultimately retained a more delicate disposition. Zhen Yuanzi remarked, "If Lady Linger is unwilling to consume it now, you may take it back with you. Use it whenever you wished." He gazed at her with a kind smile. Feng Linger nodded gently, but then cast a glance at Long Yun, who was eyeing her life fruit with sparkling eyes. Quickly, she tucked the fruit away and shot Long Yun a fierce look. Long Yun, in turn, made a funny face at her. Previously, upon learning of the impending turmoil after Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud returned from the temple, they both worked diligently to enhance their own powers. Red Cloud also refined the gourd he had once harvested from Buzhou Mountain into the 99 Red Cloud soul-collecting gourd, which could capture souls and significantly bolstered his strength. After Ye Feng and the others had savored the life fruits, they prepared to take their leave. Despite Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud's repeated entreaties to stay, they eventually returned to Pangu Mountain. Chapter 18. The Sea of Blood in the Underworld and the Schemes of the Min Mosquito Daoist after the last battle at the Eastern Sea. The Min ancestor returned to his vast sea of blood. However, due to the ongoing frictions between the witch and demon clans, countless lives were lost, and the souls of the deceased found no peace. The Sea of Blood was the most tainted place in the world, accumulating the resentment and deathly aura from the primal lands. Consequently, innumerable ghosts began to converge upon the Sea of Blood, with some gradually harnessing its power to cultivate into ghostly forms, slaughtering their kind, and growing ever stronger. One day, as Min was resting in the hall of the underworld, he was startled awake by disturbances from outside. Upon releasing his divine sense to investigate, he quickly grasped the situation. Whether it was Min's innate nature or a sudden whim, he observed the rapidly growing ghostly immortals and desired to claim them for himself. Just as he was about to emerge from the Sea of Blood, a thought struck him. The gods are all aware that I possess the innate treasures, the Yuan Tu and the abyssal swords. If I were to confront them in the future, wouldn't they be on guard against me? Instead, why not take this opportunity to use these myriad ghosts to forge a treasure, which could serve as a means of self-preservation in the future? With that thought, Min had emerged from the sea of blood, and upon seeing the high-level ghostly forms that had reached the great Luo celestial level, he grinned widely as countless ghosts rushed towards him. Sensing a living presence, Min waved his hand, activating the grand formation of the sea of blood to envelop the multitude of ghosts within. He then began to channel various refining techniques, compressing the countless spirits. The anguished wails of the ghosts echoed as they were continuously refined, yet Min remained unfazed. His philosophy was that if others were to suffer, he too must endure. Thus, it was better to exert some effort now than to face tribulations later in peace. 3 days later, all the ghosts had been fully refined, culminating in the creation of a black, banner-shaped artifact. Min inscribed the words Soul-Eating Banner upon it. This would become the legendary innate treasure known as the Soul-Eating Banner. Though at present, it was merely in its nascent form. Seeing that the Soul-Eating Banner had not yet been successfully refined, Min concealed it within the grand formation of the Sea of Blood and hid the entire formation within the sea itself, ensuring that no one passing by would discover his treasure crafting. The Soul-Eating Banner continually absorbed the endless stream of souls, as it was known that thousands perished daily in the primal lands, ensuring a steady supply of spirits. Returning to the hall of the underworld, Min sat on a stone chair, his face alight with excitement. However, observing the vast and desolate hall of the underworld, a sense of irritation arose within. Whether it was under the influence of some celestial insight or the machinations of the River of Souls, the thought of the endless stream of wandering spirits sparked an idea in Mingi's mind. In the grand hall, he reached out and seized a terrified spirit, whose face was a mask of fear. Gazing intently at the spirit, Mingi pondered for a moment before speaking. What brings a second-rate ghost to my blood sea of the underworld? The spirit, flustered, replied, in response to my esteemed ancestor. After we perished, we were inexplicably informed by a force beyond our comprehension that this blood sea of the underworld is a sanctuary. Mingi bellowed, do not attempt to deceive your ancestor, for I am not easily fooled. With that, he flung the spirit, sending it plummeting into the pool of blood within the sea. The spirit shrieked, reaching out in desperation, but was swiftly engulfed by the waters of the blood sea. Just as Mingi intended to capture another spirit for questioning, the waters began to churn violently, and the very spirit he had cast away erupted from the depths. Now, transformed, He stood before him. No longer a mere spirit, but a being that was neither human, nor ghost, nor celestial, nor demon, nor shaman. A newly emerged species. The entity approached Mingi, knelt, and reverently proclaimed, I pay my respects to my ancestor. This left Mingi momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to him, the blood sea possessed the ability to reconstruct the bodies of deceased spirits, erasing their memories entirely, akin to the cycle of reincarnation, albeit lacking its comprehensive capabilities. After their rebirth, these beings recognized Mingi as their master, for the blood sea was his domain. Regaining his composure, Mingi seized another spirit and cast it into the sea. This time, it was a female spirit. Shortly thereafter, a tall and beautiful woman emerged, who, upon seeing Mingi, humbly bowed and said, I pay my respects to my ancestor. Her demeanor suggested that she would comply with any command he issued, and her cultivation remained intact from her previous life. Overjoyed, Mingi exclaimed, I never anticipated such fortune. From this moment forth, I shall fear no one. Be it Ye Feng or the three purities, they can all take their leave. He laughed heartily, causing the other wandering spirits to tremble in fear. Mingi swiftly crafted 2 swords identical to his own Yuan II abysmal sword, using the exquisite Ming stones from the Blood Sea, and bestowed them upon the 2 newly formed beings, renaming them Yuan II and Abysmal, instructing them to capture powerful spirits for transformation. He then excitedly soared outward. Ming stones are the finest materials for crafting artifacts. 1 tier below, the famed Nuwa's 5-colored stones. Mingi departed the Blood Sea, heading towards the East Victory Divine Continent. Before long, he arrived at a gaping chasm, deep and unfathomable, where toxic mists swirled and countless mosquitoes danced in the air. Frowning at the sight, Mingi called out with his magical powers. Friend Mosquito, a long-lost acquaintance has come to visit. Why do you not reveal yourself? As his words echoed, A black-faced figure with a sharp nose and monkey-like features appeared at the chasm's edge. It was none other than the first mosquito of the primordial earth. Mosquito Taoist, feigning ignorance, the mosquito remarked, "What brings you to this desolate place, Mingyi? I did not expect to find you away from your blood sea." Mingyi, irritated by Mosquito Taoist's demeanor, retorted, "I am not here for idle chatter today. I have matters to discuss. Is this how you entertain your guests?" He gestured towards the barren mountain pass. Sensing Mingyi's seriousness, Mosquito Taoist replied, "Then please come inside." With that, he entered the chasm, closely followed by Mingyi. In no time, they arrived at a dark, foreboding hall, the dwelling of Mosquito Taoist. Once settled, Mosquito Taoist offered tea and inquired, "What brings you here today, esteemed friend?" He stared at Mingyi with curiosity. Mingyi, reflecting on his own existence since the dawn of creation, lamented, "I have been here since the primordial earth was formed, yet it seems you enjoy a more opulent life. While I dwell alone in this vast blood sea, you reside in comfort." Mosquito Taoist, envious, remarked, "Indeed, you are fortunate, Mingyi. With such a grand blood sea, why do others not come to share in its bounty? Is it not a source of tranquility?" Mingyi sighed deeply. "Perhaps I think too much. The reason for my visit today is to discuss a matter with you." Mosquito Taoist perked up, eager to hear. Mingyi continued, "Recently, I stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. My blood sea can reconstruct the souls of individuals, creating new forms that are neither human, nor ghost, nor celestial, nor demon, nor shaman, completely devoid of memory. This phenomenon has inadvertently enhanced the power of my blood sea." He scrutinized Mosquito Taoist's reaction, which shifted from excitement to apprehension. Aware of Mingyi's ruthless nature, he understood that such an increase in power could spell trouble for himself. Yet, driven by greed, he awaited Mingyi's next words. Noticing the change in Mosquito Taoist's demeanor, Mingyi's regard for him elevated further. You recall the 8 Tao of primordial purple chi passed down by teacher Hongjun? All 7 disciples received their share, which was pivotal for their ascension. But do you know who obtained the 8th portion of the primordial purple chi? He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Mosquito Taoist. "Was it not Hongjun?" Mosquito Taoist replied innocently. Mingyi clenched his teeth in frustration. "Have you heard the teacher say that Hongjun could attain sanctity?" Realizing Mingyi's intent, even the dimmest of minds would understand. "Do you have confidence in this endeavor? It would be unwise to end up with nothing," Mosquito Taoist warned. Mingyi, anticipating such a response, began to negotiate with Mosquito Taoist. Thus, the hall resonated with their conspiratorial laughter, causing the surrounding mosquitoes to flee in confusion, pondering the peculiar behavior of their ancestor. Had he lost his mind? If only Mosquito Taoist knew their thoughts, he would be furious enough to swat them all into oblivion. Shortly thereafter, Mingyi announced his departure. "Friend Mosquito, I must take my leave. There are pressing matters in the blood sea that require my attention that I shall inform you when the time is right." With a swift motion, he exited the hall. Mosquito Taoist's voice trailed behind him. "I await your good news." Thus, their conspiracy concluded, awaiting the opportune moment to execute their grand plan. Upon returning to the blood sea, Mingyi found his newly acquired disciples diligently capturing spirits. Recognizing their hard work, he accepted them as his students, with Yuan Tu as his primary disciple and Abysmal following closely behind. The attention bestowed upon them by Mingyi accelerated their transformation process. Heralding the birth of the Shura clan. Chapter 19. The establishment of the Dragon Cloud and Ye Feng. The emergence of the creation cauldron, and the arrival of the gods as we leave aside the endeavors of ancestor Mingyi in the blood sea of the underworld. We turn our gaze to Pangu Mountain, which continues to thrive in grandeur, its verdant hills painting a harmonious landscape. At this moment, Ye Feng was deep in contemplation of the path of the saints within the Pangu Hall. Sensing a faint opportunity emerging from the void, an elusive insight that, while fraught with challenges, promised benefits for the primordial land, by nature, Ye Feng was aloof, reluctant to engage in such matters. However, the whisper of destiny compelled him to grasp something significant, seemingly connected to Pangu himself. Resolute, he stepped out of the Pangu Hall. Summoning Feng Ling and Long Yun, he addressed Long Yun. "Long Yun, I brought you back all those years ago, yet I have not inquired about your feelings. Today, feel free to share any grievances. Taken aback, Hongjun had seldom witnessed Ye Feng speak so openly. Since his arrival at Pangu Mountain, he had followed Ye Feng devotedly, and hearing such words now filled him with anxiety. I'm unsure where I have erred. Please punish me as you see fit. Since my arrival, you have treated me with great kindness. I have no complaints. He gazed earnestly at Ye Feng. With a sigh, Ye Feng replied, do not overthink it. I merely asked out of curiosity. Hongjun exhaled in relief. Ye Feng continued, would you be willing to become my second disciple? Hongjun was momentarily stunned, not expecting such an offer from Ye Feng. However, he quickly regained his composure and bowed fervently. Disciple Hongjun pays his respects to Master, performing 3 deep bows, and then turned to Feng with a joyful expression. I pay my respects to senior sister. Feng, beaming with happiness, looked at Ye Feng and said, Master, I have long wished to request that you accept little Jean as a disciple, but I feared it might displease you, so I refrained from mentioning it. She cast a timid glance at Ye Feng. Upon hearing Feng refer to him as little Jean, Hongjun's expression darkened, and he felt a surge of indignation. Ye Feng gazed at Feng and said, Linger, I wish to establish a sect, aimed at punishing evil and promoting good, to nurture the lives of all beings, and to gather those with affinity from across the world, thereby alleviating the sins of slaughter that plague the primordial beings and restoring clarity to the land. After a moment, he cast another glance at Feng and added, from this day forth, you shall be my foremost disciple. You must not behave as you once did. Remember to embody the grace of a senior sister. Lest you tarnish the reputation of our sect. Ye Feng spoke earnestly, then turned to Hongjun, stating, Hongjun shall be my second disciple. Hongjun promptly bowed in gratitude. Curious, Feng inquired of Ye Feng, Master, I fear that I may not fulfill the role of the chief disciple adequately, and may bring shame upon you. With her head bowed low, she spoke. Ye Feng regarded her and thought to himself, after all, she is a young girl, and considering her lack of experience in the tumultuous trials of Pangu Mountain, she will require gradual guidance. He reassured her. What do you fear? Is not your junior brother Hongjun here to assist you? Moreover, many more will join us in due course. And do not forget, you have your master to rely upon. With that, he affectionately tousled Feng's hair. Strangely, whenever Ye Feng expressed such heartfelt sentiments, Feng felt an overwhelming sense of safety, as though no challenge could daunt her. Thus, she resolutely nodded. She then asked, Master, since we are to establish a grand sect, what name shall it bear? Ye Feng gazed into the distance and replied slowly, the sect of creation. Feng did not fully grasp the significance of the name sect of creation, but she knew that whatever Ye Feng decided was undoubtedly correct. Observing the situation, Ye Feng addressed the primordial expanse. Speaking plainly, I am Ye Feng, the 7th disciple of Hongjun. Today, within the Pangu Mountain of the northern Buzhou, I established the sect of creation, dedicated to punishing evil and promoting good, nurturing all beings, open to those of affinity. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across every corner of the primordial realm. In an instant, the land stirred once more, reminiscent of the fervor following the 3 Pure Ones' recruitment of disciples. Countless demons and spirits flocked to northern Buzhou. Though the atmosphere was not as boisterous as before, for this region was notorious for its ferocity. Those who arrived were either great evildoers or bloodthirsty fiends. Yet, Ye Feng emerged as the first among the saints to establish a grand sect. While the 3 Pure Ones and their Western counterparts had yet to do so, in the celestial Doshui Palace beyond the heavens, Laozi summoned Xuandu, descending from the celestial realm upon his azure ox. Meanwhile, the primordial supreme one of Kunlun Mountain rode forth with his disciples on a creature of unearthly form towards northern Buzhou. News of Ye Feng's establishment of the sect of creation reached the ears of the 2 sages. Zhuan expressed concern. Is this Ye Feng's creation of the sect of creation a blessing or a curse for us? It is neither a blessing nor a curse, replied Jane. If it is a disaster, we cannot avoid it. There is no need for you to ponder excessively. We shall confront it when the time comes. With that, the 2 prepared themselves and departed from the western Hinyo continent towards northern Buzhou. They left without any disciples, their hands empty as they exited the hall in Nuwa Palace. Nuwa also rode a blue bird towards northern Buzhou. All the prominent deities from the witch and demon clans made their way there, as did the esteemed figures from Five Zhuangguan, Zhenyuan Zi, and Hongjun. A multitude of deities gathered in attendance. As Ye Feng soared away from Pangu Mountain, he waved his hands, causing the grand formation surrounding Pangu Mountain to vanish. All who arrived were permitted entry, for Ye Feng harbored no fear of chaos. In his left hand, he held the Chaos Pearl, and in his right, the Creation Heavenly Book. Standing before the Pangu Hall, he declared, "Sect of Creation, manifest." The Creation Heavenly Book emitted a beam of azure light, enveloping the Pangu Hall. Following the light, the Pangu Hall was concealed from sight, hidden from the gaze of the deities, as Ye Feng wished to keep its location a secret. With another wave of his hand, a grand hall reappeared within Pangu Mountain, inscribed with the words Hall of Creation. As for the Pangu Mountain itself, Ye Feng chose not to conceal it. Suddenly, the ethereal sounds of celestial music wafted down from beyond the heavens, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. The entire primordial expanse witnessed the emergence of a colossal cauldron, towering billions of zhang, its body a deep purple, continuously emanating a mysterious aura. That moment, a stream of profound light shot forth from the cauldron into Pangu Mountain, causing it to shift and restore itself. The cauldron vanished thereafter. Ye Feng had not intended for the establishment of his sect to invoke the appearance of this cauldron, which was, in fact, the cauldron of creation, formed from the 36 strands of primordial purple energy following Pangu's creation. Ye Feng's establishment of the sect of creation resonated with the heavenly principles, seeking fortune for the primordial realm, prompting the cauldron of creation to reveal itself. Observing the now even more enigmatic Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng noted its transformation from a grand spectacle to one imbued with profound mystery. The approaching deities were taken aback, pondering how Ye Feng's mere act of founding a sect could summon the cauldron of creation, leaving them eager to witness this new sect for themselves. The expressions of Hongjun's disciples varied widely. The three pure ones and Laozi displayed varying degrees of discontent, while Yuanshi's face was marked by jealousy. Tong Tian appeared excited. Zhuan wore an expression of anger, and Jie Yin looked sorrowful. Nuwa, however, bore a smile, revealing the intricate tapestry of emotions among them. Descending before the Hall of Creation, Ye Feng spoke gravely to Feng Ling'er and Long Yun. Feng Ling'er, as my foremost disciple, remember to uphold the principles of our sect and lead the sect of creation to greatness. Feng Ling'er, bowing respectfully, replied, "Disciple will faithfully obey Master's command." Ye Feng then addressed Long Yun. Long Yun, as my second disciple, remember to support your senior sister diligently and promote our sect, standing firm against the wicked. Long Yun bowed deeply, affirming, "Disciple will faithfully obey Master's command." Both disciples were filled with joy at their assignments. At that moment, the members of the Phoenix clan gathered around Ye Feng. Kai Feng spoke, "Immortal, our Phoenix clan has received countless blessings from you over the millennia. We cannot forget the grace you have shown us. Just now, our ancestral Phoenix, Feng Yunxia, conveyed a message for us to join your sect of creation. We humbly request your permission." Before Ye Feng could respond, the entire Phoenix clan knelt. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. Since Ling'er is of the Phoenix lineage, I shall grant you this. You may join the sect of creation. However, should any of you commit heinous acts in the future, even kin shall not be spared." Kai Feng, leading the way, along with Kong Xian and the great Peng, knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master, the esteemed founder." With a wave of his hand, Ye Feng lifted the Phoenix clan to their feet. Kong Xian, astonished, thought, "This immortal indeed possesses remarkable power." With but a gentle wave of his hand, the Phoenix clan could not remain kneeling. Ye Feng continued, "Members of the Phoenix clan, heed my words. Kai Feng, Kong Xian, and the great Peng shall serve as protectors of the sect of creation, upholding its tenets and promoting our teachings." With that, the three bowed in gratitude. He then added, "The remaining disciples of the Phoenix clan shall be considered the third generation of the sect of creation. Remember, you must care for one another and never harm your fellow disciples." Violators shall face expulsion from the sect, and the consequences may be severe, including the loss of cultivation or even annihilation. He regarded them solemnly. The Phoenix clan knelt in unison, declaring, "We shall faithfully adhere to the sect master's commands and will not harm our fellow disciples." That Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction to tea that moment. Ye Feng furrowed his brow and instructed, "Linger, Hongjun, Kongxian, Great Peng, and Kai Feng, you five shall proceed to the mountain front to welcome our guests and bring them all back to the Hall of Creation." With that, he disregarded the crowd and entered the Hall of Creation. The gathering was unsure of whom they were to welcome, yet they complied with Ye Feng's wishes, stepping out from Pangu Mountain to await the arrival of their visitors. While the remaining members of the Phoenix clan stayed behind to manage the affairs of the newly established sect. Although Kongxian and the Great Peng possessed profound cultivation, they found themselves slightly subdued in the presence of Feng Ling. They envied her for having such a commendable master, and over the years, as Feng Linger matured, she became increasingly ethereal, evoking a sense of protectiveness in those who beheld her. Kongxian addressed her as Miss Linga, acknowledging both her lineage as the daughter of Feng Yuntian and her status as Ye Feng's foremost disciple, a position of great respect within the sect of creation. Without further ado, the five awaited at Pangu Mountain. Chapter 20. The Arrival of Saints and Immortals. Shaking the mountain to deter, the deities Feng Linger and Kongxian, along with others, stood at the foot of Pangu Mountain, waiting for a brief moment when suddenly a dazzling array of colors illuminated the sky. The myriad deities had arrived. Seeing so many divine beings, Feng Linger felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet recalling her role as her master's representative, she managed to quell her anxiety. Hongjun, noticing Feng Linger's expression, understood her nervousness and whispered, "Little senior sister, where has your usual bravado gone?" He chuckled, provoking a blush upon her face, which she struggled to suppress. However, his jest did bolster her courage slightly as the deities approached. She stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Greetings to all esteemed uncles and aunts, and to all revered deities. I am Feng Linger, the foremost disciple of my master. He has entrusted me with the honor of welcoming you here. I kindly invite you all to the Grand Hall for rest. Any shortcomings in our hospitality, I ask for your understanding." With a beaming smile, she bowed deeply in invitation. Hongjun was taken aback, not expecting Feng Linger to display such poise. Revealing no hint of fear, he regarded her with newfound respect. Yuan Shi, noticing that Ye Feng had not personally come out to greet them, could not help but huff in discontent. As everyone could sense his dissatisfaction, Laozi, usually indifferent, displayed a rare flicker of discontent, while the other deities exhibited varied expressions. However, it did not manifest as originally expected. Nevertheless, the deities did not pause, all following Feng Linger and her companions into Pangu Mountain. Upon their first encounter with Pangu Mountain, the gods were momentarily taken aback, and the members of the demon clan wore expressions of profound bewilderment. Who could have anticipated that a mountain identical to the unyielding mountain of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent would appear in the northern continent of Lu? Yet, this mountain was not the same. Despite their confusion, the gods continued into the Hall of Creation. As they entered the Hall of Creation, they beheld a grand and imposing chamber, suffused with an aura of profound mystery. Within, the master sat regally in the position of honor, Ye Feng. Upon seeing the gathering, he rose and clasped his hands in greeting. Ye Feng pays his respects to all esteemed senior brothers and sisters. And junior brothers, my humble abode is rather modest. I hope you will not take offense. With that, he gestured for the assembled deities to be seated. The Hall of Creation was spacious and could be expanded at Ye Feng's will, accommodating the multitude of great deities without feeling cramped. After the deities settled, two from the west remarked, "Junior brother, your great virtue has led you to establish a grand teaching ahead of your elder brothers, which is indeed a blessing for the wilderness. You have embraced the essence of creation, shaping this vast land, and have set a commendable example for us all." Zhuan Ti's words drew disdain from the other gods, who silently scorned shamelessness. However, Zhuan Ti, despite his occasional lack of modesty, was far more endearing compared to those who solely plotted in the shadows. Jian gazed upon Ye Feng with a benevolent expression. clearly indicating a close camaraderie between the two. To this moment, Tong Tian also spoke. Congratulations, junior brother, on establishing a grand teaching and acquiring esteemed disciples. In the future, we shall all be disciples of Hongjun and must support one another. He smiled warmly at Ye Feng. Although Ye Feng had no intention of speaking, he was compelled to respond to Tong Tian's earnest gaze. As we are all under the same master, it is only natural that we support one another. Tong Tian nodded in agreement, while Laozi cast a glance at Yuan Shi before turning to Ye Feng. Congratulations, junior brother, on your establishment of a grand teaching. In the future, I hope you will join us in resisting external foes. After that, he fell silent. Laozi merely nodded at Ye Feng, saying nothing further. Subsequently, various deities, including those from the demon clan and Nuwa, paid their respects to Ye Feng. Although there had been previous hostilities between Ye Feng and the demon clan, the demon representatives were not the type to hold grudges, understanding the necessity of cooperation for future endeavors. Even the river of death had come, much to Ye Feng's surprise, as it was rare to see past grievances set aside. Yet, since they had arrived, he would not make things difficult for them. After the deities had exchanged pleasantries, Ye Feng addressed them. Esteemed guests from afar, my humble abode lacks proper hospitality, but I shall make do. With a wave of his hand, an array of celestial fruits, none of which they had ever seen before, appeared before the gods. However, Ye Feng refrained from presenting the more precious ones, such as the 5 elements fruit, the primordial Tao fruit, and the reincarnation fruit, deeming them unnecessary for this occasion. The fruits he did present, however, were sufficient to astonish the assembly. The establishment of the creation sect revealed to the gods that Ye Feng was indeed a disciple of Hongjun. Upon arriving at Pangu Mountain, they realized that Ye Feng stood on par with other prominent disciples, and aside from having fewer disciples than a few others, it was evident that he was not inferior. Yuan Shi, Zhuan Ti, and Jie Yin looked on with envy at this moment. Ho Tu, noticing the silence among the gods, rose and clasped her hands. Senior brother, in establishing the creation sect, are you aware of the matter concerning the cauldron of creation? Unbeknownst to her, this matter was related to Ye Feng. The Wu clan, lacking an understanding of the primordial spirit, was not fully aware of the intricacies behind the calculations, and although she speculated, she could not grasp the entirety of the situation. Ye Feng glanced at Ho Tu, admiring her potential to transform into the 6 paths in the future, and replied, Junior sister, you may not know, but the establishment of this sect is a significant undertaking. Since my creation sect has decided to engage in such matters, it is in accordance with the heavens. The heavenly principles responded, manifesting an omen, which is a sign of support for our creation sect. Ho Tu nodded in understanding. Thank you, senior brother, for clarifying. With that, she returned to her seat. Meanwhile, Xian Ming, still irked by Ye Feng's previous escape, interjected. Ye Feng, after parting ways at the Zixiao Palace, my junior sister has missed you dearly. And I wish to trouble you a bit. He cast a playful glance at Ye Feng, who remained unfazed, understanding that Xian Ming was likely to bring up matters concerning the Wu clan. Nuwa then chimed in. Junior brother, I too seek your wisdom, and shall also impose upon you shortly. I could see this moment. Laozi and Yuan Shi were both quite displeased, seeing their younger siblings flocking to Ye Feng for opportunities. Feeling forgotten. However, Yuan Shi refrained from expressing his displeasure in front of so many. Zhuan Ti then spoke up. I wonder, junior brother, how many disciples you have under your guidance. Please introduce them, so that we may avoid any future misunderstandings among ourselves. Zhuan Ti had taken an interest in the matter, having seen Kong Xian upon entering Pangu Mountain, and knowing that Kong Xian was now with the creation sect. He was contemplating an approach regarding Kong Xian, believing that as long as they were not core disciples of Ye Feng, there might still be an opportunity. The members of the demon clan perked up, eager to hear Ye Feng's response. Aware of Zhuan Ti's intentions and observing the expressions of the demon clan, Ye Feng replied, Kong Xian is a guardian of my sect and is naturally a disciple of the creation sect. I wonder why you inquire so. Zhuan Ti, are you perhaps contemplating a repeat of past schemes? He fixed his gaze on Zhuan Ti, who had yet to attain the status of saint and was thus no match for Ye Feng, who felt a bit awkward and replied, Junior brother is jesting. Since Hongjun is now under your banner, he is indeed your disciple, and I shall act accordingly." With that, he hastily took his seat. The demon representatives recalibrated their approach. Ye Feng then introduced Feng Ling'er and Long Yun to the assembly, revealing that they were his disciples. Upon seeing Feng Ling'er's extraordinary beauty and ethereal demeanor, many deities felt a flicker of admiration. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Ling'er graciously accepted their compliments with a composed smile. Long Yun, too, astonished the assembly, as the great deities, being beings of immense power, immediately recognized his true form. They were amazed at Ye Feng's fortune, for the transformation of the golden giant python into the seven-color divine dragon was as rare as the life fruit of Zhen Yuanzi to this moment. Ye Feng, having allowed Long Yun to take on a human form, was but a step away from entering the quasi-saint realm. Observing Zhuan and the others still harboring intentions, Ye Feng decided to deliver a stern warning to extinguish their thoughts. Hongjun, the great Peng, is a guardian of my creation sect. Should anyone harbor ulterior motives against him, they shall be considered my enemy, and I shall not hesitate to eliminate them as soon as he spoke. Ominous red calamity clouds materialized across the sky, surrounding Pangu Mountain, crackling with lightning, startling the assembly. The gods, taken aback, speculated as to why Ye Feng had suddenly become wrathful, given the gravity of the situation. It seemed likely that anyone who dared provoke him would meet a swift demise. Zhuan, sensing the tension, quickly interjected. "Junior brother, why such fury? Should anyone dare to act against Hongjun in the future, Zhuan shall be the first to take action." He adopted a generous demeanor, regardless of his true intentions. Whether or not he was sincere, at least he had made his position clear. Ye Feng, recognizing the opportunity, nodded, and the ominous clouds dissipated. The assembly remained puzzled regarding the cause of Ye Feng's anger. But since the moment had passed, they indulged in the feast. Feng Ling'er discreetly approached Ye Feng, tugging at his sleeve. "Master, you have offered all the fine fruits to the gods. What shall I do when I crave them in the future?" She continued to pull at his sleeve, imploring him. Ye Feng gently tapped Feng Ling'er's little head. "You silly girl. How can you still be so greedy at your age? Worry not. The fruits I presented are not particularly precious. I still have more." With that, he turned his attention away from her. Feng Ling'er retorted. "Master, how can you still scold me? I am grown now. If one of the great deities were to see me, would I not be mortified?" With that, she shyly hid behind Ye Feng. Ye Feng chuckled. "Oh, so our Ling'er knows shyness now. I wonder who it is that chases after Long Yun all day long on Pangu Mountain, reminiscent of the demeanor of the Lightning Master." This made Feng Ling'er even more embarrassed, as she lightly pinched Ye Feng's arm. "Master, stop it!" Her face flushed red, leaving others captivated by her charm. Ye Feng gazed at Feng Ling'er with a smile, reveling in the moment. This scene did not go unnoticed by Ho Tu, who mused, "My senior brother truly knows how to keep his composure." As the assembly recognized the conclusion of the event, they began to take their leave. The gathering had been vast, including members from the Qilin and Dragon clans, drawing the attention of those present. With the departure of most, only a few female immortals remained. Ye Feng, however, did not move, contemplating how to explain matters to the sisters. Given his nature, he would have preferred to leave without a second thought. But future encounters would necessitate avoiding awkwardness. After much reflection, he finally devised a plan, reminiscent of past strategies, to maintain the secrecy of the heavenly principles, thereby placating Nuwa, Ho Tu, and Xianming. As the crowd began to disperse, with those remaining at Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng instructed Long Yun and Hongjun to select suitable candidates to become disciples. Ye Feng then vanished from the Hall of Creation and made his way to the Pangu Hall. Chapter 21. Nuwa's enlightenment. On the path to sainthood, countless mortals fell into the wilderness, and without revisiting the previous establishment of the creation sect by Ye Feng, it is noted that while the deities celebrated at Pangu Mountain, Hongjun remained absent as of now. Hongjun, being aligned with the Tao, regarded Ye Feng as a fellow traveler in the path, thus not considering himself of a senior generation to Ye Feng. Aside from the guise of the seventh disciple he had deceived the gods with, Although Hongjun did not personally attend, he had entrusted the young Taoist boy Hao Ian to extend his congratulations after the gathering of the gods had departed. After Nuwa established the creation sect, she returned alone to her palace. While finding herself with idle time, she ventured into the vast wilderness. There, she witnessed the ongoing slaughter between the witch and demon clans, a sight that filled her with sorrow. One day, as she wandered into a village, she observed a group of children molding clay figures on the ground. Curious, Nuwa inquired about their activity, but the children could not articulate their reasoning. Contemplating the clay figures, Nuwa reflected on her teacher's words regarding her destiny and decided to visit the Zhixiao Palace for guidance, ascending to the heavenly realm. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of Zhixiao Palace, where the young Taoist boy Wu Tian was stationed. Upon seeing Nuwa, Wu Tian greeted her, inquiring about her purpose for visiting. Although Wu Tian had not been formally recognized as a disciple of Hongjun, he had been by Hongjun's side since his emergence. Thus, addressing Nuwa as senior sister was not inappropriate. Nuwa replied, "I have come to pay my respects to the teacher." Wu Tian, aware of her intent, merely asked out of formality, "The teacher is currently in a meditative state, and I am unsure if he is present." After speaking, he led Nuwa to the elevated platform that belonged solely to Hongjun. There, Hongjun sat with an inscrutable expression, observing Nuwa and saying, "I am aware of your endeavors. It is simply that the time for your destiny has not yet arrived." With that, he closed his eyes. Nuwa, taken aback, replied, "I am but a foolish disciple. Today I sense that my destiny is near. Yet I remain utterly confused." Without opening his eyes, Hongjun advised, "The path of the Tao lies in understanding. Do not be confined by your own limitations, for that is the lesser way." He continued, "Nuwa, I have previously mentioned that your connection to the witch clan lies with Ye Feng. This is not mere conjecture. Go forth. When the time comes, you shall attain that sacred position. If the time has not yet arrived, all your efforts will be in vain." With a perplexed expression, Nuwa exited the Zhixiao Palace. As she descended from the heavenly realm, Hongjun's voice echoed in her ears. All beings possess spirit. With each great battle, new life emerges. After a distant sigh, Nuwa was momentarily stunned, then bowed in the direction of Zhixiao Palace, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Now aware that her path to enlightenment was intertwined with the emergence of life, she felt somewhat overwhelmed by the complexity of it all. Realizing she could not act immediately, she continued her journey through the wilderness. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself once more at the village, where the children were again molding clay figures. Perhaps due to an intuitive understanding, Nuwa grasped the key to her situation. To achieve sanctity, she must create a being of her own. Thus, she knelt among the children, shaping a small clay figure in her likeness. However, this ordinary clay lacked sufficient spiritual essence, despite the abundant spiritual energy of the wilderness. The clay doll remained inert. Recalling Hongjun's words about her destiny being linked to Ye Feng, she set forth toward the northern region of Jiulu Prefecture, where Ye Feng resided. At that moment, Ye Feng was in the Pangu Hall. Sensing Nuwa's presence, he summoned Feng Ling and Kong Xian, giving them instructions before departing for Jiulu Prefecture. While journeying halfway, Nuwa encountered Ye Feng and remarked, "Junior brother, I was unaware of your destination. I'm also en route to visit Pangu Mountain. Yet I did not anticipate meeting you again." With curiosity, she inquired further why. Ye Feng replied, "What I am doing aligns with what you seek." Delighted, Nuwa requested, "Please, junior brother, enlighten me." Why. Ye Feng responded, "Although you have already visited Zhixiao Palace, the path to enlightenment is something others can assist with only to a limited extent. It requires your own understanding. Since you wish to create a being, act according to your intentions. When faced with mountains, move them. When confronted with water, fill it." With a wave of his hand, he presented her with a cauldron, the Qian Kuan Ding, and conjured a small quantity of primordial soil, known as the Nine Heaven Shirong. "You must take the time to comprehend this, for today is the day of your enlightenment," he advised, before subtly vanishing from her sight. In truth, Ye Feng did not stray far. He merely concealed himself, not wishing to disturb Nuwa's contemplation. Receiving the two primordial treasures from Ye Feng, Nuwa was momentarily taken aback. As she began to ponder, she placed the 9 heaven shirong within the Qian Ding to refine it. After some time, she molded a small figure resembling herself in the refined soil, placing it upon the ground. However, it remained lifeless. Nuwa, feeling defeated, was compelled to abandon her efforts, observing that Nuwa had yet to create a living being. Ye Feng could not help but send a thought. How can one live without blood? Surprised, Nuwa promptly added her own essence to the Qian Ding and reworked the 9 heaven shirong. Soon, the cauldron radiated brilliance, and as she waved her hand, the 9 heaven shirong transformed into a vibrant form. Nuwa scattered the soil upon the ground, mixing it with water, and shaped a figure in her likeness. Casting it onto the earth to tea, oh her delight, a woman emerged, capable of walking and living. Encouraged by this success, Nuwa continued to create figures, but then recalled the ancient principle that for every yin, there must be a yang. For every female, there must be a male. Consequently, she molded countless male figures in the likeness of her brother Fuxi. Unsure of her intentions, she also fashioned a few resembling Ye Feng. Realizing that this process was rather slow, she seized a vine, dipped it into the soil, and with a vigorous flick, countless humans sprang forth. Nuwa continued to flick the vine until hundreds of thousands appeared. Satisfied with her creation, she ceased her efforts. The newly formed humans looked upon Nuwa and collectively exclaimed, "We pay our respects to Lady Nuwa. Thank you for your benevolent creation." Nuwa raised her hand to silence them, declaring, "You need not bow. I am Nuwa. Today, moved by the heavenly machinations, I have created a race of beings, henceforth known as the human race." Upon her words, radiant multicolored light filled the sky, accompanied by ethereal sounds. The heavens bestowed a grand display of colors. A sign of the heavenly Tao's acknowledgement of Nuwa's monumental contribution in creating humanity. 2 portions of this divine light descended upon Nuwa, one entering the Qian Ding and the other, through Ye Feng's gesture, was sent into the cauldron, as the heavenly Tao recognized Ye Feng's support and guidance to Nuwa. Thus, Nuwa attained enlightenment, becoming the first sage after Pangu, Ye Feng, and Hongjun. From her being emanated a purple aura, the essence of enlightenment, which intertwined with the divine light, radiating a profound energy that a wave of pressure emanated from Nuwa, resonating throughout the wilderness, causing all beings to sense the majesty of her saintliness. Whether they were sentient or not, all creatures, including the witch clan, knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "May Lady Nuwa's sacred form be eternally blessed." In time, various deities hastened to where Nuwa Saturday, approaching Ye Feng. Nuwa returned the Qian Ding and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, junior brother, for lending me this treasure. I am at a loss as to how to repay you." Blushing, she glanced at Ye Feng. He replied, "There is no need for formality. We are all of the same sect." Ye Feng, having been burdened by Hongjun with numerous responsibilities, had no choice but to fulfill them, especially for a figure as significant as Nuwa, who was his ancestral progenitor from the future. Realizing that this matter need not be dwelled upon, he shifted the conversation, asking, "What do you intend to do with these humans?" Nuwa found herself at a loss. While she knew she could achieve saintly status through her connection with them, she was uncertain how to guide them afterward. Feeling somewhat mute, she looked at Ye Feng for answers. He, too, was unsure how to proceed, suggesting, "You may seek a suitable place for habitation." With a gesture toward a large tree, he conjured a simple garment from its leaves. Instructing, "You may create similar coverings for yourselves," he then clothed one of the humans, ensuring modesty. The crowd expressed their gratitude to Ye Feng. Before long, a multitude of radiant beings filled the heavens, as powerful deities arrived to congratulate Nuwa on her ascension. Observing the gathering, Ye Feng bid farewell to Nuwa and vanished in an instant. The 3 pure ones and several from the western realms arrived, with the being the most numerous, as Nuwa was one of their own. The Eastern Emperor Tai proclaimed, "Congratulations to Lady Nuwa on attaining the status of sage. They shall no longer fear the witch clan." He then broke into a hearty laugh that Dijun added, "We hope that, as a fellow, you will assist us in achieving greatness." That he, too, was filled with excitement. Nuwa replied, "A sage cannot casually intervene in the conflicts of the mortal realm. While they are my kin, I fear I may not be able to assist adequately. Since we all have our own aspirations, let us proceed accordingly." After exchanging formalities, the deities congratulated her, with many seeking merely to familiarize themselves for future encounters. At this juncture, the Eastern Emperor Tai and Decisive were increasingly arrogant. Even before Nuwa attained the esteemed status of a sage, the two had already displayed their haughty demeanor, let alone now. However, the demon clan's influence was formidable, bolstered by Fushi and Nuwa, with 5 individuals of quasi-saint status among them. Perhaps it was due to the innate opposition between the two races that no member of the demon clan dared to approach. Though Nuwa remained silent, she could not suppress her displeasure. After all, she had now achieved the revered title of sage, and previously, when there was no one to uphold dignity, she now felt a sense of pride. Chapter 22. Nuwa ascends to sagehood. The deities celebrate the deities gathered around Nuwa. And upon seeing her, Yuan exclaimed, "Congratulations, junior sister, on attaining the sagehood. Your fortuitous encounters have allowed you to surpass us." With a beaming smile, he continued, for Nuwa was indeed his junior sister, and despite his usual scheming ways, he still felt the bond of camaraderie as a disciple of Hongjun. Nuwa, cupping her hands, replied, "Elder brother, your praise is unwarranted. I merely encountered a fortunate opportunity, and I trust that you and the other brothers will soon follow suit." Her words were music to Yuan's ears, and he smiled broadly in response. Yuntian stepped forward, also bowing slightly, saying, "I appreciate your kind words, junior sister." Upon witnessing Yuntian's approach, Yuan emitted an annoyed grunt. Yuntian, however, chose not to engage in contention, and soon the group fell into light conversation. Laozi remained silent throughout, pondering the absence of Ye Feng, though he found no resolution to his thoughts. The demon clan members also approached. With Decisive bowing, "Congratulations, your majesty, on achieving the sagehood. The demon clan will surely require your guidance henceforth." Eastern Emperor Tai chimed in, "What are you saying, brother? The lady is of demon lineage. If she does not assist our clan, would she lend her aid to the witch tribe?" The two exchanged banter in a manner akin to a duet. Though Nuwa felt displeased, she refrained from expressing her that moment. Kunping added, "Your Majesty's sagehood is a blessing for our demon clan. I am confident you will lead us to forge a new realm." He cast a sly grin towards Nuwa, further irritating her. Yet she maintained her composure, aware that countless eyes were upon them, making it unsuitable to show overt displeasure. Seeing that all had arrived, Nuwa spoke, "I, Nuwa, have attained sagehood through fortuitous circumstances, and shall now open a realm in the 33 heavens for all my brothers and sisters to observe and perhaps aid in their cultivation." The deities, pleased by her words, made their way to the location. Ye Feng, concealed in the shadows, followed suit. Before long, the deities arrived in the 33 heavens, where Nuwa produced the red embroidered ball and the map of mountains and rivers. She declared, "Please observe closely." With that, she channeled her powers and hurled the red embroidered ball into the chaos. As a sage, her might surpassed that of any deity present, and the force of her abilities repelled all in its path for hundreds of miles. Including the likes of Lian Na and the 3 pure ones, as the red embroidered ball traversed the void, the chaotic space shattered, with pure energy rising and turbid energy descending. Nuwa then cast a map of mountains and rivers into the newly established realm, and the tumultuous elements gradually calmed. After half a day, the newly formed world stabilized, and with a wave of her hand, flowers, trees, and celestial cranes emerged, beckoning from the primal earth. The Nuwa palace soared from the primordial ground, and upon its placement in the new realm, the characters for Nuwa palace transformed into the palace of Nuwa. With a flick of her finger, a newly sprouted lotus root morphed into a small boy clad in a belly band, whom Nuwa named Ling Zhuzi, to serve as the gatekeeper. After completing these acts and dispersing her powers, the deities exhaled, gaining a fresh understanding of the sage's abilities. Nuwa addressed her fellow brothers and sisters. "What I, Nuwa, have attained is but a fraction. I trust that in due time, you shall all achieve greatness beyond my OWN." It was only then that the deities regained their composure. The ancestor of the river of underworld firmed his resolve, a sinister smile gracing his features. Nuwa then continued, My attainment of sagehood was accompanied by a faint sense of heavenly principle. A sage's essence relies upon the cosmos, and as long as the cosmos endures, so too shall the sage. That a sage transcends countless tribulations, and those beneath them cannot escape the cycle of heavenly law. Her words, uttered with calmness, unbeknownst to her, would incite a future rife with bloodshed and turmoil. Upon hearing Nuwa's declarations, the deities took their leave, each lost in their own thoughts. Once they had departed, Ye Feng revealed himself, having observed Nuwa's act of creation and comparing it to Pangu's. In contrast, Pangu's creation was the true primordial realm, the essence of the Tao, whereas Nuwa's was an extension of Pangu's work, a different yet equally valuable contribution. Though Pangu's world was a marvel, it also contained areas yet to be explored, causing future inconveniences. Nuwa's realm, though smaller, was more stable. However, the downside was that should Pangu's cosmos perish, so too would Nuwa. When Nuwa noticed Ye Feng's presence, she was taken aback. Now a sage, she had not anticipated his silent arrival. Upon closer inspection, she realized she could not discern his cultivation level, sending a wave of alarm through her. Yet, knowing Ye Feng was a disciple of Hongjun, she reassured herself, recognizing his character as generally benign, allowing her anxiety to subside. That I thank you, junior brother, for your previous assistance that aided my ascension to sagehood. If you have no urgent matters, please feel free to visit my palace. Nuwa offered. Ye Feng replied, "Thank you for your kind invitation, sister, but I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he vanished as swiftly as he had come. Nuwa displayed no outward emotion, having grown accustomed to Ye Feng's demeanor. After he departed, she returned to the palace of Nuwa with Ling Zhuzi in TOW. Ye Feng proceeded toward the northern Julu Island, only to encounter countless souls created by Nuwa perishing along his journey. Initially numbering in the millions, their ranks had dwindled to less than half. Ye Feng remained oblivious to the disparity between the celestial realm and the primordial earth. Though both were birthed by Pangu, the passage of time differed greatly, with one celestial day equating to a year on the ground. Consequently, while Ye Feng traversed the heavenly realms, half a year had elapsed on Earth, the newly birthed humanity, unaware of the changing seasons or their environment, lacked the martial prowess necessary to defend against the primordial beasts threatening their existence. Witnessing the dire situation, Ye Feng felt a pang of compassion. Perhaps because he was a descendant of these myriad new beings, he turned toward the gathering place of humanity. A figure descended from the sky. The people rose in alarm, perceiving him as a potential threat. Upon recognizing him as Ye Feng, they fell to their knees, weeping, "We beseech you, immortal, save us. We are blessed to exist in this world by the grace of Lady Nuwa, yet we know not how to survive, and have already suffered great losses." The speaker was an elderly man, the current leader of humanity. Ye Feng, observing the state of humanity, noted the stark contrast to their future prosperity, yet he understood that growth necessitated a process. Contemplating, he declared, "You must endure hardships, but this is a destined encounter. I shall impart to you a cultivation technique, so you may strengthen yourselves. Remember, your survival in this vast primordial world relies solely on your own strength. If you do not grow powerful, no one will come to your aid." With that, Ye Feng devised a cultivation method named the Endless Cycle Technique, symbolizing humanity's need for self-reliance and resilience in the primordial realm. This technique comprised 7 levels, the pinnacle reaching the realm of the Ye Yuntian. He then shared essential survival knowledge with the people before taking his leave. As Ye Feng departed, the elder inquired about his name. Wishing to commemorate him, Ye Feng did not reveal it, simply stating, "In due time, destiny will unveil it. Do not force it." With Ye Feng's assistance, humanity began to flourish rapidly. Though unbeknownst to him, the basic knowledge he imparted became invaluable to the nascent race. Thus, Ye Feng left an indelible mark upon humanity's heart. Unaware that his moment of kindness would lead humanity into numerous tribulations, Ye Feng was oblivious to the stages inherent in all things. As a reincarnated individual, he failed to recognize that his actions resembled the folly of nurturing seedlings too hastily. The heavenly principles observed all with clarity, yet the consequences of Ye Feng's actions remained uncertain. As Ye Feng departed, the elder conferred upon him the name Ye Yuntian, also known as Ye Yuntian, appointing him to lead humanity toward prosperous development. Ye Yuntian would later become the revered ancestor of the Xinyuan clan. On this day, Ye Yuntian led the remaining humanity forward when suddenly, a robust young man reported that a nearby hill was an ideal place to settle. Upon inspection, Ye Yuntian found the area abundant with lush grass and a crystalline stream flowing from afar, teeming with spiritual energy and wildlife. This discovery filled Ye Yuntian with joy. Thus, he guided his people to explore the numerous caves in the vicinity, establishing their new home, which he named Wanxiu, or Xinyuan Hill. The stream was designated Xinyuan Water. Ye Yuntian also disseminated the endless cycle technique to several members of humanity, resulting in significant growth for their community. Although Ye Feng had not disclosed his name, the kind-hearted and simple nature of humanity led them to erect a statue in his honor, dubbing him the Great Emperor of Creation. Standing alongside the statue of Nuwa, Ye Feng was aware of their intentions, but chose not to interfere. He understood that, at this moment, these simple folk expressed their heartfelt gratitude in a manner unique to them. Lacking the vast wealth prevalent in contemporary society, they nonetheless held a profound respect for him within their hearts, an irreplaceable sentiment for future generations. In the Wang Palace, Nuwa sensed this, and, with a mere smile, resumed her cultivation. Upon returning to Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng observed that, apart from the Phoenix clan, numerous other races and many demons and spirits were intermittently appearing. However, Ye Feng had no intention of exterminating them. Having established the creation sect, he was committed to the act of creation itself. Hongjun and his companions were busy assessing disciples, and Ye Feng informed them that anyone of good character with a desire to learn could join the creation sect. He was not keen on accepting disciples who would betray their masters, as that would tarnish his reputation for eternity. At this juncture, the creation sect had already welcomed several dozen members, aside from the two principal disciples, Feng Ling and Long Yun, and the three protectors, Kong Xian, De Peng, and Kai Feng. Ye Feng entrusted the primordial creation technique to Feng Ling for her to pass on, while the chaotic golden body was imparted to his two disciples. Chapter 23. The Gathering of Saints and the Emergence of Hongjun. The arrival of numerous immortals to hear the teachings. The creation sect, now a newly established grand sect, attracted many demons and spirits from the North Julu continent, though it did not garner the approval of several others. Yet, Ye Feng remained indifferent to their opinions. Laozi, the foremost of the three purities and the chief disciple of Hongjun, was the most powerful among them aside from Ye Feng. Thus his sensitivity to the celestial realm was unmatched, granting him the ability to calculate and discern point one day. While delivering a sermon in the Do Shui Palace, Laozi found himself restless and paused his discourse. He instructed Xuandu to lead the azure ox out towards the vast wilderness. Soon after reaching Wanxiu, he beheld the human race created by Nuwa, perhaps due to his connection to the heavens. He discerned the path to his own enlightenment. He then directed Xuandu to bring the azure ox to Wanxiu. Arriving at the settlement of the humans at this time, a member of the human race had already informed Ye Yuntian, who approached Laozi, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed immortal, what brings you here?" Laozi replied, "I am Laozi, the chief disciple of Hongjun, and I have come to walk among the human race due to our fated connection." Upon observing the multitude of humans, he noted their tattered clothing and frail bodies. Though he adhered to the principle of non-action, a flicker of compassion arose within him. This very spark of compassion would ultimately reveal to him the key to achieving sainthood. Sensing the heavenly machinations, he proclaimed to the vast wilderness, "I am Laozi, the chief disciple of Hongjun. Upon witnessing the poverty and lack of enlightenment among the human race, I shall establish a grand sect to educate them, utilizing the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to anchor the fortunes of this sect." With that, he cast the Taiji diagram into the sky, where it emitted a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire wilderness at that moment. A flash of seven-colored light descended from beyond the heavens, entering Laozi's body, accompanied by the primordial purple aura. Instantly, Laozi attained sainthood, and a fragrant aroma spread across the wilderness, healing those among the humans afflicted by illness. Subsequently, a wave of pressure swept across the wilderness, as all living beings sensed the might of Laozi's sainthood, kneeling and exclaiming, "The saint is compassionate." That Laozi's attainment of sainthood did not detract from the merits of his teachings. As he possessed formidable powers, the mysteries that once eluded him now flowed effortlessly, like a river cascading for miles. Before long, a multitude of brilliant lights illuminated the scene, heralding the arrival of numerous deities. All the gods of the wilderness were drawn to the matter of sainthood, capturing the attention of many. Nuwa, having arrived at Wanxiu first, given her speed as a saint, approached Laozi and clasped her hands in greeting, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother, on attaining your saintly position." Laozi, rarely showing a smile, replied, "I must thank you, junior sister. Without your creation of the human race, how could I have attained sainthood?" Nuwa, aware of the significance of this connection, responded, "It is only natural for fellow disciples to assist one another." With that, she fell silent. The humans, upon seeing Nuwa, also bowed and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Holy Mother." Nuwa observed that, while the human population was small, they had improved slightly since her initial creation of them, attributing this development to their natural evolution, and thus did not scrutinize them further. Before long, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian arrived at Laozi's side, with Yuan Shi wearing a broad smile as he congratulated him, saying, "Who would have thought that after junior sister's attainment of sainthood, she would so swiftly grasp the path to sainthood herself?" Filled with admiration for Laozi, Tong Tian also approached with a bow, expressing congratulations, senior brother, on achieving sainthood. Afterward, no further words were exchanged. Laozi remained silent, understanding Tong Tian's nature. Since the separation of the three purities at Kunlun Mountain, he had changed significantly. Shortly thereafter, the two figures from the west arrived, sensing Laozi's accomplishment and all approaching to congratulate him. Ye Feng, witnessing Laozi's attainment of sainthood, felt compelled to join the gathering, as they were fellow disciples. His absence might have embarrassed Laozi. Upon seeing everyone approach, Laozi revealed a hint of a smile. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and the others, reflecting on their own positions in light of Laozi's achievement, each sat down in contemplation. Before long, Yuan Shi spoke first, declaring, "I am Yuan Shi, the second disciple of Hongjun. Today, moved by the heavenly machinations, I shall establish a teaching known as the Chan sect, in harmony with heaven's will, to elucidate the divine intention. Using the innate treasure, the Pangu banner, as the cornerstone of this teaching. Upon finishing, the Pangu banner soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal size, while the heavens showered down a cascade of seven-colored light, which Yuan Shi absorbed, leading to his attainment of sainthood. Next, Tong Tian proclaimed, "I am Tong Tian, the third disciple of Hongjun. Today, prompted by the heavenly machinations, I shall establish a sect named the Ye sect, aimed at seizing a sliver of opportunity under the heavenly path, using the four swords of extermination as the foundation of this teaching." As he spoke, the four swords of extermination appeared above him, also expanding to a gigantic size, and a flash of seven-colored light descended from the sky. Marking Tong Tian's ascent to sainthood, the assembly of gods stood in awe, taken aback by the ease of attaining sainthood. Unbeknownst to them, the three purities, along with Nuwa and the two from the west, had been designated by Hongjun as the revered saints, and Hongjun's actions were in accordance with the will of heaven, leading to their natural success. Before the gods could fully comprehend the situation, the two figures from the west revealed a 12-petal lotus and a purple gold bowl, simultaneously proclaiming, "We're the fourth and fifth disciples of Hongjun. Today, moved by the heavenly machinations, despite the impoverished land of the western Hinyo continent, we shall establish a grand teaching to cultivate the Buddha's body in gold form, creating the world of ultimate bliss, thus making a great vow to enlighten all beings. The Mahayana Buddhism is established. The 12-petal lotus and the purple gold bowl transformed into enormous sizes, and a wave of seven-colored light descended from the heavens, signifying their attainment of sainthood. The gods waited, anticipating Ye Feng's own attainment of sainthood. However, after a prolonged period of silence, They all approached to congratulate the newly minted saints, eager to establish connections for future security. With several saints having achieved their status, Yuntian was particularly elated. With sainthood attained, many new possibilities opened up for him, and the fear he once held for Ye Feng dissipated, as he recognized that saints are immortal. Casting a glance at Ye Feng, he remarked, "Why has junior brother not yet attained the path? I suppose the timing has not yet arrived." With a smile, Ye Feng replied, "What significance does attaining the path hold? And what of not attaining it? We are but insignificant ants under the heavenly path. Furthermore, what the eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth." He reiterated the words he once shared with Nuwa long ago. Yuntian chuckled awkwardly, but remained silent. That moment, a figure descended from beyond the heavens, none other than Hongjun himself. Despite the saints having achieved their esteemed status, they still treated Hongjun with utmost respect. Greeting him in unison, "We pay our respects to our teacher." Hongjun exuded a formidable presence, causing the saints to tremble, realizing that even after attaining sainthood, they still held no power against him. They speculated about Hongjun's strength, as he disregarded their presence and turned his gaze to Ye Feng, stating, "All saints are gathered. It is time for Hongjun to reveal himself once more." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "As all saints are present, remember well that the balance of heaven and earth must not be disrupted by the actions of saints." The saints were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Hongjun's assertion that saints must refrain from intervening. They each wondered when Ye Feng had achieved sainthood, yet none of them knew. Indeed, not even Hongjun was privy to this secret. Hongjun continued, "You are all saints. You must understand that as long as heaven and earth endure, saints shall endure as well. You must remain vigilant to maintain the balance of heaven and earth." With that, he vanished once again. The assembly of gods dispersed, with Laozi returning to the heavens to recreate the universe and establish the Do Shui Palace. Tong Tian chose not to venture to the heavens, but remained at his own Baiyu Palace, while Yuanshi also returned to Kunlun Mountain, which was already a rare paradise. The two from the Buddhist path established the Mahayana Buddhism, returning to the western Hinyo continent, officially transforming the Qianfu Mountain and Qianfu Palace into a Buddhist sanctuary. Their attainment of sainthood allowed them to guide many souls, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their endeavors. In a short span of time, the wilderness erupted into chaos as the saints gathered. Many beings, aside from the Wu and Yao clans, flocked to various sanctuaries to seek discipleship. Laozi, residing in the heavens, was inaccessible, prompting many to travel to Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi was stringent in accepting disciples, making it challenging for most to enter the Chan sect. The deities from the western Hinyo continent were not held in high regard, as many deemed the land impoverished and were reluctant to adopt the ascetic lifestyle. Observing this, Yuntian and Ye announced throughout the wilderness that anyone wishing to join Buddhism, with a sincere heart toward the Buddha, could shed their hair in practice, which attracted many followers, including Mohajalya, Mithril Buddha, and Dizong, among others. The remaining deities observed that the environment of the Norjulu continent was severely lacking in resources. Therefore, they ventured to the East Sea's Bo Palace, where Tong Tian welcomed all without reservation, gathering them all in. Thus, the vast wilderness became a place where the tales of the myriad immortals converging at the East Sea's Bo Palace spread far and wide. Much to Tong Tian's delight as he kept his mouth agape all day long. Each of the few engaged in imparting their teachings at their respective sanctuaries. Laozi, for instance, spent his days expounding doctrines to Xuandu, greatly benefiting Xuandu in the process. Yuanshi would hold lectures periodically, but aside from his few treasured disciples, none could gain entry, leaving the rest to find a spot on the mountain to listen attentively. Tong Tian set up a teaching platform outside the hall, sweetly discussing the great Tao. Although many disciples attended, each was treated equally. Despite the varying levels of their cultivation, the opportunity to hear a sage's teachings brought immense benefits to all. Although Ye Feng was not fond of such formalities, the grand teachings had already taken shape. Considering the cultivation levels of everyone, and for the sake of future endeavors, he also established a high platform in front of the Zhaohua Hall, where he would occasionally deliver lectures present. Feng Linger had reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, merely a step away from becoming a quasi-saint, while Hongjun had already attained that status. The two were overjoyed at having such a prestigious master, envisioning a reliable support should they encounter trouble in the future. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, had he known their thoughts, he would likely have been infuriated. The two from the Buddhist sect, however, were quite proactive, recognizing their shortcomings and thus engaging in daily discussions of the Great Tao, to the extent that even the cicadas were able to attain enlightenment and transform into golden cicadas. Nuwa, having taken no disciples, found herself considerably more at ease. Chapter 24. The three sisters journey through the wilderness by command one day at the EC's Bo Palace, after Tong Tian concluded his lecture. He retained the three sisters, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. The sisters, uncertain of Tong Tian's intentions, stood there obediently awaiting his words. After a while, Tong Tian lifted his gaze, seemingly lost in thought, and addressed the sisters. You are all beloved disciples of mine. Yet remaining here in Bo Palace day in and day out is not beneficial for your cultivation. It would be better for you three to venture out and explore. Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, their expressions shifted dramatically. The youngest, Bi Xiao, who was also the most impulsive, immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, Master, have I done something wrong? Why must you send my sisters away? Unable to contain her sorrow, she wept uncontrollably, seeing her distress. Tong Tian stepped down from the high platform, approached Bi Xiao, and gently lifted her chin, saying, Foolish child, I merely fear that you will become bored on this island, which would hinder your progress. Thus, I suggested that you three sisters embark on a journey to broaden your horizons and temper your hearts. Bi Xiao looked at Tong Tian with a face full of disbelief and asked, Master, you are not deceiving us, are you? As she tugged at his sleeve. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Would I, Tong Tian, a revered sage, lie? He then affectionately ruffled Bi Xiao's hair. Yin Xiao, the eldest sister, who was comparatively more composed, remarked, Sister, look at you. So grown up yet still prone to tears, aren't you afraid of being mocked? She too could not help but chuckle. Bi Xiao quickly wiped her tears and playfully chased after Yin Xiao. The three sisters began to frolic in front of Tong Tian, who watched them with a kind smile. After a while, Yin Xiao, sensing the importance of the matter, halted her younger sisters and approached Tong Tian, saying, Master, please guide us on our journey. Since we entered your tutelage, we have not ventured beyond Bo Palace, and now we are at a loss as to where to go. Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao looked at Tong Tian with curiosity, after pondering for a moment. Tong Tian replied, You may head to the North Julu continent, which is currently under the domain of your seventh master uncle. When you arrive, simply mention his name, and you shall travel safely. You may also pay a visit to Pangu Mountain and extend my regards to your seventh master uncle. Upon hearing this, the sisters collected themselves and set out as they exited the grand hall. Tong Tian spoke to himself within the palace. Ah, my junior brother, you harbor many secrets, and your cultivation is so high that none among us can compare. Tong Tian was a meticulous individual. Though he often appeared unassuming, he observed everything with great acuity. The three sisters wielded innate treasures. Yun Xiao possessed the primordial golden dipper, a tool later known to mortals as a toilet, capable of capturing foes and stripping them of their treasures and powers. Qiong Xiao wielded scissors fashioned from two dragon serpents, which absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, flying amidst the clouds with grace. Bi Xiao utilized the looming pearl, derived from the solitary eye of a cold, fierce fish, its clarity honed by millennia of icy refinement. A mere infusion of celestial energy would cause the pearl to emit a brilliant light, specifically designed to injure the eyes of adversaries. The following day, the three sisters bid farewell to Tong Tian and their fellow disciples, departing from the East Sea towards the North Julu continent. The distance was not far, and as they journeyed, they expanded their knowledge while making their way towards Pangu Mountain, relishing every moment on this day. As they reached the edge of the North Julu continent, they found themselves surrounded by toxic smoke and mist, with wild beasts lurking. Despite their formidable powers, the girls, being of delicate nature, were startled by the sight of these beasts. They raised their protective shields and ventured into the North Julu continent, but within a mere quarter of an hour, a shadow darted past them, only to vanish in an instant, appearing and disappearing around them. Despite Yunxiao's prowess as a great Luo golden immortal, she could not capture the creature, which resembled a monkey. The three paused, hesitating to advance further. Suddenly, rain began to pour around them, drenching them instantly. Though they attempted to shield themselves with their protective barriers, they could not withstand the downpour from above, just as they were employing their powers to counter the rain. A towering red-haired monkey, standing at least 10 feet tall, appeared before them, its eyes ablaze with a frightening intensity. Legend speaks of 5 immortals within the cosmos, representing the realms of heaven, earth, gods, and humanity. There are also 5 creatures, embodying the essence of insects, fish, and birds. This monkey was neither heavenly, earthly, divine, human, nor ghostly, nor did it belong to any of the 5 categories of creatures. Among the 4 monkeys of chaos, it did not fit into any of the 10 classifications. This red-haired giant was known as the Qi Jiao Ma Ho, red-rumped horse monkey. The 4 chaos monkeys are the Ling Ming stone monkey, who can transform and understand the timing of heaven and the advantages of earth. The Qi Jiao Ma Ho, who comprehends yin and yang, is skilled in human affairs, and adept at evading death. The Tongbi ape, who can seize the sun and moon, shrink mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and manipulate the cosmos. And the Lu Ermi Ho, who excels in sound perception, understanding principles, and is aware of all that transpires. The Qi Jiao Ma Ho was particularly adept at manipulating water, to the extent that even the ancestral shaman Gonggong would not dare to claim superiority in water control over him. Although this monkey had not yet fully matured, it possessed innate abilities that were formidable. Even though the 3 sisters were far more powerful than the Qi Jiao Ma Ho, they found themselves at a slight disadvantage due to the monkey's natural agility. The Qi Jiao Ma Ho approached the sisters cautiously, observing them drenched in rain, and burst into laughter, clearly reveling in their plight. In a moment of panic, Xiao brandished her golden cuttlefish scissors to confront the monkey. But sensing the threat of the scissors, the Qi Jiao Ma Ho swiftly vanished. The relentless rain that had soaked the sisters ceased abruptly. Yunxiao used her divine sense to search for the Qi Jiao Ma Ho, only to find no trace of it. Thinking to herself how quickly it had escaped, Bi Xiao, her cheeks puffed up in indignation, declared, "Next time I see you, I shall blind you." Meanwhile, the Qi Jiao Ma Ho, startled by her words, fled in haste. The 3 sisters utilized their powers to dry their clothes and proceeded towards Pangu Mountain. On this day, Hongjun transformed into a 2-meter-long, 7-colored dragon, patrolling the area around Pangu Mountain. He had expended considerable effort to escape the grasp of Feng Linger and was now soaring joyfully through the skies. Unexpectedly, he heard a voice from a distance exclaim, "Sister, look at that little dragon. It is so beautiful. Let us go catch it and play." It was none other than Bi Xiao. Upon hearing this, Hongjun shuddered, realizing it was Feng Linger's voice. Turning to face the 3 sisters, he noted their inferior cultivation and glared at them. Yet this only incited Bi Xiao to shout that they should capture him. Hongjun promptly transformed back into human form and declared loudly, "You wild girls dare to cause trouble in the Zhao Hua sect." His expression was one of indignation. Yunxiao, seeing Hongjun in human form and being a great Luo golden immortal herself, could not gauge his cultivation level, so she greeted him politely. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. We are disciples of the East Sea's Bio Palace." Under the tutelage of the revered sage Tongten, Yunxiao, Xiao, and Bai Xiao, my younger sister was thoughtless and may have offended you. I hope you will forgive her. She gestured to her sisters as she introduced them. "We have come to Pangu Mountain to pay our respects to our 7th master uncle, and we kindly ask you to inform him." Upon hearing that they were disciples of Tong Tian, Hongjun, though unfamiliar with them, recognized Tong Tian as Ye Feng's senior brother. He recalled that the last time Tong Tian visited to congratulate Ye Feng on the establishment of the Zhao Hua sect, there had been a multitude of people, and he had not had the opportunity to meet these sisters, thus he did not dare to be dismissive, saying, "Esteemed sisters, you wish to see my master? Please follow me." He led the way, and the 3 sisters followed closely behind. Upon their first glimpse of Pangu Mountain, they were awestruck by its grandeur, noting the lush vitality and ethereal essence that enveloped the mountain, which filled them with admiration. Although Bio Palace was also a celestial abode, It paled in comparison to Pangu Mountain. Unbeknownst to them, they were swiftly guided by Hongjun into the heart of the mountain. Before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, a melodious voice reached their ears. "Little Jean, where have you run off to? Your senior sister has been searching for you." At that moment, a tall woman clad in green emerged, revealing herself to be Feng Linger. Feng Linger made her entrance, instantly captivating the attention of the three individuals. Although Yun Xiao and her companions were also exceptionally beautiful women, they paled in comparison to Feng Linger. Upon hearing her voice, Hongjun turned to the trio and said, "Farewell, esteemed junior sisters. That my senior sister has arrived to escort you to meet our master." With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Feng Linger approached the three and greeted them warmly. "Esteemed friends, I hope this day finds you well. May I inquire what brings you to Pangu Mountain?" After a round of introductions, Feng Linger, brimming with joy, led them to meet Ye Feng, quickly establishing a bond akin to that of sisters. For she was the kind of person who easily formed connections. On their way to the Hall of Creation, she inquired if they had encountered Xiao Jin. When the trio looked puzzled, Feng Linger playfully promoted Hongjun, eliciting light laughter from them. Once the three had departed, Hongjun cautiously poked his head out from Pangu Mountain, silently exclaiming, "That was close." Although he was now a disciple under Ye Feng, he was still treated like a pet by Feng Linger. However, she was not malicious. She simply sought companionship during her moments of boredom. Hongjun held immense admiration for his senior sister in many regards, except for the times she playfully tugged at his horns. Lost in thought, he sighed. It is indeed challenging to cater to such a young lady. With that, he resumed his patrol of Pangu Mountain. Meanwhile, the fleeing red-bottomed monkey found refuge in a cave, muttering to himself, "I've bitten off more than I can chew this time." That he had no ulterior motives. He was merely a bored monkey seeking amusement among the inhabitants of the northern Jilu continent. When faced with opponents he could not best, he would flee. Thankfully, he had yet to encounter any formidable beings. Otherwise, even his speed would not save him. Chapter 25. It is said that celestial garments suit beauties. Bai Xiao complains to punish the Ling monkey. The trio, led by Feng Linger, entered the Hall of Creation, where they found the atmosphere quite enchanting. Modern individuals often find themselves envying others' possessions. Unaware they guard a treasure of their own. Ye Feng sat atop a high platform. Eyes closed, upon their arrival, he said nothing. Feng Linger, noticing his silence, exclaimed, "Master, my esteemed junior sisters have come to see you. Will you not open your eyes to greet them?" She promptly dashed to Ye Feng's side. He could only shake his head, acknowledging the indulgence he had shown her. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked at Feng Linger, saying, "You, my dear, are a product of my own spoiling." He then turned his gaze toward Yun Xiao and her companions. Ye Feng was already familiar with the three from the 21st century, and seeing them in person left him marveling at the unpredictability of fate. Who would have thought he would meet them today as his own descendants? The trio, seeing Ye Feng looking at them, hastily bowed. "Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Bai Xiao greet you, Master Uncle, wishing you peace and prosperity." They bowed respectfully several times, leaving Ye Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he found himself bowing to those he once revered. "There is no need for such formalities. My sect of creation does not emphasize these rituals. Feel free," he stated, yet the three still dared not neglect their courtesy. After the formalities, Yun Xiao spoke up. "We three sisters have come under our master's orders to pay our respects to you. Master Uncle, before our departure, our master instructed us to convey his regards." She regarded Ye Feng with utmost reverence. Ye Feng thought to himself, Yun Xiao truly embodies the exceptional qualities of a disciple from the Ye sect. Not only skilled in cultivation, but also possessing remarkable poise. He replied, "It is heartening to know that your master cares for you. You may enjoy your time here in the northern Jilu continent. It will greatly benefit your cultivation." He smiled warmly at the trio. However, Bai Xiao, still agitated from her earlier encounter with the red-bottomed monkey, addressed Ye Feng, "Master Uncle, I beseech you to take action on my behalf." She bowed respectfully, while Yun Xiao, unaware of Bai Xiao's intentions, gestured to her to remain quiet. Bai Xiao, feigning ignorance, caused Yun Xiao's face to flush with frustration. Yun Xiao, being a person of composure, feared that any words from Bai Xiao might offend Ye Feng. Sensing the tension, Ye Feng said, "There is no need for such concern. Let Bai Xiao speak her mind." Encouraged, Bai Xiao declared, "Master Uncle, we three sisters came to Pangu Mountain to pay our respects, but along the way, we were tormented by a big red monkey who drenched us with water. I implore you to take action on our behalf." Her face flushed with indignation, making her appear quite adorable. Ye Feng furrowed his brow and calculated a moment before relaxing his expression. I did not expect it to be this troublesome monkey. He then added, "Very well, I shall address the matter for you." With a swift gesture toward a certain area of the northern Julu continent, he summoned the red-bottomed monkey into the Hall of Creation. The red-bottomed monkey, hiding in its cave, was taken by surprise when it was suddenly transported to the hall. Upon arrival, it turned to flee but found itself unable to move. Frozen in shock, realizing where it was, it surrendered, knowing well that no one in the northern Julu continent dared to provoke the inhabitants of Pangu Mountain. Given the circumstances, it understood that it was now in the presence of the leader of Pangu Mountain. Now reduced to the size of a mere monkey, the red-bottomed monkey, though still covered in vibrant fur, displayed a hint of cuteness, which caught Feng Linger's eye, causing her to blink in curiosity, perhaps scheming something. From a moment the red-bottomed monkey appeared, Bai Xiao glared at it, and when it showed no signs of leaving, she turned to Ye Feng, saying, "Master Uncle, this wild monkey is the one who tormented my sisters. I kindly request that you deal with it." She looked at Ye Feng with hopeful anticipation. Ye Feng chuckled. Then let Bai Xiao decide its fate. The red-bottomed monkey, realizing the situation, quickly adopted a pleading expression. Ye Feng, noticing this, remarked, "You audacious creature, you deserve a lesson that if I do not teach you now, you may never learn." With that, he ignored the monkey's pitiful demeanor, signaling for Yun Xiao and her companions to take action. At this moment, the red-bottomed monkey, unable to move due to the restraints, looked at Bai Xiao and the others with terror, revealing its plea for mercy. Yun Xiao felt a pang of compassion, recognizing that the monkey had merely drenched them and had not committed any truly heinous act. Her heart softened, and she wished to intervene on its behalf. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Bai Xiao charged forward. Feng Linger and the others closed their eyes, bracing themselves for what was to come, while Ye Feng observed with amusement. The red-bottomed monkey squeezed its eyes shut, awaiting its punishment. To its surprise, Bai Xiao approached and began tugging playfully at its fur. After a moment of silence, Feng Linger and the others opened their eyes, bursting into laughter at the unexpected scene. None had anticipated that Bai Xiao would resort to such antics. The red-bottomed monkey, initially bracing for doom, soon realized that Bai Xiao's playful antics were harmless. It decided to play along, feigning great distress. Feng Linger and the others joined in, and soon, the monkey was genuinely feeling the effects of their playful torment. After a while, the girls, having exhausted themselves with their antics, finally ceased their playful assault. The red-bottomed monkey, equally fatigued, found itself relieved to have escaped with its life. Bai Xiao, now feeling satisfied, looked up at Ye Feng and said, "Master Uncle, I am no longer aggrieved." With a mischievous grin, she glanced at the red-bottomed monkey, causing it to shudder in response. Ye Feng then instructed Feng Linga, "Take the others on a tour of Pangu Mountain and ensure they are well entertained." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them, and they obediently departed. As they left, Feng Linger cast a fleeting glance at the red-bottomed monkey, leaving it feeling quite anxious. Once the divine beings had exited, Ye Feng regarded the red-bottomed monkey with keen interest. The monkey, realizing it had not been dismissed, dutifully knelt in the hall that Ye Feng addressed it. "You, one of the 4 great spirit monkeys of heaven and earth, have squandered a remarkable opportunity. With your potential, had you dedicated yourself to cultivation, you would not be in such a sorry state today." He fixed his gaze upon the monkey. The red-bottomed monkey, startled that Ye Feng knew its origins, was initially taken aback but soon relaxed, recognizing that, as a sage, Ye Feng was privy to such knowledge. However, it was unaware that aside from Ye Feng, the other sages were ignorant of its background. Only in the future, when disciples of Ye Feng let slip such information, would others come to know of it. Noticing the monkey's silence, Ye Feng inquired, "Do you wish to cultivate here in Pangu Mountain?" He regarded the red-bottomed monkey with an indifferent expression. The red-bottomed monkey was taken aback, thinking it had misheard, and cautiously replied, "Are you saying I can cultivate within Pangu Mountain?" Ye Feng, amused by the monkey's reaction, responded, "Yes, from now on, you shall cultivate here in Pangu Mountain. When I impart my teachings, you are welcome to listen." After saying this, he ignored the red-bottomed monkey. Upon hearing this, the monkey was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Thank you, master." It then bowed 3 times respectfully, marking its acceptance as one of Ye Feng's disciples. Feng Linger spent several days frolicking around Pangu Mountain with San Shao, growing quite familiar with one another. The mountain was often filled with laughter and cheer. Meanwhile, Long Yun enjoyed a peaceful existence without Feng Linger's antics. With the red-bottomed monkey now residing in Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng instructed Long Yun to teach it some fundamental knowledge and techniques. True to its reputation as one of the 4 great spirit monkeys of the world, the red-bottomed monkey exhibited astonishingly rapid progress in its cultivation. Occasionally, Long Yun would tease the monkey as he did with Feng Linga. Though he was careful not to overdo it, aware that Ye Feng had high hopes for the monkey's future achievements, the red-bottomed monkey was also invited by Ye Feng to observe the gates of Pangu Mountain. Time flew by, and when San Shao felt she had played enough, she bade farewell to Ye Feng and returned to the Biao Palace. Ye Feng, understanding her departure, did not insist she stayed. He gifted her and her companions a piece of innate spiritual treasure he had discovered during his adventures with Pangu. The 3 treasures were elegant garments meant for women. Yun Shao received the rainbow feather garment, Qiong Shao the rainfall immortal garment, and Bai Shao the ethereal 7-colored garment. All girls have a fondness for such items. And even Yun Shao couldn't help but be moved at why Ye Feng's gifts were prepared with the future calamities in mind, and seeing the affinity between the 3 and his disciple, he was generous. With a humorous remark, he quipped, "The fairy garments are best suited for beautiful maidens," prompting a chorus of delighted laughter from the women. However, Feng Linger pouted, complaining that Ye Feng always gave away his treasures and never kept anything for her. With a resigned smile, Ye Feng, wishing not to let Feng Linger overly depend on magical treasures, gifted her a piece of armor, the 9-colored phoenix garment, which was also an innate spiritual treasure, effectively sending her on her way. Upon returning to the Biao Palace, San Shao recounted the events to Tong Tian, who appeared somewhat uneasy. It turned out Tong Tian was preoccupied with how to reciprocate Ye Feng's grand gifts, as he possessed very few treasures himself. Aside from the 4 swords of the immortal execution bestowed by Hongjun, he only had the Qing Ping sword, and now he was troubled over how to repay Ye Feng in the future. However, Tong Tian was overthinking, as Ye Feng's gifts to San Shao were, as Zhuan had mentioned, simply a matter of affinity, and he did not care much about reciprocation. Chapter 26. The peak of Buzhou Mountain reveals a treasure land. The summoning banner attracts many demons since the last time Nuwa attained sainthood. Several millennia had passed, and the demon clan could no longer endure the weight. The cunning demon master Kunpeng saw the growing power of the demon clan and sought to benefit from the conflict between the 2 demon emperors and the witch clan. The 2 demon emperors were ambitious individuals in need of a pretext, and Kunpeng's ideas aligned perfectly with theirs. One day, while surveying the peak of Buzhou Mountain, Dong Huangtai, he discovered a new realm atop the mountain, filled with celestial energy and auspicious signs, which seemed to form a world of its own, gathering the spiritual essence of the 4 continents. Although Ye Feng had previously known of this new realm, he had chosen not to relocate it, hoping for the smooth development of the demon and crane clans. Yet, Dong Huangtai's swift discovery was unexpected. Dong Huangtai and Dijun were discussing matters in the demon emperor's palace when Kunpeng arrived. Seeing the 2 emperors, Kunpeng joyfully bowed and greeted, "I pay my respects to the 2 demon emperors." After Dijun asked Kunpeng to rise, he inquired, "Why is the demon master not cultivating in the Northern Sea? What brings you here?" Kunpeng, casting a non-committal glance at Dong Huangtai and Dijun, replied, "I wonder if the newly discovered residence is satisfactory." He smiled broadly at the two emperors. Puzzled by Kunpeng's seemingly benign inquiry, sensed that he was not known for his good intentions, Dong Huangtai, with a stern expression, said, "Demon Master, we are all allies here. Speak your mind without evasion. There is no need for such pretense." His displeasure was evident. Kunpeng, noticing Dong Huang Taiyi's irritation, replied, "There is no need for the demon emperor to be hasty. Allow me to elaborate." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Since the demise of the great Pangu, our demon clan has existed in this primordial land, and we have commanded respect. Even the Sanqing, transformed from Pangu's essence, treat us with some deference. Furthermore, with the recent ascension of Nuwa as a mixed Yuan saint, our clan has grown in power, and few dare to challenge us. However, there are always a few who are oblivious to the times, such as those from the Witch clan." He observed the expressions of Dong Huang, Tai Yi, and Dijun, who were listening intently, and added, "Fortuitously, heaven has shown favor upon us, as recently the demon emperor Tai, he discovered this isolated realm that it is the perfect opportunity for our demon clan to establish a grand enterprise. Why not set up a heavenly court here to command the world and showcase the might of our demon clan?" He looked at the two emperors with keen interest, confident they would accept his proposal. But he understood it would require a process. Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun exchanged amused glances, and Kunpeng was taken aback. Unsure of their thoughts, he lowered his gaze, and after a moment, Di Jun said, "Demon Master, your efforts on behalf of our clan are commendable, my brother, and I express our gratitude." They both rose to bow to Kunpeng, who hurriedly returned the gesture. Di Jun continued, "Your suggestion aligns perfectly with our intentions. Given the vastness of our demon clan, who else should rule this primordial land if not us?" As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from Dijun, causing all the demons within Buzhou Mountain to kneel in reverence. This moment, Dong Huang Tai interjected, "The matters you mentioned can commence shortly. However, I must first step outside for a while." With a shared smile between Dong Huang Tai and Dijun, the former vanished from the Demon Emperor's palace, while Kunpeng departed for the Northern Sea, awaiting the summons of the two emperors. As Dong Huang Tai exited the Demon Emperor's palace and headed towards the outer heavens, he soon arrived at a grand hall, which was none other than the Nuwa Palace. In an instant, he appeared at the entrance, where he encountered a small boy clad in a red belly band, with two pigtails standing guard at the door. Upon seeing Dong Huang Tai approach, the boy shouted in a childish voice, "You, Taoist, how dare you trespass into the Nuwa Palace? Do you not know this is the sacred place of the Mother Nuwa's cultivation? Leave at once, or do not blame me for being rude." He raised his tiny fist in a threatening manner, looking utterly adorable. Dong Huang Tai chuckled at this little spirit, who would forever remain a child, trying to act tough. However, as a great demon emperor, he would not engage in a petty quarrel with a child. He replied, "Please inform the Mother Nuwa that Dong Huang Tai seeks an audience." With a smile on his face, he gazed at the little spirit. Just as the boy was about to respond, a gentle voice echoed, "Ling Zhuzi, do not be rude. You may escort the demon emperor inside." Ling Zhuzi looked at Dong Huang Tai with a pout and said, "Come on, I'll take you in to see Mother, but you mustn't look around carelessly, or you might offend her." With that, he led the way inside. Dong Huang Tai could only shake his head in resignation at the antics of the child and followed him in. Before long, they arrived within the hall, where Ling Zhuzi promptly took his place behind Nuwa. Unbeknownst to Dong Huang Tai, there was another small child behind Nuwa, a creation of hers intended to keep Ling Zhuzi company. Made from a piece of colorful cloud from the edge of the heavens, as Dong Huang Tai entered, he felt the weight of Nuwa's gaze upon him, sensing an undeniable pressure that indicated the difference between a saint and a quasi-saint. The gap was immense. Nuwa sighed as she regarded Dong Huang Tai, saying, "Tai, I'm already aware of the matters you wish to discuss. However, I urge the demon clan to refrain from committing any heinous acts in the future. For even with my protection, I may not be able to assist you." With a wave of her hand, a golden gourd appeared, from which a large, black banner flew forth, the summoning banner. The golden gourd was obtained by Nuwa during her time with Laozi and Hongjun at Buzhou Mountain, and the summoning banner was nurtured from it by Nuwa. Nuwa handed the summoning banner to Dong Huang Tai, after which she fell silent. Dong Huang Tai received the banner and said, "Thank you, Mother. If the demon clan rises to power, we shall not forget your great kindness." With that, he exited the Nuwa Palace. The distant sigh resonated through the air, echoing from Nuwa. Dongwang Tai, bearing the demon summoning banner, returned to the Demon Emperor's palace to confer with Emperor Jun. After much deliberation, they concluded that the establishment of a heavenly court by the demon race was an inevitable trend. Thus, they summoned the demon master Kunpeng to join their discussions. And the three unanimously decided upon this course of action. On this day, with the sky clear and the atmosphere invigorating, a sudden burst of energy erupted from the peak of Buzhou Mountain, manifesting as the demon summoning banner. Following this, Emperor Jun's voice reverberated across the vast expanse of the primordial land. I am Emperor Jun, accompanied by the Demon Emperor Dongwang Tai and the Demon Master Kunpeng, hereby declaring the demon race as the rightful heirs of this primordial realm. We shall establish a heavenly court atop Buzhou Mountain today. Let it be known that all demons must comply with the summons of the demon summoning banner. The banner emanated dark, swirling energies that swiftly engulfed the entire primordial land. The demons, being inherently attuned to the banner, flocked towards Buzhou Mountain, igniting a spectacular display akin to jewels shimmering throughout the land. In the celestial palace of Doshuai, Laojun opened his eyes to gaze upon the primordial realm, letting out a sigh. Meanwhile, in the Yushu Palace, the primordial one glanced with interest towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain, yet chose to remain silent. From the Bo Palace, Tong Tian emerged, observing Buzhou Mountain with a detached demeanor, stating, "A great calamity approaches. I wonder why my sister Nuwa acts in such a manner." After this remark, he lapsed into silence. In the west, at the Qinfo Mountain, Junti proclaimed, "Let them fight. Perhaps it will yield opportunities for us in the west." Jin, with a sorrowful expression, seemed to concur with Junti's sentiment. Pangu Mountain. Within the Hall of Creation, Ye Feng ceased his cultivation and summoned Feng Ling'er and Long Yun, instructing Ling'er, "Long Yun, you are to relay my commands. All members of the creation sect must remain within the mountain from this day forth. I shall notify you when it is time to emerge. Should anyone disregard my orders and venture out, any ensuing misfortune shall no longer be associated with our sect." With that, he returned to his meditation, leaving the two in a state of perplexity as they disseminated his edict throughout the creation sect, regardless of the people's confusion, sealing off Pangu Mountain in the ancestral hall of the Witch Clan. The 12 ancestors sat in assembly, their expressions a mix of emotions, predominantly angered that moment. Zhurong bellowed, "Those brazen demons dare to claim themselves as the rightful heirs of the primordial land. How do they perceive our Witch Clan? This infuriates me to no end." His face flushed with rage, he seemed ready to erupt. Gong Gong echoed his sentiments with a roar. "These demons have the audacity to belittle our Witch Clan. If we do not strike them down, we shall be the laughingstock of our kin." At this juncture, a robust figure stepped forward. "Brothers, do not be hasty. We, too, are a significant clan in this primordial realm, and fear not the demons. However, any assault on them must be approached with careful consideration." This was Emperor Jiang, the foremost among the ancestors, and his words held weight, causing the others to temper their fury. This moment, Hutu interjected, "Brothers and sisters, while the demons' establishment of the heavenly court is indeed disrespectful towards our Witch Clan, if they do not provoke us, why not turn a blind eye? Why engage with them at all?" With an air of indifference, she regarded her fellow ancestors. Changliang countered, "Sister Hutu, do not be so naive. The demons are driven by ulterior motives. Do you not see this as aimed squarely at our clan? If they come to our door, it will not reflect our clan's weight." Hutu's face flushed with indignation at Changliang's words. Emperor Jiang then urged, "Let us not bicker further. Instead, we should observe how the demons proceed and await developments." The 12 ancestors fell silent, their thoughts unspoken, for they could not refute Emperor Jiang's command. Meanwhile, Buzhou Mountain was abuzz with activity, teeming with demonkind numbering in the millions. The mountain was shrouded in dark, swirling dust, yet despite their multitude, the demons were but a minor presence against the vastness of Buzhou Mountain, which they could not hope to encompass. Chapter 27. Dongwang and Emperor Jun established the heavenly court. All deities gather at Buzhou Mountain. This moment, Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun beamed with joy within the newly constructed heavenly court, listening intently to the reports of the 10 great demon saints regarding the happenings within Buzhou Mountain. After a brief pause, Wang Tai remarked, "Our demon race stands united, our morale soaring high. Except for a few saints. There is none who can oppose us. Yet, we must be cautious. As long as we do not provoke them, they have no reason to act against us." He beamed at Emperor Jun, who responded, "Indeed, brother. Our establishment of this heavenly court is in accordance with the celestial will. It is unlikely anyone would take issue with it. Even those who do must weigh their own capabilities." Laughter erupted among the demon deities, who offered their congratulations. At this juncture, Kunping approached, suggesting, "Your Majesties, now that our demon race is unified, why not extend invitations to all the great deities to join us in celebration? This will showcase our hospitality and demonstrate to those petty beings that we are not to be trifled with." He regarded Emperor Jun and Wang Tai with calm assurance, aware that the demon emperor would likely concur. The two demon sovereigns exchanged glances and agreed, "The demon master's proposal aligns with our intentions. Let the demon master handle the invitations, deciding who should be invited." With a knowing glance at Kunpeng, they granted him the task. Kunpeng, being astute, bowed and departed. Before leaving the palace, Wang Tai specifically instructed Kunpeng to include Nuwa among the invitees, stating, "Mention that Nuwa awaits the esteemed guests in the demon emperor's palace. Given Nuwa's status as a saint, even other saints would not dare slight her, ensuring attendance from all, particularly the other great deities." In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa opened her eyes, letting out a resigned sigh, yet she chose to say nothing. After all, she too was part of the demon race, and her ties were inescapable. Kunpeng proceeded to invite the formidable beings of the primordial realm on behalf of Nuwa and the two demon sovereigns. With their names attached, it made his task considerably easier, as no one would dare refuse an invitation from Kunpeng. However, the atmosphere at the abodes of the saints was less than welcoming, yet they ultimately acquiesced to attend. True to his swift nature, Kunpeng completed his invitations within a few days, summoning all capable beings across the primordial realm, save for the Witch Clan. Just as he was about to return to relay the news, he realized that Ye Feng of Beiju Luzhou had not been invited, which startled him. He hurried towards Beiju Luzhou. At this moment, Ye Feng, aware of Kunpeng's purpose, summoned Feng Linger and instructed, "Linger, a great bird has arrived at the mountain's foot. Go see what it wants, and if it speaks, tell it that destiny will determine our meeting." Curious, Feng Linger regarded Ye Feng, who had not spent much time with her lately, feeling a sense of discomfort. She lowered her head and made her way out of the mountain. In half a day, Kunpeng arrived at the foot of Pangu Mountain, where he was met by the imposing formation surrounding it. Although the formation appeared unremarkable, Kunpeng sensed an oppressive aura. Suddenly, a woman clad in green emerged from the formation. Though Kunpeng was not a lecherous man, he found himself momentarily entranced, quickly regaining his composure. He said, "Ah, you must be the esteemed disciple of my seventh senior brother. I am Kunpeng, the strategist of the demon race, sent here by Lady Nuwa and the two demon emperors to invite you to the heavenly court. Please inform your master." He looked at Feng Linger, who, having matured considerably over the years, felt a chill from Kunpeng's icy presence, which made her uncomfortable. After a moment, she replied, "My master says that destiny will lead him if it is meant to be." Realizing that Ye Feng was already aware of the invitation, Kunpeng turned back towards the heavenly court. On this day, atop Buzhou Mountain, the heavenly court was aglow with festive decorations, brimming with joy, as Wang Tai and Emperor Jun welcomed all the great deities to the heavenly court. They initially invited Fuxi to join them, persuading him to accompany them to the Nuwa palace to invite Nuwa, who reluctantly agreed. Upon entering the heavenly court, Wang Tai and Emperor Jun renamed the Demon Emperor's Hall as the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, establishing 3 seats for the 2 Demon Emperors and Nuwa. Shortly after Nuwa and the others arrived at Lingxiao Treasure Hall, vibrant lights flickered in the sky, signaling the arrival of various deities, who gathered to offer their congratulations to the demon race. Each deity, eloquent in speech, contributed to the lively atmosphere. Soon after, the saints also made their appearance, and the 2 demon emperors, alongside their retinue, welcomed Nuwa. As all present sought to curry favor with the saints, leading to a harmonious exchange. Among those attending were Xinyuanzi and Hongjun, who, despite their reluctance to visit the heavenly court, had no choice but to comply given its rising influence. They brought along the treasures they had refined over the years, just in case. However, their concerns proved unfounded, as the demon race greeted them with smiles, even offering apologies for past grievances, which eased their apprehensions. Since obtaining the Hongmeng purple qi, Hongjun had been relentlessly trying to refine it, but had yet to achieve success, leading him to gradually set it aside. Additionally, the often contentious duo of the River of Souls and the Mosquito Taoist also arrived to extend their congratulations, turning the heavenly court into a bustling scene of festivity. At this moment, atop Pangu Mountain, within the Hall of Creation, Ye Feng summoned Feng Linger and Long Yun, instructing them to proceed to the heavenly court to convey their congratulations. However, Ye Feng was engrossed in contemplating the world within the Chaos Pearl, where each night, despite being a sage, he felt only slightly superior to others of his kind. During this primordial era, the Chaos Pearl had emerged, and there were many aspects he had yet to comprehend. Thus, Ye Feng, deeply immersed in his studies, was reluctant to abandon his work and instead sent his two disciples on their way in the heavenly court. The deities arrived in succession, presenting gifts as was customary. The demon clan received numerous valuable items, and while sages were not obligated to offer tributes to the demons, the two demon emperors skillfully endeared themselves to the assembly of sages, allowing for a casual exchange of rewards, ensuring all could maintain their dignity. The demon clan, in turn, did not hold back, serving an abundance of rare spiritual fruits to their esteemed guests. Once all the deities had gathered, Jun exchanged a glance with Nuwa, signaling that the proceedings could commence. Nuwa furrowed her brow and transmitted a message. "My seventh junior brother has yet to arrive. Let us wait a moment." With that, she turned her gaze outside the hall, observing the two demon emperors now elevated to the status of heavenly emperors, clearly irritated by Ye Feng's actions. However, remembering past grievances, they managed to suppress their anger. After a brief interval, a voice echoed from outside the hall, proclaiming, "From the northern Jilu continent, Pangu Mountain, the disciples of the creation sect, Feng Linger and Long Yun, have arrived." Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. Some attendees, intrigued by the spectacle, quietly remarked that while Ye Feng was indeed a sage, he lacked respect for the demon clan, who now boasted the presence of Nuwa among them, their strength undeniable. Feng Linger, clad in her ever-constant green attire, gracefully entered the grand hall. Upon reaching Jun and Tai, she merely clasped her hands and said, "Feng Linger, accompanied by my senior brother Long Yun, comes bearing the wishes of our master. I hope the two demon emperors will not take offense at our tardiness." Although the two demon emperors were displeased, they had no choice but to greet her with smiles in front of so many witnesses. Subsequently, Feng Linger and Long Yun bowed respectfully before Nuwa, exclaiming, "Linger and Long Yun pay their respects to Lady Nuwa." Their genuine reverence stirred discontent among the two demon emperors. Nuwa, upon seeing Feng Linger and Long Yun, though puzzled by Ye Feng's absence, welcomed them with a warm smile, rising to embrace them. After exchanging pleasantries with several sages and deities, the two took their seats. Feng Linger's ethereal demeanor and exquisite beauty captured everyone's attention. Long Yun pondered why, despite Feng Linger's usual timidity, she exhibited such composure and poise when it mattered most. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Linger was the daughter of the Phoenix clan sovereign, and although she had not faced much adversity, the innate pride of her lineage allowed her to meet anyone with grace. With all in attendance, Jun cleared his throat and announced, "I am grateful for your presence to celebrate this joyous occasion for the demon clan. Tai and I express our heartfelt thanks." After bowing in gratitude alongside Tai, the assembly of deities reciprocated with courteous gestures, uttering phrases of dismissal. However, several sages regarded the proceedings with detached expressions at this juncture. Tai continued, "By fortunate coincidence, I have discovered this auspicious ground atop Mount Buzhou. Although I am not well-versed in divination, I sense that the rise of our demon clan begins here. Thus, we invite all the esteemed deities to witness our bond of friendship." He bowed in gratitude once more. Jun then proclaimed, "Today, under the gaze of all the deities, we establish our demon clan as the rightful heirs of the heavenly court. Tai and I shall assume the titles of heavenly emperors. With Lady Nuwa as the supreme demon empress, he beamed at the gathered deities, eager to observe their reactions. The deities, recognizing the demon clan's prevailing momentum, offered their congratulations. Yet figures such as the River Styx and several sages remained skeptical, though they refrained from voicing their dissent out of respect for Nuwa. Feng and Hongjun remained silent, recalling Ye Feng's instruction that they need only go through the motions, seeing that no objections arose from the assembly. The two demon emperors anticipated this outcome, especially with Nuwa's presence granting them considerable authority. As the hall buzzed with merriment, the establishment of the heavenly court resonated across the primordial land. After 3 days and nights of celebration, the assembly dispersed, each returning to their respective domains. Meanwhile, Ye and Hongjun were oblivious to the greedy gazes of the River Styx and others from the demon clan that lingered after their departure. However, the sages, regardless of where they roamed, encountered no misfortune. Their numerous disciples ensured that any extravagant gifts bestowed would be swiftly compensated through feasting. This left Dijun and Tai perplexed, as they observed how the banquet tables were thoroughly stripped of treasures without any apparent effort from the various sections. As Feng and Hongjun prepared to leave, Nuwa retained them for a few days within the Nuwa palace. Feng engaged joyfully with the spirit pearl, while Hongjun enjoyed playing with the boy of colorful clouds. After a few days, filled with reluctance, they departed from the palace, stating that Ye Feng had sent them to convey his congratulations before returning to Mount Buzhou. Chapter 28. The ancient beasts that devour humanity, heaven and earth, are indifferent. All things are but fodder. The two demon emperors established the heavenly court atop Mount Buzhou, and soon the news spread across the primordial land. Yet, the deities harbored various intentions, while Feng and Hongjun, having been briefly retained by Nuwa, soon departed. This time, the human clan residing in Wanqiu experienced significant development. Under the leadership of Ye Yuntian, they expanded continuously. After nearly a millennium of growth, their population approached 10 million. Thanks to Ye Feng's teachings of the method of eternal life, many formidable individuals emerged among the humans, including Ye Yuntian, who had reached the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal. However, only a few achieved such heights. Ye Yuntian established the 4 great elders of the human clan, all of whom were also at the Tai, Golden Immortal level, while countless human warriors beneath them ranged in cultivation from Golden Immortal to lesser realms. Although their strength had considerably increased compared to the past, they were still insignificant when compared to other races across the primordial land. One day, an unexpected thick mist enveloped the skies above Wanqiu, within which the figure of a dragon-headed beast emerged, sending shivers through onlookers. Shortly thereafter, 3 monstrous beings, shrouded in dark energy, appeared. One was a dragon-headed, donkey-bodied creature, purple all over, known as Yaji. Another was a fearsome serpent with 8 heads, each adorned with a single horn, known as the ancient beast Yamada no Orochi, and the last was a giant black dragon, exuding toxic fumes that corrupted the very air, a member of the dragon clan who, upon birth, was covered in black scales and possessed a penchant for slaughter, leading to his expulsion from the dragon territory by Long Batian. These 3 beasts had existed since the dawn of the primordial land, and, as the balance of the heavenly Tao demanded, where there were divine birds and auspicious beasts, there must also be ferocious and malevolent ones. Initially, these 3 ancient beasts had committed no heinous acts, solely focusing on their cultivation. For reasons unknown, the 3 beasts converged and began their gruesome hunt for humanity. One day, while Yamada no Orochi was cultivating within his lair, a human inadvertently intruded and, in a moment of carelessness, killed a small snake, awakening the wrath of the 8-headed beast. Being innately bloodthirsty, Yamada no Orochi could not temper its nature. Upon witnessing the death of its descendant, it disregarded the human's explanations and swiftly devoured him. It seemed that Yamada no Orochi had gained some benefit from this human, for although it had reached the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal, it had not progressed in millennia. However, after consuming the human, it felt a slight increase in its power, albeit minimal, which brought it great joy. Consequently, it shared this discovery with Yaji and the Black Dragon, and the 3 beasts began capturing hundreds of humans for experimentation. To their delight, they found that their cultivation had indeed improved, prompting them to decide to venture towards the human settlements. The Black Dragon, being a member of the Dragon Clan, possessed a modicum of awareness. It realized that the humans were creations of the Demon Clan's sage, Lady Nuwa, and feared that should they engage in mass slaughter, they might incur her wrath, leading to their swift destruction. Thus, the three beasts resolved to act cautiously, initially targeting small groups of humans, and soon their ambitions began to swell. As the prior scene unfolded, dark clouds rolled ominously in the sky. The humans, crafted from a nine heavens essence bestowed by Lady Nuwa and nurtured within the Qian Kuan cauldron, were born as innate Tao bodies, brimming with vitality. Meanwhile, Ye Yuntian furrowed his brow upon receiving reports from his subordinates. He was aware of the recent disappearances among the human populace, yet the vastness of their numbers meant that deaths and disappearances were commonplace due to hunting and foraging. However, the frequency of such occurrences had raised his concerns. Before he could investigate further, the three beasts had already descended upon them. The three ferocious creatures loomed over the skies of Wanxiu, casting a pall of terror over the human populace, compelling them to flock towards Ye Yuntian's residence. Although Ye Yuntian felt a surge of anxiety within, as the leader of the human clan, he could not allow his inner turmoil to betray him outwardly. At that moment, the Black Dragon, having consumed thousands of humans, saw those unfortunate souls swiftly engulfed without a chance to react. Following that, the monstrous beings, Ye and Ba Qi, similarly unleashed their devastating powers upon the human race, consuming over 10,000 souls in a single breath. The human populace trembled in fear, prompting Ye Yuntian to bellow, "Which foul creature dares to rampage in my Wanxiu? Elders, hasten to my side and prepare for battle." With that, he soared into the air, swiftly joined by four venerable elders. Countless human warriors encircled the frail and vulnerable of their kin to Ye Yuntian, now acutely aware that these three inscrutable beasts were likely the culprits behind the recent disappearances of their people. Felt his fury eclipse his caution regarding their formidable power. Nonetheless, as the leader of the human race, retreat was not an option for him. At that moment, Ba Qi let out a boisterous laugh. Mocking, "Is this tiny creature the spokesperson for the humans? Ha! Just look at your pitiful cultivation. You ought to be ashamed to show your face." With a derisive snort, many human warriors were sent staggering. Ye Yuntian, witnessing the merciless slaughter of his kin by these heartless beasts, was consumed by rage. With bloodshot eyes, he addressed the three fiends. "You three, since the creation of humanity by our revered Nuwa, we have adhered to our principles and have never offended the myriad deities of this primordial land. Yet we find ourselves beset by this unwarranted calamity. Today, even knowing we may not prevail, I will lay down my life to protect my people." Upon hearing Ye Yuntian's words, the previously silent Ye chuckled sinisterly. "Let me make this clear. The countless ants of your kin that vanished recently were devoured by my brothers and me. Today, we have come to Wanxiu to feast upon all of you. What will you do about it?" With that, he unleashed a chilling, mocking laugh. The human warriors, hearing the cruel confessions of the three beasts, were overwhelmed with grief for their lost loved ones. The sight of the humans' weakness only fueled the amusement of the three fiends, perhaps deriving pleasure from their torment. It seemed that devouring humans might augment their own power. But watching their struggles was likely even more gratifying. The Black Dragon, upon hearing Ye Yuntian mention Nuwa, sneered, "Do not hold on to the hope that your Nuwa will come to your aid. If she could, wouldn't she have done so by now?" He regarded Ye Yuntian with disdain. Ignoring the Black Dragon's taunts, Ye Yuntian turned his fellow humans. "Since our beloved Nuwa bestowed life upon us, we have faced relentless trials. Today, we find ourselves on the brink of annihilation, facing not just beasts, but our own demise. Yet we, the human race, are not cowards. We must express our gratitude to Nuwa for her gift." With that, he led the people in a kneeling homage toward the palace of Nuwa in the 33 heavens. The entire human populace followed suit. Afterward, Ye Yuntian continued, "When we first emerged into this world, the great Emperor Ye Feng pitied our frailty and granted us the means to strengthen ourselves. Today, however, we have failed to live up to his expectations that we, his disciples, kneel in gratitude for the merits of his teachings. Even in the face of possible extinction, The humans did not forget the emperor's grace. They then turned to the direction of Beiju Luzhou and knelt in reverence. Upon finishing their prostrations, Yuntian added, 3 bows for the teachings of Laozi. He had little to say regarding Laozi, for he had merely utilized the human race to achieve his own sanctity, never having directly guided them. Once Yuntian had completed his declarations, he turned to face the 3 monstrous beings, who merely observed the humans as if they were a spectacle to them. The humans were akin to meat on a chopping block, merely awaiting the inevitable that moment. In the palace of Nuwa, the goddess sensed the plight of her creations. She prepared to descend to their aid, her brow furrowed, and she retreated back into her palace. Meanwhile, in the Do Shua Palace, Laozi also furrowed his brow, but remained unresponsive. In the Pangu Mountains Creation Hall, Ye Feng frowned, summoning Hongjun, the Great Peng. Observing Hongjun, Ye Feng thought to himself that this figure would eventually become a prominent sage in the future, known as the greatest expert beneath the saints. Presently, however, he was merely arrogant, surpassing even Feng Ling'er and Hongjun, yet still unremarkable that why Ye Feng addressed the two, Hongjun, Great Peng, as protectors of the creation sect. You have both reached the realm of De Luo Jinxian. The human race is in peril. You must venture forth to gain experience and teach those who dare to challenge us that the human race is not so easily trifled with. He continued, you will face 3 formidable foes at the De Luo Jinxian level, all of whom are notorious for their ferocity. Exercise caution in your approach, though there are 3 of them. If you remain vigilant, victory is within your grasp. Upon hearing this, both were elated. Having lingered in Pangu Mountain for too long, they had long yearned to venture into the world. Although Ye Feng had previously issued a decree, they had refrained from acting. Now, with Ye Feng's approval, they were overjoyed. They quickly bowed in gratitude and set off toward Wanxiu, the gathering place of the humans. Though they had joined the creation sect, they did not enjoy the same close proximity to Ye Feng as Feng Ling'er, resulting in slower progress in their cultivation. T. Kunlun Mountain, Yusu Palace. Yuan Shi glanced toward Wanxiu with interest, remarking, how intriguing, the primordial land is beginning to stir. With that, he returned to his contemplation of the D. In the East Sea, Abayu Palace. Tong Tian opened his eyes to gaze at Wanxiu, shaking his head in resignation before resuming his meditative pursuits. In the Western Thousand Buddha Mountains, Qian Fo Hall. Zhuan Ti smiled as he observed the direction of Wanxiu. He chuckled softly, then shook his head at Jin, saying, that 7th junior brother is a bit too hasty. We shall let this one pass. There will be opportunities for us to meet again. Jin nodded in agreement. In a certain void, chaotic energies swirled erratically, intermittently revealing a figure. It was Hongjun, who gazed upon the primordial land with a sigh. A great calamity approaches. Who will emerge victorious, and who will be the vanquished? With that, he vanished from sight. Chapter 29. Hongjun and the Great Peng battle the 3 beasts. The legacy of the creation sect endures that Yuntian, having led the human race in their reverent homage to the saints, turned to face Ba Qi, Ye and the Black Dragon, his visage filled with hatred, declaring, the slayer shall ultimately pay for their deeds. With that, he charged at the 3 beasts. The Black Dragon, known for its fiery temperament, was incensed by Yuntian's audacity, unleashing a torrent of its unique black phlegm, an ability capable of transmuting all matter. However, anything stronger than it remained unaffected that Yuntian, lacking innate treasures for protection, faltered upon contact with the phlegm. But the 4 elders swiftly caught him. Regaining his composure, Yuntian exclaimed, brothers, we have reached a critical juncture for the survival of our race. Though we may be outmatched, we must fight with all our might. He cast a resolute gaze upon the Black Dragon and its companions. The elders, resolute in their determination to protect their kin, joined Yuntian in their assault. The Black Dragon, enraged by the audacity of these insignificant humans to challenge its authority, let out a thunderous roar, swelling to several times its size, towering over thousands of feet. Meanwhile, Ba Qi and Ye were relentless in their consumption of the humans. Though countless warriors stood guard, they were but a feeble defense against the onslaught. The humans were mercilessly slaughtered, with Ba Qi's 8 colossal forms as the fearsome beasts, the Black Dragon, and others, perceived the two individuals approaching with great vigor. They swiftly transformed into two majestic phoenixes. Yet, they still launched an assault against them, filled with both anger and urgency. The Black Dragon was acutely aware that Hongjun's cultivation was far superior to theirs, while the rock was on par with them. However, it appeared that the two individuals lacked protective treasures. Otherwise, they would not be able to sustain themselves for long. Upon seeing Hongjun charging towards them, the Black Dragon bellowed, "You little phoenixes, instead of cultivating in the mountains, you dare meddle in your grandfather's affairs. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." After uttering this, he exchanged glances with Yachi, who then flew in to confront Hongjun alongside the Black Dragon, while Yazi darted towards the rock. Currently, Hongjun, at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, faced both the Black Dragon and Yachi, who were also at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Fortunately, Hongjun possessed the five-color Divine Light, allowing him to momentarily hold his ground. The rock and Yazi, both at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, matched up well against each other, making the outcome of the battle uncertain. At this moment, Yachi shouted, "Where did this feathered beast come from, daring to obstruct your grandfather Yachi's affairs? You must be tired of living." Upon hearing this, Hongjun, proud and indignant, roared in response. His towering figure, thousands of zhang high, lunged towards Yachi and the Black Dragon. The radiant five-color Divine Light surged forth from behind him, sweeping towards Yachi and the Black Dragon. They quickly evaded Hongjun's strike, with the two ferocious beasts attempting to flank him, relentlessly swinging their long tails in an attempt to strike at his body. Despite Hongjun's superior cultivation, he found himself in a precarious position, for the physical prowess of Yachi and the Black Dragon was formidable. Meanwhile, the rock and Yazi engaged in their own fierce skirmish, with Yazi repeatedly attempting to ambush the rock. However, despite the rock's massive size, it was surprisingly swift, thwarting Yazi's sneak attacks time and again. The clash between the two phoenixes and the three fearsome beasts was nothing short of earth-shattering, as their colossal forms battled fiercely, shattering the very landscape. Countless powerful beings were intensely focused on this monumental conflict. The remaining members of the human race were gradually escorted away from the battlefield by their valiant warriors, while the four elders in Ye Yuntian were also found and carried away. This was a deliberate choice by Hongjun, aiming to prevent harm to the human race by engaging in battle high above the ground. Nevertheless, the repercussions were still significant. As Yachi and the Black Dragon realized they could not subdue Hongjun, their patience began to wane. Yachi raised his 8 colossal heads, seemingly gathering some energy, while the Black Dragon readied itself for a powerful strike. Hongjun, discerning their intentions, understood that these ferocious beasts were about to unleash a more ferocious attack. However, being the indomitable figure he was, he would not retreat. The five-color Divine Light emanated brilliantly from his back as he launched another strike towards Yachi and the Black Dragon. Yachi and the Black Dragon had been preparing for this moment, and together they unleashed 9 streams of black liquid from their 9 heads, a substance capable of transforming all things. Although Hongjun stood on equal footing with Yachi and the Black Dragon in terms of cultivation, relying on the invincible five-color Divine Light, the simultaneous onslaught from the 9 heads posed a real threat. The 8 streams of black liquid from Yachi were neutralized by Hongjun's five-color Divine Light, yet it had exhausted the light point. One formidable stream from the Black Dragon struck with unyielding force, compelling Hongjun to evade. The seemingly prolonged moment passed in an instant, and any miscalculation could lead to injury for Hongjun. At this juncture, the Black Dragon burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I thought you possessed some extraordinary abilities. Yet you're merely a coward who knows only how to dodge." He looked at Hongjun with disdain, oblivious to the fact that they were 2 against 1. Hongjun, witnessing the Black Dragon's arrogance, retorted with a smirk, "What merit do a discarded beast and an unfinished creature have to boast?" He regarded Yachi and the Black Dragon with equal contempt. This infuriated both Yachi and the Black Dragon, who were already known for their short tempers. Striking a nerve, they seethed, "You seek death." With that, the massive heads of Yachi and the Black Dragon lunged at Hongjun. Hongjun, however, deftly evaded their attacks, occasionally using his phoenix claws to strike at Yachi and the Black Dragon. Despite their iron-like bodies, they found themselves vulnerable to Kong Xian's assaults, resulting in bloodshed as the battle dragged on without a clear victor. Kong Xian grew increasingly anxious. Ye Feng had painstakingly sent them to handle this matter, and yet they seemed to be faltering. His pride would not allow him to fail. Turning his gaze towards the conflict between the Rock and Yazi, he observed that they were locked in a chaotic struggle, with neither able to gain the upper hand. With a sudden realization, Kong Xian devised a plan. He launched a series of fierce attacks against Yachi and the Black Dragon before swiftly darting towards the Rock. His intention was to capitalize on Yachi and the Black Dragon's distraction, capturing Yazi first, and then dealing with Yachi and the Black Dragon together. In a flash, Kong Xian positioned himself behind Yazi, summoning the five-color divine light for a decisive strike. Sensing an anomaly from behind, Yazi attempted to turn, but was ensnared by the ROC in a whirlwind of chaos. Yazi was captured by Kong Xian's five-colored divine light. By the time Yachi and the Black Dragon reacted, Yazi had already been secured. Enraged, Yachi shouted, "Kong Xian, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you resort to such tactics?" He glared furiously at both Kong Xian and the Rock. The Rock retorted, "Should I still show courtesy to you beasts? The fact that I have not killed you on the spot is already a great mercy." Exchanging a knowing glance with Kong Xian, they both surged forward. Kong Xian confronted the Black Dragon, while the Rock faced off against Yachi. Although the Rock was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation, it relied on its speed to barely hold its ground against Yachi. Noticing that the Rock was preoccupied with Yachi, Kong Xian seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks on the Black Dragon, whose fury only intensified at being relentlessly pursued. The Black Dragon unleashed torrents of Black Dragon phlegm, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings near Wan Xiao. Witnessing the destruction caused by the Black Dragon, Kong Xian bellowed, "Beast, I shall not spare you." He intensified his assault with the five-color divine light. After a while, the Rock appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, Kong Xian directed his attention to the Black Dragon and, channeling his energy, shouted, "Black Dragon." The Black Dragon was momentarily taken aback by Kong Xian's sudden call, caught off guard by the unexpected attention. Seizing this fleeting moment, Kong Xian unleashed the full might of his five-color divine light, capturing the Black Dragon in an instant. With both the Black Dragon and Yazi now in his grasp, Yachi was left in shock. Whipping his powerful tail towards the Rock, he turned to flee, fully aware that self-preservation was paramount. The Rock was struck by the force of Yachi's tail, tumbling several times before regaining its footing, only to, upon entering the Hall of Creation, Ye Feng sat majestically upon the seat of the Master, whereupon Kong Xian and the Great Peng immediately prostrated themselves, exclaiming, "Kong Xian and the Great Peng pay their respects to the Master." Ye Feng, who held a disdain for such formalities as kneeling, chose to disregard Kong Xian's unwavering adherence to tradition. Once they rose, Kong Xian spoke, "Master, in this calamity faced by the human race, we, Kong Xian and my junior, have successfully captured the three vile creatures that threaten humanity, and we now present them for your judgment." With that, a flash of multicolored divine light erupted from behind them, revealing the captured figures of Baji, Yazi, and the Black Dragon. The three, upon their emergence, immediately adopted a defensive stance, displaying their cunning. Though subdued by Kong Xian, they bore little harm and appeared quite spirited. The Black Dragon, upon seeing Kong Xian, bellowed, "Kong Xian, you wretched child, where have you brought us? You conniving fiend." His face contorted in rage. Bag and Yazi echoed this indignation, glaring at Kong Xian. Unperturbed, Kong Xian regarded the three beasts with cold disdain, remarking, "For creatures such as yourselves, why speak of integrity? That I did not slay you on the spot is your stroke of fortune." Realizing they were still within the Hall of Creation, he quickly composed himself and added, "Now that you have arrived at the Church of Creation, await the Master's decree." He then bowed respectfully to Ye Feng. Observing this, Baji, Yazi, and the Black Dragon began to take in their surroundings. Upon witnessing Kong Xian's salute to Ye Feng, they recognized they had entered the Church of Creation in the northern Julu continent. They were acutely aware that Ye Feng was a revered sage, capable of extinguishing their lives as easily as one would crush an ant. However, surrendering without a fight left them feeling aggrieved. That Ji glanced at Ye Feng and remarked, "We perceive ourselves as mere ants offending a sage. Might we inquire why you have brought us here?" Ye Feng, initially taken aback by their audacity, felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "You three ignorant beasts, even the face of your impending doom. You remain unrepentant. That it seems fitting that you should be reduced to ashes." With a flick of his hand, a stream of azure energy shot towards the three beasts, causing Ba Ji, Ye, and the black dragon to collapse to the ground in agony. The black dragon emitted a pained grunt, while Ba Ji and Ye could not contain their cries of torment, their wails echoing throughout every corner of Pangu Mountain, instilling fear in countless beings. The tragic cries of Ba Ji and Ye summoned Feng Linger, Kai Feng, and Long Yun, who rushed to the scene. Yet upon their arrival, they remained silent, acutely aware that the three beasts had undoubtedly incurred Ye Feng's wrath. For he was typically stern, yet had never dealt so harshly with his disciples. After a sufficient display of punishment, Ye Feng waved his hand, dispelling the azure energy engulfing the three beasts. This technique, reminiscent of the splitting tendons and dislocating bone style from later martial arts tales, proved formidable in this primordial realm. Ye Feng, a sage, wielded powers far beyond those of ordinary beings. Ye and the black dragon now lay prostrate, relishing the comfort of their position. Yet even lying down had become a luxury. Ye Feng, indifferent to their plight, declared, "Heaven possesses the virtue of nurturing life. Yet you, ungrateful wretches, resort to cunning and harm the human race. I share a profound bond with humanity, and if I do not punish you today, who knows how much suffering the human race will endure in the future." In delivering these words, Ye Feng subtly channeled his power, projecting his voice across the primordial expanse, drawing the attention of countless mighty beings curious about how he would deal with Ba Ji, Ye, and the black dragon. After witnessing the desired effect, Ye Feng pondered for a moment before descending from his seat and approaching the three beasts. With a swift kick, he sent Ba Ji flying towards the eastern sea, fortuitously landing upon the island of Hongjun, which would later become known as Japan. This island was home to a perpetually erupting volcano, into which Ba Ji was cast, destined to guard the fiery depths. Turning his gaze upon Ye Feng delivered another kick that sent him westward, landing amidst the desolate sands of Shihan continent, where he would suffer the ceaseless torment of drought. With a flick of his hand, two streams of azure light shot forth, binding Ba Ji and Ye in their respective locations. Finally, Ye Feng glanced at the black dragon, who trembled in fear. Although his physical pain was considerable, the terror in his heart overshadowed in a moment of desperation. He fell to his knees beside Ye Feng, pleading, "Sage, spare my life. I promise never to harm humanity again." He bowed repeatedly, his previous bravado entirely evaporated. Ye Feng, witnessing the black dragon's abject fear, felt a twinge of compassion and remarked, "Filial dragon, having committed such grievous sins, even if I wish to spare you, your fate will ultimately lead to your demise." Before the black dragon could fully comprehend, Ye Feng delivered a final kick that sent him crashing into Pangu Mountain, transforming him into a path stretching countless miles. Trodden upon day after day, the black dragon, now fully aware of his predicament, realized escape was impossible. Thus, the once mighty ancient beasts were decisively dealt with by Ye Feng, sealing their fates for countless years to come. The myriad deities observed Ye Feng's actions with varying expressions. Some were merely spectators, while others, particularly the sages, displayed a range of emotions in the western realms. Zhuan lamented, "Alas, if only we had arrived sooner. We could have added a few Buddhas to our ranks." His face betrayed a sense of helplessness. Laozi, embodying nonchalance, cast a fleeting glance toward the northern Zhu continent before diverting his attention. Though irritation lingered within him, Ye Feng's treatment of the three beasts and his cold snort had stirred his displeasure, especially given Ye Feng's status as his junior disciple. Yuanshi remained contemplative, furrowing his brow at the unfolding events. Meanwhile, at the Bayou Palace in the Eastern Sea, Laozi's expression softened, reflecting on Ye Feng's unconventional yet beneficial approach to the primordial realm. Nuwa, however, wore a troubled expression, acutely aware of the implications behind Ye Feng's disdainful snort. Despite her understanding of his grievances, she could only manage a bitter smile. After resolving the matter, Feng Linger and the others promptly departed from the Hall of Creation, awaiting Ye Feng's instructions. Ye Feng regarded his disciples, pondering their thoughts before addressing Feng Linger. Do you harbor any questions? Feng Linger, slightly timid as Ye Feng resumed his former demeanor, hesitantly replied, Master, I have never seen you so angry before. Ye Feng, amused by her demeanor, chuckled and said, Oh, you silly girl. After all these years, you still do not understand my temperament. I'm not one to judge based on appearances. He regarded her with a smile, causing her cheeks to flush. Regaining her playful spirit, she clung to Ye Feng's arm, shaking it and teasing, Master, you are so mean, always scaring me with that stern face. With a faint pout, she gazed up at him, and Ye Feng, unable to resist her charm, felt a softening of his heart. After a brief pause, Ye Feng addressed Feng Linger and the others. I am not angered by the three beasts. Rather, I am furious with the master and Nuwa of the church. Humanity was crafted by Nuwa, yet she remains indifferent while reaping the rewards of their existence, achieving the esteemed status of a sage. Your grandmaster, too, is truly ineffective. He claims to be a teacher, yet his teachings benefit only himself. His face was etched with anger, leaving Feng Linger and the others rendered speechless, unable to voice their thoughts. That moment, from the direction of the Doshui Palace in the outer realm, thunder and lightning erupted as Laozi, incensed by Ye Feng's rebuke, unleashed his fury. Ye Feng, unperturbed, knew his current cultivation level could not contend with several sages simultaneously, yet he felt confident in facing a single opponent. Lightning surged towards Pangu Mountain, and in a fit of rage, Ye Feng brandished the Chaos Sword, emerging from Pangu Mountain to confront the storm. With a decisive strike, he dissipated the lightning and returned the Chaos Sword to the Hall of Creation. Laozi, shaken by the encounter, remained silent after a moment of contemplation. The events that transpired left the myriad gods of the primordial realm in a state of breathlessness, as they cautiously emerged to witness the aftermath. Nuwa, feeling increasingly helpless, recognized the futility of her situation. Upon returning to the Hall of Creation, Ye Feng dismissed the stunned onlookers, immersing himself in the contemplation of the Great Tao. Chapter 31. Di Jun's Daughter. Wang Shu, the beginning of chaos between the witch and the demon. After dealing with the three beasts, Ye Feng delved into the understanding of the sage's Great Tao. Meanwhile, the demon clan, brimming with ambition, had been waging wars ever since the establishment of their heavenly court, relentlessly attacking any creatures that refused to submit, yet they refrained from disturbing the notable deities of the primordial realm, such as the master of the Five Zhuang Temple, Zhan Yuanzi, Hongjun, and the ancestor of the Nether River. However, the witch clan has not yet allowed the demon clan to extend their tentacles into their territory. Although minor skirmishes have become quite common on this particular day, Di Jun found himself on the Moon Star, enjoying a rare moment with his wife, Shihi. Shihi, born from the right eye of the Pangu deity after the creation of the world, is a primordial goddess nurtured within the Moon Star, cradling the Shihi sword at birth, a treasure of innate essence. She later married Di Jun and bore 10 sons, who became the 10 Sons. Unknown to the other gods, Di Jun and Shihi also have a daughter named Wang Shu. Upon her birth, the Moon Star, sensing her presence, forged the Wang Shu sword using its celestial power. Also a treasure of innate essence. Di Jun, having 10 sons, dotes exceptionally on this daughter. Fearing the potential wrath of powerful enemies in the future, he chose to leave Wang Shu on the Moon Star. Hence the other gods remain oblivious to her existence. Now, Wang Shu has matured into a graceful young woman, comparable to Feng Linger, yet while Feng Linger possesses a lively disposition, Wang Shu is reticent and frosty, making her difficult to approach. Only Di Jun, Shihi, and the Eastern Emperor Tai, he can engage her in conversation. To Di Jun, preoccupied with governing the heavenly court, seldom visits the Moon Star, resulting in a strained relationship with his daughter. Nevertheless, despite projecting an image of a regal ruler to the outside world, he attends to his wife and daughter with great care, though time is scarce. leaving him with no choice but to respect Wang Shu's wishes. Jun cherishes this hard-won time with Shi. The two embrace quietly, unaware that fate has other plans. With a furrowed brow, Jun hastily bids farewell to Shi, casting a reluctant glance at the seemingly solitary figure of Wang Shu before sighing and making his way back to the heavenly court. Upon his hurried return to the heavenly court atop Mount Buzhou, Jun found himself surrounded by the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, the demon master Kuan Peng, and the 10 demon saints, all awaiting his arrival. Taking his place beside the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, he addressed him, "Brother, what urgent matter brings us together?" The moment Jun arrived, his regal presence was palpable, contrasting starkly with the tender demeanor he had exhibited on the Moonstar. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi smiled and replied, "Let us have General Baizhe elaborate on the situation." With that, he gestured for Baizhe to speak. Baizhe, one of the 10 demon saints, stepped forward and said, "I respectfully greet the 2 heavenly emperors. The demon clan has established its dominion, and under your guidance, the heavenly court has been formed, attracting many gods to our side. Even those who resist face your might and will be quelled." After bowing to the 2 heavenly emperors, he continued, "However, our demon clan, being the strongest force in this primordial wilderness, faces those who lack insight, attempting to challenge our authority. The heavenly court, despite its long-standing establishment, is treated with disdain by these defiant ones, and we seek your command to eliminate these nonconformists." With that, he stepped back. Everyone present understood the essence of the matter. They merely required a formal process. At this juncture, Jun turned to Kuan Peng, signaling him to speak. Kuan Peng stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and stated, "What General Baizhe has articulated is indeed reasonable, yet we must deliberate further before taking action." Observing the lack of reaction from Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, he continued, "The Sanqing are disciples of the Hongjun teacher and are all saints. It would not be wise for us to provoke them. As long as they refrain from instigating us, the heavenly court will not engage in conflict with them. The Western duo, also disciples of Hongjun, dwell far in the west, while the vast Beiju Lu continent is not suitable for us to contend with. Thus, it is not within our concern. Additionally, the realms of the underworld Blood Sea and Wuzhuang Temple present formidable challenges, so we shall act when our strength is sufficient." Observing that all the demons were attentively listening, Kuan Peng felt a surge of satisfaction and added, "Our purpose today is to address the Witch Clan. After we demons established the heavenly court, the Witch Clan has proclaimed themselves masters of the land, mercilessly slaying our kin. Should we remain passive, they might mistakenly believe we are fearful of them. Moreover, the Witch Clan's refusal to acknowledge the heavenly court is a grave offense. We implore the 2 heavenly emperors to issue a decree to eradicate the Witch Clan." Following this, the 10 demon saints bowed in unison, urging the 2 emperors to issue the command for the destruction of the Witch Clan. Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi recognized the thoughts of the assembly. They too had been contemplating the eradication of the Witch Clan, but lacked the opportune moment and suitable pretext. With the demons now voicing their intentions, it aligned perfectly with their own desires. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi turned to Jun and suggested, "Brother, you must issue a decree demanding the Witch Clan's submission, though we must ensure we appear to be acting judiciously, lest we provide ammunition for criticism." Acknowledging the futility of expecting the Witch Clan to comply, he nodded in agreement. "Your words hold merit." He then drafted a decree for his subordinates to deliver to the Witch Clan. The demons dispersed to prepare for the impending conflict. In the ancestral hall of the Witch Clan, the 12 ancestral witches convened once more to deliberate the actions of the demon clan, but a small demon messenger delivered the decree from Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, but unexpectedly encountered the ancestral witch Gong, who, without a word, struck him down with a hammer, then hurriedly summoned the other ancestral witches for a discussion. Inside the ancestral hall, Jiang stood at the center while the other ancestral witches took their seats on either side. Jiang began, "Dear brothers and sisters, what are your thoughts on the demon clan's actions?" The fiery Zhu Rong leapt to his feet and declared, "What is there to discuss? The demon clan dares to tread upon our dignity. I say we lead our kin to Mount Buzhou and eradicate those demon brats." Gong concurred. "Zhu Rong speaks wisely. If we do not respond now, Will we not be the laughingstock of the gods of this primordial land? With that, he clenched his massive fists. Observing this, Ye Yuntian glanced at the other ancestral witches and inquired, "And what of you? Do you share the same sentiment?" At this moment, the usually reserved Zhu Jiuyin stood and stated, "I too support Zhu Rong and Gong Gong's viewpoint. The demon clan has repeatedly provoked us. If we remain silent, how shall our kin hold their heads high?" Ho Tu, despite being a woman and naturally averse to conflict, refrained from voicing her dissent, as her pride, born from the essence of Pangu, forbade her from bowing to others. Meanwhile, Xianming echoed, "I agree with my brothers. If we show weakness now, it will only embolden the demon clan." With a cold smile, he concluded. The remaining ancestral witches expressed their agreement, and discussions ensued, awaiting the arrival of the demon clan in a side chamber of the ancestral hall. Ho Tu and Xianming were quietly conversing. Ho Tu glanced at Xianming and said, "Sister, I wonder how many lives will be lost if we engage in battle with the demon clan. Those who perish will have no resting place." With a heavy heart, she lowered her gaze, seeing her distress. Xianming approached, extending her pristine hand to comfort her. "Sister Ho Tu, the demon clan has repeatedly challenged us. It is intolerable. Our actions are for the future peace of our witch clan. Though death is inevitable, if it ensures a stable life for everyone, is it not worth the sacrifice?" She tightened her grip on Ho Tu's hand. Ho Tu looked up at Xianming's red eyes and sighed. "Sister, do you think I am unaware? It is merely difficult to come to terms with. Yet you, little girl, were so spirited in the ancestral hall earlier. Why do you now seem so melancholic?" She smiled warmly at Xianming. Flushed by the attention, Xianming playfully pinched Ho Tu and retorted, "Sister, are you mocking me? Just you wait. I'll show you." The two began to playfully chase each other. Had their kin witnessed this scene, they would scarcely believe it, as the ancestral witches had always held a lofty status, rarely seen even among their own clan. Yet here were Ho Tu and Xianming, behaving like carefree young girls. After a spell of laughter and mischief, perhaps having had their fill of play, Ho Tu paused to straighten her attire and remarked, "The demon clan possesses spiritual beings. While their physical forms may not match our strength, they remain formidable." Coupled with the Eastern Emperor Tai, wielding the Eastern Emperor Bell, Dijun bearing the innate river diagram and Luo book, and Kuan Peng with the Xing Mu divine staff, we witch clan may find ourselves unable to withstand such might. With a bitter expression, she gazed into the distance, as if seeking to penetrate the very walls of the ancestral hall. Xianming, upon hearing this, added, "Indeed, the demon clan has Dijun, the Eastern Emperor Tai, and the cunning Kuan Peng. Our witch clan is somewhat at a disadvantage." After a moment of contemplation, Ho Tu continued, "The Hongjun teacher once spoke of our witch clan's fortune residing with our seventh brother. Yet we have heard naught from him." Xianming, exasperated by the mention of Ye Feng, retorted, "That seventh brother is like a dragon, elusive and treating us as a burden. He disappears at the first sight of us." With a huff, she crossed her arms. Hearing Xianming's frustration sparked an idea in Ho Tu's mind. "Sister, do not dwell on it. The Hongjun teacher's words regarding our fortune resting with our seventh brother must hold some truth. It is merely that the time for it has not yet arrived. The demon clan's impending war may not commence immediately. Why don't we venture to the Beiju Lu continent and seek out our brother? Perhaps we can uncover the fortunes of our witch clan. Furthermore, I have heard that our brother resides atop the wondrous Pangu mountain, a place of immense creation and significance. We can consider it a journey of exploration." She then glanced at Xianming and added, "As for whether we go or not, I leave that decision to you." Upon finishing, they proceeded outside the ancestral witch hall. Xianming, taken aback, hurried after Ho Tu and said, "Why not go? I am quite curious to see what our seventh senior brother has to say. The two of us, being such exquisite beauties, visiting him at the creation sect is indeed a grand gesture. Let us see how he responds." With a mischievous grin, she chased after Ho Tu. Noting Xianming's playful banter, Ho Tu laughed and replied, "You little rascal, at this rate, how will you ever find a husband?" Xianming paused momentarily, then playfully chased after Ho Tu, tickling her as she exclaimed, "Who wants to get married? Is that something you're thinking about, sister?" They both laughed joyfully as they made their way toward the northern Julu continent. Chapter 32. The two maidens inquiring at Pangu Mountain, the essence of Pangu, is divided in half. There exists something in this world that cannot be retained, regardless of one's might. It is the passage of time. Spring departs and returns again, yet everything at Pangu Mountain remains unchanged. Ye Feng did not cultivate within the creation hall. Instead, he strolled leisurely through Pangu Mountain, savoring the essence of each life and every subtle fluctuation. He immersed himself in the understanding of existence. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Feng had grown fond of this way of life. As Ye Feng wandered through Pangu Mountain, he furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed it after a moment. Instantly returning to the creation hall, that he summoned Feng Linger and said, "Linger, your two uncles are visiting Pangu Mountain, and it is necessary for you, the foremost disciple of the creation sect, to greet them." Feng Linger looked at Ye Feng with a puzzled expression, that he playfully tapped her head and chuckled. "Why are you still standing there?" Feng Linger rubbed her head and replied, "Oh," after leaving the ancestral witch hall. Hutu and Xianming made their way toward the northern Jilu continent, encountering numerous members of the witch and demon clans along the way. Small skirmishes erupted, leaving bloodshed in their wake, prompting the two maidens to hasten their journey northward. Upon arriving before Pangu Mountain, the two were awestruck by its grandeur and magnificence. Noticing the absence of any disciples from the creation sect, they contemplated sending a message inside when a woman clad in green suddenly appeared before them. It was Feng Linger, who had come to welcome Hutu and Xianming. The two maidens were captivated by Feng Linger's ethereal presence, which elicited silent admiration from the ancestral witches. Feng Linger, puzzled, noticed the two beautiful maidens before her, their garments billowing gracefully. Her curiosity deepened that moment. Hutu, spotting Feng Linger, beamed and said, "Ah, it is the esteemed disciple of our seventh senior brother, Linger. We are the ancestral witches Hutu and Xianming, here to pay our respects to seventh brother. We kindly ask you to announce our arrival." Though Feng Linger seldom ventured outside Pangu Mountain, she was aware of the outside situation and recognized the two witches. She replied, "So, it is my two uncles. Master specifically instructed me to welcome you. Please, follow me." After bowing respectfully, she invited them inside. As the two maidens followed Feng Linger into the creation hall, they were once again filled with admiration. Moments later, under Feng Linger's guidance, they entered the hall, where Ye Feng sat in the position of the sect leader. He did not rise upon their arrival, but said, "It is a rare occasion for my two junior sisters to visit Pangu Mountain. I wonder what brings you here." Ye Feng was well aware of their purpose, but felt that the moment was not yet ripe. So he feigned ignorance. Xianming, unable to tolerate Ye Feng's demeanor, stepped forward and said, "Seventh brother, we have traveled a long way. Surely you will not deny us even a cup of tea?" Her face was flushed with indignation. Hutu, noticing her sister's outburst, gently pulled her back and said, "Please do not take offense. Seventh brother, my sister speaks her mind. And if we have inadvertently offended you, I hope for your understanding." But Ye Feng had no misunderstandings with the two, but had always maintained a manner that made others uncomfortable. However, he was indifferent to it. Not wishing to engage in conflict with Xianming, he turned to Feng Linger and instructed her to prepare tea for the two maidens. He then said, "Now, my dear sisters, you may reveal the purpose of your visit." Hutu, wary that Xianming might act impulsively again, spoke first. "To be honest, seventh brother, chaos looms over the vast wilderness. Our witch clan is about to engage in battle with the demon clan. However, their power is beyond what we can currently withstand. Though our clan excels in physical strength, the demon clan has the support of Nuwa, a saint, while we do not." Hutu's expression darkened as she lowered her gaze. Seeing Hutu's solemnity, Ye Feng decided to drop the pretense and said, "I am aware of the fortuity that lies before your clan. However, seeking it prematurely would not bode well for you." With that, he closed his eyes, revealing no emotion. Xianming, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from her previous rebelliousness and implored, "Then we beseech you, senior brother, to lend your assistance, should our witch clan benefit from the opportunities you provide. We shall never forget your great kindness." With great sincerity, Xianming spoke, to which Ye Feng sighed and asked, "And what of Hutu? Do you share the sentiment?" Upon hearing this, Hutu seemed to resolve herself and replied, "I do not know what the future holds for our witch clan, but as long as I am here, I shall strive to seek opportunities for our clan's survival. I humbly ask for your support. Senior brother Ye Feng observed the two, silently lamenting. If only you were not bound to the witch clan, perhaps you could live carefree as young girls. Having conceived an idea, Ye Feng wished to ensure the two maidens could avoid impending calamities. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Very well, I shall grant your request." With that, he revealed the Chaos Pearl. The moment it appeared, both maidens gasped in astonishment, overwhelmed by the chaotic aura emanating from it, causing them to stumble backward. Ye Feng swiftly waved his hand, dissipating the pearl's energy. Without further explanation, he watched as a golden orb of light emerged from the Chaos Pearl, the essence of Pangu that he had acquired from Pangu Island. As the essence materialized, the two maidens felt a familiar aura, one that resonated with their divine lineage. Hutu exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be?" Staring wide-eyed at Ye Feng, he nodded in affirmation. The two maidens knelt before the floating essence, their voices trembling with emotion. "Father God." Ignoring their astonishment, Ye Feng drew the essence into his hands, which radiated a soft azure glow. After a moment, the essence split in two, and with a wave of his hand, two portions flew into the bodies of the maidens. Ye Feng understood that the two maidens would face great tribulations ahead, so he divided the essence of Pangu between them, ensuring they would be equipped with the strength to confront their fates. However, relying solely on this essence would not suffice to attain sainthood. It would only grant them the potential for quasi-sainthood. Yet with the heavenly Tao disrupted, and with Ye Feng's assistance, their future prospects were indeed boundless. Upon receiving the essence, an influx of information flooded their minds, illuminating countless unknowns. They realized the orchestrators of the impending chaos were none other than their witch and demon clans. However, they gleaned no information about Ye Feng from the essence. This was Ye Feng's deliberate action. He wished to keep his existence a secret. Once the maidens grasped the entirety of the situation, they bowed their heads and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. Our witch clan shall forever remember your kindness." As they began to digest the essence of Pangu, Ye Feng waved his hand, transporting them to the hidden Pangu Hall. Within, two cushions appeared, and Ye Feng's voice echoed distantly. "Take your time to refine the essence of Pangu, and no one shall disturb you here." With that, he fell silent, understanding the significance of this moment for the future of their clan. The two maidens settled down to refine the essence of Pangu. Years swiftly passed. One day, Ye Feng felt a stirring within his heart and arrived at the Pangu Hall, where he found Hutu and Xianming awakening. Both had elevated their cultivation to the initial stage of quasi-saint. Ye Feng congratulated them. "Congratulations, my dear sisters, on your significant advancement in power." Now, they were aware of many matters, particularly Xianming, who no longer felt bashful in Ye Feng's presence. She spoke up, "Senior brother, I was foolish in the past and may have offended you. I hope for your forgiveness." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ye Feng, now a revered saint, did not carry himself with the haughty demeanor of other saints. Nor did he concern himself with such trivial matters. He replied, "There is no need to dwell on minor grievances." Then he added, "Since your affairs here are settled, you may return to the witch clan. Tensions are rising between your clan and the demon clan." Before they knew it, the three had already appeared outside Pangu Mountain. Hutu and Xianming were astonished by Ye Feng's ability to so discreetly transport them away from Pangu Mountain. As they exchanged glances, Ye Feng's voice drifted back to them. "Amidst the heavenly Tao, there lies a glimmer of hope. That it is up to you to seize it." With that, Pangu Mountain resumed its protective formation. Hutu pondered deeply, casting a thoughtful glance back at Pangu Mountain, while Xianming, though changed, still pouted at Ye Feng's treatment of them. The two maidens, albeit resigned, made their way from the northern Julu continent back to the ancestral witch hall. Their cultivation now at the quasi-saint level, their speed significantly increased as they swiftly returned to the ancestral witch hall. Ye Feng returned to the concealed Pangu Hall, holding the Chaos Pearl and gazing intently at it. Within the Chaos Pearl remained only a trace of Pangu's primordial spirit. As Ye Feng beheld this final remnant, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Meanwhile, Hutu and Xianming entered the ancestral witch hall, where they found the members of the witch clan already in a state of readiness for battle. They hastily stepped inside, and upon entering, they noticed that all the ancestral witches were present. Save for themselves, the other ancestral witches, upon seeing the two women, were filled with joy. Gong Gong exclaimed loudly, "Sisters, you have returned. We have been anxiously awaiting your arrival." Following his words, he let out a hearty laugh. Observing the attention of the ancestral witches now turned toward her, Hotu recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing her tale, the ancestral witches rejoiced. The witch clan harbored no jealousy, especially among the ancestral witches. Only mutual affection. The others did not feel any resentment toward Hotu and Xianming for acquiring Pangu's primordial spirit and enhancing their cultivation. Instead, they thought only of the strength and power of the witch clan, which in turn bolstered their own strength. Di Jiang, being a meticulous individual, spoke up. "If what you say is true, then our witch clan owes Ye Feng a tremendous debt of gratitude. Has he expressed any requests?" He gazed at the two women with a look of concern. Xianming, who had remained silent since her return, finally spoke up. He did not make any demands. He merely remarked that under the heavenly Tao, there exists a glimmer of hope, urging us to see how we might seize it. Di Jiang pondered these words repeatedly, ultimately concluding there was nothing more to be gained, and refrained from probing further. Chapter 33. The Red-Cropped Monkey Becomes a Disciple. The war between witches and demons unfolds. The two members of the witch clan returned home, gathering with the ancestral witches. The conflict between the witch and demon clans had reached a boiling point. Merely awaiting the opportunity to erupt into war, I could see this moment. Ye Feng emerged from the Pangu Hall atop Pangu Mountain and conveyed to all of Pangu Mountain through his thoughts. "I shall commence the discourse on the great Tao. All beings within Pangu Mountain may gather outside the Hall of Creation to listen." The announcement sent a wave of excitement throughout Pangu Mountain. It had been many years since Ye Feng had last delivered a sermon, and those who had previously attended his teachings knew that he spoke of the Tao of creation, which would benefit anyone who listened. Thus, they all made their way toward the Hall of Creation. Seated upon a cloud platform, Ye Feng observed the multitude of beings gathered, including the followers of the Tao of creation, that a profound sense of responsibility welled within him. Indeed, since his rebirth, he had reaped countless opportunities for growth. And as his strength increased, so too did his obligations. Even if Ye Feng typically remained aloof, he would inevitably become involved in the unfolding of the heavenly Dao. That moment, a diminutive figure hopped toward him from the distance. Noticing the path ahead was blocked by those gathered to listen, it peered curiously forward, contemplating how to proceed. It was the red-cropped monkey, whom Ye Feng had left on Pangu Mountain years ago. Seeing the monkey's curious demeanor prompted Ye Feng to chuckle inwardly. What a mischievous creature it was. Unbeknownst to the red-cropped monkey, its antics had drawn Ye Feng's attention, thereby altering its fate in ways yet to be revealed. With a swift motion, Ye Feng grasped the inquisitive monkey and brought it before him. The monkey, unsure of how to respond, knelt before Ye Feng. Observing that the red-cropped monkey was still unable to speak, Ye Feng felt a surge of compassion and waved his hand, removing the obstruction in its throat. From that moment on, the red-cropped monkey was able to speak. Recognizing Ye Feng's benevolence, and knowing it to be one of the four great spiritual monkeys of heaven and earth, the creature bowed deeply in gratitude. Still adjusting to its newfound ability to speak, it managed to utter, "Thank you, Master." Ye Feng returned the gesture of respect, and, seeing the monkey's clumsy articulation, inquired with a smile, "Little monkey, would you like to become my disciple?" The red-cropped monkey, not one to miss such an opportunity, immediately prostrated itself on the ground, fervently knocking its head in reverence. Ye Feng, pleased with this response, declared, "You shall be my disciple." Sandy Zai. With a flick of his wrist, a golden staff appeared in his hand. The Rui Jingu Bang, the very weapon once wielded by the Dragon Clan's leader, Ye Feng had recognized its innate power upon their first encounter, but had ultimately set it aside for a more fitting recipient. Now it was perfect for the red-cropped monkey. "This is the Rui Jingu Bang, a treasure of the innate realm, a gift from your master," Ye Feng proclaimed, tossing it to the red-cropped monkey. However, the monkey, still at the golden immortal level, struggled to wield the staff, causing it to tumble to the ground, which elicited a hearty laugh from Ye Feng. Observing the monkey's predicament, Ye Feng infused the staff with a surge of energy. stating, "I have now restricted the weight and utility of this staff. As your cultivation grows, you will find it easier to wield." The red-cropped monkey quickly bowed again, expressing its gratitude. "Thank you, Master," though its speech remained somewhat halting. As Ye Feng took on another disciple, the onlookers felt a surge of envy, including the brothers Hongjun, who, despite their high standing within the Tao of creation, had yet to be accepted by Ye Feng. They could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. The red-cropped monkey then joined Feng Linger and Hongjun, sitting beside them and grinning mischievously, which prompted Feng Linger to roll her eyes, while Hongjun shot it a disapproving glance. Thus, Ye Feng commenced his discourse on the great Tao within Pangu Mountain, while outside, the winds of conflict began to stir at the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Within the heavenly court, the leaders of the demon clan had gathered, with Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi occupying the throne. At that moment, Kun Peng stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesties, that young witch clan has dared to defy our heavenly court and is beyond forgiveness. I beseech you to lead our demon warriors to the ancestral witch hall and eradicate these traitorous scoundrels." Having spoken, he bowed deeply and retreated at this juncture. Ji Ming also stepped forward, saying, "May your Majesties grant us permission to advance with our army and leave no survivors." The demon saints all expressed their eagerness to heed the call. Di Huang Tai He exchanged glances with Dijun, who, despite his usual indecisiveness, understood that in light of the current situation, he could not remain silent, as it would only dishearten the demon ranks. Unbeknownst to them, Dijun had his own concerns. He had a wife and children, particularly a daughter with whom he shared a strained relationship. He feared that once war commenced, he might never see them again, and they could suffer as a result. However, he realized that hesitation was no longer an option. The arrow was nocked, and it had to be released. After gathering his thoughts, he declared, "We have tolerated the witch clan for too long, and their audacity has only grown." He glanced at Dong Huang Tai Yi, who nodded in agreement, and continued, "All generals, heed my command. Our demon clan is the rightful ruler of this land. And the witch clan not only refuses to submit, but also presumes to claim dominion over the earth, thus insulting the majesty of our heavenly court. The 10 demon saints shall lead our 3 million-strong army to the land of the witch clan to eliminate these traitorous rebels. My brother Tai Yi, the demon master Kun Peng, and I shall stand at the forefront." With a commanding gesture, he concluded his proclamation. The ruler's authority was undeniable. Even in moments of frustration, he could swiftly regain his composure. The 10 demon saints accepted their orders and began mobilizing the troops. Dijun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Kun Peng remained in the Lingxiao treasure hall. Dijun turned to his brother, "Brother, do you find fault with me for being indecisive?" He looked at Dong Huang Tai Yi with a sense of helplessness. Startled, Dong Huang Tai Yi replied, "What are you saying, brother? I would never blame you. I merely feel you've changed recently." Dijun sighed. "Do you recall the ancient war among the 3 clans? Who emerged victorious in the end?" Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai Yi grasped Dijun's concern and sighed in response. "There is no need for such foreboding. Brother, our demon clan is the legitimate power of this vast land, and our actions align with the heavenly Tao. With our strength, how could we possibly meet the same fate as before?" His tone was filled with pride. Dijun regarded his brother and chose his words carefully, aware that he could not express his doubts openly as a demon ruler. "Very well," he conceded, "we have the Saint Nuwa on our side." While the witch clan pales in comparison, he then turned to Kun Peng, asking, "Do you believe our chances of victory are favorable?" Dong Huang Tai Yi also looked on with concern. Kun Peng pondered for a moment before responding. "Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, there is no doubt that we will prevail. However, should complications arise, the outcome becomes uncertain." Both Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi regarded Kun Peng with curiosity as a sage of the demon clan. His words carried significant weight, particularly as he was known for his strategic acumen. After collecting his thoughts, Kun Peng continued, "The only potential complication would be if someone intervenes to assist the witch clan. But such a possibility is unlikely." Upon hearing this, both brothers felt reassured. The witch clan's lack of cultivation of their primordial spirits rendered them weaker than the demon clan. The three of them resolved that the situation was not as dire as it seemed and promptly led the demon army toward the land of the Witch Clan. With nearly 3 million troops mobilized, they were well aware that the Witch Clan was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, the demon clan remained steadfast in their confidence. This moment, within the Witch Clan, a young shaman reported to Xing Tian about the approaching demon forces, declaring that a massive army was on the march. Xing Tian raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by the prospect of conflict, but recognizing the need for caution. He hurried toward the ancestral witch hall. As Xing Tian approached the ancestral hall of the witch ancestors, he made no effort to announce his presence, boldly striding into that moment. Qiangliang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Xing Tian, what prompts such an anxious entrance? What manner of behavior is this?" Xing Tian hurriedly paid his respect to the witch ancestors before explaining. According to reports from our scouts, the demon race is advancing with their full forces, including Dongwang Tai and Dijuan, who are all heading towards our witch clan's territory. After speaking, he cast a cautious glance at the assembled witch ancestors, mindful not to act disrespectfully in their presence. Seeing this, Di Zhang opted against consulting the other witch ancestors and addressed Xing Tian directly. "Xing Tian, summon Ye Feng, Hui, and the other great witches to rally our warriors. They must come swiftly to face the enemy." Upon hearing this, Xing Tian dashed out to mobilize the troops. Meanwhile, the witch ancestors were preparing for battle, their spirits ignited. Despite their power being inferior to that of the demon race, the witch clan would never bow down. At that moment, Hutu spoke up, with the demon race approaching. "I wonder if the Saint Nuwa has made an appearance." Xianming interjected, "It is unlikely that Nuwa will come as a saint. She is bound by the teachings of Hongjun, who has stated that saints must not intervene. I suspect she will not violate her master's decree." The other witch ancestors nodded in agreement with Xuanming's reasoning, feeling reassured. They then composed themselves and left the ancestral hall to observe their fellow witches. In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa's smooth brow furrowed as she contemplated the demon race's actions, fearing that they might ultimately lead to their downfall and squander their fortune. Yet, she found herself powerless to intervene. Dongwang Tai and Dijuan had initiated their military campaign against the witch clan without consulting her. Although she possessed immense power, she was left with little recourse. Both Dijuan and Dongwang Tai were resolute in their intent to obliterate the witch clan. Even if she could halt this advance, how many more such instances could she prevent in the future? With no other option, she chose to silently observe the impending confrontation between the witch and demon races. The demons, filled with fervor, marched towards the territory of the witch clan, a blanket of ominous clouds darkening the sky, causing the wandering cultivators across the vast land to flee into their caves in fear. Chapter 34. From ancient times, war begins with insults. Thousands of treasures display their might wherever the demon race tread. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the various deities took refuge within their caves, too intimidated to emerge. The demon race grew increasingly arrogant, refusing to conceal their presence, causing the entire primordial land to tremble. That a day later, the demons arrived at the gathering place of the witch clan, only to find the witches fully prepared for battle. Awaiting the demons' arrival, the 12 ancestors of the witch clan appeared before their army, each exuding an aura of grandeur that matched that of the demon race. That moment, the demon leaders, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, also stepped forward to address their forces. Kunpeng, taking a bold step forward, approached the witches and declared, "You, witch clan, defy the heavens, foolishly aspiring to dominate this primordial land without yielding to our heavenly authority. Such a grievous offense warrants your immediate surrender." He gazed upon the witches with a face filled with indignation. Xianming, though having tempered his once arrogant demeanor, felt his pride swell in the presence of the demon race and stepped forward, retorting, "What a presumptuous creature you are! Do you not fear your own bravado will lead to your downfall? We, the witch clan, are born of the divine blood of Pangu. How dare you, a mere demon, dictate to us?" With a disdainful snort, he dismissed Kunpeng's threats. Never before had Kunpeng faced such dishonor. As a strategist of the demon race, he was accustomed to being treated with reverence. Today, however, he was insulted by a mere child, igniting a fury within him. Unable to contain himself, He brandished the Qingshu divine staff and directed a wave of dark energy towards Xianming. Unfazed, Xianming extended his delicate hand and produced a silver hairpin. The falling star pin, a treasure of innate origin. With a swift stroke of the falling star pin, he sent forth a beam of silver light to clash with Kunpeng's dark energy. The collision rent the very fabric of space, creating a vast black void. Despite his unyielding stance, Kunpeng let out a suppressed grunt. Although Xianming bore the primordial spirit bestowed by Ye Feng, his lack of experience resulted in him being pushed back 100 miles. Spitting blood, Hutu quickly steadied him, but Xuanming's pride could not bear this first wound. He was ready to charge forward for another attack, only to be restrained by Di Jiang. Kunpeng, alarmed, realized the gravity of the situation. He, being at the late stage of quasi-saint cultivation, found it challenging to identify opponents in the primordial realm aside from the saints. Yet, the witch clan, whom he had always underestimated, displayed unexpected strength. He had not anticipated Xuanming's quasi-saint initial cultivation. Had it not been said that the witch clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, how could one achieve such power? Not only was Kunpeng astonished, but Dijuan and Dongwang Tai were equally taken aback. They had not expected such a formidable opponent to arise from the witch clan. Xianming, who usually kept a low profile, now revealed her extraordinary capabilities, leaving them to wonder about the true strength of the other witches. As Dijuan scrutinized the 12 ancestors, he felt a slight relief, realizing that only Xianming and Hudu had attained quasi-saint status. Though he was unsure why they had cultivated to such heights, it was not the time to ponder that question. Dongwang Tai stepped forward, exuding an immense aura that bore down upon the witch clan. Proclaiming, "You, the witch clan, claim to be the lords of this land, yet you disregard the dignity of our heavenly court. We, the demon race, have established the heavenly court, winning the allegiance of the realm. Yet you, the witch clan, refuse to submit, foolishly challenging our authority. Today, we shall not spare you." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Dijuan. Dijuan, perceptive as he was, understood Dongwang Tai's intent from a mere look and stepped forward, adding, "Demon warriors, will you submit to our heavenly court? I, Dijuan, assure you that the witch clan may continue to sit securely as lords of the land, with no one daring to harm you." Thus, Dijuan and Donghuang Tai played their parts, one as the enforcer and the other as the negotiator. However, they failed to remember that they faced the witch clan, a race inherently inclined towards battle. For them, honor took precedence over life itself. How could they ever consider submission to the demon race? At that point, the previously silent Zhu Rong could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, his voice echoing for miles. "How dare you beasts proclaim yourselves as the lords of heaven and earth? Do you think I, the witch clan, would ever submit to you? Spare us your pleasantries, and let us fight if you have the courage." His furious expression startled the demon soldiers, though Dijuan was sometimes indecisive. He found his resolve hardened upon witnessing the witch clan's defiance. Angered by their refusal to yield, he declared, "Witch clan brats, you've overstepped your bounds. Let us see how my demon race will annihilate you." With a wave of his hand, he commanded the millions of demon soldiers to surge forth towards the witches. Dongwang Tai summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell to charge at the witch ancestors, while Dijuan unleashed the primordial Hichu and Luoshu to advance. Kunpeng, wielding the Qingshu divine staff, joined the fray, and the 10 great demon saints each showcased their skills to engage the witches. Among the witches, Gonggong, known for his tempestuous temper, grasped the Xianyuan water-controlling staff and shouted, "You demon brats, prepare to face my wrath." Zhu Rong, wielding the heavenly fire mirror, unleashed a torrent of flames towards Dijuan. Qiangliang, too, brandished his Wanlei tower, aiming it at Dijuan. The 3 ancestors surrounded Dijuan, and while he possessed quasi-saint strength, he found himself overwhelmed by their ferocious onslaught, reduced to a defensive posture. Dongwang Tai was the most powerful among the demons, not only due to his innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, which boasted unparalleled defense, but also the ability to inflict grievous casualties with its toll. Hutu and Xianming charged forward against him. Hutu wielded the earthly divine ring, a defensive treasure, while both were at quasi-saint cultivation. However, overcoming Dongwang Tai was a formidable task, and their goal was simply to hold him at bay for now. Meanwhile, Kunpeng faced off against Di Jiang, who, alongside Jumong and Rushu, prepared to launch their own assault that Di Jiang wielded the time and space staff, a personal treasure capable of creating a time-space array to ensnare opponents. Jumong employed a green branch, the reincarnation tree, a unique treasure that could revive the dead or, in battle, could also spell doom for his adversaries. Rushu brandished a golden ruler, the Linglong ruler, capable of determining size and revealing true forms. As the three surrounded Kunpeng, their offensive gradually unfolded, leaving Kunpeng with little opportunity to fend off the remaining adversaries. Meanwhile, Zhu Juyin, Shebi Shi, Tianwu, and Yuezhi led Xingtian, Ye Feng, and the other great witches against the remaining 10 demon saints and their troops. Zhu Juyin wielded the Eternal Tower, a treasure that could capture beings within it, with time inside remaining unchanged. Shebi Shi carried the Four Seasons banner, capable of altering the climate of the primordial land and ensnaring foes with ease. Tianwu held a bag-like treasure, the Heavenly Wind Bag, which was also of innate origin. Yu held a strike weapon, a manifestation of myriad lightning strikes, capable of unleashing bolts of lightning and ranking among the primordial treasures. All the aforementioned artifacts were born alongside the ancestral shaman from the moment of their emergence. Thus they all belong to the primordial category. The treasures wielded by the great demon saints are also of the primordial caliber. Philian brandished the Jinhe spear. Jimeng wielded the Poti stick, Ingzhao held the flowing water sword, Juing grasped the Gaetian horn, Shangyang bore the Huan knife, Baze wielded the Qingtian halberd, Guimu carried the Lingue banner, Zidian held the Tianlai sword. Wuling possessed the Zuishuan book, and Tunchen grasped the Fantian staff. The two armies surged forth under the leadership of their respective chieftains, clashing fiercely at the point of contact, igniting a towering wave of corpses. Truly a scene reminiscent of the chilling winds and the treacherous waters of the Yishui River, wherein valiant warriors depart never to return. The demon race was resolutely determined to uproot the shaman tribe. Undeterred by the presence of two quasi-saints blocking their path, which only strengthened their resolve to eradicate the shaman lineage, causing the heavens and earth to tremble with their ferocity. Emperor Jun, wielding the primordial river map and Luo book, remained unscathed despite the assault from 3 ancestral shamans, occasionally counterattacking and inciting the ire of Zhu Rong, Gonggong, and Qiangliang. Zhu Rong bellowed, "You fiery bird, hiding beneath that artifact to launch sneak attacks. What kind of hero do you consider yourself? Come forth and receive a punch from your grandpa Zhu Rong." With that, he charged at Emperor Jun in a fit of rage. Emperor Jun, born of the 3-legged golden crow from the sun, had undergone millennia of cultivation, transforming from 3 into 6, now resembling the 6-legged golden crow, akin to Dongwang. In return, Emperor Jun roared in fury, "Those not of my kind harbor different hearts. What can your insignificant shaman tribe do to me?" He then let out a boisterous laugh, leaving Zhu Rong and the others seething with rage to the domain of Dongwang Tai. The outcome was already clear. It was merely a matter of time. Dongwang Tai, wielding the Eastern Emperor Bell, relentlessly attacked Hutu and Xianin. Though both women had attained the quasi-saint realm, they were still somewhat inexperienced in comparison to Dongwang Tai. They attempted to assault him with their artifacts, but he effortlessly deflected their attacks, occasionally striking them with the Eastern Emperor Bell, leaving them staggering from the force. Dongwang Tai laughed arrogantly, saying, "Ladies, should you choose to surrender, I could plead with my elder brother to spare you both. However, you must become my wives." His words dripped with arrogance. Hutu and Xianin, their faces flushed with embarrassment from his unabashed proclamation, focused on the battle at hand. Xianin coldly retorted, "Dongwang Tai, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror to see what you truly are. Daring to propose to us sisters while being nothing but a clumsy beast." Her sharp tongue struck a nerve, for Dongwang Tai, despite being a ruler, was still of the demon race, his essence tied to the 3-legged golden crow. The reminder of his insecurities ignited his fury. With a thunderous roar, he intensified the power of the Eastern Emperor Bell, relentlessly assaulting the two women, who could only lament their plight. Yet their resolve remained unbroken, unwilling to yield even an inch. Meanwhile, the Kunpeng navigated the battlefield with ease, his cunning unmatched among the top-tier beings of the primordial earth, Despite being pursued by Emperor Jiang, Juma, and Rushu, he relentlessly attacked the shaman forces, leaving a path of devastation and inciting the wrath of the shaman warriors. In Chapter 35, Nuwa, protective of her kin, intervened, bringing an end to the demon race's fortunes. The shaman and demon tribes clashed fiercely in the southern continent, while the myriad deities observed the battle from afar, adopting a stance of detached interest. Who among the saints was unaware of the ancient three tribes conflict that had faded into obscurity since the dawn of time? The unfortunate shaman and demon tribes seemed to be treading the same treacherous path. Yet the deities in their lofty positions remained indifferent, unaware that the combatants were ensnared in a grand scheme orchestrated by the heavenly order, soon to become the sacrificial pawns following the ancient conflict. Nuwa, a saint of the demon race, was not oblivious to the gravity of the situation, though she adhered to the principle of non-intervention espoused by Hongjun. Her kin were involved, and she resolved to do all within her power to salvage the situation. However, Hongjun's warnings against hasty actions restrained her intentions. At this moment, within the Nuwa palace, Nuwa gazed anxiously at the unfolding battle. For in the realm of the deities, any corner of the primordial earth could be observed with ease. The Lingzhu, usually playful, sensed Nuwa's distress and refrained from speaking, unable to remain idle any longer. Nuwa rose and made her way towards the battlefield, leaving Lingzhu and Kaiyun Tongzi in a state of bewilderment. In the southern continent, the battlefield was engulfed in chaos, with shaman warriors being mercilessly slaughtered by the demon race, their dismembered bodies littering the ground as the demons consumed the remains. The shaman forces, frequently ambushed by the Kunpeng, suffered devastating losses. Observing the Kunpeng's cunning, Juma communicated with Emperor Jiang and Rushu, while he himself targeted the lesser demon soldiers. With Rushu wielding the exquisite measuring rod, the demon forces faced a grim fate, their ranks thinning rapidly. The tumultuous cries of battle echoed as Dongwang Tai wielded the Eastern Emperor Bell, striking Hutu and Xianin with fierce intent. Despite their struggles to resist, they ultimately succumbed, blood spilling forth. The Eastern Emperor Bell unleashed a wave of yellow light upon the shaman ranks, cleaving through their numbers and leaving devastation in its wake. The sight of nearly 1 million shaman warriors falling to this assault sent tremors through the primordial earth, with the 12 ancestral shamans roaring in outrage. Hutu and Xianin, witnessing the ruthless onslaught, were taken aback by Donghuang Tai's brutality. Despite their injuries, they rallied their remaining strength to retaliate. As the battle raged on, the demon forces, initially confident of their victory, found themselves caught off guard by the shaman tribe's formidable resistance. Particularly the emergence of the quasi-saints, the deities, observing the unfolding carnage, were taken aback by the ferocity of the conflict between the shaman and demon tribes. They pondered whether Hongjun would intervene, given his previous declarations regarding the heavenly order. Regardless, the battle continued unabated, with the air thick with the scent of blood and the cries of the fallen. Just as the chaos reached its zenith, a voice of outrage pierced through the tumult. "What a beast you are, ruthlessly slaughtering my demon kin." It was Nuwa, who had come to mediate, but was incensed upon witnessing the carnage wrought by Gonggong upon the demon forces. Gonggong, upon receiving a fierce rebuke from Nuwa, was so shaken that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a gigantic red embroidered ball came hurtling toward him, and no matter how he tried to evade it, he was unable to escape. With a resounding crash, Gonggong was sent plummeting like a kite with its strings severed, crashing down from the heavens and buried deep within the earth, rendered utterly silent. The ancestral shaman clans were taken aback, for they knew well that the physical prowess of the shaman tribe was unmatched by any other denizens of the primordial lands. Yet, in a single blow, Gonggong had been silenced. Amidst the outcries of the ancestral shamans, Nuwa gracefully descended to the battleground between the two tribes, prompting both sides to cease their hostilities. With a sage present, how could the battle continue? Should Nuwa merely wave her hand toward the shaman tribe, they would surely be annihilated without a trace. Dijun, the Eastern Emperor Tai, was overjoyed at Nuwa's arrival, but he discreetly signaled Dijun, who refrained from approaching. Instead, Eastern Emperor Tai stepped forward, lamenting, I beseech you, revered Nuwa, to deliver justice for my demon kin. He first emphasized that Nuwa belonged to their demon tribe, seeking to entrap her in her own words, while simultaneously wielding her influence to intimidate the shaman tribe. He continued with a lament. Your grace is unaware of the shaman's heinousness. Their refusal to submit to our demon tribe is one matter, yet their relentless slaughter of our kin is another. They regard us with utter disdain, while you, a sage, are scarcely acknowledged by the shaman tribe. After wiping his face, Eastern Emperor Tai performed his role convincingly. Nuwa, at that moment, was blinded by her fury, under normal circumstances. Her wisdom would never have allowed her to be manipulated by Eastern Emperor Tai. Seeing her kin from the demon tribe being mercilessly slaughtered, Nuwa found herself believing Eastern Emperor Tai's words. It was then that Dijun approached, bowing deeply, and said, I implore you, gracious lady, to deliver justice for our people. Observing the two men's actions, Nuwa, though puzzled by their sudden change of demeanor from previous disrespect, felt a sense of satisfaction. As a fellow member of the demon tribe, it is my duty to ensure your safety, she declared that moment. Gong Gong was unearthed by several ancestral shamans, but he was now only able to inhale. Devoid of any exhalation, his complexion pale, and his bones shattered, it was only due to Nuwa's restraint that he retained his life. Otherwise, his soul would have been lost. Zhurong, however, cared little for the status of sages. Brandishing the celestial fire mirror, he strode forth, declaring, Nuwa, you presumptuous sage, heed the slander of vile men and strike against my shaman tribe. Although we may not heed the celestial timings, we have heard from Hongjun, our teacher, that sages must not intervene. Yet you, Nuwa, are speaking in fury, unable to continue to this juncture. Hutu stepped forward, asserting, Lady Nuwa is the sage of creation and should not wish harm upon my shaman tribe. Should you disregard the teacher's admonition and strike against us, we shamans shall not be cowards but shall fight to the end. Truly, Hutu exemplified the ancestral shaman, a woman of unwavering resolve, unyielding to any man. The other ancestral shamans gazed at Nuwa with faces filled with indignation. Though she was a revered sage, she had come to the territory of the shamans, where they regarded her with disdain. Igniting her wrath, disregarding the potential consequences from Hongjun, she brought forth the red embroidered ball and declared, No matter what you say, you shall not harm my kin today. The damage inflicted upon my demon tribe is grievous, and you shall surely pay for it. When Nuwa struck, it was indeed extraordinary. This moment, far beyond the heavens, in the Doshui Palace, Laozi opened his eyes and gazed upon the battlefield, remarking, Nuwa, why must you intervene? Are you not aware that your interference will leave the demon tribe with no chance of recovery? After uttering this, he resignedly closed his eyes. In Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Yuanshu sat atop his cloud platform, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest, a smile gracing his face as he observed the chaos below. Meanwhile, in the East Sea's Bo Palace, Tong Tian furrowed his brow as he surveyed the battlefield. Eventually sighing without further reaction, on Pangu Mountain, within the Zhaohua Hall, Ye Feng cast a casual glance at the conflict between the shamans and the demons, but remained unmoved, knowing that soon Hongjun would be unable to suppress his intervention. And it seemed that Nuwa would face punishment for her actions in the western Thousand Buddhas Mountain, within the Thousand Buddhas Hall, the ever-constant Zhuan and Jie Ying observed the scene. Zhuan remarked to Jie Ying, The teacher has decreed that the heavenly laws remain unchanged. If he does not intervene, it is uncertain whether he will emerge this time. Should the teacher remain passive, the shaman tribe is destined for annihilation. Providing us with clarity regarding his stance. With a scheming smile, he regarded Jie Ying, who clasped his hands together and replied, Indeed, should we ascertain the teacher's intent, we shall be able to act accordingly in the future. With that, the two began to observe the battle with great interest. Unbeknownst to Nuwa, her interference had already doomed the demon tribe's future opportunities. Chapter 36. Hongjun intervenes to suppress Nuwa. The shaman and demon tribes divided at this moment. Zhurong, witnessing Gong Gong's grievous injury at Nuwa's hands, could no longer contain himself. Nuwa, he exclaimed, we respect you as a sage, yet you do not honor yourself. attempting to bully the weak. Our shaman tribe shall not tolerate this. Anger flared within Nuwa, for the dignity of sage was of utmost importance to her. Zhurong, unfortunately, had struck the sensitive chord. With her face twisted in fury, Nuwa unleashed another red embroidered ball, which sent Zhurong crashing to the ground. Appearing to be merely exhaling, the onlookers were taken aback by Nuwa's willingness to strike, while the demons rejoiced and the shamans seethed with rage, just as the ancestral shamans and their kin prepared to charge. A figure emerged from beyond the heavens. It was the Taoist Hongjun, the embodiment of harmony. Hongjun's presence, unchanged yet more inscrutable than ever, arrived unexpectedly, yet it felt as though it was meant to be. Upon Hongjun's appearance, all the saints gathered in an instant. Nuwa, regaining her composure, realized that she had crossed a line, provoking the appearance of her teacher. Anxiety gripped her, despite her status as a sage. She dared not confront one who was eternally more powerful than herself and her fellow sages. Moreover, Nuwa had always revered her teacher greatly. Ye Feng was the last to arrive. Upon his arrival, Hongjun nodded slightly in acknowledgement before resuming his enigmatic demeanor. The saints, familiar with Hongjun, watched as he addressed Nuwa. As a sage, you should not meddle in the conflict between the shaman and demon tribes. He gazed at her with an expression that was increasingly difficult to decipher. Realizing she could not evade responsibility, Nuwa spoke. Nuwa acknowledges her wrongdoings. I beseech the teacher to impose punishment. Bowing her head in remorse, she was then approached by Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai, who knelt before Hongjun, pleading, "We implore you, teacher, do not punish our great sage. Lady Nuwa it is merely that the shaman tribe provoked her ire, leading her to act in retribution." Eastern Emperor Tai echoed this sentiment. After all, Nuwa was also a sage of their demon tribe. In a moment, all the demon kin knelt before Hongjun, beseeching, "We implore you, ancestral teacher, do not punish Lady Nuwa. We are willing to bear her punishment." Nuwa, touched by the willingness of her kin to plead for her, felt a sense of solace. Despite her usual distance from the demon tribe, that moment, a golden light appeared in the distant sky. Swiftly approaching the assembly of saints, it was Fushi, Nuwa's brother, who had not been seen for some time. Although Fushi belonged to the demon tribe, perhaps influenced by Nuwa, he despised conflict, dedicating most of his time to cultivation. Unfortunately, without the primordial purple energy necessary for sanctification, he had yet to achieve the status of sage. Fushi had an innate connection with Nuwa, and, upon sensing her potential punishment, rushed forward heedlessly. Upon seeing the assembly of saints, including the long-absent Hongjun, he spoke. Fushi pays his respects to all esteemed saints and to the teacher. After greeting the saints, he knelt before Hongjun, pleading, "I hope the teacher will forgive my sister's misstep. I am willing to bear her punishment." Nuwa was taken aback by her brother's sudden appearance to defend her, and her eyes glistened with tears as she called out, "Brother." Yet, despite being a woman, Nuwa was not inferior to any man. Observing her kin and brother advocating for her, she declared, "Nuwa is grateful for everyone as please. However, I shall bear the consequences of my actions alone, that I am not one to shy away from responsibility." She turned her gaze to Hongjun. This, Hongjun replied, "Nuwa, the heavenly laws maintain balance. The conflict between the shaman and demon tribes is unavoidable under these laws. However, your interference has severed the future fortunes of your demon kin. The shaman tribe will have their opportunities in time, yet your demon tribe will face dire consequences." Sighing deeply, he added, "Very well, we are bound as teacher and disciple. I shall seek a glimmer of fortune for your demon kin." He then turned his gaze toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng, understanding Hongjun's intention, realized that Hongjun sought to utilize the heavenly primordial yellow Linglong pagoda that he had acquired from him. Ye Feng said nothing, simply tossing the pagoda to Hongjun. Accepting the pagoda, Hongjun addressed Nuwa. "Nuwa, I shall use this tower to suppress you for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, you may emerge from the tower, and that will mark the moment of your demon tribe's opportunity. If you can seize that opportunity, your demon lineage may yet be preserved." With that, he regarded Nuwa, who resolutely replied, "I thank the teacher for your benevolence." Nuwa expresses her gratitude on behalf of the demon tribe. Hongjun raised the exquisite treasure pagoda of the celestial realm, emanating a resplendent glow of mysterious yellow light that enveloped Nuwa. She was drawn into the tower. Nuwa cast a lingering glance back at the assembly of saints. Upon seeing Ye Feng, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she was swiftly absorbed within it. It was only at that moment, as she entered the pagoda, that Nuwa pondered why her kin and brother had pleaded for her, while not a single one of the saint's disciples had advocated for her. Overcome with sorrow, she realized that although saints do not shed tears, her eyes were nonetheless reddened. Hongjun, having secured Nuwa within the pagoda, inscribed a profound rune upon it before turning to Ye Feng and stating, "This tower shall be entrusted to your care. The seal will naturally dissolve upon the completion of Nuwa's tribulation." With that, he cast the celestial pagoda towards Ye Feng. Upon receiving it, Ye Feng immediately concealed the treasure within his possession, affirming, "Ye Feng shall ensure its safety." At that moment, Yuan Shi, who had remained silent, finally spoke, "Master, how shall we address the conflict between the witch and demon clans, as their battle has wrought considerable devastation upon the primordial land?" The two figures from the west nodded in agreement, and Yuan Shi felt a swell of pride at this rare occasion of concord. Laozi and Tong Tian, however, remained silent, observing how Hongjun would respond. Yet, Hongjun refrained from providing a direct answer, instead directing his query toward Laozi. "You, as my foremost disciple, what are your thoughts?" Laozi, recognizing the ball had been tossed into his court, replied, "We beseech you to make a decision, and we shall act accordingly." His expression was one of indifference. Noticing Laozi's lack of response, Hongjun turned his gaze to Ye Feng. Understanding Hongjun's intent, averted his eyes to the distant clouds, feigning ignorance, which irked Hongjun to the point of gritting his teeth. Hongjun reflected that he must assume the role of the villain. Seeing the saints remain silent, he gazed at the decimated witch and demon clans and sighed. From this day forth, the demons shall govern the heavens, while the witches shall govern the earth, and no further disputes shall be tolerated. With a meaningful glance at Ye Feng, he vanished. The saints, realizing their involvement was concluded, began to depart, but Tong Tian hesitated as he bid farewell to Ye Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, for he was still contemplating the treasures Ye Feng had gifted to his three disciples. Ye Feng, perceiving his thoughts, reassured him that there was no need for concern. The two from the west departed. Their eyes darted around, conspiring yet again, but they gradually made their way toward the western shore. Fushi, recognizing there was no turning back, approached Ye Feng and clasped his hands in respect. "Sister shall be watched over by seventh brother. I thank you." Brother, that Ye Feng noted that Fushi had not yet entangled himself with the demon clan, suggesting that the inevitable confrontation was not far off. Unbeknownst to Fushi, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, he had not forgotten that there existed another formidable deity among the demons, and his emergence had piqued their interest. Foreshadowing Fushi's future tribulations, the witch clan, meanwhile, carried the injured Gong and Zhurong back, knowing that without medical attention, even their robust forms would succumb to the injuries inflicted by the saints. The demons faced a dismal conclusion as well. Their initial ambitions dashed. Both clans had suffered significant losses and were now preoccupied with recuperation. The disheartening outcome of the initial battle between the witches and demons was unexpected. Yet fortunately, Hongjun's decree of division would prevent further cataclysmic conflicts in the near term. Hongjun, feeling helpless, recognized that the witch and demon clans were essential creations under the heavenly principle. He could not act against the laws of the Tao, and thus could only delay events, while this moment was peaceful. The next confrontation would undoubtedly be more catastrophic, potentially leading to the annihilation of all. Upon returning to Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng entered the Pangu Hall and placed the exquisite treasure pagoda upon the mat crafted by Nuwa. He could almost perceive Nuwa's silent sorrow within the tower. With a heavy sigh, Ye Feng addressed the pagoda. "Sister, take care of yourself. Know that from destruction springs new beginnings, and you shall rise again." Stronger than before, with a flick of his wrist, a green light shot into the pagoda, causing it to vanish from sight, hidden away by Ye Feng. In an instant, the primordial land fell into a profound silence, with no one realizing that even a saint like Nuwa could be subdued. Perspectives on Ascension shifted. Some believed that achieving sainthood, while seemingly indestructible, did not equate to invincibility. Others speculated that those who sought the path of the Tao would eventually emerge as supreme saints. Transcending all, opinions varied, yet there were those like Dong Huang Tai Yi, Emperor Jun, and the old ancestor of the underworld river who were resolute in their pursuit of ascension, albeit lacking the opportunity to act on their desires. Chapter 37. The disciples descend the mountain to explore. The gods unite against the four beasts. With the initial battle between the witches and demons concluded, both factions guarded their territories. However, it was naive to assume that hostilities would cease entirely. Skirmishes amongst lesser members of the two clans would inevitably arise. On this day, at the Zhao Hua sect within Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng summoned Feng Ling and Hongjun to the main hall. Feng Ling, having grown weary of her confinement, yearned to explore the world but hesitated to express her desires to Ye Feng, resulting in a sullen demeanor. Occasionally, she would torment Long Yun and the red-bottomed monkey. Yet such antics could hardly alleviate her restlessness. Noticing Feng Ling's plight, Ye Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Once everyone had gathered, he addressed them, Hongjun and Apeng. Since joining my sect, you have both contributed greatly. As you lack suitable treasures, I shall bestow upon you each a magical artifact. With a flourish of his hand, two radiant swords materialized, one white, the other black. He presented the white feather sword to Hongjun and the black feather sword to Apeng. Both disciples expressed their heartfelt gratitude, having long envied Feng Ling for her treasures. Today, their wishes had finally been fulfilled, leaving them deeply moved. The swords were perfectly suited for the two brothers, both being of innate quality. Acquired during Ye Feng's travels with Pangu, they were now ready to be gifted to his disciples. Ye Feng continued. Now that the conflict between the witches and demons has ended, you may journey across the primordial land to enhance your understanding of the Tao and broaden your horizons. Feng Ling, taken aback by the prospect of being allowed to descend the mountain, erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Master, you are truly magnificent. Just as I was feeling bored, you grant us the chance to explore. Thank you." "Master," she clung to Ye Feng's arm, shaking it enthusiastically. Ye Feng, having indulged her since childhood, found himself at a loss, ultimately allowing her exuberance. Turning to Long Yun and the observant red-bottomed monkey, he instructed, "You two shall remain here to manage the affairs of the Zhao Hua sect." The dragon and monkey exchanged glances, their expressions pained, eliciting laughter from Feng Ling and the others. Noticing their expressions, Ye Feng teased, "What? Is a hardship to be tasked with overseeing the Zhao Hua sect?" Both promptly knelt before him, asserting, "Master, please do not take offense. To be here within Pangu Mountain is already a blessing from you. How could we dare to express discontent?" Ye Feng merely chuckled, reassuring them, "Do not envy the others. In time, I shall provide you with opportunities here." The two disciples bowed in gratitude. Thus, Feng Ling and her companions prepared to depart Pangu Mountain and venture into the primordial land. Not only did Ye Feng send his disciples off, but Yuan Shi, Tongtian, and the others also dispatched their students to explore the primordial realm, seeking opportunities to further their cultivation. Meanwhile, Laozi's only disciple, Xuandu, remained by his side, diligently absorbing the teachings of the Tao. The spirit jewels and the cloud boy in Nuwa's palace were confined within, as they had no place to go with Nuwa suppressed, only awaiting her return in 10,000 years. As for the future Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, they remained hidden within the unseen Zixiao Palace. Despite the desolation wrought by the battle between the witches and demons, the primordial land thrummed with life. It cannot be denied that the reproductive capacity of the human race was astonishingly robust. After years of development, their population had swelled into the tens of millions, leaving the Wanqiu region lacking sufficient space for humanity. Consequently, they began to spread across the primordial land like a flood, overflowing everywhere. Yet one thing remained unchanged. Wanqiu was still the heart of the human race. Tian did not forget his responsibilities, tirelessly stabilizing human development. His cultivation had now reached the stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while the elders of humanity had attained the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, marking a significant advancement. Though still inferior to the witch and demon clans, Feng Ling and her companions journeyed, They witnessed the love and harmony among the human populace, with the elderly enjoying their twilight years and the youth fiercely protecting their homes and cherishing their loved ones. Feng Linger and her companions were profoundly moved, their resolve and understanding continuously elevating in the face of fierce beasts attacking the human race. In their instinctive desire to help, they intervened to rescue those in peril. And upon witnessing the plight of the starving humans, they aided in hunting and imparted invaluable knowledge. Gradually, the names of Feng Linger and her companions spread throughout the human populace, who came to recognize them as disciples of the Emperor of Creation, revered figures among the human tribe. Wherever Feng Linger and her companions traveled, they were met with grand gestures of respect, which revealed to them the simplicity and sincerity of human nature. What they considered trivial acts of kindness turned out to be deeply appreciated by the humans, who, lacking the means for grand reciprocation, offered heartfelt respect to those who bestowed their grace. This was the essence of the uncomplicated love and lifestyle of the human race during that time. The renown of the group continued to grow. Disciples from various sects each found their own paths. Some ventured into the depths of the mountains in search of opportunities, while others immersed themselves among humanity to uncover their fortunes. Meanwhile, from the west, figures such as Mithril Buddha, Ananda, Kasyapa, and Jin Chanzi, who had long stagnated in their cultivation, arrived. They studied the profound teachings of Buddhism, particularly the principles of guiding and ferrying sentient beings. They practiced their newfound knowledge across the vast wilderness. They managed to assist many souls, and in this era, humans still held a belief in the existence of deities, though encounters were rare. The Western pursuit was one of desirelessness and boundless bliss. While those who failed to grasp the life-sustaining techniques passed down by Ye Yuntian found themselves easily swayed by the bald monks. Feng Linger and her companions had spent countless years alongside Ye Feng, gaining insight into his character and approach to matters. Ye Feng had advised them to always leave a glimmer of hope in every endeavor, a principle that remained steadfast in the ever-changing order of heaven. Thus, even as they assisted the human race, they did so with restraint, mirroring Ye Feng's own demeanor. I could see that moment. Within the Hall of Creation, Ye Feng furrowed his brow, sensing a slight increase in his cultivation, an occurrence that had not happened in ages. Although the change was minimal, he was acutely aware of it. Soon, he realized the source. The gratitude of the humans for the deeds performed by Feng Linger and her companions had manifested in acts of reverence directed towards Ye Feng's statue. The purity of their gratitude gradually coalesced into a force of faith, which then ascended into Ye Feng's being, intertwining with the Taoist energy he cultivated, thereby enhancing his powers, though the increase was slight. It was still significant for Ye Feng and his fellow sages. Sensing no detriment, Ye Feng relaxed his brow and continued his observations that on this day, after bidding farewell to a human tribe, Feng Linger and her companions set forth to explore other regions. Upon reaching a secluded valley, they paused, having heard the sounds of a fierce battle. Compelled by the cries, they soared into the valley, soon arriving at the scene of conflict. There, they beheld 3 women and 1 man engaged in combat against 4 monstrous creatures clad in scales. Despite the agility and magical artifacts wielded by the 4, they bore various wounds, as did the monstrous foes. Feng Linger gasped in surprise, recognizing the 3 women as Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao from the Jie sect. While the identity of the man eluded her to her astonishment, he was none other than Zhao Gongming of the Jie sect. Startled by Feng Linger's exclamation, the combatants turned to look, inadvertently allowing the monstrous creatures to seize the moment, striking fiercely and sending them sprawling. Kong Xian and his companions immediately rushed forth to catch them. Feng Linger, feeling embarrassed, apologized. "I'm sorry, my friends, I momentarily forgot, and it has caused you harm." Upon seeing Feng Linger, Yun Xiao's face lit up with joy, quickly turning serious as she cautioned, "Sister Linger, be careful. These beasts possess formidable strength." Kong Xian produced several creation pills, which the 4 swiftly consumed, restoring much of their vigor. The 4 monstrous creatures, enraged by the arrival of new foes, roared thunderously, poised to attack at any moment. At that juncture, Zhao Gongming bowed to Feng Linger and her companions, saying, "I am Zhao Gongming, a disciple of the Jie sect. I thank you for your timely assistance. Unbeknownst to Zhao Gongming, the three women had already established acquaintance with Feng Linger. Following introductions, he was filled with delight, exclaiming, "So you are disciples of my master?" Turning their attention back to the four beasts, they noted that the creatures, resembling a cross between a bull and a tiger, sprouted wings and exhaled torrents of fire. They were four Qiongqi, fearsome beasts chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas. Initially, the group had intended to explore the valley, enchanted by its ethereal aura and abundant spiritual herbs, but they had not anticipated the presence of such formidable creatures. To their dismay, the strength of the Qiongqi matched their own, leading to a grueling standoff where neither side gained the upper hand. Feng Linger's startled cry broke the tension, and as a result, her companion sustained injuries as well. Observing the grotesque appearance of the Qiongqi, Feng Linger, frustrated, suggested, "Why don't we join forces to subdue these beasts?" Her gaze fell upon her companions, who readily agreed, knowing their combined strength was double that of the creatures, making victory all but assured. Especially with Kong Xian's unparalleled speed, the outcome was inevitable. The four Qiongqi were ultimately vanquished, and their magical artifact were thoroughly searched in the wilds of the primordial world. Both men and women exhibited a predilection for violence, a tendency that was not entirely unwarranted in a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where one must kill or be killed. Thus, they accepted this harsh reality with a certain detachment. The group then resolved to journey together across the vast expanse of the primordial world. Chapter 38. Red Cloud Seeks Fate. At Purple Cloud Palace, Feng Linger, Kong Xian, the Great Peng, and the three sisters Zhao Gongming set forth towards the primordial lands. Meanwhile, within the Five Zhuang Temple, the surroundings were meticulously maintained by the gentle breeze and bright moonlight, with fruit trees flourishing abundantly. Yet the temple's owner wore a troubled expression. That moment, Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged glances of exasperation. Zhen Yuanzi felt for his friend, while Hongjun was ensnared in his own frustration. Why? Because Hongjun could not fathom why he had yet to discover the opportunity to attain sanctification. Regardless of how he attempted to refine the primordial purple energy, it remained obstinately unyielding as he watched others who had obtained the primordial energy ascend to holiness, including Ye Feng, who had inexplicably achieved it. Hongjun was understandably anxious. Moreover, he worried that his possession of the primordial energy might invite unwarranted trouble. He was acutely aware that many coveted it, especially those from the demon race who, though seemingly passive, could strike without warning. What of those lurking in the shadows? Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, no matter how formidable, were not their match, and he wished to spare Zhen Yuanzi from any repercussions. At this juncture, Zhen Yuanzi spoke. "Brother Hongjun, years of cultivation cannot compare to a moment of enlightenment, that if you are struggling, I am willing to accompany you to the Purple Cloud Palace to consult our teacher before making any decisions." Since acquiring the primordial purple energy bestowed by Hongjun, Hongjun had tirelessly pursued cultivation, yet the chance for sanctification evaded him, leaving them both in a state of urgency. Zhen Yuanzi intended to visit the Purple Cloud Palace with Hongjun to seek guidance from Hongjun. However, they were unaware that after Hongjun's merging with the Tao, the Purple Cloud Palace had remained hidden, and whether they could locate it depended on their own fortunes. With their minds made up, the two departed the Five Zhuang Temple. Hongjun had initially planned to go alone, but Zhen Yuanzi insisted on accompanying him, so they set off together. After traveling for half a day, they arrived at the former site of the Purple Cloud Palace in the outer heavens, only to find it absent. They searched fruitlessly for some time before reluctantly turning back. However, during their descent to the lower realm, Hongjun faintly heard a voice. When the Wu and Yao clash again, calamity shall befall Red Cloud. The cycle of cause and effect reveals itself, drawn forth by the primordial purple energy. Hongjun tried to listen more closely, but the voice faded away. He paused to contemplate, feeling as if he had gained insight, yet also remaining perplexed. Seeing that Hongjun had not moved, Zhen Yuanzi inquired, "Why do you hesitate, Brother Hongjun?" To which Hongjun, equally puzzled, replied, "Did you not hear someone speaking just now?" Zhen Yuanzi's confusion deepened. Hongjun then recounted what he had just heard, prompting Zhen Yuanzi to ponder deeply. After a moment, he bowed towards the direction of the purple cloud palace, leaving Hongjun even more bewildered. Zhen Yuanzi then revealed the significance of the message to Hongjun, who upon hearing it was shocked, not simply by his continued inability to achieve sanctification, but by the implication of his impending demise. Both men were chilled to the bone. Hongjun, after all, was not devoid of emotion. Rather, his compassion was directed toward all living beings, a sentiment that individuals often fail to perceive. The two hastily mounted their clouds and flew back to the Five Zhuang Temple. For reasons unknown, Hongjun suddenly thought to seek out Ye Feng. Inexplicably, he recalled a promise made to Feng Linger to present her with a gift, while Zhen Yuanzi had once given her the life-giving fruit. Hongjun had yet to offer anything of worth, having procrastinated until now. Zhen Yuanzi, recognizing the moment was opportune, agreed that a visit to Ye Feng's creation sect was in order. Thus, the two altered their course towards North Julu Island. At that moment, within the Pangu Hall, Ye Feng was aware that Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun were approaching Pangu Mountain, but he instructed his third disciple, Qi Jiama Ho, to go out and welcome them. While he himself exited the Pangu Hall to await them at the Hall of Creation, Zhen Yuanzi and his companion arrived at the outskirts of Pangu Mountain. They soon spotted a monkey wandering about. Leaping down from the mountain, upon their arrival, the monkey spoke. "Greetings, esteemed uncles, and my master has specifically sent me to welcome you. Please follow me." The two men exchanged glances, realizing that, if their eyes did not deceive them, this monkey was indeed the famed Chikama Ho, unexpectedly taken under the wing of Ye Feng, whose future potential seemed limitless. Without further ado, they followed the Chikama Ho into the mountain. Before long, they reached the Hall of Creation. Upon entering, they found Ye Feng standing in the center of the Grand Hall. The two hurried forward to pay their respects, but Ye Feng, disliking such formalities, waved his hand to stop them, saying, "Though I am a sage, we are still brothers in arms. There is no need for such distance between us." The two refrained from saying more. Once seated, Hongjun spoke first. "Brother, may I inquire if Miss Linger is within the mountain?" After glancing at Ye Feng, he continued. Why Ye Feng, aware of Hongyun's intentions, responded, "Not long ago, I sent Linger and Kong Xian down the mountain for some exploration. What business do you have with her?" "My dear junior brother?" Hongjun, upon realizing Miss Feng Linger was absent, smiled and replied, "I had promised to gift her something when she was young, yet time has slipped by, and she has grown." With that, he produced a green gourd, a creation of his own gourd, which had matured over countless years. This gourd, named the Jade Spirit Gourd, could contain all things, even living beings, depending on the wielder's power. Ye Feng, surprised that Hongjun remembered this promise, regarded him with newfound respect. He accepted the gourd and said, "Then I shall convey my gratitude to you on behalf of Linger." Hongjun hastily declined the thanks, for he would not accept such a gesture. Had it not been for Feng Linger's plea to Ye Feng, he might not have intervened to save them. That moment, Zhen Yuanzi interjected, "Brother, your disciples are indeed remarkable. Beyond Miss Linger and Long Yun, who possess rare and exceptional talents, you have the Chikama Ho, a true spirit monkey of heaven and earth." He looked at Ye Feng with envy. But Ye Feng merely smiled faintly, replying, "It is all a matter of chance that it is not the number of disciples that matters, but their quality, that if you could properly guide that Qing Feng Mingyue of yours, he would surely stand out in the future." Ye Feng chose not to debate this point further and instead shifted the topic. "May I ask if you have any other important matters to discuss on this visit?" Seeing Ye Feng's directness, the two felt no need to conceal anything. Hongjun recounted their recent visit to Zhixiao Palace and conveyed the words transmitted by Hongjun. For reasons unknown, he shared everything with Ye Feng. After listening, Ye Feng remarked, "Hongjun, are you not concerned that I might be covetous? If I wish to seize the Hongmeng purple qi, even if you concealed it well, I could obtain it in an instant." He looked at the two with keen curiosity. Hongjun replied, "Though we have not interacted much, I have heard tales of your character. If you were truly treacherous, would you have intervened to halt the ancient war of the three tribes? Would you have taken the Phoenix clan within Pangu Mountain and later welcomed the returning Kong Xiandaping?" He regarded Ye Feng with solemnity. Ye Feng was taken aback by Hongyun's insight, but smiled and said, The matters you pursue will reveal themselves in time. I shall make arrangements when the moment is right." The two felt reassured by Ye Feng's words, believing that his promise of assistance would help them overcome their impending tribulations. They expressed their gratitude and rose to leave. Ye Feng then took them on a tour of the mountain in truth, Ye Feng harbored his own intentions. Firstly, it was for Feng Linger, as her bond with the two provided a chance for her salvation. Secondly, it pertained to his future plans, which he chose not to divulge at that moment. Under Ye Feng's guidance, they explored Ping Mountain thoroughly before bidding farewell. Unbeknownst to them, as they exited the northern region of Juluzhou, someone had taken notice and followed closely behind, departing only when they entered Wuzhuangguan. This figure wore a sinister smile, revealing himself to be the old ancestor of the Mingyi, a Nefari Ye Feng. Reluctant to hastily promote growth, harbored a unique affection for the human race, quietly wishing for their stable development. Thus, he imparted only the method for constructing thatch cottages, while Ye Feng subsequently returned to the depths of Pangu Mountain, dedicating his days to sharing his teachings with the beings residing within. Meanwhile, Long Yin steadily progressed, and Shi Maho advanced rapidly, now having reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The prohibitions set upon the Rui Jingu Bang by Ye Feng had been lifted by a third. Chapter 39. The emergence of the demon saint and the turbulence of the world. Hongjun and Ye Feng discussed Red Cloud. Since Ye Feng imparted the art of house construction to the human race, their lives improved significantly, gradually becoming more organized. The primordial land appeared as a realm of darkness, with black earth and stone scattered across the landscape. Unmistakably black, yet discernible. From a vast pit in this somber terrain, green smoke incessantly billowed forth, occasionally accompanied by the eerie sounds of wailing spirits. Upon closer inspection, one could distinctly hear a tumultuous roar resembling that of rushing water. "Ha ha ha! I, Hongjun, have finally emerged. From this moment forward, the primordial world shall become even more vibrant." After this declaration, he erupted into boisterous laughter. Within the depths of the pit, a figure clad in black robes and a conical hat appeared. His visage obscured, save for his two glimmering eyes, which radiated a ghastly light, lending him an otherworldly air. Beside this dark-clad giant, a lake emerged, its waters a deep, murky green, continuously exuding green smoke that swirled outward, eroding countless flowers, grasses, and trees in its wake. The roars emanating from this lake echoed ominously as the waters danced under the influence of a mysterious force, hinting at the presence of massive beasts lurking just beneath the surface. Seemingly restrained from breaking free at this moment, the man in the conical hat spoke. "Hongjun, a sage, surely my presence will make this primordial land all the more intriguing." With that, he conjured a disc radiating black light. And as the artifact materialized, the creatures within the lake halted their roars, trembling in submission. This artifact was the Demon Wheel, a primal treasure associated with the emergence of Ye Yuntian, embodying both offensive and defensive prowess. This location was none other than the transformation of Pangu's remains, specifically the anus, a detail long forgotten by the masses who only revered the Ming River as Pangu's navel, Ye Yuntian. Alongside Hongjun and others was one of the innate deities born of Pangu's demise. While Hongjun was universally acknowledged as the Tao ancestor, Ye Yuntian was recognized as the demon god of deviance. The balance of the heavenly path necessitated both righteousness and malevolence. Thus, the emergence of Ye Yuntian heralded chaos across the primordial realm. Ye Yuntian cast the demon wheel into the lake, and a surge of black light engulfed the waters, prompting the various beasts within to cry out in agony. After a quarter of an hour, their cries ceased, yet the creatures appeared altered, once ferocious and self-possessed. They now wore vacant expressions, evidently under Ye Yuntian's control. Ye Yuntian extended his hand toward the lake, seizing one of the monstrous entities, a beast of nearly 100 feet in head size. With a body stretching several hundred feet long, and a tail resembling a towering pillar, summing up to an imposing length of nearly 1,000 feet, though devoid of light in its eyes. Its ferocity was amplified. Satisfied, Ye Yuntian nodded and summoned 9 more beasts of varying forms, some adorned with horns, others with wings, and still others with disproportionately large or small heads, none smaller than several dozen feet. The cultivation of Zun was rooted in the blood demon canon, a technique derived from Pangu's aftermath, necessitating the absorption of these beasts to enhance his own powers. Presently, he had attained the late stage of sagehood. Yet he was acutely aware of the formidable presence of Hongjun and other sages beyond his grasp. Thus, he devised a plan to unleash these creatures to hunt the denizens of the primordial land, thereby replenishing his spiritual essence. In due time, the primordial realm would become his dominion. However, he remained unaware that beneath the heavenly order, while all things sought balance, exceptions existed, an anomaly akin to Ye Feng. These beasts bore a striking resemblance to the dinosaurs that future scientists would explore, albeit smaller in size than their eventual descendants. For now, we shall refer to them as dinosaurs, and this area shall be known as the Cliff of Dragons. With a wave of his hand, Zun released 10 assorted dinosaurs and dragon-like creatures from the Cliff of Dragons, proclaiming with a hearty laugh, "I await your favorable news." Following this, he transformed into a swirl of green light and disappeared into the lake. As the 10 beasts ventured forth into the primordial land, their curiosity piqued. They soon encountered several spiritual beasts of the realm. In an instant, a few dinosaurs, provoked, unleashed green phlegm, swiftly devouring the celestial creatures before them, finding the taste to their liking, and pressing onward, leaving destruction in their wake. Upon the emergence of these dinosaurs, a dark cloud enveloped the skies above the primordial realm, creating an oppressive atmosphere that rendered breathing difficult. A whirlwind swept across the land, only to dissipate moments later as if nothing had transpired. Far beyond, in the celestial realm, Laozi opened his emotionless eyes, casting a curious glance toward this disturbance. After a moment, he furrowed his brow, lost in thought, and closed his eyes once more. Truly, Laozi adhered to the principle of non-action. As long as his interests were unscathed, he remained detached from the upheavals of the world. In Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi observed the unfolding events with intrigue. Noticing the emergence of these new creatures, his curiosity deepened. After a time, witnessing the dinosaurs engage in combat with other creatures, he felt reassured and returned to his meditative pursuits. In the East Sea's Bo Palace, Tong Tian furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was a blessing or a curse. With that, he closed his eyes, dismissing the matter. Meanwhile, the two figures from the west were taken aback and hastily flew toward the site of the monstrous appearance. The dinosaurs had emerged at the intersection of Shihan Youzhou and Dongxing Shenzhou. And being inherently cautious, they feared the unforeseen creatures might jeopardize the fortunes of Western Buddhism. However, they found solace in the fact that the 10 dinosaurs were advancing toward Dongxing Shenzhou, their expressions laden with suspicion and cunning as they retreated. Observing the newly emerged dinosaurs from Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng, a being from a future time, was both astonished and contemplative. Though the small village of his past had been primitive, he had gleaned knowledge of dinosaurs from Ye Yuntian and various texts. Ye Feng was perplexed. In his time, the largest known dinosaurs measured less than 100 meters, yet the creatures before him far exceeded that size. Was his presence altering the celestial order, or had some other cataclysm occurred in the future? Ye Feng pondered these questions as he attempted to calculate the implications, but his understanding remained shrouded in ambiguity. Ultimately, he resolved to take each step as it came, refusing to let this unknown matter weigh heavily on his mind. He then set off toward the Purple Cloud Palace in the celestial realm. Upon reaching the Purple Cloud Palace, Ye Feng found it obscured. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discerned its location and stepped inside. At that moment, Hao Yin, having greatly advanced in cultivation, had reached the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal, accompanied by a woman in yellow robes. Though not as beautiful as Feng Linga, she exuded a regal grace. Destined to become the future Queen Mother of the West, Ye Feng mused, everything continues to evolve and unfold. These 2 young disciples shall soon emerge. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Surprised that anyone could locate the Purple Cloud Palace, he then spoke, "Senior brother Ye Feng, I did not expect your visit. The master is not present." Ye Feng offered a faint smile, replying, "No matter, just lead me in." Wu Tian, acquiescing to Ye Feng's request, guided him inside. Upon entering the Purple Cloud Palace, Ye Feng observed a figure slowly materializing upon the high platform crafted by Hongjun. It was indeed Hongjun himself. Hongjun dismissed Wu Tian and his companion, greeting Ye Feng with a serene smile. "I am already aware of your intentions, my friend. Allow me to share a tale that why Ye Feng was astonished by Hongjun's elevated cultivation, having surpassed their previous parity. Now, with the merging of Tao, Hongjun's powers had grown exponentially beyond Ye Feng's WT this juncture. Ye Feng, also at the late sage stage, acknowledged the natural order of things. With a grave expression, Hongjun stated, "After Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, the Tao reached a fullness of 50, while the celestial decrees reached 40-9. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. The heavenly path necessitates equilibrium. Where there is light, darkness must follow. Now, as my disciples propagate the teachings of the Tao to enlighten the masses, the emergence of sages is inevitable, and thus, a corresponding demonic path shall arise." Upon concluding his discourse, Hongjun cast a fleeting glance at Ye Feng, who was engrossed in attentive listening. He continued, "This newly emerged species heralds the impending arrival of the Demon Lord. Beyond myself, the Taoist sect shall witness the manifestation of 8 revered saints, while the Demon Lord shall unveil 9 demon saints. Yet, it remains a mystery why the primordial 9 demon saints have not materialized, leaving only this forthcoming demon saint, who, as a result, monopolizes the fortune and possesses formidable cultivation, currently rivaling your own, and is rapidly advancing." After delivering this profound statement, Hongjun fell silent, but Ye Feng was taken aback, realizing that his own destiny was intertwined with the fortunes of the future, yet there were still matters unbeknownst to him. After some contemplation, he inquired, "Might I ask when the 8th saint of our Taoist sect shall reveal themselves? And why must you bestow the 8th primordial purple chi upon Hongjun?" He gazed at Hongjun. Confusion etched upon his face. In response to Ye Feng's queries, Hongjun sighed, saying, "Alas, though Hongjun possesses no significant fortune, he and Zenuanzi are among the rare virtuous beings in this primordial land that I intended to assist him. Yet unforeseen events have arisen. It appears I have not considered all angles. However, a path remains, revolving around the imminent emergence of the demon saint." Ye Feng discerned Hongjun's intentions, recognizing the principle of placing one in dire straits to foster rebirth, which would ultimately grant Hongjun a grand opportunity. Despite both being of the saintly order, fate occasionally deviates from anticipated courses. Chapter 40. Nuwa requests aid for the demon clan. Xidagarba and Methria's helplessness. Ye Feng held great admiration for Hongjun. Perceiving that in Hongjun's eyes, Hongjun was but an insignificant insect, yet Hongjun still endeavored to secure an opportunity for him. Hongjun then remarked, "The demon saint possesses the demon celestial wheel, a primordial treasure. When he manifests in this primordial realm, his cultivation will be on par with mine. However, I must maintain the balance of the heavenly Tao and cannot intervene. Only you may take action as for this newly emerged species. Let us provisionally refer to it as a dinosaur. You may refrain from interference, and likewise, you must not meddle with the human race. Without trials, how can they emerge as the protagonists of the future?" He regarded Ye Feng with profound significance that Ye Feng understood the cyclical nature of extremes. If he were to unconditionally shield the human race, they would inevitably face even greater tribulations in the future. He clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your counsel, my friend. Ye Feng shall act with discernment." Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Hongjun replied, "You may take your leave, my friend. After the impending battle between the Wu and the Yao, all shall be revealed." With that, he vanished into the void. Ye Feng departed from the Zixiao Palace, returning to the chaotic sect. Upon his return, he sent a message to Feng Ling and the others, instructing them to hasten back to the mountain. Feng Ling and her companions had been traversing the primordial land for several millennia, their figures appearing throughout various human tribes, upholding justice and instilling the principles of the chaotic sect into the hearts of the people. Feng Ling was revered by the humans as the Holy Heart Goddess, Kai Feng as the Goddess of Equal Heaven, Kong Xian as the Great Sage of Eradication, and Apeng as the Great Sage of Heaven S Rock. Statues of them could be seen throughout the human realm, though none were as grand as those of Ye Feng and Nuwa, who were placed beneath them. Upon receiving Ye Feng's summons, the group promptly set off for Pangu Mountain. Upon their arrival, they found Ye Feng seated in the position of sect master, with Hongjun and Qi Jiao Maho present, while the remaining disciples were notably absent. Feng Linger and her companions hurriedly paid their respects. Observing their growth over the centuries, Ye Feng felt a sense of joy as they spoke with newfound composure, their cultivation having significantly advanced. With a period of seclusion, they would surely break through to the next realm. With a smile, Ye Feng addressed them. I have summoned you back to engage in seclusion and refine your skills, to consolidate your gains and enhance your cultivation. That I am truly gratified by the endeavors you have undertaken during your travels. Feng Linger, now considerably more composed, could not suppress her innate nature, responding with a playful smile. Master, you should occasionally reward us with gifts, her laughter echoed, a sound that, in the grand hall, only she dared to direct at Ye Feng. Though he was generally lenient, the saints were not to be trifled with, and the awe of Ye Feng's cultivation left them hesitant to act too freely in his presence. With a resigned smile, Ye Feng remarked, You have not changed, have you? He then presented each of them with a 5 elements fruit, instructing them to consume it and enter seclusion for cultivation. Upon completion of their training, they would elevate to a new realm. The group eagerly accepted the fruits, with Feng Linger grinning like a mischievous fox, and they took their leave to resume their training in the hall. Only Hongjun and Qi Jiao Maho remained. After millennia of cultivation, Hongjun had reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint, while Qi Jiao Maho had attained the initial stage of the Luo Jinxian. They harbored no envy toward Feng Linger and the others. Instead, they relished the benefits gained from listening to Ye Feng's teachings, all while avoiding Feng Linger's playful antics. Ye Feng dismissed the two and stepped into the Pangu Hall, which remained unchanged save for the addition of the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from the pagoda. Junior brother, has some great event transpired in the outside world? Recently, I sensed a surge of potent evil energy, though it vanished in an instant. Could it be that something momentous has occurred in this primordial realm? This voice belonged to Nuwa, who was sealed beneath the pagoda. Nuwa lamented, for with her saintly cultivation and current composure, how could she fail to foresee the eventual outcome of the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans? Her intervention had severed the Yao clan's opportunities, causing her great sorrow. For a saint is still human. Nuwa's concern for the Yao clan's fate compelled her to inquire. Ye Feng sighed. There is no significant issue, merely the emergence of a malevolent entity. Sister, there is no need for concern. This matter bears no relation to your Yao clan. With that, he settled onto a tranquil meditation mat. Moments later, Nuwa's melancholic sigh echoed, for every action and reaction is bound by the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Nuwa, in her helplessness, conveyed, I do not dare to impose upon you, junior brother, but should the Yao clan face a life-or-death predicament before I am freed, I hope you will lend your aid, remembering our shared bond. Ultimately, Nuwa could not forget the Yao clan, just as Ye Feng could not forget his ties to the human race. Ye Feng understood Nuwa's feelings and nodded silently. The Buddhist figures of Maitreya and Kasyapa, having been urged by Junti and Jin to traverse the primordial land, arrived in the Eastern Victory divine continent. They beheld the breathtaking mountains and rivers, celestial herbs, and auspicious beasts, filled with envy, lamenting the lack of such fortune in their own western Hinyo continent. The best they could boast of was the 1,000 Buddha mountain, which paled in comparison to the Eastern Victory divine continent. However, they were influenced by Junti and Jin's teachings, which instilled in them the notion of seizing opportunities. Recalling Junti's advice to recruit more individuals to bolster their strength upon their departure, they employed their Buddhist powers and successfully guided numerous souls away. With some questioning, to enter the West, must one not become a bald monk? They replied, entering the West leads to the pure land of ultimate bliss, where one may cultivate with their hair and return to the secular world. Such persuasion led to many being drawn away. In the Eastern Victory divine continent, they achieved notable successes, much to the delight of Junti and Jane back at 1,000 Buddha Mountain Point one day. For reasons unknown, They received a transmission from Juni, commanding them to return 1,000 Buddha Mountain at once. They promptly set off westward, nearing the border between Western Hinyo Continent and Eastern Victory Divine Continent, when suddenly, the ground trembled violently, startling them into the as the dust settled. A colossal beast, nearly 1,000 feet long, emerged, its gaping maw revealing rows of several-meter-long teeth, dripping with the blood of animals it had devoured. The dinosaur, noticing the figures above, let out a disdainful roar, though monks are typically detached from worldly desires. Being derided by such a creature stirred their anger. What they did not anticipate was that following the dinosaur's roar, a gigantic bird, several hundred feet in size, soared into the sky, resembling the ground beast, yet much smaller and equipped with wings. As the monstrous bird approached, the gust from its wings forced the monks backward. The IT accelerated toward Ksitigarbha, who transformed into a beam of golden light to evade it, though he still felt the sting of the wind. Mithriya bellowed, "Vile beast! How dare you harm others? Prepare to face my wrath." He removed a string of relics from around his neck. 24 beads from the Buddhist faith. While a single relic may not be considered a primordial treasure, a string of 24 was indeed comparable to one that Mithriya grasped the relics tightly, chanting incantations, and in an instant, a golden light shot forth from the relics, aimed at the monstrous bird in the sky. Despite its size, the bird proved agile, evading most of the attack, though a few feathers were plucked from its body. Mithriya and the others were astonished. This creature displayed truly formidable strength. The colossal dinosaur, towering nearly 1,000 feet, seemed to be in rage. It opened its maw towards the sky and unleashed a cloud of green smoke, roughly the size of a dozen paces. The noxious vapor billowed forth. Those nearby were immediately assaulted by a repugnant stench that made their stomachs churn. The venerable bodhisattvas swiftly summoned their golden radiance, creating a barrier to ward off the foul odor, retreating in all directions. Seeing its attack evaded, the dinosaur roared in fury, unleashing a wave that surged towards them, even as a strange bird soared from above, heading in their direction. Mithriya Buddha shouted urgently to his companions, "Brothers, gather around me." Disregarding any notions of dignity, they deftly dodged the colossal waves generated by the dinosaur and collectively struck at the approaching avian creature. The bird, perhaps sensing their formidable prowess, veered aside. Seizing the opportunity, the group unleashed a flurry of golden light, ultimately bringing the creature crashing down to the ground, its form a bloody ruin, twitching a few times before succumbing to death. The group exchanged glances, acutely aware that it took all their combined strength to fell what appeared to be the weakest of the beasts, while the one on the ground remained a formidable threat. Their minds were not inclined to dwell on such thoughts. Just then, the ground trembled once more as small hills abruptly emerged. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva remarked, "This is troubling. It seems numerous monsters abound. We should return to our temple and report this to our leader. We cannot afford to lose our lives." Having witnessed the beast's might, their hearts were filled with trepidation, prompting them to ascend higher, aiming for the western shores of the Nyo continent. Below, the remaining monsters roared incessantly in response to their flight. Yet they did not pursue, for they understood the barren land behind them offered little sustenance. Some sought to head towards the eastern Victory continent. At this moment, only 5 monsters remained, having encountered equally formidable foes on their journey and sustained losses. However, the few that remained were indeed powerful. Mithriya and his companions had momentarily intimidated these unfamiliar beasts. Otherwise, had they calmed down, it was clear these monsters would hardly have been their match. Regrettably, they did not ponder further. Upon returning to the 1,000 Buddha Mountain, they recounted their experiences from the past millennia to the 2 leaders. They then spoke of the monsters, only to discover that the revered Kunti had commanded them to remain within the mountain, forbidding them from descending. Without discussing the matter of the beasts, they descended with hearts full of questions. For reasons unknown, the disciples of various sects, since Mithriya and his companion's triumphant return, had all been summoned back by their respective masters. With strict orders not to descend the mountain, in an instant, the atmosphere across the vast wilderness grew tense, while the oblivious human tribes continued their lives of hunting and self-sufficiency. Chapter 41. the river diagram, and the Luo book enacting the divine formation. The shaman clan also possesses divine arrays, the disciples of each sect, perplexed by their abrupt summons back to the mountains, nonetheless found gains in their respective journeys. As ancient beings, even the most inept among them had made some progress over the millennia, and thus the disciples' powers had notably increased. As for Laozi's disciple, Xuandu, he too made significant strides in cultivation, yet found himself stalled at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, leaving Laozi at a loss. Since the catastrophic battle between the witch and demon clans, millennia had passed. Although both sides suffered tremendous losses, the spiritual essence of the primordial world was abundant, allowing for rapid regeneration. After several millennia of development, they had regained their former strength, perhaps even surpassed it. Upon returning, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai were undeterred by their past setbacks, instead redoubling their efforts in cultivation. One day, while Dongwang Tai was deep in meditation within Mount Buzhou, he received a message from Emperor Jun. "Brother, come to the heavenly court's Lingxiao Palace. I have joyous news to share." Emperor Jun's voice brimmed with excitement. Dongwang Tai was puzzled. Could it be that the witch clan had been vanquished? Otherwise, what could possibly elicit such enthusiasm from Emperor Jun? Without further delay, he made his way to the heavenly court. Upon arriving, he found Emperor Jun seated alone upon the throne, the entire Lingxiao Palace devoid of any other presence. Confusion washed over Dongwang Tai, who inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss, elder brother?" Emperor Jun, still wearing a broad smile, replied, "Brother, our demon clan is on the verge of resurgence." His expression radiated joy as he gazed at Dongwang Tai. Growing anxious, Dongwang Tai urged, "Brother, do tell me quickly. You're making me anxious just watching." Finally, Emperor Jun began to elaborate. "Brother, do you know the purpose of the treasures I wield?" To which Dongwang Tai replied, "Brother, have you lost your senses? The treasures you employ are undoubtedly the primordial river diagram and the Luo book." He regarded Emperor Jun with the eyes of one who suspects madness. Realizing he had taken a roundabout approach, Emperor Jun clarified, "This matter originates from the treasures I utilize. Previously, I only knew how to use the river diagram and Luo book to confine others, but after my last battle with the witch clan, I made a new discovery regarding the river diagram and Luo book. Thus, upon returning, I dedicated myself to researching it, and to my surprise, I uncovered a significant secret." Noticing Dongwang Tai's earnest attention, he continued, "It turns out that within this primordial river diagram and Luo book lies an innate grand formation known as the Great Formation of the Celestial Stars. It requires 365 individuals to set it up, along with one primary array master, in order to establish this grand formation. Those who enter the formation will find themselves immersed in an endless void, beset by numerous celestial meteors, and the seasons within the formation can be changed at will. At times freezing cold, at others ablaze with fire. Furthermore, within this infinite void, one may easily become lost." Dongwang Tai exclaimed, "Is this formation truly so?" He looked at Emperor Jun with delight. Emperor Jun nodded, adding, "This formation harnesses the power of the celestial stars. As long as the stars endure, the formation's power remains inexhaustible, capable of varying its might according to the cultivator's abilities who set it up." With a hearty laugh, Dongwang Tai finally believed Emperor Jun's words were genuine. He bowed to Emperor Jun, saying, "Congratulations, elder brother, on acquiring such a grand formation. In the future, let us see what audacity those which clan signs still possess." They both erupted into laughter. Emperor Jun remarked, "Indeed, with this great formation of the celestial stars and your Eastern Emperor Bell, even if we grant those which clan signs 100,000 years to develop, they would still not be our match." Their laughter echoed as they reveled in their newfound confidence, secure in their status as demon sovereigns. After the mirthful exchange, Dongwang Tai returned to his meditation, that he found himself increasingly adept with the Eastern Emperor Bell, realizing that while its primary function lay in defense, it also possessed unique offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun did not rush to select the array masters, but set off for the Moon Star, as it had been 5,000 years since he last departed. Although 5,000 years was but a fleeting moment for them, he still longed to reunite with his family. Upon arriving at the Moon Star, Emperor Jun couldn't shake the feeling of desolation that enveloped him. whether it was his mood or the reality of the place. He felt a profound sadness each time he visited. The same palace, the same osmanthus trees, the same familiar faces. As he entered the palace, he spotted his wife, Shiha, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, unaware of his arrival. Gently approaching, he wrapped his arms around Shiha, who startled at first but quickly settled into calmness, recognizing her husband's presence by his familiar scent and warm embrace. Turning to Nestle against him, Shiha savored the warmth of their reunion, her delicate arms encircling him tightly, fearful that he might vanish at any moment. Emperor Jun tenderly stroked her hair, softly asking, "Shiha, have you been well?" The simple inquiry brought tears to Shia's eyes, and she instinctively tightened her grip around him, unable to speak. After a moment, she softly replied, Hearing the hint of sorrow in her voice, Emperor Jun could only murmur, "I am sorry." Not long after, sensing Shia's spirits lift, he inquired, "Where is our daughter?" Sighing, Shiha replied, "Still beneath the osmanthus tree. It isn't good for her to remain cooped up all day. It will only deepen her resentment towards you." Emperor Jun sighed in response. "What can be done? I only wish the best for her. If she wishes to harbor hatred, so be it." He seemed to age considerably with that statement. Shiha then suggested, "My dear, why not allow her to go out and clear her mind with her cultivation? No ordinary being can harm her, and who would suspect her as our daughter? Even the witch clan would be unaware." She looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Emperor Jun contemplated for a moment before conceding. "Very well, you may discuss it with her. I will have someone discreetly protect her." Shiha beamed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my husband." Her smile captivated Emperor Jun, who found himself lost in her gaze, beneath the osmanthus tree. Their daughter stood alone, yet resolutely facing the wind. In the witch clan, the ancestral witch palace. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft gathered once again, their faces brimming with excitement. The members of the witch clan, akin to their counterparts in the demon clan, experienced a swift recovery, emerging even more formidable than before. At this moment, the central ancestors were animatedly engaged within the ancestor witch hall, with Emperor Jiang being the first to speak. "Truly, it is the blessing of our Father God that has led us to discover such a magnificent grand formation. In the days to come, we shall see how the younglings of the demon clan meet their demise." Several ancestors echoed their agreement. It became evident that as Ho Tu and Xian Ming's powers deepened, they too had become aware of the disparity between the witch and demon clans. Thus, they devoted their days to contemplating ways to enhance the strength of the witch clan. Consequently, the 12 ancestors spent a significant amount of time within the ancestor witch hall, where they stumbled upon an innate grand formation known as the Tian Shinsha Great Formation. This formation required the participation of all 12 and was meticulously crafted for the witch clan, enabling the ancestors to maximize its potential. When activated, it could summon the 12 true forms of demons from before the creation of the world. Although these forms were indeed authentic, they were mere manifestations of energy, resembling their original demonic forms, yet lacking the true might of the demons themselves. The effectiveness of the formation still hinged upon the magical prowess of its users. Thus, the 12 ancestors gradually honed their skills with this grand formation, engaging in daily research, each yielding their own insights. Hotu's cultivation steadily approached the late quasi-saint stage, while Xianming reached the mid-quasi-saint stage. However, aside from Nuwa, the demon clan boasted 3 other quasi-saints, along with the impending emergence of Fushi, totaling 4. The strength of the witch clan paled in comparison to that of the demon clan. Yet, with this formation in hand, the witch clan believed they could contend with the demons. Unbeknownst to them, the demon clan also possessed the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation. Both factions were thus engrossed in amassing their respective strengths. The Da Tian Shen Sha Great Formation and the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation were both innate formations. Should they wish to clash, it would indeed be a formidable challenge, reliant entirely on the skill of the array's user. Thus, the 2 formidable formations came into existence, with the Da Tian Shen Sha Great Formation exhibiting slightly greater lethality than its counterpart. The ancestors rejoiced quietly. Yet at that moment, Ho Tu cautioned, "Brothers, there is no need for pride. While we possess the Da Tian Shen Sha Great Formation, The demon clan shall not be weak in their own right. Moreover, we remain unaware of what hidden cards they may still hold. We must proceed with caution, prioritizing the welfare of our clan above all. That it was a rare occasion that Gong Gong and Zhu Rong refrained from opposing them. After their previous confrontation with Nuwa, they had returned to the witch clan gravely injured. The other ancestors were at a loss, and it was only through the selfless efforts of Ho Tu and Xian Ming that the two were saved. Following this ordeal, the two ancestors had become considerably more composed, recognizing that their role was simply to contribute, leaving the scheming to others. Seeing that the ancestors did not voice any objections, Ho Tu smiled reassuringly. Yet we shall not fear the demon clan. If they dare to provoke us in the future, we shall respond in kind. The current period of recuperation for both clans was merely a preparation for the impending Great War. During this time, minor skirmishes continued to erupt, as small demons and witches frequently clashed, as if they were born enemies. Upon reflection, their motivations were simply to benefit their respective clans. However, the workings of fate allowed for no further contemplation. The ancestors departed the Ancestor Witch Hall, returning to their tribes to savor the fleeting tranquility before the impending conflict. The distinction between the witch and demon clans was not as clear-cut as it seemed. Within the demon clan, there existed members of the witch clan, and vice versa, albeit in smaller numbers. Chapter 42. The rampage of dinosaurs and the primordial chaos. The saints, pressed for strategies, found the witch and demon clans failing to learn from their previous battle, anxiously amassing their forces. Meanwhile, the remaining few dinosaurs were leisurely drinking water, seemingly summoned by some unseen force. The 5 dinosaurs suddenly turned and charged toward the boundary between the western Hinyo continent and the eastern Hongjun continent, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. Upon reaching their destination, they leapt into a fissure, vanishing from the surface, leaving behind a trail of dust as evidence of their passage. The 5 dinosaurs, undeterred by the imminent danger, were suddenly caught by an unseen force, swiftly propelled toward a nearby lake. Upon reaching the lake's expanse, a man clad in black with a conical hat and piercing green eyes reappeared. It was the malevolent Tianzun. Within Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng had been closely monitoring the movements of the dinosaurs ever since his departure from the Zixiao Palace, hoping to glean insights into the whereabouts of the demon sage. On that day, upon witnessing the dinosaurs heading toward the boundary of the western Hinyo continent and eastern Hongjun continent, he extended his divine sense and followed their trail. He beheld the evil Tianzun licking his lips, a stream of green liquid oozing forth, creating a repulsive sight. The evil Tianzun fixated on the remaining 5 dinosaurs, as if intent on unraveling their very essence. Though the dinosaurs were under his control, fear still gripped their hearts, causing them to tremble and kneel in the air, a fear emanating from their very souls. The evil Tianzun, displeased with their reaction, inhaled sharply, and the 5 dinosaurs began to shrink at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into 5 streams of green liquid that he consumed with a single gulp. The evil Tianzun, having absorbed the green liquid, muttered to himself, "Such speed is far too slow that I wonder when my greatness shall emerge." Having made a resolute decision, he plunged into the lake once more, summoning forth countless grotesque creatures resembling dinosaurs. Some were different from the initial 5, yet their physiques bore a striking resemblance. The assortment varied in size, with some nearing 2,000 zhang in height. This time, 100 dinosaurs emerged, all trembling and kneeling before the evil Tianzun, who smiled with satisfaction and commanded, "You shall venture forth and feast upon any living beings you encounter." Utilizing his powers, the evil Tianzun seized control of the minds of the 100 dinosaurs, instilling in them a singular thought, to venture forth and devour living creatures. With a wave of his hand, he cast the massive dinosaurs from the dragon cliff. His face twisted into a sinister smile as he gazed into the void, his eyes radiating an even more intense, ghastly light, emanating a formidable aura that clashed with the void, revealing the intrusion of Ye Feng's divine sense. Ye Feng, taken aback by the formidable strength of the evil Tianzun, did not yield and met his attack head-on, unwilling to falter. The clash resonated through the void, producing a muted yet profound sound that reverberated across the primordial realm. Both combatants let out muffled groans, with Ye Feng retreating his divine sense, having sustained his first injury since his rebirth. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he refrained from further engagement. The evil Tianzun, equally astonished, had not anticipated the existence of such a powerful being beneath the Hongjun previously. He had overlooked Ye Feng, considering him akin to Yuan Shi and others. Yet today, he had suffered a setback. This prompted the evil Tianzun to exercise greater caution and resolve to delay his emergence until his cultivation improved. Thus, he began to recuperate. Within Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng appeared listless. Although his injuries were not severe, the damage to his divine sense, a crucial aspect of a practitioner's soul, had left him in this state. At that moment, Nuwa's voice rang out in alarm. "Junior brother, how could you sustain such grave injuries?" Nuwa understood that a saint would not be easily harmed, especially since Ye Feng was the strongest among them. The situation could only arise from two possibilities: a joint assault by the saints or the intervention of Hongjun. However, such scenarios were rare, and had they occurred, Nuwa would have sensed them. Ye Feng managed a wry smile. "It's nothing. It was that evil Tianzun. I had not expected his cultivation to be so formidable that even I would be injured. However, he too has not emerged unscathed." With a faint smile, he set about mending his divine sense. Nuwa, though silent, felt an increasing sense of worry. The 100 dinosaurs were cast by the evil Tianzun across various locations in the primordial realm, as he sought to observe which area would yield the best results. However, he refrained from releasing any dinosaurs into the northern Lu continent, fully aware of Ye Feng's prowess and unwilling to make such a foolish mistake. Nonetheless, he unleashed them across all other continents, including territories inhabited by the witch and demon clans. Yet the dinosaurs that descended upon the lands of the witch and demon clans caused minimal havoc before being swiftly eradicated by the inhabitants. It was a foregone conclusion. If the two clans could not eliminate such creatures, they had no right to exist in the primordial realm. In the western Hinyo continent, several dinosaurs fell, yet they managed to claim numerous lives. However, under the relentless pursuit of the disciples of Zunti and Jiejing, they were ultimately eradicated. The expressions on Zunti and Jiejing's faces were far from jubilant. As saints, they had previously been oblivious to the looming threats. But the echoes of the clash instigated by Ye Feng had alerted them to the unfolding events. With the emergence of yet another powerful demon sage, how could they possibly rejoice? The compassionate demeanor of Zuni had vanished, replaced by a grave caution. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Jiejing. "Brother, it appears we must pay a visit to our other brethren." After listening, Jane's face was etched with sorrow as he lamented. "It must be this way." The two then summoned several bodhisattvas and Buddhas, briefed them, and departed for the Doshui Palace beyond the heavens. Before long, they arrived at the palace, where they found the earnest Xian-Du already waiting. Upon their arrival, he stepped forward and said, "Xian-Du pays his respects to the two esteemed uncles. Master has instructed me to lead you inside." After bowing respectfully, he gestured for them to enter. The two, pleased by Xian-Du's courtesy, expressed their gratitude, saying, "We appreciate your efforts, dear nephew." Thus, the three of them entered the inner sanctum of the Doshui Palace. Upon entering, they beheld the primordial heavenly venerable and Tongtian seated within, as if they had been anticipating their arrival. The two disciples refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction in their presence, and instead performed the customary greeting for younger brothers. After mutual salutations, the primordial heavenly venerable spoke first. "I presume you have come regarding the matter of the demon sage. I wonder what thoughts you two may have to share for our collective consideration." He regarded them with a neutral expression. Zhuan Ti, harboring inner anger, felt it inappropriate to cause a scene in Laozi's palace, and thus replied, "We have no worthwhile suggestions ourselves. We merely seek to know if the three esteemed brothers have any brilliant strategies we might borrow." Zhuan Ti was indeed a master of verbal sparring. Tongtian, unable to tolerate the atmosphere, voiced his displeasure, saying, "Are you not contemplating rebellion? The enemy has yet to approach, yet you turn against each other first." He cast a scornful glance at them. Primordial was enraged, taken aback that Tongtian not only refused to support him, but also derided him with his words, just as he was about to retaliate. Laozi intervened, saying, "There is no need for such hostility among brothers. After all, the demon sage is but one individual. With so many of us saints, Are we truly to be afraid? At this, the others fell silent. As the eldest brother, Laozi's words carried weight. While the saints gathered, Ye Feng was absent, tending to his injuries. Noticing the lack of consensus among the saints, Jane spoke, "Might the eldest brother have any wise methods we could prepare for?" At this moment, Jane assumed the role of the good-natured mediator, playing his part in this unfolding drama, with one from the West taking on a role of the villain and the other as the hero. Both enjoying their performances immensely. Primordial privately scorned this charade but remained silent. Seeing Jane's remarks, Laozi spoke, "The emergence of the demon sage has not elicited a response from our master, which indicates that we may act freely. As long as we stand against the demon sage, we align ourselves with our master. Even if our actions lead to missteps, we can attribute the blame to the demon sage." After this, he closed his eyes. The others, upon hearing this, contemplated in silence. Laozi's words were ambiguous, yet the threat posed by the demon sage loomed large over all the saints, whose own safety was intertwined with the fate of the entire Hongjun realm. At this juncture, Primordial inquired, "What position does Ye Feng hold in this matter?" He glanced at Laozi. Laozi opened his eyes, seemingly discerning Primordial's thoughts, and replied, "There is but one path ahead. Ye Feng will ultimately choose this road. We saints are united under the heavenly Tao. Our fates are intertwined, flourishing together or suffering together." With little more to say, the saints departed for their respective abodes. Meanwhile, 100 dinosaurs were slaughtered by the witches and demons, with those fleeing to various sects being eradicated by their disciples. Only a mere dozen managed to escape, taking refuge among the human settlements. The dinosaurs. The humans appeared slow, yet their flesh was tender and delectable, prompting them to wreak havoc upon the human populace. At this moment, Ye Yuntian was instructing his people in basic survival skills when a panicked human warrior interrupted him. Sensing trouble, Ye Yuntian raised a hand to calm the warrior. After a moment, the warrior reported, "Chief, a few hundred miles away, there are strange beasts over 1,000 feet long attacking our people. The tribes were in disarray, many already fallen prey." Furious, Ye Yuntian slammed his hand down on a nearby stone, reducing it to dust. "Where are the elders?" For tall elders appeared before him. Bowing in deference, "That we await your command." "Chief," Ye Yuntian continued, "elders, select 1,000 warriors immediately. We must confront these beasts." The elders hastily departed to gather the warriors, while Ye Yuntian strode purposefully toward the grass hut. Chapter 43. Raising fists against dinosaurs and taking on a new disciple. Once the 4 elders assembled the 1,000 warriors, Ye Yuntian, alongside the elders, took flight, the human warriors following suit toward the location of the dinosaurs. In less than 15 minutes, Ye Yuntian spotted the massive creatures in the distance, resembling mountains, as they devoured helpless humans. Enraged, Ye Yuntian shouted, "Warriors of the human race, charge!" He led the charge himself. The dinosaurs, angered by the sight of tiny beings rushing towards them from the sky, retaliated by spewing forth a torrent of green liquid. Ye Yuntian, witnessing the devastation wrought by the liquid, shouted, "Scatter!" The warriors, taken aback by such ferocity, complied, though some were unfortunately caught and dissolved into nothingness. Furious, Ye Yuntian commanded, "Each elder shall attack one beast. The rest shall engage in guerrilla tactics." He took the lead, targeting the largest dinosaur. With the strength of a seasoned warrior, he leaped onto the dinosaur's back, delivering powerful blows with his fists. The dinosaur, unable to balance itself under the assault, bucked violently, but Ye Yuntian held on tenaciously, not releasing his grip until the creature lay lifeless. He then soared toward the next dinosaur, while the 4 elders exhibited remarkable bravery, emulating Ye Yuntian's tactics, systematically dispatching dinosaur after dinosaur. Eventually, only 2 remained, but these 2 were summoned by the evil heavenly venerable, swiftly taking flight towards the borders of the Western Hegemon and Eastern Victory. Their massive forms moved with surprising speed, disappearing from sight in an instant. Ye Yuntian ordered the warriors to tend to the battlefield, but flew towards the vanishing point, just as he covered a distance of less than a mile. He seemed to receive some revelation and paused, bowing toward the distance before returning to assist his people. The losses for the humans were not catastrophic. Only a few tribes were ravaged, with casualties numbering over 3,000. For the vast human race, this was not insurmountable, yet the bereaved lamented throughout the land. As for the remaining two dinosaurs, they hastily returned to Dragon Cliff, vanishing into the earth before reappearing above a lake. Here, the evil heavenly venerable awaited. Having no time for observation, he transformed the two dinosaurs into green liquid and consumed them. His expression shifted dramatically, eventually settling into a grotesque smile as he mused. I did not expect these mere humans to significantly enhance my power. However, it seems the saint has a strong connection with them, making it unwise to act just yet, with a newfound resolve. The evil heavenly venerable's schemes began to unfold. From that point on, occasional dinosaurs would appear in the human territories, causing chaos and leading to numerous casualties, yet they could not fundamentally threaten the human race. Ye Yuntian and his companions were left fuming in frustration. The calamity of the dinosaurs had lessened, and the saints were somewhat reassured, especially the two from Buddhism, who feared the loss of their disciples to these voracious beasts. A millennium later, Ye Feng's injuries had healed 500 years prior, and he was now delivering teachings at his dojo, where Pangu Mountain was filled with eager listeners. Feng and others emerged from their seclusion. While the great rock and colorful phoenix fell short of Ye Feng's expectations, Feng and Hongjun had ascended to the early stages of quasi-sainthood. Currently, aside from Ye Feng himself, the Zhao Hua sect boasted 3 quasi-saints among its disciples, making it one of the most potent sects among all. Ye Feng dedicated his time to imparting the Tao, hoping that his disciples could carve their own paths in the world without reliance on him. Presently, the Zhao Hua sect had 36 protectors under the guidance of Ye Feng, determined by the ranks of the Genesis Qinglian. Beneath them were countless followers, yet the sect was too vast to manage entirely. Even those harboring ill intentions among the saints were carefully selected and sent away by Hongjun and his peers. Currently, only 4 protectors were needed, with Hongjun appointed as the chief protector. The sole elder remaining. The protectors now included Hongjun, Feng, the Great Rock, and the colorful Phoenix that facilitate future operations. Ye Feng also appointed the Cheeky Ma Ho as a protector, leaving 3 positions unfilled. Hongjun, basking in the limelight, enjoyed a newfound status. Yet, despite Feng having reached the realm of quasi-saint, perhaps due to her previous travels resulting in a certain restraint, she did not behave as she once did, riding upon him as before. Furthermore, now that he had been appointed elder by Ye Feng, he occasionally strutted over to Feng, inciting her ire to the extent that she ground her teeth in frustration. On this particular day, while Ye Feng was delivering a sermon, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Noticing this anomaly, he paused his discourse and began to calculate with a wave of his hand. Before long, a faint smile graced his lips, and he addressed the gathered crowd, saying, "Today's sermon concludes here. You may disperse." Having uttered this, he vanished before the crowd could bow in respect. When Ye Feng reappeared, he found himself deep within a mountain range, surrounded by dense trees, flowing streams, and various spirit beasts appearing and disappearing. This was the famed Qingqiu Mountain, the ancestral home of the Qilin clan, with 2/3 of it situated in the southern realm and 1/3 in the northern realm, a place of remarkable wonders. Ye Feng chose not to disturb the Qilin clan and instead strolled leisurely forward. After a while, he heard the sounds of combat. No shouts, only the chattering and hissing. Concealing his presence, Ye Feng approached the source of the conflict and beheld a massive black python, several dozen feet in length, its body thicker than a meter. Opposite it stood a towering monkey, covered in green fur, wielding a wolf-toothed club as it fiercely battled the python, though smaller than the serpent. The monkey fought with precision and agility, managing to land several blows on the python's body. This was the legendary Tongbi Yuanho, known for its immense strength and prowess in manipulating the forces of nature. Unlike the fortunate Chichiomahu, who had already prostrated before a sage, Tongbi Yuanho had not yet found such a benefactor. Ye Feng had come seeking this monkey, as the Tongbi Yuanho grew impatient. It discarded the wolf-toothed club, evading the black python's strike with a swift motion. Grasping the serpent's tail, it spun the python around with tremendous force, releasing it after several revolutions, sending the massive serpent tumbling dozens of miles away. The Tongbi Yuanho quickly retrieved its club and rushed towards the disoriented python, which lay dazed and confused, unable to discern its bearings. Observing this, the monkey raised its club, poised to strike the python's head. At that moment, however, a sudden force pulled the python away, transforming it into a mere 50-centimeter-long snake, which was captured in the hands of Ye Feng. Realizing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Ye Feng, the once mighty python ceased its struggles. Meanwhile, the Tongbi Yuanho leaped forward, intent on seizing the black python. That Ye Feng pointed a finger at the monkey, unleashing a streak of azure light that entered the Tongbi Yuanho's body. Instantly, the monkey collapsed to the ground, rolling about in disarray, subjected to Ye Feng's renowned technique of dislocating bones. Ye Feng addressed the fallen monkey, saying, "You foolish creature, why seek to eradicate your opponent? Do you not know that heaven has a benevolent nature?" Upon reflection, Ye Feng realized that Tongbi Yuanho was still a mere beast, incapable of grasping the wisdom in his words. The now diminished black python regarded Ye Feng with fear and pleading in its eyes. Similarly, the Tongbi Yuanho looked upon him with desperation. Despite its pride as one of the great spirit monkeys of the world, it was compelled to submit before Ye Feng. Seeing the monkey's capitulation, Ye Feng lifted its punishment. The Tongbi Yuanho could barely rise, kneeling before Ye Feng in deference. Ye Feng, observing this, gently set the black python down and instructed, "You may depart." The python, grateful, performed 3 bows before slithering away into the distance. Yet Ye Feng caught a whiff of a foul odor emanating from the Tongbi Yuanho, the result of its punishment. Frowning, Ye Feng waved his hand, conjuring a curtain of water that enveloped the monkey. Cleansing it thoroughly as the water receded, the Tongbi Yuanho appeared considerably relieved, regaining much of its strength but hesitating to rise. Ye Feng, aware of its thoughts, remained silent. Unable to withstand Ye Feng's presence, the monkey knelt and gestured repeatedly. Ye Feng chuckled, realizing the monkey was merely indicating its hunger and desire to return for a meal, which amused him greatly. Ye Feng then stated, "I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent? I am Ye Feng, the youngest disciple beneath Hongjun." After his declaration, he regarded the Tongbi Yuanho calmly. Understanding Ye Feng's significance, the monkey quickly prostrated on the ground, with a wave of his hand. Ye Feng removed the monkey's vocal cords, teaching it to speak. In no time, the Tongbi Yuanho was able to articulate words, calling him master and inquiring after his well-being. However, when Ye Feng prepared to take the monkey away, it voiced a concern. "Master, what will happen to my monkey wives and children?" It gazed at Ye Feng with hopeful eyes. With a sigh, Ye Feng utilized his powers to transport the monkey's entire family back to Pangu Mountain. Upon arriving at Pangu Mountain, the first word from the Tongbi Yuanho were, "Master, I am hungry," which left Ye Feng grinding his teeth in frustration. Little did he expect his first disciple would come with a whole family, now requiring his provision. Annoyed, Ye Feng lightly tapped the Tongbi Yuanho on the head, saying, "There is food within the mountain. Go find it yourself." With that, he vanished. Thus, the Tongbi Yuanho settled in Pangu Mountain, becoming Ye Feng's 4th disciple and joining the ranks of protectors alongside Kai Feng and others. With the addition of the Tongbi Yuanho, Pangu Mountain buzzed with activity once more, though often it found itself bullied by Hongjun and Chichiomahu, who sought to reclaim the grievances inflicted upon them by Feng Linger in years past. Chapter 44. Fushi invited to be a bodyguard. Wang Shu descends to the wilderness with the arrival of the Tongbi Yuanho at Pangu Mountain. It began to accompany Hongjun and the others as they listened to Ye Feng's teachings, gradually enhancing its cultivation. Pangu Mountain was no longer the quiet place it had once been. It now thrived with joy and laughter. The Ye Feng had shed his previous obscurity, no longer indifferent to the world. He found his heart swelling with pride as he gazed upon the vast creation sect, embracing the wilderness around him. Meanwhile, Wang Shu, the daughter of Emperor Jun and Shi He, having spent her days on the Moonstar, felt a lack of familial warmth due to her father's limited affection. After discussions between Emperor Jun and Shi He, they resolved to send Wang Shu down to the mortal realm, acknowledging his inability to provide the familial love his daughter desired. Emperor Jun sought to fulfill her wishes. However, he also recalled Fushi from years past and devised a plan. One day, Emperor Jun and she traveled to the Fire Cloud Cave in the outer heavens to seek out Fuxi. This cave, discovered during the travels of Nuwa and Fuxi, had been claimed by Fuxi himself. As the couple approached the Fire Cloud Cave, Fuxi awaited them outside, and upon seeing Emperor Jun and he bowed respectfully, stating, "Fuxi pays his respects to your majesty and the empress." Despite being a great deity of the wilderness, Fuxi acknowledged the status of Emperor Jun as the heavenly emperor of the demon race. Deserving of his reverence, Emperor Jun, beaming with a smile, stepped forward to assist Fuxi, exclaiming, "What merit do I possess to receive a bow from the great Fuxi? If you do not mind, let us henceforth address one another as brothers." Fuxi, not one to hold grudges, readily accepted the proposal. Together, Emperor Jun and he bowed to Fuxi, with he stating, "Today, we have come with a request, and we hope that Brother Fuxi can assist us in light of our relationship." Uncertain of their intentions, Fuxi welcomed them into the cave. Once seated, Fuxi spoke, "Your Majesty is the heavenly emperor of the demon race. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. I, Fuxi, shall not hesitate to assist." This. Emperor Jun exchanged glances with he, who understood his intent, and stood to address Fuxi, saying, "To be frank, Brother Fuxi, the world knows that my husband and I have 10 sons. The 10 three-legged golden crows, yet few know that I am also with child, a daughter named Wang Shu. Only my brother Tai is aware of this. Even the demon masters are in the dark." Upon hearing this, Fuxi was taken aback but maintained his composure, rising to congratulate them. "Congratulations to your majesty and the empress on the birth of your daughter." Though surprised, Fuxi understood the significance of the matter, perceiving it as neither trivial nor monumental, depending on how it was approached. Emperor Jun noted Fuxi's calm demeanor and thought to himself, "Indeed, he is a primordial deity. My journey here was not in vain." Emperor Jun continued, "As Wang Shu grows, I find myself unable to accompany her, leading to an increasing estrangement between us. I fear that one day, my daughter may turn against me." His expression turned sorrowful, and his eyes welled with tears. Observing their distress, Fuxi spoke up, "Your Majesty, speak your mind. Whatever is within my power, I shall certainly assist." Emperor Jun then added, "Currently, our demon race is in a phase of development, and I cannot afford to neglect my duties. He alone cannot provide Wang Shu with the warmth of a family." With a sigh, he continued, "Now I see Wang Shu alone on that Tyne star, fearing she might fall ill from solitude. Thus, I have agreed to let her journey through the vast wilderness. However, as my brother Fuxi, you are aware of the fraught relationship between the witch and demon clans. I worry that she is still young and may not be able to protect herself. Hence, my wife and I have come to implore you, dear brother Fuxi, to discreetly safeguard our daughter. I earnestly hope you will oblige." Upon finishing, his face was further shrouded in sorrow. Fuxi, not one to shy away from such requests, replied, "Your Majesty, the Empress's deep affection for her daughter is evident, and I shall certainly lend my assistance." After this, Jun and he expressed their gratitude and took their seats once more. She then said, "There is one thing I must ask of you. Brother Fuxi, please ensure that our daughter remains unaware of her protection. She is quite headstrong, and should she discover our plans, I fear it may lead to unforeseen troubles." With a hopeful gaze fixed upon Fuxi, she awaited his acquiescence, which he readily granted. Jun and he engaged in light conversation at the Fire Cloud Cave for a while longer before departing. Little did Fuxi know, Jun had unwittingly entangled him in future conflicts under the guise of protecting his daughter. Although Jun had no intention of exploiting his daughter, the reality bore a striking resemblance. Thus, Fuxi bid farewell to his tranquil existence. One day, Wang Shu, dressed in white, descended from the Tyne star. Her delicate skin appeared to glisten as the gentle breeze caressed her, making her resemble a being of ethereal grace. She furrowed her brow, uncertain of her destination. Aware of the witch-demon conflict, she was reluctant to venture into the witch territory. With no clear path, Wang Shu began to wander aimlessly. Before long, she found herself beneath a towering mountain, when suddenly thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the sky, accompanied by a downpour. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupted her thoughts, and she noticed a man clad in animal skins, pulling a young woman along as they rushed past her. As the rain began to fall, their pace quickened, but the young woman slipped and fell, her face reddened from the impact, tears brimming in her eyes. The man, helpless, rushed to assist her. Witnessing this, Wang Shu felt an unexpected surge of compassion. For she had never encountered such beings, nor had she experienced life in this manner. Descending from the clouds, she approached the pair. Noticing a pond by the roadside, adorned with lush lotus flowers, she extended her hand. And a lotus leaf, measuring a meter in diameter, floated into her grasp. Wang Shu gently approached the two and offered the lotus leaf to them. The man, bewildered, accepted the leaf, unsure of its purpose. Wang Shu then conjured another leaf, skillfully holding it over her body to shield herself from the rain. The man, quick to understand, followed suit, positioning the leaf above himself and the young woman, effectively blocking the raindrops. He even sheltered the majority of the leaf over her, inadvertently stirring feelings of envy within Wang Shu. After expressing their gratitude, the young couple gradually made their way back to their tribe, glancing back to find the white-clad woman had vanished from sight. From that day forth, the world witnessed the emergence of lotus leaves and other rain-shielding tools, which would eventually evolve into the umbrellas we use today. Furthermore, the connection between the young couple flourished as they strolled under the rain with their lotus leaf, giving rise to countless romantic tales. Unbeknownst to Wang Shu, her simple act had inadvertently shaped the destinies of many couples to come. And so, Wang Shu continued her exploration of the vast wilderness day by day. Along her journey, she encountered fierce beasts and monstrous insects that attempted to assail her. Yet with her sword in hand, she repelled wave after wave of attackers. Strangely, some creatures would appear momentarily, only to vanish without a trace. The years spent wandering allowed Wang Shu to mature significantly. Before long, she arrived at a small tribe that had once endured a dinosaur attack. The inhabitants were struck by her beauty, their simplicity far removed from the complexities of modern life. Young and old alike greeted her warmly, and some even fervently invited her to their homes. Observing these families, though living modestly, Wang Shu could not help but notice the harmony and contentment that radiated from them. Witnessing the tribe consuming their own kin, she no longer felt the impulsive outrage she once had, for she understood that sometimes humanity was compelled to consume its own point one day, while aiding the tribe in hunting. The people initially resisted allowing such a stunning beauty to join them. However, Wang Shu insisted, and although the chieftain was aware of her prowess, he still assigned a dozen brave warriors to encircle her for protection. Wang Shu felt a surge of gratitude. As they ventured to a distant plain, just before ascending the mountains, the earth began to tremble violently. Dust billowed from afar, sending many of the tribe members tumbling to the ground in confusion. Amidst their uncertainty, Wang Shu soared into the sky, urging everyone quickly seek refuge in the mountains. The crowd, regaining their composure, rushed into the forest, leaving Wang Shu to pursue the source of the tremors. To her astonishment, she beheld a colossal creature the likes of which she had never seen. A 1,000-foot-long body thundered across the land, obliterating nearby hills beneath its massive feet. It was a dinosaur unleashed by the malevolent Tianzun, who rarely allowed such creatures to roam the earth but occasionally unleashed a few. Spotting the beast charging towards the human settlement, Wang Shu flew before it, drawing her sword, which radiated a brilliant blue light and an overwhelming aura, compelling the creature to halt. The dinosaur, perceiving this diminutive challenger, unleashed a torrent of green liquid towards Wang Shu. Remaining calm, she deftly sliced through the liquid with her sword, neutralizing the attack while secretly marveling at the creature's strength. For a time, a fierce exchange ensued between the human and the dinosaur. Eventually, Wang Shu deciphered the creature's attack patterns, dodged its strikes, and channeled her magic into a single, decisive blow, vanquishing the beast. The tribe erupted in celebration at the monster's defeat, and Wang Shu was hailed as their heroine. Gradually, her demeanor brightened, shedding the somberness she had carried on Tying Star. Fushi, who had been observing her development from afar, felt a sense of satisfaction, for witnessing a person grow and flourish was a joy in itself, even if it did not directly pertain to him. Meanwhile, Dijun and she remained vigilant, concerned for their daughter's well-being, as time continued its relentless march forward. Chapter 45. The Cycle of All Things and the Restoration of the Heavenly Path in the Present Moment. The witch and demon clans were mutually restraining their people, preventing any conflict from arising. This temporary tranquility afforded the vast wilderness an opportunity for growth. However, minor skirmishes were still unavoidable. It is said that since Ho-Tu received the primordial spirit of Pangu from Ye Feng, her cultivation had advanced significantly. One day, she wandered through the wilderness, observing the ongoing skirmishes between the witch and demon clans. The corpses of the fallen began to decay, yet Ho-Tu noticed a peculiar detail from the bodies of the deceased. A transparent, smoky essence floated away, drifting towards the horizon. Puzzled, she reached out her hand and grasped the smoky essence, which looked at her in astonishment before exclaiming, "I greet the ancestral witch." Ho-Tu turned out to be the remnant of a fallen witch clan member. Confused, Ho-Tu inquired, "What has become of you?" The little witch, sorrowful, replied, "I do not wish to conceal the truth from you. Ancestor, we have transformed into ethereal forms. Our true selves long departed, that I know not why the soul has separated from the body. But it feels as though our destination lies far away, and thus I am drawn to it." With a heart-wrenching gaze, the little witch looked up at Ho-Tu's with her current level of cultivation stagnant. Ho-Tu felt an unshakable sense that her purpose remained unfulfilled. Upon hearing the little witch's words, a flicker of insight ignited within her, though it was still unclear. She simply sensed that her path lay intertwined with the essence of souls. Releasing the little witch's soul, it drifted into the distance, prompting Ho-Tu to follow. Soon, she arrived at the eerie blood sea of the underworld river, where the soul vanished into the crimson depths. This place was not only a sea of blood filled with a suffocating aura, but also shrouded in swirling black mist. Within the mist, anguished cries echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Was the underworld river's method of refining souls through the soul-devouring banner, or the process of souls consuming one another? With her profound cultivation, Ho-Tu keenly observed the situation, realizing that the souls were engaged in mutual devouring, yet she remained unaware of the soul-devouring banner's existence, witnessing the torment of the deceased. Even their souls subjected to such a fate filled her with compassion. In a moment of realization, she seemed to see countless souls rushing towards her, crying out, "Madam, save us!" Suppressing her emotions, she returned to the ancestral witch hall, unaware that trouble would soon find her if she did not step outside. As Ho-Tu sat in meditation, seeking enlightenment, she found no clarity, and her cultivation remained stagnant. One day, she ventured outside again, arriving at a human settlement, where she observed the people mourning as they buried one of their In a short while, the soul of the buried individual soared forth from the earth, catching sight of his kin and rushing to embrace them. Yet no matter how fervently he exerted himself, it bore little fruit. He called out incessantly, but no one could perceive him, for his form passed through the bodies of his loved ones. It seemed as if he were responding to some unseen summons, for the ghost of the human race began to drift away into the distance. Ho-Tu closely followed the specter, and after a time, the ghost arrived at the abyssal blood sea, vanishing into its depths. Observing this, Huda hesitated briefly before plunging into the blood sea herself, where she beheld countless fleeing souls amidst the tumultuous waves of blood. The heart-wrenching cries of the spirits filled Ho-Tu with dread. In the distance, a towering ghost was seizing the fleeing souls, devouring them whole with a mere flick of its tongue. Ho-Tu was taken aback, realizing that this colossal specter had already attained the cultivation of a golden immortal. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the towering ghost, seemingly summoned, soared toward the blood sea, prompting Ho-Tu to hastily pursue it. She witnessed the ghost descend into the blood sea, where the sanguine tides churned violently. After a moment, a young and handsome man emerged, bowing respectfully to the two individuals beside him. "Greetings, senior brother. Senior sister." This was none other than Yuntian and Abi, the two disciples once taken in by the river of the underworld. They had devoted themselves tirelessly to creating an ever-growing population of Azura, which had now swelled to millions. The river of the underworld, known for its caution, had kept this hidden well. Upon seeing this, Hutu flew forward, demanding, "Which vile creature dares to slay the souls of the departed?" Yuan-Tu and Abi were taken aback by her sudden appearance, not expecting anyone to breach the protective barrier of the Blood Sea. Just as they were about to rebuke her, a voice commanded their retreat. It was the ancestor of the river of the underworld, who welcomed Hutu to the Blood Sea and apologized for any shortcomings in his hospitality. From a moment Hutu entered the Blood Sea, the river of the underworld had been aware of her presence. Upon recognizing him, Hutu confronted the river of the underworld, asking, "Why do you treat these lost souls so cruelly? They were slaughtered in life, and now they must endure further torment." Her face was flushed with anger. The river of the underworld, unfazed by her fierce demeanor, retorted, "The abyssal Blood Sea is my domain. I shall do as I please. What right do you, Hutu, have to question me?" Hutu replied, "If you do not cease your nefarious actions, do not blame me for being unyielding." With that, she produced the earthly divine ring, the river of the underworld. Incensed by Hutu's defiance, laughed heartily, saying, "Let me see what the witch clan is truly capable of." With a wave of his hand, blood surged around Hutu as the Blood Sea's formation sought to ensnare her. Hutu, sensing the encroaching blood energy, summoned a protective barrier to shield herself, but a silent crimson sword materialized behind her, catching her off guard. Despite her efforts to fortify her defense, the blood sword struck her, sending her flying a considerable distance, though she emerged unscathed. The river of the underworld overlooked a crucial detail. Though the witch clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, Hutu and Xianming possessed unique opportunities. In a secluded corner of the Blood Sea formation, the river of the underworld watched Hutu with a sinister smile. Hutu, calming her mind, began to scan the Blood Sea formation with her divine sense. After a while, she pinpointed the river of the underworld's location. Pretending to be unaware, she gradually approached him. Just as the river of the underworld was reveling in his cunning, a beam of earthy yellow light burst forth from the earthly divine ring, catching him off guard and sending him hurtling several miles away in disarray. Fuming, the river of the underworld retorted, "Hutu, for the sake of Pangu, I did not wish to quarrel with you, but you have gravely underestimated me. Today, I shall demonstrate my might." He then summoned the Yuan-Tu Abi sword and launched it toward Hutu. The river of the underworld, overconfident, had not fully activated the Blood Sea formation. Otherwise, Hutu would have never easily discovered his hiding place. He had also failed to anticipate that Hutu possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint. Otherwise, she would not have been able to take advantage of the situation. Who would have thought you have reached the quasi-saint realm? Impressive indeed, but you are still no match for me, he declared, as the Yuan-Tu Abi sword glimmered ominously towards her. Hutu felt the pressure mounting, realizing that even among quasi-saints, the disparity remained vast. She could only barely resist. Gradually being pushed back after several exchanges, the sense of retreat began to stir within her. It was not that she feared death, but rather sought to unravel the mystery surrounding the spirits. Sacrificing her life in a futile struggle against the river of the underworld seemed unwarranted. Thus, taking advantage of the river of the underworld's momentary distraction, Hutu withdrew from the Blood Sea, the river of the underworld. Seeing her retreat, chose not to pursue her. Upon returning to the ancestral witch palace, Hutu felt increasingly restless, prompting her to think of Ye Feng. She set off towards the northern Jilu continent and arrived at Pangu Mountain half a day later, where Feng Linger awaited her arrival. Although they were not well acquainted, Feng Linger found her elder beautiful, and together they made their way to the creation hall of the creation sect in silence. Ye Feng, still seated upon the throne, acknowledged Hutu's arrival, saying, "I am aware of your intentions, junior sister. Your opportunity lies within these wandering souls, but I must confess I find it difficult to speak of." Upon hearing this, Hutu encouraged him to speak freely, assuring him that she was prepared. Ye Feng, unsure of how to proceed, stated, "After Pangu opened the heavens, the navel transformed into the abyssal Blood Sea, gathering the foul energies of the entire primordial earth, becoming the most perilous place in all of creation. The souls congregating within the Blood Sea are drawn by this tainted energy. If only they could find a place to rest, they might escape the river of the underworld slaughter." With that, he turned his attention away from her. Hutu pondered Ye Feng's words. His clarity left no room for misunderstanding. After a moment, her eyes reddened as she turned to Ye Feng, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I now understand my path." The revelation, prompted by Ye Feng's insight and her own intuitive sense, brought forth tears she could no longer contain. This was the first time Ye Feng had witnessed Huda weep since his rebirth, stirring a sense of reluctance within him. Was it the fate of the virtuous to ultimately perish? Having witnessed Pangu's demise, he felt compelled to save Huda, driven solely by her noble sacrifice and selfless devotion. With a newfound resolve, Ye Feng said, "Since you have made your decision, then go forth. There is little I can do to aid you." He then closed his eyes. Hutu, left with no choice, departed. Meanwhile, within the ancestral witch palace, a heated discussion erupted. "I oppose this," shouted Zhu Rong. "Why should the fate of others concern our witch clan? If they choose to die, then let them die. What is there to lament?" His voice dripped with ire. Xianming, tears streaming down his face, implored, "Sister Hutu, I cannot agree to this. Do you intend to abandon me?" He clung to her hand, refusing to let go. Di Jiang interjected, "Hutu, you must think carefully. If you go, there will be no turning back." The other ancestral witches echoed their disapproval. Who could consent to this? Not only was the heavenly divine killing array a barrier, but their bonds forged over countless years as siblings made it impossible to sever their ties. Hutu replied, "I too am loath to part from all of you, my beloved brothers and sisters. Yet, since the Father God opened the heavens, he has been missing a piece, the resting place for souls. As beings born of his essence, we must complete that which is lacking." With a heavy heart, she cast a lingering glance at her kin before soaring from the ancestral witch palace, heading toward the abyssal blood sea. As a quasi-saint, Huda flew at full speed, leaving her siblings far behind. As she soared, tears streamed down her face, and wherever her tears fell, the flora and fauna on the earth bloomed in abundance, filling the primordial realm with intoxicating fragrance. Chapter 46. The birth of creation and the six paths appear, transforming virtue into Meng Pu. Hutu, undeterred by her siblings' attempts to stop her, resolutely approached the abyssal blood sea. Upon her arrival, the ancestor of the river of the underworld awaited her outside the blood sea. "Hutu," he exclaimed, "you have repeatedly come to disturb my abyssal blood sea. If I do not vanquish you today, how shall I establish my standing in the primordial realm?" His face was contorted with fury as he raised a divine staff of wood to attack her. Hutu, extending her hand, replied, "Not so fast. River of the underworld, I am not here to fight. Your male factions will be dealt with by those who are meant to confront you." Turning away, she gazed sorrowfully at the primordial earth, the river of the underworld. Momentarily taken aback by her words, soon retorted, "Humph, you think you can come and go as you please in my blood sea? That will not do." Hutu, however, paid him no heed. After a brief moment, she resolutely turned back, startling the river of the underworld, who braced for a sudden attack. Hutu raised her head to the heavens and declared, "I am Hutu of the Witch Clan, willing to sacrifice myself to complete the Father God's missing piece of the heavenly Tao, seeking to obtain peace for the souls. May my death ensure that the Witch Clan endures through the ages." With that, Hutu soared above the blood sea, radiating a brilliant yellow light. Her voice resonated once more. Hutu sacrifices herself. The six paths of reincarnation. In an instant, her form transformed into a circular disc resembling the yin-yang symbol, divided into 6 gates, each adorned with ancient inscriptions. 1 for heaven, 2 for humanity, 3 for Azura, 4 for beasts, 5 for hungry ghosts, and 6 for hell, collectively representing the 6 paths of reincarnation, 2 virtuous paths and 4 malevolent paths. The path of heaven is traversed by those celestial beings who, after their demise, or by individuals of great virtue who have benefited the primordial world, are able to enter this realm, thereby achieving the carefree existence of immortals. The path of humanity, on the other hand, pertains to the human race created by Nuwa upon the vast earth, wherein individuals, post-mortem, are judged according to the magnitude of their sins committed during their lifetimes. The Azura path is designated for the Azura clan, formed by the river of Hades, allowing them to enter this realm upon their passing. The path of beasts encompasses those sentient beings yet to awaken their intellect, who shall find themselves subject to this fate after death. The path of malevolent spirits is reserved for those beings who have committed grave acts of slaughter. The hellish path is reserved for those who bear unforgivable sins, condemning them to perpetual torment henceforth. The 6 paths of reincarnation sever the blood sea, and should the living contemplate hell, they must traverse that blood-stained expanse, though few possess the fortitude to do so. Thus, the underworld manifests in this world. At the moment when the ancestral witches pursued, they beheld the Earth Mother transform into the 6 paths, inciting their collective ire, with Xianyuan weeping aloud, exclaiming, "Sister, sister, why must you do this?" Zhu Rong, in a fit of urgency, struck the blood sea with a powerful fist, provoking the river of Hades to roll its eyes in exasperation. The ancestral witches were engulfed in profound sorrow, as beings of Pangu's essence. Their bond was not for outsiders to comprehend. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light of merit descended from the heavens, dividing into 3 parts. A small portion soared into the depths of Pangu Mountain, collected by Ye Feng using the Qian Kuan cauldron, while another portion merged into the underworld, transforming into a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Earth Mother, yet aged and frail, destined to become the Meng Pa of the underworld, thus perpetually preparing water day by day. The majority of the golden light of merit fell into the 6 paths of reincarnation in the underworld. Before the gathered beings could react, a tome descended from the sky, the very Book of Hades. One of the 3 great tomes of Heaven and Earth. It split into 2, manifesting as the Register of Life and Death and the Pen of Reincarnation. The Register of Life and Death hovered above the blood sea, radiating golden light, imprinting the souls of all beings across the primordial land, ensuring that no future generations could escape the cycle of life and death. Subsequently, it vanished from sight within the underworld. All beings of the primordial land felt gratitude towards the Earth Mother, kneeling in reverence towards the blood sea. Occasionally, one could observe golden light illuminating the sky, accompanied by fragrant aromas, revealing 3 figures. The 3 pure ones had arrived. In a moment, the western realm was also awash in golden light and the sound of sacred chants, as Zhuanti and Jiejing came forth. Ye Feng, however, discreetly appeared beside them. This moment, Xianyuan, usually proud, was red-eyed as he prostrated before Ye Feng, pleading, "Senior brother, please save my sister, the Earth Mother. We cannot forget your great kindness." His tear-streaked face was filled with desperation. The other ancestral witches, though lacking close ties to Ye Feng, also displayed expressions of hope. Ye Feng found it puzzling that Xuanyuan's plea would put the saints in an awkward position. Could not the other saints offer assistance? As if to confirm Ye Feng's suspicions, cold snorts emanated from the saints. At this juncture, Yuan Shi spoke. The Earth Mother's transformation into reincarnation is ordained by heaven. Even the teacher cannot intervene. His countenance was one of displeasure, for he resented Ye Feng's tendency to steal the spotlight. Zhuanti added, "The Earth Mother possesses great virtue. We cannot act against the will of heaven." Laozi and the others remained silent, appearing indifferent. Xianyuan, seemingly impervious to the saint's declarations, continued to gaze at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, feeling helpless, communicated telepathically, "Sister, do not despair. I have my own plans." Pretending nothing had transpired, Xianyuan was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Ye Feng, before redirecting his focus to the saints. Ye Feng then addressed the blood sea, "River of Hades. What do you hide within? Are you afraid to show yourself?" Ye Feng harbored resentment towards the River of Hades for devouring souls and sought to admonish him. The River of Hades, observing the scene from the blood sea, was startled by Ye Feng's call, emerging with a hearty laugh. "Ah, esteemed brothers have graced my blood sea. I apologize for not welcoming you. What brings you here?" He feigned ignorance while gazing intently at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, aware of his pretense, refrained from exposing him and remarked, "River of Hades, you have concealed yourself well. Your Azura clan has indeed been of great assistance to you. Soon, it seems no one shall be able to contend with you." Upon speaking, Ye Feng's expression grew cold. The River of Hades, confronted with the truth, boldly retorted, "I, the River of Hades, act in accordance with heaven, benefiting the common folk. Otherwise, how would the spirits find repose? a classic case of a stubborn fool refusing to heed advice. Seeing the river of Hades obstinate, Ye Feng continued, "Do you believe your actions remain unnoticed?" His gaze subtly shifted towards the depths of the Blood Sea. This caused the river of Hades to feel a pang of fear. If he were merely the Azura clan, even if the saints sought out trouble, he could feign ignorance or appeal to Hongjun. However, if Ye Feng were to confront him regarding the soul-devouring banner, the river of Hades would find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he fell silent, brooding without uttering a word. Ye Feng seized the moment to declare, "This underworld holds no connection to you, river of Hades. I hope you will not act against the will of heaven in the future." The river of Hades, touched by the remark, begrudgingly acquiesced. The saints, unaware of the river of Hades forging a nefarious artifact, ignored him, focusing instead on the underworld. Yuntian then spoke, "My western realm is barren, yet the 6 paths of reincarnation resonate with my domain. If so, it may bring forth great fortune to the primordial world." He gazed at the underworld with excitement. Jiejing concurred. "Indeed, this underworld should belong to my western realm." At that moment, 2 cold snorts echoed, originating from Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who had united in their opposition. Although Laozi remained silent, the 3 pure ones, though ostensibly divided, would not easily relinquish their interest to the west. Thus, a dispute erupted between the 2 factions, their saintly demeanor forgotten as they quarreled, leaving Ye Feng unattended. Seizing the opportunity while the saints were preoccupied, Ye Feng casually reached for the 6 paths of reincarnation and drew forth a yellow light, swiftly absorbing it into the Chaos Pearl. This was the essence of the Earth Mother. While the saints were oblivious, Xian Yuan, ever watchful of Ye Feng, took note. Fearing that Xian Yuan might disrupt his plans, Ye Feng transmitted, "Act as if you know nothing. I shall take care of the Earth Mother and return her to you in full." Xian Yuan, initially poised to cheer, recalled Ye Feng's warning to remain discreet, tempering his excitement and casting a grateful glance at Ye Feng. As Ye Feng contemplated his return to Pangu Mountain, the saints turned their attention towards him. Ye Feng, taken aback, quickly grasped the situation. He spoke, "The underworld lies in my eastern domain. When has it ever been linked to your western realm? It is premature to dispute this matter. Why not wait until events unfold before devising our strategies?" The saints recognized the wisdom in Ye Feng's words and ceased their quarrel. Although the underworld lacked a master, the 6 paths of reincarnation began to operate autonomously, continually drawing in souls from the primordial realm and guiding them into the 6 paths. Thus, the cycle of reincarnation officially commenced, albeit without a proprietor. One by one, the saints departed, leaving the witch clan in a state of dejection. The Earth Mother, as their ancestral witch, was inherently benevolent, despite occasional grievances from the other ancestral witches regarding her excessive kindness. As evidenced by Zhu Rong and Gong Gong's frequent challenges, they were now overcome with sorrow. As Ye Feng departed, he instructed Xian Yuan to keep the matter confidential, even from their kin, and though Xian Yuan was perplexed, he adhered to Ye Feng's directive. The witch clan, stricken by the loss of the Earth Mother, found the grand celestial array rendered inoperative, casting a pall of despair over them, enveloping the entire clan in a somber atmosphere. In stark contrast, the demon clan reveled in their newfound freedom, celebrating the absence of a formidable adversary. Wishing for the complete destruction of the witch clan, the 2 factions presented a striking juxtaposition. Upon returning to Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng extended his consciousness into the Chaos Pearl, revealing a primordial expanse. Within this realm lay 2 luminous orbs, one representing Pangu's essence, the other that of the Earth Mother. The essence of Pangu remained devoid of thought, necessitating Ye Feng's continuous evolution through the Chaos Pearl to eventually manifest Pangu. Conversely, the Earth Mother's essence was acutely aware. Upon Ye Feng's entrance, she appeared despondent, asking, "Why did you save me, senior brother?" Her demeanor reflected profound melancholy. For the moment preceding her transformation into the 6 paths, she had glimpsed the heavenly secrets, realizing that her witch clan and the demon clan were mere pawns beneath the celestial order, destined to be sacrifices. This prompted her willingness to embody the 6 paths, striving for a glimmer of hope for her kin. Ye Feng replied, "I saved you not for any other reason, but because you possess a heart capable of saving others." He regarded her with a gentle gaze and added, "Since you have the chance to survive, focus on your cultivation and do not squander Xuanyuan's goodwill." With that, he exited the Chaos Pearl. Ye Feng's demeanor has transformed. He is no longer the indifferent figure he once was. When he encounters someone he wishes to save, he acts without hesitation, disregarding the presence of several saints. Yet, he is genuinely curious about the extent of his own abilities and naturally wishes to engage in discourse with these esteemed beings. In the 47th chapter, titled The Emergence of the Demon Saint and the Battle Against the Saints, the land is overrun by dinosaurs, wreaking havoc upon the denizens of the realm. The essence of Earth Mother has been transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Yet her primordial spirit remains preserved by Ye Feng. The river of Hades has been rendered inert, deterred from causing further disturbances by Ye Feng's impressive display of power. Thus, the passage of millennia unfolds, during which the various sects refrain from sending their disciples down to the mortal realm. Occasionally, Western monks venture into the East to guide souls, but such incursions are trivial and largely ignored. Earth Mother, having been rejuvenated by Ye Feng's benevolent efforts, recovers her former strength, and after his reconstruction, she surpasses her previous incarnation as an ancestral shaman. The ancestral shamans rejoice upon hearing of Earth Mother's revival. Though her inherently combative nature remains unchanged, the revival of Earth Mother allows the celestial formations to activate once more, much to their delight. However, Earth Mother does not return to the ancestral hall, but instructs the other ancestral shamans to feign ignorance of her resurrection, intending to catch the demon clan off guard. Observing the unyielding martial nature of the shamanic people, Ye Feng resigns himself to the situation. However, Earth Mother's presence on Pangu Mountain poses a dilemma for Ye Feng, as Nuwa is also confined there, unbeknownst to her. Thus, Ye Feng withholds the existence of Pangu Hall from Earth Mother on the day of Earth Mother's resurrection. Trouble arises as the heavenly Tao reacts, deeming her survival an affront. Ye Feng, defying the heavens, faces the chaotic thunder that had previously sought him out, yet he effortlessly subdues it. Xianming frequently visits Pangu Mountain, much to Ye Feng's chagrin, as it seems his territory has become a social hub. Whenever Ye Feng contemplates speaking, Xianming, seemingly aware of his thoughts, interjects, "Brother, in this vast wilderness, aside from my sister, you're the one I trust the most at the border between Shihan and Dongshan Shenzhou." Deep within a chasm lies the lair of the demon saint. After thousands of years of consuming remnants, the demon saint has significantly enhanced his powers and can now contend with Hongjun without fear of defeat. Yet, Hongjun is unable to intervene, leaving the demon saint dissatisfied, yearning to devour humanity swiftly and surpass Hongjun, ensuring that no one in the primordial land can challenge him. With a sinister grin, the evil celestial descends from the lake teeming with monsters, proclaiming, "I, the evil celestial, have truly arrived in the primordial realm." His laughter echoes through the air. After a moment, he gestures towards the lake, from which numerous dinosaurs of varying sizes are ejected, heading towards the outside world. This time, the evil celestial is resolute in his intentions, disregarding the consequences as he releases all the dinosaurs. The seemingly small lake inexplicably harbors millions of dinosaurs, ranging from the size of a water buffalo to that of a swallow, all sharing a common trait: sharp teeth. Having accomplished this, the evil celestial ascends from the dragon cliff, aware that the saints will soon seek him out. The sudden appearance of dinosaurs plunges the primordial land into chaos, affecting not only the high-standing demon and crane clans, but also humanity, albeit the shaman and demon clans are better equipped to withstand the onslaught. Inevitably, humanity faces renewed suffering, for their journey of growth is fraught with challenges. As they scatter across the primordial land, they are frequently besieged by other beasts, suffering significant losses. Upon the dinosaurs' arrival, Ye Feng's brows furrow deeply as he observes their increasing numbers, unable to remain idle while the beings of the primordial land face annihilation. Thus, he strides into Shiha, Nyozhou. Zhuanti and Jiejing arrive ahead of Ye Feng, greeting one another as if anticipating something. Soon, the 3 purities saints join them, and upon seeing the assembly, the evil celestial reveals himself. His foul odor permeating the air for hundreds of miles, the saints wrinkle their noses in disgust at the stench, The evil celestial laughs. Greetings, saints. I, the evil celestial, have long admired your elevated status, and I have come to witness it firsthand. I had no idea my presence would draw you so quickly. Despite the challenging circumstances, the East and West unite harmoniously, as the saints cannot discern the true strength of this enigmatic figure in black. Yunti speaks first. Amit Ba, may I inquire why you have unleashed such a multitude of beasts, endangering the lives of the primordial beings? As saints, we cannot remain indifferent to this matter. The evil celestial laughs heartily. Ah, you are Yunti, are you not? A mere sapling dares to bark at me. He scoffs, directing a cold huff at Yunti. Yet, Yunti, being a saint, is not easily intimidated. He deftly absorbs the evil celestial's huff, which surprisingly carries a considerable amount of force. Seeing his younger brother attacked, Jiejing grows furious, for they have shared an unbreakable brotherly bond for countless eons. In defense of Yunti, he bellows, "How dare you harm my brother? You vile fiend! Witness my treasure!" He brandishes his purple gold bowl, unleashing radiant golden light at the evil celestial, only for it to vanish upon contact with his body. Stunned by the ineffectiveness of his strike, Jiejing realizes that even his powerful attack has failed to faze the evil celestial. As a saint, he is aware that the essence of a saint resides in the void, granting them access to the forces of the cosmos. The fact that his attack, capable of devastating half the primordial realm, was absorbed without consequence leaves him in shock. Observing the stalemate, Yuan Shi glances at Laozi, who nods for him to speak. Clearing his throat, Yuan Shi asserts, "Who are you to interfere in the primordial realm? Do you believe you can overpower all the saints present?" The evil celestial sneers, "If you don't believe me, feel free to test your strength." Nonetheless, the evil celestial harbors trepidations about Ye Feng. Uncertain of his current capabilities, Tong Tian, having borne witness to the events, finally interjects, "Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. The truth shall reveal itself." Thus, Laozi, who has remained silent until now, finally speaks. This evil celestial wields formidable power. Regardless of past grievances, we must unite today. That he glances at Ye Feng, acknowledging their previous conflicts. Ye Feng, impressed by Laozi's magnanimity, recognizes his capacity for forgiveness and responds, "Indeed, we must stand united against this common threat." Thus, the saints gather together. Facing the assembly of saints, the evil celestial dares not underestimate them and presents the demon wheel, though he primarily focuses on Ye Feng. Tong Tian is the first to strike, deploying the extermination swords to contain the evil celestial, recalling Hongjun's earlier warning that the 4 swords of extermination are unbreakable. The appearance of the extermination sword array elicits joy among the saints. In unison, Laozi unveils the Taiji diagram. Yuan Shi brandishes the Pangu banner. Yunti reveals the 7 treasures mysterious tree, and Jiejing raises his purple gold bowl. Ye Feng, while not summoning any treasures, remains vigilant, ready to intervene should the need arise. Meanwhile, in the realm of humanity, Ye Yuntian leads the people in a valiant struggle against the dinosaur onslaught. Despite Ye Yuntian's formidable cultivation, a single individual's strength is limited, even with the assistance of the 4 elders and countless skilled warriors. Their efforts prove insufficient against the overwhelming destructive power of the dinosaurs. With nearly 1 billion humans facing off against an unclear multitude of dinosaurs, the devastation is catastrophic, lacking the prowess of the shaman and demon clans, as well as their powerful artifacts. Humanity finds itself at a severe disadvantage. Many kneel in the direction of Beiju Lu Zhou, fervently beseeching, "We implore the great Emperor of creation to show mercy and save us." Others direct their prayers towards the distant heavens, unaware that Nuwa has already been subdued. Ye Feng, fully aware that humanity cannot withstand the dinosaur invasion, had previously instructed the sect members to rescue those in need, while ensuring that Earth Mother and Feng Linger remain stationed to the creation sect. Despite Earth Mother not being a member of the sect, the shaman clan, led by the ancestral shamans, fiercely battles the dinosaurs, whose might pales in comparison to the ancestral shamans, yet they still pose a threat to the lesser shamans. However, it is fortunate that the witch clan comprises valiant individuals. Although there are casualties, the losses remain minimal. Within the bounds of Pangu Mountain, the Earth Mother is anxiously pacing, yet she restrains herself from succumbing to the impulse of leaving the mountain. Instead, she collaborates with the disciples of the Tao of Creation to gradually expand outward from their sect, which entails the annihilation of the dinosaurs and the demon tribe of Buzhou Mountain. With the presence of the three quasi-saints, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Di Jun, and the demon master Kuanping, every foe that approaches is met with swift destruction. The Dong Huang Bell, wielded by Dong Huang Tai Yi, proves to be the bane of these dinosaurs. Although the dinosaurs have lost their capacity for independent thought, their senses of hearing and sight remain intact. Dong Huang Tai Yi relentlessly tolls the bell, sending shockwaves that cause bloodshed among the dinosaurs. In the meantime, Di Jun grows increasingly anxious due to the absence of news concerning his daughter Wang Shu, and he has been unable to contact Fuxi. Observing this, Dong Huang Tai Yi reassures him, saying, "Brother, do not fret. Your niece Wang Shu possesses formidable powers. She's unlikely to be harmed by these beasts. Moreover, Fuxi is there to protect her." After patting Di Jun's shoulder, Di Jun acknowledges that his worry is futile and can only resign himself to the situation. Chapter 48. The extermination of the immortal sword array and the battle against the demon saint, seeing Tongtian wield the four swords of extermination against him. The evil celestial does not intervene, eager to witness the true strength of this legendary, indomitable, immortal sword array. The evil celestial casts the demon wheel overhead to shield himself, quietly observing Tongtian's incantations. When Tongtian notices the evil celestial's stillness, he is elated, thinking that he has avoided a lengthy struggle. With the extermination sword in hand, Tongtian's courage swells as he declares, "Watch as I subdue this demon with the extermination sword array." He sends forth 4 beams of golden light from the 4 swords, and the array is formed. The evil celestial remains unmoving within the formation, igniting Tongtian's fury as he exclaims, "This demon dares to underestimate my extermination sword array. Let me show you how I will capture you." Tongtian channels his power, and the 4 swords respond to his every motion. Inside the array, the evil celestial feels the surroundings shift from icy tundra to searing flames, and massive celestial stones rain down upon him, followed by enormous sword lights rushing toward him. Yet the evil celestial remains still, for the manifestations of the sword array are mere illusions, as he utilizes his own power to render all that approaches him into nothingness. Frustrated at his inability to subdue the evil celestial, Tongtian's face flushes with determination as he intensifies his assault. With a resolute gesture, Tongtian raises both hands to the heavens, summoning a tempest of heavenly thunder and lightning. He guides the bolts into the array, but as they strike within 2 meters of the evil celestial, they vanish without a trace, leaving Tongtian infuriated. Nevertheless, he is yet to unleash his ultimate move. Realizing he cannot prevail against the evil celestial, Tongtian grits his teeth and proclaims, "Extermination sword array, unite into one." The extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trapping sword, and the absolute sword each radiate beams of light, colliding together to form an enormous sword of immense size. This giant sword exudes a potent aura of death, causing even the most stalwart saints to tremble involuntarily, though Ye Feng remains unfazed. Possessing a sword even more formidable than the 4 extermination swords and a higher cultivation than Tongtian, he stands unperturbed. The united sword surges toward the evil celestial, who grins wickedly and declares, "Come forth if you dare." As he extends his hand, a wave of black energy emerges, and upon contact with the giant's sword, it discharges a jolt of electricity. The evil celestial then toys with the massive sword, as if it were a mere plaything. Eventually, he directs the giant sword toward Tongtian, who is taken aback by the realization that his own treasured weapon has turned against him. With no time to contemplate, the sword approaches, and Tongtian hastily channels his power to seize it, but is sent reeling far back. Witnessing Tongtian's misfortune, the other saints are alarmed. If the extermination sword array cannot contain this demon, they must all engage together. If they do not eliminate him, their future will be bleak, and they can no longer concern themselves with matters of pride. Zhuan-Ti bellows, "Everyone, attack together and see how he responds." He leads the charge. Laozi, too, does not lag behind and readies his treasure for the assault. Ye Feng, however, does not immediately join the fray, instead darting around the others, which is precisely what the evil celestial fears, a potential ambush. Although he cannot vanquish him, such an encounter would still be unpleasant. Laozi's Taiji diagram emits a golden bridge aimed at the evil celestial, attempting to immobilize him. But inexplicably, the golden bridge disappears upon nearing the evil celestial, who laughs derisively, saying, "Laozi, do you truly believe your little Taiji diagram can restrain me? I have thoroughly studied your treasures and powers. Would I act so recklessly otherwise?" He concludes with a triumphant laugh, adding, "Moreover, I am merely toying with you. If I were to truly engage, you would not last 3 moves in my presence." Laozi, infuriated by the evil celestial's taunts, glares with indignation. Yet the evil celestial remains unfazed, increasing his offensive. Yuan persistently assaults the evil celestial with his innate treasures. But like Laozi, as soon as the energies emitted by the Pangu banner approach the evil celestial, they dissipate. Noticing Ye Feng's inaction, Yuan calls out, "Junior brother, when will you make your move?" With that, he intensifies his assault. Ye Feng is searching for a flaw in the evil celestial's defenses, yet despite his formidable cultivation, he cannot discern even the slightest weakness. At that moment, the demon wheel above the evil celestial emanates a layer of black light. Launching toward the others, they struggle to defend themselves, becoming increasingly disheveled as they realize the evil celestial had merely been toying with them before. Alarmed, they take extra precautions to outwit Ye Feng. Feeling despondent, muses, given the evil celestial's formidable presence, it seems that even the saints cannot contend with him. Should he emerge victorious, the primordial lands will plunge into despair. Thus, he reveals the long-dormant Chaos Sword. And as it surfaces, the skies darken and electrify, stunning the evil celestial. In his mind, he believes that such a chaos treasure could only rival Hongjun's Taoist jade plate. He never anticipated that Ye Feng possessed such a treasure. The other saints are equally astonished, realizing that Ye Feng has been harboring such a powerful artifact. Although they may not comprehend its true nature, the aura radiating from the Chaos Sword makes them deeply uncomfortable. Laozi recalls his previous confrontation with Ye Feng and realizes that even he, despite his might, had been unaware of its true strength. The evil celestial, sensing the gravity of the situation, declares, "Very well, you have concealed your capabilities well. However, if you wish to defeat me, you must first prove your worth." With that, the black light emanating from the demon wheel intensifies. Ye Feng, undeterred, charges into the fray, thrusting the Chaos Sword relentlessly at the evil celestial. His focus shifts predominantly to Ye Feng, leaving him momentarily vulnerable to the other saints. Though they cannot overpower the evil celestial, it is equally impossible for him to dispatch them effortlessly. After all, they are saints. The evil celestial, no longer holding back, employs the demon wheel with great finesse, alternating between crashing down and spinning to strike, demonstrating its capabilities to the fullest, albeit rather ungracefully. The evil celestial feels increasingly frustrated. Having initially underestimated the saint's strength, amidst the external threat, their extraordinary unity becomes apparent. Yuan, typically the most self-serving, even rushes to catch Zhuan when he is flung aside, and Laozi does the same for Tontian. This camaraderie among the saints truly exemplifies their brotherhood, while Ye Feng stands alone, engaged in battle. However, the others are unable to assist him, their efforts focused elsewhere. The evil celestial gradually finds himself at a disadvantage, sweat dripping from his gaunt and grotesque visage. Yet, Ye Feng is not without his own struggles, as the majority of the evil celestial's power is directed toward him, causing his hands to ache from wielding the sword. In the territory of the demon tribe, Buzhou Mountain, the chaos unfolds as various demons engage in relentless combat with the multitude of dinosaurs. The demon tribe leverages their advantageous position, inflicting heavy casualties upon the dinosaurs. The pitiful creatures, stripped of their capacity for thought by the evil celestial, continue to fight blindly. Donghuang Tai has not experienced such widespread slaughter in ages. Each toll of the Donghuang bell reduces countless dinosaurs to mere ashes. Meanwhile, Kuinpeng, swift as the wind, dispatches the flying pterosaurs from the sky as if scattering petals. Despite their loss of reason, a primal fear stirs within the dinosaurs. A colossal dinosaur, towering 2,000 zhong, bellows into the sky, seemingly summoning its kin, before turning to flee. The rest, whether on land or in the air, follow suit in a panicked escape, causing the very earth to tremble. The demons, taken aback by this unexpected display of instinct, find themselves momentarily stunned, resulting in many being toppled over. As they rise, they curse the dinosaurs for their cowardice. The demons attempt to pursue, but Dijun halts them, asserting these creatures are merely uncivilized beasts. There is no need to chase them, that we must tend to the battlefield, for our losses have been significant. The demons then turn their attention to managing the aftermath of the battle. Only those dinosaurs, either intentionally or unintentionally, rushed towards the realm of humanity, in the land of the witch clan. The ancestral witches were indifferent to these dinosaurs, yet they could not allow these creatures to harm their kin. Thus, they continuously battled against the dinosaurs. However, when these formidable dinosaurs reached the territories of the witch and demon clans, most of them were mercilessly slaughtered. The ground of the witch clan was littered with the corpses of these dinosaurs, as the 11 ancestral witches displayed their formidable prowess. Regardless of whether it was Xianyuan or Zhurong, any casual strike resulted in numerous dinosaurs meeting their demise in the land of the witches. Moreover, the great witch Xingtian wielded a massive axe and a shield, the legendary Pangu axe and the divine shield, wreaking havoc upon the enemies. The witch clan was inherently bloodthirsty, and Xingtian was akin to a bulldozer, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake, with blood and flesh flying in every direction. Despite Xianyuan being a woman, she was not inferior to any warrior. She moved like a flower fairy, her actions resembling a dance, intoxicating all who beheld her, yet not a single drop of dinosaur blood stained her garments. I could see this moment, deep within their hearts. The dinosaurs were gripped by fear, leading them to turn and flee, coincidentally heading towards the realm of humanity, just as the dinosaurs of the demon clan had done. The ancestral witches made no attempt to pursue, for conserving their strength was the greatest advantage. Outside the Azure Palace of the EC, the esteemed disciple Daobao Daoist led his fellow disciples into battle against the dinosaurs. With the spiritual treasures gifted by Ye Feng, along with their own, they soared through the air, relentlessly harvesting the bodies of the dinosaurs. Zhao Gongming and several holy mothers continuously engaged in combat, and the entire primordial land erupted into chaos, all caused by the dinosaurs conjured by the evil celestial lord. Regardless of the individual strength of the dinosaurs, it had become inconsequential. Now, they roamed the vast primordial land. Whether near the dark river or the domain of the mosquito Daoist, hordes of dinosaurs rampaged, slaughtering any living beings they encountered, employing group attacks against the powerful, and devouring the weaker ones. They exploited their numbers, and even more monstrous creatures continued to emerge from the bizarre lake at Dragon Cliff. Though the disciples of various sects faced such a multitude of beasts, they fought valiantly against the dinosaurs, maintaining order amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, the human race was at a disadvantage, being relentlessly pursued and attacked by the dinosaurs, many of whom were devoured due to their slower speed. The likes of Guang Chengzi and others from Kunlun Mountain were also engaged in fierce battles against the dinosaurs. Although the gods were powerful, the sheer number of dinosaurs proved overwhelming, resulting in a fierce stalemate. The Doshui Palace and the Nuwa Palace in the outer heaven remained unscathed. If the dinosaurs were to reach the outer heaven, it would pose a significant challenge for the witch and demon clans. Chapter 49. The human race, though weak, displays strong will. The treasure-distributing rock transforms into the demon-suppressing tower, in the realm of humanity. Ji Tian led his people in a relentless struggle against the dinosaurs. Some among the human race cried out in despair, questioning why their kind had faced such calamities since time immemorial, why their strength was so feeble, and why they were always subjected to slaughter. The more they pondered, the more sorrowful they became, igniting a fierce spirit within others. They were determined to fight back with all their might, leading to an increasing number of people, young and old alike, charging into battle against the dinosaurs. Yet, ultimately, their efforts were in vain. To the human race, the dinosaurs were nothing short of colossal behemoths without thought. and many were devoured. Why would the human race become the masters of the earth in the future? At this moment, their indomitable spirit shone through. As one group fell, another emerged to take their place. It must be noted that while the human race lacked formidable magical power and robust physiques, they possessed an indomitable spirit, charging forward without fear of death. Within Pangu Mountain, Nuwa was filled with anxiety. The fates of the demon and human races were intertwined with her own. She knew that the demon race could manage without her assistance, but the human race was so weak. After all, they were her creations, and that bond could never be severed. However, the heavenly yellow luminous tower was sealed by Hongjun himself, something Nuwa could not easily resolve. The last time the dinosaurs ravaged the human race, Nuwa had intended to intervene, but was stopped by Hongjun, resulting in Ye Feng's misunderstanding. Now, she could only fret silently, for even communication with the heavenly yellow luminous tower was impossible. All she could do was pray for the safety of humanity in the outer heaven. Ye Feng and his companions were fiercely battling the evil celestial lord. At this moment, Ye Feng bore the marks of combat. A wound from the evil celestial lord's demon heaven wheel marred his right chest. Although the resilience of a sage was formidable, Ye Feng's injury showed no signs of healing, and he could not fathom the reason behind it. Fortunately, he had managed to control the wound to prevent further deterioration. Laozi and his companions were similarly injured, their appearances far from the dignified sages they were. Ye Yuntian's face was charred black, and he had no time to clean it, while Jane bore the scars of a mountain fire. Laozi's once pristine white beard was now entirely blackened, and he was covered in blood. Yuan Shi fared even worse, limping painfully from an injury inflicted by the evil celestial lord. Tong Tian had a large hole in his abdomen, gasping for breath. In contrast, the evil celestial lord was also severely wounded. A third of his dark form diminished, his body and legs sustaining various injuries. Yet his face was contorted with rage. He had never anticipated that he could be injured, having underestimated the strength of the sages, especially that of Ye Feng. The entire primordial land trembled from their clash. After a brief pause in combat, all 7 participants stood, panting heavily. Ye Feng, now fueled by righteous fury, coldly declared, "Evil celestial lord, I know that killing you is impossible, but I shall seal you today, even at the cost of my life." With that, he continued to gasp for breath. The evil celestial lord, controlling his injuries, retorted, "I underestimated your strength, but to seal me, you lack the ability. Do not speak grandly without fear of biting your tongue." He finished with a derisive laugh. Yuan Shi, infuriated, declared, "You vile demon, even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me." His anger caused him to cough incessantly. The evil celestial lord mocked him, "With your strength, be careful not to die before you kill me. That would be unfortunate." His words twisted Yuan Shi's face with rage. Zhuan Ti and Jie remained silent, focusing on gathering their powers, awaiting the opportune moment to strike at this time. The usually silent Laozi spoke, "My fellow disciples, we must give our all. If we do not eliminate this demon today, the primordial land may cease to exist." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Ye Feng. Understanding Laozi's intent, Ye Feng, who had previously clashed with him, sensed the concern that Laozi had regarding his commitment. Irritated, Ye Feng scoffed, "If the master has not put forth his full effort, perhaps you would not find yourself in this predicament." Nevertheless, he did not push the matter too far, saying, "Eldest brother's words hold truth. We must all exert ourselves." He then communicated with Laozi and the others. "In a moment, I will coordinate with the eldest brother for a combined assault, while the 4 of you attack the evil celestial lord from the sides, seizing any opportunity to strike decisively." They all nodded in agreement. The evil celestial lord, however, merely scoffed. He was not afraid of them, but he was concerned about the silent presence of Hongjun. If Hongjun were to intervene, his fate would be sealed. Just as he contemplated this, a figure emerged from the chaos, a white-haired elder with a benevolent demeanor. The reactions of the crowd were starkly different. The sages were filled with excitement, while the evil celestial lord's face contorted with rage and fear. "Hongjun, did you not merge with the heavenly Tao and refrain from intervening? You should not go against the natural order," he exclaimed. Hongjun approached slowly, his presence devoid of any ostentation. yet none dared to underestimate him. For he was Hongjun, he observed the evil celestial lord with a neutral expression, pushing the latter to the brink of losing his composure. Finally, Hongjun spoke. I did not say I would intervene. I merely came to spectate. With that, he took a step back, indicating that they should continue fighting while he watched. The evil celestial lord was infuriated, wishing to slap Hongjun, but he was also aware of the sages watching closely. At this moment, Hongjun turned to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, do you remember the treasure-distributing rock? Ye Feng was taken aback. Why was Hongjun bringing this up now? He replied, somewhat embarrassed. What about it? It was the very rock Ye Feng had casually taken after Hongjun had distributed treasures. Seeing Ye Feng's expression, Hongjun smiled. Could you bring it to me? I have great use for it. Reluctantly, Ye Feng produced the treasure-distributing rock and handed it to Hongjun. The latter gazed at it nostalgically, and in an instant, it transformed into a 9-layered black tower, exuding an aura of chaos. Ye Feng was taken aback, regretting that he had not paid more attention to the rock he had taken, realizing it held such significance. Hongjun declared, this is the demon-suppressing tower, a treasure of chaos. I originally transformed it into the shape of the treasure-distributing rock to see who had the fortune to claim it, that I never expected it would end up in your hands. Only to find you have misused it. He stroked the demon-suppressing tower with nostalgia, while Ye Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. After expressing these thoughts, Hongjun looked at the few individuals with interest and said, you may begin your battle. The group was momentarily taken aback, yet they disregarded Hongjun and launched their attack on Xianzhen. In truth, Hongjun found himself in a difficult position. It was not that he was incapable of intervening, but rather that even he could not guarantee victory against Ye Yuntian. Thus, he chose to wait until the others had sustained injuries before making his move, at which point he could exert pressure on Ye Yuntian. The Jinma Tower was perfectly situated to suppress Ye Yuntian. Although Hongjun appeared calm and composed on the sidelines, his heart was filled with concern, for he needed to seize the opportune moment to capture Ye Yuntian. As Ye Yuntian remained vigilant of Hongjun, the others continued their fierce battle. Under the influence of Hongjun, Ye Yuntian found himself in a highly passive position, struggling to breathe under the onslaught of the group. Nevertheless, being a formidable being, he gradually began to turn the tide of battle. At that moment, Ye Feng, disregarding everything else, wielded the Chaos Sword, unleashing relentless waves of chaotic sword energy upon Ye Yuntian, provoking the latter's deep-seated wrath. With Hongjun's presence, the other sages felt a sense of relief, and their attacks became more measured. Though lacking the previous ferocity, they were imbued with greater strength. The group had also regained much of their magical energy during their brief respite. Ye Feng, however, refrained from revealing his creation Heavenly Book and creation Green Lotus, knowing that preserving some strength was essential for his survival. Ye Yuntian, enraged by their assault, paid little heed to Hongjun, focusing 9/10 of his attention on the battle, while keeping a fraction on Hongjun, which intensified the pressure on the group. They fought valiantly against the onslaught. In a fit of rage, Ye Yuntian wielded the Matian wheel against them, causing chaos as they scrambled to defend themselves. At this moment, Ye Feng surmised Hongjun's intentions and recklessly provoked Ye Yuntian, hoping that in the ensuing confusion, Hongjun could capitalize on the situation. Ye Yuntian, further incensed, perceived Ye Feng as harboring a deep-seated vendetta against him, attacking with an intensity that suggested he would not rest until he had utterly obliterated his opponent, leaving Ye Yuntian perplexed. The other sages gradually comprehended Hongjun's strategy. Having mentioned that the tower was the Jinma Tower, they recognized the significance of Hongjun's arrival and increased their offensive. However, this escalation came at a cost, as Ye Yuntian, driven by fury, unleashed devastating strikes upon them, inflicting further wounds at that moment. Ye Yuntian seized an opportunity, channeling his full magical power towards Ye Feng. Taken aback by Ye Yuntian's rashness in confronting so many sages, Ye Feng was struck by the Matian wheel, sent flying 100 miles and spitting blood. Yet he stubbornly rose to rejoin the fray. Ye Yuntian's agitation mounted as he became acutely aware of the dire situation facing his dragon army, suffering significant losses, compounded by the relentless assaults from Hongjun and the sages. He had never endured such humiliation, merely seeking to stretch his limbs, only to find himself besieged by these sages. Fearful for his own standing, in a moment of negligence, he was struck by Ye Feng's chaos sword. Eliciting a grimace of pain, glaring venomously at Ye Feng, he found himself momentarily distracted, allowing Hongjun, who had remained on the sidelines, to finally in an instant. The Jinma Tower soared above Ye Tianzuan, expanding to an immense size, emanating a golden glow from within as it forcefully drew him in. Enraged, Ye Tianzuan spat, "Hongjun, you are despicable." Yet Hongjun remained silent, intensifying his absorption of Ye Tianzuan's power. Reluctantly, Ye Tianzuan retaliated, launching a beam of black light from the Matian wheel towards the Jinma Tower. The clash of energies caused the tower to tremble violently, nearly toppling, and Ye Tianzuan felt the strain as well, for he and Hongjun were of equal caliber, both grunting in discomfort. However, the sages understood the pivotal moment and continued their assaults on Ye Tianzuan, preventing him from focusing on the Jinma Tower. "You shameless sages," Ye Tianzuan roared, "since you resort to such despicable tactics." At that moment, Hongjun, who was still channeling power in the tower, retorted, "We may be despicable, but we do so to protect countless lives, and no matter how you protest, today marks your rise and your fall." With that, he amplified his absorption of power, faced with the combined might of Hongjun and the sages. Ye Tianzuan realized he was outmatched. A powerful strike from Ye Feng forced him back, bringing him closer to the Jinma Tower. The scene formed a striking tableau. Hongjun atop the Jinma Tower, drawing in Ye Tianzuan, while the sages relentlessly assaulted him from below. One could not deny Ye Tianzuan's prowess. I could see that moment. The sages synchronized their efforts, as if in agreement, channeling their remaining magical energy towards Ye Tianzuan. The collective power of 6 sages was not something Ye Tianzuan could easily withstand, and he was propelled towards the Jinma Tower. Realizing he was on the brink of being consumed by the tower, Ye Tianzuan felt a pang of regret for his previous arrogance. Nevertheless, he summoned all his strength to strike the tower's wall, causing it to quiver, yet ultimately remaining steadfast, in a fit of defiance. Ye Tianzuan bellowed, "I will return," and was subsequently drawn into the tower. The sages exhaled in relief, while Hongjun swiftly descended, reinforcing the tower's formation and restrictions. The 6 sages joined in, collectively imposing their prohibitions upon the Jinma Tower. Chapter 50. Ye Feng, the master of dinosaurs as the sun set, casting a melancholic glow over the land. The desolate state of the Hongjun realm became apparent. Although the witch and demon clans had successfully repelled the dinosaurs, the aftermath was one of devastation, with corpses strewn across the land, both dinosaur and human alike. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle between the sages and Ye Tianzuan, the situation in the human territories was dire. The humans, incited by the dinosaurs, fought with unprecedented ferocity, oblivious to the grim fate awaiting them. The dinosaurs, having been driven back by the witch and demon clans, now turned their attention towards the human lands, leaving destruction in their wake. The once vibrant land was now marred by chaos, as monstrous beasts surged toward a singular destination, the consequences of which were all too foreseeable. Human expressions are inherently rich, embodying a spectrum of emotions from rage to sorrow or joy. However, when all expressions fade, it signifies either a natural disposition or a heart rendered desolate. I could see that moment. Ye Yuntian exemplified this, his face devoid of color, numbly battling the dinosaurs. His aged frame appeared on the brink of collapse amidst the rain and wind, yet he persisted with stubborn resolve, lacking the strength of the witch and demon clans. The human race found themselves powerless against the dinosaurs, devoid of powerful disciples or protective formations. They could only rely on themselves. Yet countless humans fell prey to the merciless onslaught, for even the strongest would eventually succumb. Let alone an elderly man like Ye Yuntian. Ye Yuntian lethargically swung his arms. A thunderous roar reverberated, jolting his frozen heart back to life. He beheld countless dinosaurs charging towards the human lands from hundreds of miles away. A sight that brought forth a cry of despair. Our clan is doomed. These were the very dinosaurs that had been repelled by the witch and demon clans. The human race was scattered across the vast expanse of Hongjun. Yet a significant portion had congregated at Wanqiu. However, this time, The dinosaur threat was not localized. It engulfed the entirety of Hongjun. The relentless assault showed no signs of abating. Just as the dinosaurs were about to reach Wanxiu, they abruptly halted, their massive eyes shifting from a dull sheen to a chilling clarity, though their bloodlust remained palpable. This was due to Ye Yuntian being subdued by the sages. The dinosaurs had broken free from his control. Yet, being creatures born for slaughter, the sight of the diminutive humans ignited their primal instincts, leading to a cacophony of battle cries. Feng Ling'er and her companions, alongside various monsters and spirits from the northern region, united to drive the dinosaurs out of the North Jilu prefecture. However, the direction in which the dinosaurs retreated was towards the human lands. Ye Feng had previously instructed that the humans were weak and in need of assistance. Without hesitation, Feng Ling'er led her followers from the creation sect towards the human territories, leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake. Yet scarcely a human corpse was found, as they had all been devoured by the dinosaurs. Upon reaching Wanxiu, Feng Ling'er and her companions were taken aback by the horrific scene before them. Though familiar with large-scale devastation, they still turned away, unable to bear the sight. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs and spilled entrails, a gruesome tableau visible as far as the eye could see. Despite the dinosaurs breaking free from Ye Yuntian's control, they had not consumed the entirety of the human race. Now unleashed, their ferocity was fully revealed, as they opened their massive jaws, swallowing entire humans whole. Those towering teeth crushed and dismembered the unfortunate souls caught in their path. Hongjun leapt up, bellowing in rage. Truly, they are less than beasts. His face contorted with fury. Hongjun echoed his sentiments. As disciples of the creation sect, we are bound to follow the will of heaven and act for the benefit of all. If we do not intervene now, we shall be unworthy of our master. With that, he was the first to charge forward. Feng Ling'er, though accustomed to managing affairs within Pangu Mountain, found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the scene. Seeing Hongjun take off, she called out, "Follow him," and swiftly pursued. After flying tens of thousands of miles, the crowd finally arrived over Wanxiu, but the sight before them was utterly chilling. Hongjun had already plunged down to confront the dinosaur army. And Feng Ling'er, without hesitation, led the others to charge toward the dinosaur horde. They soon realized that countless dinosaurs had encircled the human race, mercilessly slaughtering them. The population of the Wanxiu humans had dwindled to merely a few million, and the numbers continued to decline at Jiktan, bloodied and battered, and several elder figures flew about, desperately attempting to rescue as many as they could. Within the human ranks, one circle after another formed. The elderly, the weak, and women and children knelt in the inner circle of the virtual city, incessantly pleading to the divine for help. Some called upon Nuwa, others begged for assistance from Ye Feng, while some recklessly sought aid from Laozi. Meanwhile, the brave warriors on the periphery were locked in a fierce battle with the dinosaurs. When Feng Ling'er and her companions arrived, they invigorated the human forces, prompting them to fight valiantly. Yet, the dinosaurs were no longer the mindless killing machines they once were. They had regained their intelligence and were now cunning opponents. The hapless human race was no match for them and continued to suffer losses. Feng Ling'er and her companions could hardly fathom that these once dull creatures had now become organized and adept at evading attacks. Had they encountered the dinosaurs back in the northern Jilu continent, it would have been exceedingly difficult for them to fend them off. Regardless of the circumstances, there was no time for hesitation. The disciples of the creation sect continued their relentless battle against the dinosaurs. Meanwhile, Nuwa, beneath the Xianhuang pagoda, was already in tears. Revered as the mother of humanity, she had long regarded the human race as her own children. Though she could not intervene directly, her status as a saint made her acutely aware of humanity's plight, and she lamented her inability to assist. The saint of reincarnation remained heartless, and at that moment, Nuwa's demeanor betrayed her sanctity. After capturing the evil heavenly sovereign, Hongjun vanished, leaving behind a profound remark. The calamity of the dinosaurs must be addressed by someone. With a knowing glance at the saints, he disappeared. Laozi, as the leader of humanity's teachings and the elder brother of many, felt compelled to act. He cast a glance at Ye Feng before setting forth toward the primordial land. Ye Feng also exchanged glances with the other saints before heading to the primordial realm. The other saints, though concerned, were preoccupied with their own domains. Zhuan Ti and Ye Yuntian hastily departed for the western Hinyo continent, unwilling to linger and witness the loss of their disciples. Yuan Shi, too, made his way back to Kunlun Mountain, fearing for the safety of his own disciples that Ye Feng and Laozi arrived at Wanqiao, and even as saints, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. They had not anticipated the magnitude of the disaster brought forth by the evil heavenly sovereign. Laozi silently counted his blessings that his own sanctuary lay beyond the heavens. Ye Feng's aura grew increasingly frigid, startling even Laozi beside him. With a sweep of his consciousness, Ye Feng grasped the situation in the primordial land and chose not to speak further with Laozi. He summoned the Qian Kuan Ding and hurled it skyward, causing it to expand until it reached a size of millions of zhong. With a fierce roar, Ye Feng infused the ding with a surge of azure light, illuminating the primordial land in its golden radiance. The dinosaurs were all drawn into the Qian Kuan Ding, unable to escape their fate, and in Ye Feng's wrath, those who crossed his path were met with a grim end. Laozi, witnessing Ye Feng's actions, produced the Taiji diagram, which ascended into the sky, also expanding to a colossal size. T2 emitted golden light, drawing in countless dinosaurs until they were ensnared within its confines. Though both were saints, they had sustained injuries, and now exerting such immense force took a toll on their countenances. They continued to gather their foes, and within a quarter of an hour, the primordial land was left with only a few straggling dinosaurs, all of which were swiftly eliminated by the onslaught of their comrades. Ye Feng stowed the Qian Kuan Ding, which shrank to the size of a palm. Peering inside, he beheld countless miniature dinosaurs futilely battering against the walls of the ding, desperately attempting to escape. However, the Qian Kuan Ding, a treasure of primordial origin, was beyond their capacity to breach. Frustration coursed through Ye Feng, and he glared coldly at the scene. With a slight exertion, he made the dinosaurs within vanish into nothingness. Laozi, too, though not known for his benevolence, diminished the Taiji diagram, and with a forceful grip, caused multitudes of dinosaurs to dissolve into the void. That moment, Ye Feng turned to Laozi, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance on behalf of the human race. Regardless of our past conflicts, today I owe you this respect." After a respectful bow, he stood upright. Laozi, taken aback by such reverence from the humans, nonetheless replied, "As the leader of humanity's teachings, this is but my duty." With that, he departed towards the heavens. Ye Feng descended to the human realm, where he beheld the dwindling remnants of his kin. Some were bathed in tears, while others wore expressions of mixed sorrow and joy. A myriad of emotions flooded the scene, prompting him to feel a profound sadness. Feng Linger and the others gathered around Ye Feng, bowing in respect. "We pay our respects, Master Leader," they said. Yet Feng Linger's eyes were red with tears. Witnessing such devastation was unbearable for her, being a young woman, apart from the members of the creation sect. All present were engulfed in grief. Ye Feng addressed the crowd. "You have all done well. Regardless of the outcome, at least you fought valiantly." Upon seeing the creation emperor, the remaining humans knelt and wept, expressing their gratitude. This sight deepened Ye Feng's sorrow. Jitan, bloodied and battered, approached Ye Feng, saying, "Emperor, I feel I have failed to meet your expectations. The human race is now." He choked on his words, unable to continue. Indeed, who could remain unscathed in the face of such tragedy, witnessing their kin slaughtered to near extinction? Ye Feng stepped forward and lifted Jitan, understanding the turmoil in his heart. Yet, the events had transpired, and Ye Feng felt powerless. Sharing in the pain, he constantly questioned himself. Having come to the primordial land, why could he not alter these fates? Why must his ancestors endure the same fate of slaughter? As Ye Feng helped Jitan to his feet, Jitan felt a surge of emotion, but the grief over his fallen kin had left his spirit battered, rendering him indifferent to the gesture. With a heavy sigh, Ye Feng declared, "Let the dead rest in peace. Those who remain must endure and thrive." Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, he retrieved the Qian Kuan Ding once more, casting it into the sky, where it expanded to an immense size, encompassing the entirety of the primordial land. Pointing to the ding, a radiant spectrum of light burst forth, sweeping across the land. As the light passed, shattered mountains and rivers were restored to their former glory, and the fallen bodies melded back into the earth. Everything returned to its previous state, save for the absence of the people who had once inhabited it. After completing this monumental task, Ye Feng coughed lightly, a drop of blood staining his robe. His wounds had worsened from the continuous exertion of power, yet he concealed this from others. As he concluded his efforts, the heavens did not rain down golden light of virtue. Instead, white snowflakes began to fall, blanketing everything in a pristine layer, as if nothing had ever transpired. The human race, beset by calamity, seemed to find an end, and Ye Feng sighed, turning to address them. To those who live, cherish your lives, and do not let the sacrifices of the fallen be in vain. With that, he turned towards Pangu Mountain, his silhouette embodying solitude and desolation. The disciples hurriedly followed Ye Feng, leaving behind a sea of humanity. Though the white snow appeared to cover all, the pain etched in their hearts would remain forever, and the image of that solitary figure would never be erased. In Wanxiu, a faint silhouette of an elder could still be discerned, so lonely, so resolute. The sun in the west gradually sank lower on this snowy day. Chapter 51. The calamity of each sect reaches Chifeng Mountain after Chang'e was imprisoned. He emerged, Ye Feng returned to Pangu Mountain, ignoring the gathered disciples as he made his way to the Pangu Hall. Upon entering, Nuwa's voice rang out, "Junior brother, you are injured?" Ye Feng managed a faint smile, saying, "It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." Nuwa, however, could not be easily convinced. Though trapped beneath the Xianhuang pagoda, her saintly prowess allowed her to discern the severity of Ye Feng's wounds. Yet, as he chose to remain silent, she could only suppress her concerns. It was then that Nuwa realized her feelings for Ye Feng had become inescapable. Yet, he remained unusually distant, and despite being a saint, she was still a woman, possessing her own vulnerabilities. From the moment she first encountered Ye Feng, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. But her modesty held her back from expressing her curiosity. Ye Feng, a visitor from the future, held great respect for Nuwa. Having grown up in a small mountain village, he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of romantic feelings, and amidst the tumult of this primordial world, such thoughts hardly crossed his mind. The notion of the human race seeking unity seemed entirely natural to him, and he had never considered his own role in this moment. Nuwa let out a soft sigh and said, "Junior brother, why do you deceive me?" Though Nuwa is trapped within the tower, her powers remain intact. You, as always, selflessly give without seeking any return, yet you often emerge battered and bruised. Upon hearing Nuwa's voice, Ye Feng felt a tremor deep within his soul. Nevertheless, he calmly replied, "Sister, there is no need for concern. These minor injuries are of little consequence to me." As he spoke, a faint trace of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. Nuwa, unable to see but sensing his plight, quickly urged, "Junior brother, tend to your wounds now. For the time being, matters of the primordial lands can wait. You need not worry." With that, she gazed at Ye Feng, her expression filled with urgency. Understanding her concern, Ye Feng chose to remain silent, closing his eyes and sitting quietly on the tranquil meditation cushion that had always accompanied him. Nuwa silently attuned herself to Ye Feng, observing this usually unassuming junior who consistently stepped forward in times of peril, far surpassing those self-righteous sages in virtue. Unconsciously, she became entranced by him. Though Ye Feng's injuries were severe, he had not realized that the faith of the human race acted as a miraculous balm for healing, allowing his wounds to gradually mend. Before entering seclusion, he had instructed Feng Ling and others to refrain from leaving the mountain. Although the disciples of various sects had sustained some injuries, their foundations remained intact. The sages understood that they had escaped by mere chance. Had Hongjun not intervened, the outcome would have been uncertain. Thus, they ordered the sealing of islands and mountains, forbidding any from venturing forth. The sages were acutely aware that the calamity facing the Wu and Yao tribes was imminent, and they dared not risk their disciples' safety by allowing them to descend from the mountains. Meanwhile, Kunni and Jane wore expressions of worry, grieving over the significant losses suffered by their Buddhist disciples during this latest catastrophe, lamenting the many lives lost among the Buddha's children and grandchildren. Yet, in a fleeting moment, The two regained their composure, contemplating how to continue their missionary work in the East. It must be said that both were indeed individuals of great wisdom. In the realm of humanity, although Ye Feng had restored the buildings, and such with his unparalleled magic, the population was not as plentiful as before. Ye Yuntian, with his aged body, continued to uphold the construction of the human race, persevering time and time again. However, his heart underwent transformations with each trial. As one experiences more, the heart grows weary, losing the ambitions of youth. Now, he simply wished to preserve the remaining members of his tribe, aiming for nothing more than to ensure a peaceful life for them. For an elderly man who has endured so much hardship, this was no small feat yet. The future development of humanity was beyond his current foresight. Thus, time gradually slipped away, and countless years passed in the blink of an eye. Many had forgotten the once feared monster battles, yet the population began to thrive once more, with families enjoying joyous lives. Ho Tu was returned to the Wu tribe by Ye Feng, and aside from Xianming, the rest of the Wu tribe rejoiced. However, the ancestral shamans decided that Ho Tu must not be allowed to appear before the public, lest she become a target for the demon tribe. Ye Feng continued to pursue his desires, doing what he deemed necessary. Although the heavenly Tao occasionally sought to trouble him, he handled it with ease. Following the dinosaur conflict, the Wu and Yao tribes, having suffered minimal losses, gradually resumed their skirmishes, though these were merely minor disputes. Beneath a lofty mountain, over 100 households resided, with smoke curling from their chimneys. The elders gathered together, reminiscing about the past, while the women exchanged mundane chatter. That a group of young maidens, dressed like butterflies, gathered by the lakeside to wash clothes, their laughter echoing across the water. Among them was an exceptionally beautiful girl, whose skin rivaled snow, her brows resembling spring mountains, her face akin to peach blossoms, and her hands like jade. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with emotion, and her white garments reflected in the water, making her appear as if she were a celestial being, perhaps even surpassing the celestial maidens. This enchanting girl was none other than Chang'e. The villagers were well aware of Chang'e, yet she was an orphan, taken in by the village elders during her childhood and relying on their support ever since. Chang'e was dutiful and kind-hearted, always the first to lend a helping hand in times of trouble, earning the villagers' affection. Now, at the age of 18, she stood on the brink of marriage, and her every smile was enough to make hearts swoon, causing many young men in the village to aspire to win her hand point one day. As usual, Chang'e and the village maidens arrived at the lakeside to wash clothes. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the water, sending the girls fleeing in terror. Standing atop the surging waves was a fearsome giant with a twisted visage. Chang'e, stunned by fear, did not hear her companion's cries. The monstrous creature let out a chilling shriek and lunged towards her, sweeping her up before plunging into the depths below. This beast was a flower dragon, and upon its appearance, the villagers mistook it for a monster, having recently caught a glimpse of Chang'e's stunning beauty. It harbored ill intentions, seizing the opportunity to abduct her while she was at the lakeside with the other maidens. As Chang'e fell into the water, the villagers quickly armed themselves with sticks and rushed towards the lake. However, when they reached the shore, there was nothing left of Chang'e but a fleeting shadow. Shocked gasps filled the air, and some maidens began to weep, while those enamored with Chang'e seethed with rage, hurling stones into the water. Yet to no avail. Ho-E, the great shaman of the Wu tribe, was a master archer, possessing unparalleled skill with the bow and arrow, wielding the Qiankoan falling sun bow. The constant battles between the Wu and Yao tribes had left Ho-E feeling despondent. Watching as his brothers and sisters perished one by one, he began to resent his entanglement in this conflict. One day, while wandering outside the tribe in boredom, he was drawn to a commotion. Frowning, he approached the source of the noise. Upon nearing the scene, Ho-E found over 100 humans encircling a lake, their faces filled with rage as they shouted at the water and threw stones. Puzzled, he grabbed an elderly man nearby and inquired, "Elder, what has transpired?" The old man, upon seeing Ho-Ye's honest demeanor, assumed he was from another tribe and replied, "Alas, a life so innocent has been lost." He wiped his tears with his sleeve as he spoke. Ho-E, perplexed, urged, "Please, elder, elaborate." He maintained a humble demeanor, speaking kindly to the elder. After collecting himself, the old man said, "In our village, there's a beautiful woman named Chang'e, universally recognized as the most stunning maiden. Moreover, Chang'e has a kind heart, treating others with peace and being dutiful to the elderly. However, today a water monster emerged from the lake and took her away." Tears streamed down the old man's face as he recounted the tale. Upon hearing this, he was filled with rage. Being a man of integrity, he could not stand idly by. He shouted, "Elder, do not despair. Allow me to confront that water monster and rescue Chang'e." His thunderous voice startled the onlookers, who sensed his sincerity and began to feel hopeful that he could save Chang'e. Expressing their gratitude, He then commanded the crowd, "Step back." They complied, retreating as He drew the Qian falling sun bow from his back. He knocked an arrow, forming a perfect crescent shape. As a slender beam of yellow light coalesced, a testament to his magical prowess, with a mighty shout, he released the arrow, which soared towards the lake, causing an explosion of water as the lake erupted like a boiling pot, sending the villagers scattering in fright. Yet, the outcome was favorable. A massive flower dragon, hundreds of feet long, burst from the lake with a deafening roar that shook the earth, stunning the villagers. The dragon soared into the sky, spotting He standing defiantly among the humans. Seizing the moment, He pulled back his bowstring, another arrow taking shape as the yellow arrow shot towards the flower dragon. The beast felt an overwhelming sense of dread, attempting to evade the oncoming attack. However, it was too late. The arrow tore through its scales, and the dragon let out a pained cry. Realizing it was no match for the dragon descended to the ground, transforming into a young man clad in yellow. His eyes gleaming with malice, he glared at and said, "You, why do you seek to harm me? I bear no grudge against you with that." He shot a menacing look at Taken aback by the audacity, replied, "Release Chang'e, and I shall spare your life." His words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The flower dragon, realizing Ye's intentions, sneered, "Ah, so you covet beauty. Once she is in my grasp, you need not dream of reclaiming her." With that, the dragon transformed back into its monstrous form and charged at Excitement surged through as he decided not to use his bow, instead charging at the flower dragon with his bare hands. The strength of the Wu tribe was fully manifested, and though the flower dragon was formidable, his fate was sealed against the might of Ye. Unbeknownst to the dragon, he had drawn a steel fork, glinting in the light, which he wielded with fierce intent. The villagers had gathered around, cheering Ye on, further aggravating the already enraged flower dragon. Although Ye may appear to be honest and unassuming when it comes to combat, he is anything but timid. He fights with boldness and vigor. The flower dragon, who was never a match for him, merely took advantage of its nimble reach. Ye realized that if the battle continued in this manner, there would be no chance to save anyone, and Chang'e would have perished long ago. Unfazed by the gossip of others, he seized the opportunity while the flower dragon was momentarily incapacitated, knocking an arrow to his celestial bow. The Qian falling Sunday, the flower dragon, taken aback by Ye's use of a bow and arrow, hastily attempted to evade, but still suffered a deep gash across its abdomen. In agony, the flower dragon bared its teeth, and, seeing Ye draw back his bow once more, shouted in fury, "You black giant! Wait for me! I shall return!" With that, the flower dragon fled. It was precisely because of this escape that the subsequent calamities for Ye and Chang'e began to unfold, a fact that Ye remained blissfully unaware of at the time. As the flower dragon retreated, the crowd erupted in joyous celebration, only to be struck by panic upon recalling that Chang'e had yet to be rescued. At that moment, a figure emerged from the center of the lake. It was Chang'e, who had been abducted by the flower dragon. The villagers in Ye hurriedly brought her ashore. That Chang'e had merely fainted from lack of air, and thanks to the villagers' efforts, she soon opened her eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion at her rescue, she could scarcely utter a word, her tears flowing freely. The villagers took turns recounting the events to Chang'e. Upon following their gazes, noticed Ye, the black giant, and offered him a simple, endearing smile, raising her hands in acknowledgement of the triviality of the matter. It was then that Yi truly recognized Chang'e's extraordinary beauty. Among all the women he had encountered, only Ho Tu and Xianming could rival her allure. Bashfully, he turned his gaze away. Meanwhile, Chang'e's heart stirred with an undeniable affection. Her hero had indeed appeared, albeit a bit too humble. Thus, their first meeting unfolded in such a manner. The villagers joyfully escorted Chang'e back home. Chapter 52. The 10 Golden Crows appear in the wilderness. Chaos unleashed by Kwafu in the realm of heroes and beautiful maidens. The beauty loves the hero. From that day forth, He would frequently visit the village of the human race. Over time, he and Chang'e developed a deep bond and eventually became husband and wife. The young men of the village could not help but feel envious, though none dared to challenge Yi, leaving them to admire from a distance. Following this, many attempted to imitate Yi, performing heroic deeds to win the hearts of maidens, unaware that he had set a precedent for future generations. The two lived a life filled with love and devotion, yet Yi often found himself lost in thought, sighing deeply. If the Wu and Yao clans were to go to war, as the chief shaman of the Wu clan, how could he possibly escape the responsibilities of battle? Despite his aversion to war, he could not simply abandon his kin. Whenever Chang'e inquired about his troubles, he would falter and remain silent till this day. Chang'e was still unaware that Yi was the great shaman of the Wu clan. Thus, the years passed, and Chang'e had never set foot in Yi's tribe. He was devoid of any airs of superiority, forging strong bonds with the village's elders and children, always willing to lend a helping hand. Gradually, the young men of the village accepted him, acknowledging that no woman was worth hanging one's hopes upon a solitary tree. However, the Wu clan remained oblivious to the fact that their leader had married a woman from the human race, a matter for another time. It is said that Emperor Jun and he bore 10 sons, known as the 10 Golden Crows. Although these 10 crows shared the same 3-legged form as Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai, their prowess was lacking to prevent his sons from drawing the ire of the wilderness. Emperor Jun placed them in the farthest east, where a towering phoenix tree stood, allowing the 10 sons of the demon tribe to roost there. Without their father's command, the princes dared not venture far from the tree. One day, while the 10 demon princes rested, the 3rd prince spoke up. "Brothers, we have been residing here at our father's command for countless years, yet he has yet to summon us back. Is this not exceedingly dull?" He gazed intently at his brothers. The 3rd prince was clever and felt constrained, prompting him to voice his thoughts, knowing that his brothers felt similarly. If they were reprimanded by Emperor Jun, he would at least have a means to deflect blame. The 4th prince, upon hearing this, agreed. "What you say is true. Brother, we have idled here day and night, even missing the last battle against the beasts. Is this not a waste of our abilities?" He pondered thoughtfully, gazing into the distance. The eldest prince, being the most stable and prudent among them, shook his head at the restless demeanor of his younger brothers and said, "Our father has instructed us to roost here to prevent any mishaps. It would be wise for us to remain here. If anything were to go wrong, how could we explain ourselves?" The 10th prince, although he had lived countless years, still retained a youthful innocence, piped up with a clear voice. "What my elder brother says makes sense. We should stay here, lest our father grow displeased." With that, he lowered his head and fell asleep. The 3rd prince shot him a glare, but the 10th prince was oblivious. Consequently, the 3rd prince remained silent, his heart yearning for a way to break free from their confinement. However, perhaps it was the will of the heavens, or perhaps the heavens knew of the 3rd prince's desire to escape. One day, a figure emerged not far from the phoenix tree. It was the flower dragon, the water monster that had been driven off by Yi. This flower dragon was not the same as the dragon tribe's flower dragon, which Yi would not dare confront lightly. Approaching the phoenix tree, the flower dragon was met with the intense heat emitted by the golden crows, compelling it to exert its magical powers in response. The eldest prince, perceiving the newcomer, instructed his brothers to temper their flames, yet the flower dragon still appeared to be in distress. How could it not be? Water and fire are inherently adversarial. Upon seeing the princes, the flower dragon bowed respectfully. "I, a lowly creature, pay my respects to the esteemed princes." Such was the nature of the world. If someone treated you with such deference, it was either driven by ulterior motives or a recognition of inferiority. The 5th prince, known for his fiery temper, scoffed upon witnessing the flower dragon's reverence. "You little creature, who gave you the audacity to approach here? Are you not afraid of incurring our father's wrath?" He fixed his large eyes upon the flower dragon. The flower dragon had come prepared and was unfazed by the fifth prince's intimidation. Raising its head, it smiled at the 10 princes and said, "Noble princes, I have no choice but to come here. I bear significant news for you all." Noting the prince's expressions, the eldest prince remained impassive, waiting for the flower dragon to elaborate. The youngest prince, however, was filled with curiosity and urged, "What is it? Little dragon, speak quickly." He gazed at the flower dragon with eager anticipation, while the other princes reacted in varied ways. The flower dragon, recognizing the need for a dramatic reveal, composed its expression and gravely stated, "Noble princes, during my cultivation in a lake in the land of the humans, a member of the Wu clan intruded upon my sacred space without inquiry and attacked me. After I was injured, he revealed his intent to make me his steed." As the flower dragon spoke, it feigned sorrow, almost shedding tears, inciting great anger among the princes. Sensing the impact of its words, the flower dragon continued, "That individual claimed to be a great shaman of the Wu clan. Given the long-standing enmity between our clans, I could never submit to being a mere mount for a Wu clan member." The 10th prince, youthful and impulsive, could not contain himself and asked, "What happened next?" The flower dragon glanced at the 10th prince, remaining silent outwardly, but inwardly reveling in delight. It discreetly wiped away a tear and said, "When a Wu clan member saw my refusal, he attacked me fiercely. That in desperation, I invoked the names of the 10 princes, but he merely dismissed you all as cowards. Hiding beneath the phoenix tree and unwilling to emerge, he threatened to shoot you down, leaving the heavens without a sun." With a face full of sorrow, the eldest prince, though steady, could not possibly match the flower dragon's strength, believing only half of its words. The 3rd prince, seeing this, thought to himself, "Heaven is aiding me. Soon I shall not have to remain confined here." He turned to the eldest prince and declared, "Brother, we are the princes of the demon tribe. How can we allow a mere Wu clan member to belittle us? If we do not take action, how shall we ever face our father again?" He looked around at his fellow princes. The 5th prince, equally incensed, bellowed, "This infuriates me. The Wu clan has crossed the line. If we do not eliminate them, how can we face our father?" His face twisted in rage at this moment. The 2nd prince, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and asked the flower dragon, "Do you know the name of this Wu clan member?" He was not foolish, sensing something amiss, yet seeing his brothers so stirred, he felt compelled to inquire. The flower dragon, heartily amused, replied respectfully. In response to the prince's question, the Wu clan member did not disclose his name, but he wielded a bow and arrow. He must be no ordinary individual. The eldest prince, deep in thought, raised his head and said, "It must be He is the only one among the Wu clan known for his exceptional archery skills." As the eldest prince pondered, the 3rd prince interjected, "Regardless of who he is, anyone who dares to underestimate us, even if he is the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan, we shall confront him and demand an explanation." The remaining princes also voiced their agreement. At this moment, the youngest prince, with a high-pitched voice, stated, "It will be best for all of you not to venture out. If our master, the Demon King, were to blame us, it would not bode well." Upon finishing, he looked at everyone with an innocent expression. The 3rd prince, realizing that a significant event was imminent, was displeased by the youngest prince's words. Especially as he saw the others concur with him, he shot a fierce glance at the young prince, startling the 10th prince, who promptly fell silent. The 3rd prince continued, "We are here to restore our demon clan's dignity. Regardless of what our father may think, as long as we successfully accomplish our task, he may not only forgive us, but may even commend us." After speaking, he gazed calmly at the others, who found his reasoning sound and thus agreed with him. Under the guidance of the floral dragon, they slowly made their way toward the location of Ye and Chang'e. The flames unleashed by the golden crows were indeed the true fire of the sun, far too intense for this primordial land to withstand, especially when there were 10 of them. The mountains and rivers, once restored by Ye Feng's virtuous golden light, were shattered. The earth cracked and rivers ran dry. Wherever the 10 golden crows flew, the entire human race was scorched to death. Even the lesser witches perished under the sun's true fire. Unbeknownst to the 10 princes, they brought calamity upon the primordial land. Laughing joyfully at the devastation in the primordial realm, there existed a witch tribe known as the Kwafu tribe, where every member was extraordinarily tall. The tallest among them was Kwafu himself, standing at 5 zhang, with eyes like bronze bells and immense strength. He was the chieftain of the Kwafu tribe, which was named after him. Kwafu was a close friend of Ho-E, often engaging in friendly competitions and heartfelt conversations during their leisure time. Gradually, influenced by Ho-E, Kwafu grew averse to warfare, believing it sufficient to protect his homeland. However, in the face of fate, all beings are mere ants under heaven's decree. Who could escape its grasp? Kwafu sought to avoid trouble. Yet trouble often finds its way to him. The 10 golden crows, led by the floral dragon, swiftly approached the tribe where Ho-E and Chang'e resided, passing through numerous tribes along the way, many of which had perished under the scorching rays of the golden crows, leaving behind nothing but ash for those without formidable magical powers. One day, Kwafu was hunting in the nearby mountains. And given his stature, hunting was a trivial task. He pondered how Ho-E spent his days with Chang'e, lamenting the lack of companions he could truly converse with. Just then, he heard cries and felt an overwhelming wave of heat approaching. It was the 10 golden crows arriving. Kwafu, known for his fiery temperament, could hardly contain himself. He was aware that these 10 golden crows were the sons of the demon king Ye Yuntian, but witnessing the tragic fate of his tribesmen left him no room for consideration. He climbed to a high mountain and bellowed, "Which crows dare to wreak havoc in my witch tribe's territory?" At the same time, he brandished his innate treasure, the Peachwood Staff. Chapter 53. Kwafu Chasing the Sun. Meeting his demise, the princes of the demon clan, regarded as the most respected individuals after the 2 demon emperors and the demon master, had never encountered such disrespect. The golden crows were the most esteemed beings. Yet Kwafu's reference to them as crows ignited their fury, especially the youngest golden crow, who leapt in agitation. The 5th prince, the most hot-headed of them all, roared, "Who is this dark giant? I shall slay you." Without a second thought, he charged at Kwafu. Yet Kwafu, a great witch and a mid-stage Daluo Jinxian, had no fear of these mere Tai Jinxian youngsters, especially since they had slain his kin. He swung his Peachwood staff and sent the 5th prince flying, who was swiftly caught by the other princes, although he still spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the little demon, the floral dragon, hurried to the princes and cautioned, "Princes, do not act rashly. That dark giant is Kwafu, a great witch of our tribe, possessing the strength of a Daluo Jinxian. His Peachwood staff is an innate treasure and incredibly formidable." The floral dragon feared that if any of the princes were to fall here, he would never avenge his grievances, and offending the demon clan would leave him without a place to stand. Although the princes were reckless, they were not entirely devoid of wisdom. The eldest prince, seeing that the 5th prince was not gravely harmed, shouted, "Everyone, let us join forces and take down this dark giant." With a glance at his brothers, they had been together since birth and understood his intentions. Encircling Kwafu and roaring as they charged, Kwafu, too, was not without his challenges. The golden crows were formidable, and the sun's true fire was not something the witch tribe could easily withstand. Though his cultivation surpassed that of the princes, he was still forced to raise a protective barrier against the scorching flames. The eldest prince led the charge, and the others followed suit, momentarily forcing Kwafu into a defensive stance. However, Kwafu grew braver as the battle progressed, adeptly countering their attacks. Much to the prince's chagrin, the struggle seemed to reach a stalemate. Meanwhile, the floral dragon had already fled, knowing that if any of the princes were to face misfortune, he would be doomed. As the princes pressed their attack, the 10th prince, concerned about potential reinforcements from the witch tribe, bellowed, "Everyone, intensify your assault. We must not delay." Upon hearing this, they all redoubled their efforts. Kwafu became increasingly courageous, disregarding his wounds, his voice reverberating for miles as he roared in anger, his Peachwood staff transforming into a massive size, creating a fierce wind. That moment, the 2nd prince, realizing they could not break through, transmitted a message to the eldest prince, saying, "Brother, this foe is formidable. Let us retreat while attacking, Leading him to our dwelling, he smiled at the eldest prince, who, seeing no other option, communicated with his brothers, and they began to retreat while continuing their assault. Heading toward the direction of the Wutong treed tea that moment, a spectacle unfolded across the primordial land. A giant wielding a massive staff chased the suns in the sky, yet the 10 suns always evaded him at the last moment. This was the legendary Kwafu chasing the sun. Though Kwafu was not foolish, he was too focused to consider anything else, relentlessly pursuing the suns as his strength gradually waned. This time, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai were deeply engrossed in their cultivation, one studying the great array of the constellations, while the other examined the Eastern Emperor Bell, unaware of the turmoil in the primordial land, let alone the involvement of the 10 princes of the demon clan. However, when they eventually learned of it, it would be another matter entirely. On this day, He returned from hunting, and as he entered the village, he spotted his beloved wife, Chang'e, waiting eagerly at the doorstep. But a sense of deep satisfaction filled his heart. What more could a man desire than a wife like hers? As a rough man of the witch tribe, to be able to marry such a lady made He often smile to himself in quiet joy. However, others in the witch tribe did not share this sentiment, with some looking down upon the human race. For a great witch like He to think this way was exceedingly rare. As He entered his courtyard, Chang'e had already come out to greet him. Noticing the sweat on his brow, she took a handkerchief to wipe his face. He, with a simple, honest smile, looked at Chang'e, and she teasingly remarked, "What are you grinning about? Do I have flowers on my face?" He laughed heartily, replying, "Indeed, my dear, you have a flower on your face. A beautiful flower." He broke into another silly smile, leaving Chang'e momentarily stunned, not expecting this earnest man to utter such words. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded, "You charmer," and went to fetch water for him to wash his face. Just as she was about to draw water, the sky suddenly grew unbearably hot, and steam began to rise from the basin. By the time Chang'e looked again, the water was already gone, leaving her in shock as she dropped the basin to the ground. Meanwhile, He wore a cautious expression, occasionally furrowing his brow. Chang'e rushed to his side, asking, "What's wrong?" He, already aware of the situation due to his great witch abilities, did not wish to worry Chang'e. He reassured her, "It's nothing, my dear. You should return home and stay there. I'll be back shortly." Without waiting for her response, he dashed away. Chang'e watched him leave, feeling as if something precious had been lost, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Within Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng sat in Pangu Hall, conversing with Nuwa when he suddenly frowned and sighed. What was inevitable has come to Nuwa, her voice tinged with sadness, replied, "It is all my fault for being too impulsive." Otherwise, Ye Feng, hearing this, comforted her, "Sister, there is no need for concern. Did not our master grant the demon clan a glimmer of hope?" Nuwa sighed in response. Choosing not to say more, I in the Doshui Palace beyond the heavens, Laozi paused his teachings in front of the Xian Du and glanced at the primordial land, stating, "Rain is coming." His words left Xian Du momentarily dumbfounded. In the Yushu Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi sat high upon the cloud platform, observing the primordial land with a light chuckle, but said nothing further. The Bo Palace in the Eastern Sea. Tong Tian similarly gazed at the primordial land, though his brow furrowed in concern. After a long while, he remained deep in thought. Finyo State, Qianfo Mountain, the Qianfo Hall, Zhuanti and Jin exchanged glances. Zhuanti remarked, "Brother, we must make some plans this time. We cannot let this opportunity slip away." He spoke with a face full of smiles, while Jin, usually somber, revealed a rare hint of smile as he responded, "Your words hold merit, but we must deliberate further." The two individuals began to devise their plans. Meanwhile, the mighty Kwafu relentlessly pursued the 10 golden crows, launching attacks, yet each time he fell just short of his goal. At this moment, Kwafu was panting heavily, exhausted as if he were an ox. Despite being a great shaman, he struggled to chase while simultaneously fending off the scorching flames of the sun. How could he find ease in such a predicament? The 10 golden crows, sensing Kwafu's brief respite, swooped down to assault him anew, inciting his profound anger. Thus, the relentless chase continued, spanning a staggering distance of over 100,000 miles. Drawing near to the phoenix tree where the 10 golden crows roost, a few of the crows, too, were weary, While they could easily outfly any opponent in unison, the continuous onslaught drained their energy. As the phoenix tree came into view, the eldest prince let out a sharp cry, prompting all the golden crows to dart toward it. Kwa Fu, unwilling to relent, followed in pursuit, unaware that his steps had grown increasingly unsteady. The 10 golden crows alighted upon the phoenix tree, panting heavily. As Kwa Fu approached, the second prince proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, surround that Kwa Fu. There is no need to attack. Simply release the true fire within us to incinerate this man." Upon hearing this, all nodded in agreement. Kwa Fu, leaning on his peachwood staff, gazed at the golden crows and taunted, "What skill do you little crows possess other than fleeing? Were you not taught this art by the young Dejuan?" After casting a disdainful glance at their roost, he continued, "You waste such auspicious land merely as your resting place. It might serve as your tomb, at best." Kwa Fu's words, laden with insult, prompted the 5th prince to erupt in rage, charging forward only to be restrained by the eldest prince. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously dispersed around Kwa Fu. Noticing this, Kwa Fu made no attempt to stop them, as long as they did not flee. The 10 golden crow princes encircled Kwa Fu, and the 3rd prince sneered, "You hulking brute, daring to boast even as death approaches. Let us see how we can toy with you." With that, the 10 golden crows unleashed their flames upon him. Kwa Fu, realizing the gravity of his situation, raised his peachwood staff in defense. However, the relentless fatigue from his arduous journey rendered him powerless against the crows. For a time, he was forced to evade their searing assaults, occasionally striking out with his staff, but the crows swiftly dodged his feeble attempt. As Kwa Fu's strength waned and his movement slowed, the crows intensified their assault, leaving him battered and bruised. As time passed, Kwa Fu recognized that he had fallen into a trap set by the crows, facing an inevitable demise. Yet he felt a profound sense of injustice. His kin had perished in flames, and he could not bear the thought of failing his ancestral shamans. In his final moments, he regretted not being able to see Ho-E, resolved to take action for his people. Drawing upon the last of his strength, Kwa Fu managed to push the 10 golden crows back momentarily, flinging his staff toward the direction of his tribe. Upon striking the ground, the staff transformed into an expansive peach orchard, safeguarding all living beings within from the crows' harm. The crows, realizing this, eagerly flocked toward the peach grove. Kwa Fu smiled with a sense of relief. Yet the 10 golden crows, not to be underestimated, unleashed their flames upon him once more. In an instant, Kwa Fu's form was engulfed by the inferno. Thus, the vast wilderness lost a great shaman. Yet the indelible tale of Kwa Fu's pursuit of the sun endured. In time, people erected a statue of Kwa Fu outside the peach orchard for reverence and worship. At that moment, a valiant man was rushing forward across the desolate land when he suddenly halted, tears streaming down his face. Kneeling on the ground, he uttered sorrowfully, "Brother Kwa Fu, Ho-E has arrived too late." Indeed, it was Ho-E who, sharing the status of a great shaman with Kwa Fu, had pursued the golden crows, yet had arrived just a moment too late. Chapter 54. Seeking longevity at the palace of Chang'e, he did not charge directly at the 10 golden crows. He understood their formidable nature. While he could easily vanquish 1 or even 5, he was uncertain if he could contend with all 10 at once. Returning to the small mountain village of humanity, he found Chang'e waiting anxiously, pondering his restraint in acting hastily. Had he done so and faced misfortune, what would become of Chang'e? Resolving to reveal his true identity to her, he sought her support in avenging Kwa Fu's death. Upon entering their home, Chang'e seemed to sense his intentions and gently covered his mouth, saying, "Husband, I know you're no ordinary man, that if you wish to do something, you may proceed, but please do not forget Chang'e." As tears welled in her eyes, Ho-E embraced her, declaring, "Wife, with you by my side, I have no regrets in this life." After a heartfelt embrace, he divulged his true identity to Chang'e. She was taken aback by the magnitude of his status. Filled with joy yet overshadowed by concern for the future, Ho-E, a great shaman of the witch clan, possessed the ability to attain immortality. But what of her? In a few decades, she would age and wither. Would Ho-E still want her then? Thus, Chang'e fell into a state of melancholy. The people of humanity revered the mother of humanity, Nuwa, and the creator emperor, Ye Feng, though few knew his name, Chang'a's unease was palpable to Hou-yi. Yet he felt powerless. The witch clan did not cultivate their spiritual essence, leaving them without means to achieve immortality. Little did he know that Hou-tu and Xianming had already cultivated their spiritual essence. Even if he were aware, he would hesitate to seek their aid, for the witch clan often looked down upon humanity, and the ancestral witches stood high above. How could they possibly offer assistance? In this regard, Hou-yi overthought. Had he encountered Hou-tu and Xianming, Hou-tu's nature would have compelled her to lend him aid. Chang'e heard from the village elders about the efficacy of worshipping the creator emperor, urging those with concerns to seek his assistance. With her heart heavy, she knelt before the statue of the creator emperor in the village, saying, "I am Chang'e, wed to Hou-yi of the witch clan. Yet as a member of humanity, I have not mastered the art of longevity. In decades, I shall turn to dust, yet I cannot bear to leave my husband. I implore the great emperor to manifest and assist me." As she spoke, tears flowed from her eyes, and unbeknownst to her, a single tear fell upon the statue, causing it to shimmer before vanishing. Meanwhile, deep within Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng furrowed his brow before relaxing with a smile, remarking, "The story is unfolding rapidly." After a moment of contemplation, he closed his eyes. As Chang'e continued her earnest plea, a voice resonated within her heart. "Chang'e, you may rise," startled, for women of her kind were inherently timid, especially when the voice emanated from within. She glanced around, finding nothing amiss. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed the statue of the creator emperor emanating a soft azure glow. Not one to be foolish. Chang'e quickly knelt and proclaimed, "Chang'e pays her respects to the creator emperor." After bowing respectfully, she began to prostrate herself. It was Ye Feng, the future figure from China, who had come in response to her prayers. Feeling sympathy for the experiences of Chang'e and Hou-yi, he resolved to lend his aid, stating, "Chang'e, I shall grant you your wish, but you must never speak of this matter again." With that, a beam of golden light appeared, enveloping a shimmering fruit, the five elements fruit. Chang'e, filled with excitement, caught the fruit and stammered, "Thank you, great emperor, for the gift." She continued to bow fervently. When she finally looked up, the statue of the creator emperor had vanished. In her eagerness, she did not leave, but instead consumed the radiant fruit. Moments later, a faint golden light radiated from her body, and as the glow faded, Chang'e had undergone a transformation, attaining an ethereal form. Whether she was more beautiful than before was hard to say, but she certainly appeared more otherworldly. Upon learning of this, Hou-yi rejoiced, relieved that the lingering anxiety had been resolved. Meanwhile, the 10 golden crows of the demon clan, emboldened by their victory over Kwa Fu, held humanity in contempt. Having slain a great shaman, their arrogance swelled. One day, the previously elusive flower dragon reappeared beneath the phoenix tree, and the golden crow princes, basking in their triumph, overlooked their previous transgressions. Flower dragon, seizing the moment, flattered the princes until they forgot his identity. Sensing the time was right, he finally spoke, "Esteemed princes, while your prowess is indeed formidable, there exists a reckless young shaman from the witch clan, Hou-yi. I have learned of his intent to confront you and deliver an ambush." With a meaningful glance at the princes, they, having recently tasted victory, dismissed any concerns regarding Hou-yi in a state of great fury. The youngest Prince Jinwu, though reluctant to join, could not oppose the unanimous decision of his elder brothers. Thus, amid the sinister chuckles of the Prince Jinwu and the Flower Dragon, they set forth toward the tribe of Hou-yi. In an instant, the desolate land echoed with lamentations. Hou-yi was hunting within the mountains when he was startled by a resounding wave of heat and distant cries of alarm. After a brief moment, he learned that many had perished. Alarmed, he soared into the sky, only to find himself confronted by the 10 infamous princes of the demon clan. Enraged, Hou-yi sought them out, and they came willingly, prompting him to bellow, "Demon spawn, return the lives of my brothers." With that, he raised his colossal fist and launched an attack. His fury was so fierce that it intimidated the princes Jinwu that moment. The flower dragon interjected, "Esteemed princes, this is none other than the wretched child of the witch clan who has slandered you all. With that, he began to retreat cautiously. Upon witnessing the flower dragon, who had previously caught Chang'e's attention, He disregarded the princes and, expanding his form to a staggering size, unleashed a massive hand to strike the demon dragon. The dragon, already fearful of He, fled in panic, but He was resolute in his intent to annihilate the creature. In a flash, his fist surged forward, engulfing the dragon, who was utterly terrified. The other princes, caught off guard by Ye's ferocity, felt their pride wounded as they watched him slay the dragon before their very eyes. The third prince declared, Ye, you dare to take the life of one of my kin? With that, he charged at Ye, followed by the rest of the princes launching their combined assault. Though Ye was evenly matched with Kwa Fu, facing all 10 princes at once proved challenging. Fortunately, the witch clan's cultivation provided him some respite from immediate danger. The second prince, with a cunning smile, whispered to the eldest, "Brother, shall we not repeat our previous strategy and eliminate Ye as well?" The eldest prince, seeing merit in this approach, signaled to the others. The princes had previously engaged Ye and now aimed to strike him fiercely before making their escape. However, they overlooked the fact that Ye was not Kwa Fu. His weapon of choice was the BOW.AS. The princes fled. Ye, in a fit of desperation, reached out, summoning the Qian Kun falling sun bow. With the divine bow in hand, he grinned. "Where do you think you're going?" He then grasped another object from afar, a shimmering blue arrow, the North Sea Ice Arrow, 10 in total, crafted from millennia-old ice crystals from the depths of the North Sea, perfectly suited for his divine bow. These arrows, being the embodiment of water, were ideally matched against the fiery Jinwu. Drawing back his bow with a single fluid motion, he aimed at the 9th prince, who, upon realizing he was targeted, became disoriented and fled desperately. Yet Ye offered him no respite, unleashing a thunderous roar as the plump 9th prince felt his strength drain away. Glancing down, he saw an arrow had pierced his chest, letting out a wretched cry as he plummeted. The eldest prince, filled with anguish and rage, pondered how he would return to explain this to Dijun originally. They had stealthily ventured out, but now their situation had spiraled out of control. Enraged, the eldest prince turned to charge at Ye, prompting the other Jinwu to halt their flight and collectively launch an assault on him. Although Ye was on par with Kwa Fu, his mastery of archery provided him an advantage over the princes. As the eldest prince charged, Ye stifled a laugh, drawing the Qian Kun falling sun bow, aiming at the eldest. The prince trembled at the sight of Ye's arrow aimed at him. But being the eldest among the Jinwu, he was no ordinary FOSO. He loosed the arrow. The eldest Jinwu swiftly dodged to the right, causing the North Sea Ice Arrow to narrowly miss him. Though it did not strike true, it sent a chill of dread through him, and a horrified scream erupted as the 4th prince, unaware of the incoming arrow, fell victim to it. The wailing startled the remaining Jinwu, especially the eldest, who realized that the arrow intended for him had instead claimed his brother's life. Consumed by rage, the eldest Jinwu bellowed, "Brothers, the 9th and 4th have met a terrible fate. We must not let this which spawn escape." In unison, the Jinwu surged toward Ye. Chapter 55. The Grief of Jinwu. Leaving only Dijun in sorrow, the furious eldest Jinwu led his brethren in pursuit of Ye. Perhaps it was their misfortune. Or perhaps Ye's very existence was meant to instill fear within them. He exerted himself. The muscles in his arms bulged, and 3 North Sea Ice arrows materialized on the Qian Kun falling sunbow. With a mighty roar, he sent the arrows hurtling toward 3 of the Jinwu. The eldest prince, having anticipated Ye's actions, shouted, "Brothers, quickly move aside." But alas, it was too late. Without any suspense, the arrows pierced through the 8th, 5th, and 7th princes, accompanied by 3 chilling screams, marking their descent into oblivion. Just moments ago, the once mighty Jinwu had lost 5 of their own, leaving the eldest Jinwu in a state of panic, suppressing his wrath. He turned and cried, "Fall back." At that moment, the remaining Jinwu were paralyzed by fear from Ye's arrows, fleeing desperately toward Mount Buzhou, realizing that only their father could save them. Exhausted from shooting down 5 Jinwu, Ye gasped for breath, aware that these adversaries were only one realm below him. As he witnessed their escape, he could not allow it to happen. he seized the Qianquan falling sun bow and pursued them. The death of Kua Fu had awakened the bloodthirsty spirit within him. Within the celestial realm of Mount Buzhou, Dijun, engrossed in meditation, suddenly felt a disturbance that jolted him from his trance. Opening his eyes, he calculated the situation and, alarmed, flew out without a word. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Tai Yi, en route to the celestial realm, spotted Dijun's frantic flight. He hastened to intercept him, asking, "Brother, what has caused such alarm?" However, Dijun, without pausing, replied, "My 10 sons are in peril." With that, he darted away. Confused at first, Dong Huang Taiyi's face soon contorted with fury, bellowing, "Wretched child of the Witch clan, you have enraged me." He then vanished in pursuit of Dijun. As the remaining 5 Jinwu fled desperately toward Mount Buzhou, Ho Yi paused to catch his breath. Seeing them about to escape, he bellowed, "You think running will be so easy?" With that, he resumed his chase. Though Jinwu were naturally adept at flight, they were inexplicably flustered today. Under Ho Yi's relentless pursuit, their speed faltered, though they still flew faster than him. As Ho Yi closed in, he unleashed another barrage of arrows from the Qianquan falling sun bow. And the 6th prince, trailing behind, was struck and fell, letting out a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated among the remaining Jinwu, causing them to tremble mid-flight. The eldest Jinwu, furious, spat blood in frustration. Ho Yi, aware of his own injuries from the earlier ambush, pressed on despite the pain, fueled by the memory of Kua Fu's death. Blood trickled from his mouth as he fought to maintain his resolve. Disregarding his injuries, Ho Yi drew the Qianquan falling sun bow once more. Releasing 3 arrows, the flying Jinwu felt a wave of dread wash over them. The eldest Jinwu, realizing the impending danger, swiftly swooped down to grab the weeping youngest prince, exclaiming, "10th brother, do not look back. Hurry to seek father's aid." With a powerful shove, he hurled the young prince several hundred miles away. As the youngest turned back to look at his brother, he could only see 3 Jinwu plummeting to the dust with a countenance marred by sorrow. The grief-stricken father gazed upon his son, now lost to the world, as the once vibrant hair of Emperor Jun turned white in an instant, resembling a fallen deity. The wrinkles, previously absent, seemed to have manifested themselves. And in that fleeting moment, Emperor Jun appeared aged beyond his years. At this juncture, the Eastern Emperor Tai arrived, his fury igniting upon witnessing the brutal demise of his nephew, that he grasped the long-unused Eastern Emperor bell and directed it toward Ho Yi. Similarly wounded, Ho Yi was no match for the formidable force of the bell. Even uninjured, he would falter beneath its toll in an instant. He was sent hurtling hundreds of miles away, fortunate that the Wu clan's resilience spared him from immediate death. Although survival seemed a distant hope, it was apparent that Eastern Emperor Tai had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, knowing that his elder brother would be devastated by Ho Yi's demise, thus preserving the latter's life. With a grip akin to that of a mere chick, Eastern Emperor Tai brought Ho Yi to Emperor Jun's side, his visage now a canvas of sorrow, transformed into wrath. Emperor Jun, however, wore an inscrutable expression, his underlying grief concealed beneath the pallor of his white hair. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Second brother, let him go." Eastern Emperor Tai, taken aback, still seething with rage, retorted, "Brother, why spare him? Unless this Wu clan child is ground to dust, my heart shall not find peace." With that, he disregarded Emperor Jun's words and raised the Eastern Emperor bell to strike Ho Yi. Swiftly, Emperor Jun interposed himself, declaring, "Second brother, do you think I do not yearn for vengeance? Yet to kill him so easily would be to grant him a swift reprieve." What Emperor Jun intended to convey to Ho Yi remained a mystery, known only to them. Enraged, Eastern Emperor Tai averted his gaze from Ho Yi and followed Emperor Jun before departing. Emperor Jun nearly healed Ho Yi's wounds entirely. Believing he was destined to perish, Ho Yi was astonished when both Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai chose to spare him. Uncertain of the reasons, he slowly made his way back to the village where Chang'e resided. Realizing he had offended someone far beyond his capacity to confront, he longed to bring Chang'e to his tribe, seeking solace in her presence. Unbeknownst to him, however, an insidious conspiracy awaited. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai returned with the unconscious little golden crow, settling him before departing from Mount Buzhou toward the village where Chang'e dwelled. Concealing their auras, they could not, however, mask the palpable aura of wrath that surrounded them. On that day, Chang'e stood at her doorstep, her eyes reddened from weeping as she gazed into the distance. In "Oh fool," she sensed that Hou Yi's journey might have led him into peril. Day after day, she waited with tear-streaked cheeks for his return, yet the familiar silhouette never appeared. From afar, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai beheld Chang'e, and despite their hatred for Hou Yi, they could not help but admire her beauty. This, they mused, would serve to torment Hou even more. Emperor Jun, after all, did not wish for a swift demise for his son, but rather for Hou Yi to suffer the anguish of loss. With 9 sons, a number so significant, how could he, Emperor Jun, remain unscathed from grief? The two deities, well aware of the bond between Hou Yi and Chang'e, had spared Hou Yi's life solely to subject him to the agony of losing a loved one. As they descended from the clouds, they approached Chang'e, devoid of any powers save for the immortality bestowed upon her by Ye Feng. Instinctively felt fear wash over her. Trembling, she stammered, "What do you want from me?" Emperor Jun then produced the innate river diagram and the Luo book, enveloping Chang'e within their confines, rendering her immobile, with a tone that seemed to hold both malice and reflection. Eastern Emperor Tai murmured, "Hou Yi, today you shall taste the bitterness of losing your kin." He cast a cruel glance at Chang'e while the river diagram and Luo book ensnared Chang'e. They did not mute her hearing. Quaking, she implored, "What have you done to my husband?" Eastern Emperor Tai, with a glance steeped in cruelty, replied, "Hou Yi, you say? He has already been reduced to ashes. You shall soon reunite with him." Chang'e was struck dumb, tears cascading from her eyes. Her intuition had proven correct. When Hou Yi had been struck by the bell, her heart felt as though it had been pierced. She had sensed that something terrible had befallen him. Yet she clung to hope, stubbornly waiting at her doorstep. Little did she know that Emperor Jun had intervened to save Hou Yi. With hair as white as snow, swirling in the wind, Emperor Jun's expression remained inscrutable. He extended his arms, swiftly gesturing toward the heavens. Each celestial body he pointed at radiated a beam of light toward his location, and in an instant, 365 beams converged upon him. With a flourish, he directed the gathered light toward the river diagram and Luo book, drawing Chang'e, still ensnared, upward. Helplessly, she drifted from the ground, unable to resist the force of the light. In her heart, she cried out, Hou Yi, are you still alive? If so, save me as you did before. Do you hear me? I am your wife Chang'e." Her tears fell like rain, unceasing. Chapter 56. This hatred lingers on, endless and unyielding, a smile cast back in time. Forever remembered that in truth, Emperor Jun intended to trap Chang'e within the innate great array of the constellations, ensuring that Hou Yi would endure eternal torment. With Emperor Jun's power, the array formed by the river diagram and Luo book was beyond Hou Yi's capacity to break. It became clear why Emperor Jun had previously prevented Eastern Emperor Tai from slaying Hou Yi. Was not that he desired Hou Yi's death. Rather, he sought to make him wish for death while being unable to attain it. Thus, he had spared Hou Yi's life. At this moment, Chang'e was lifted 200 meters in the air by the 365 beams of light. From afar, Hou Yi heard her cries for help, and in a fit of rage, he shouted at Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, "You, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, are esteemed figures of the wilderness. How could you commit such despicable acts? Furthermore, your son, a beast in human form, has turned the land into a graveyard. Does he not deserve punishment?" With that, he recklessly charged toward Chang'e in the sky. Emperor Jun, incensed by Hou Yi's words, felt as though his very lungs would burst. He bellowed in fury, "How dare you presume to meddle in the affairs of my kind?" With that, he aimed the river diagram and Luo book at the luminous beams, propelling Chang'e even higher into the sky. Hou Yi, extending his hand as if to grasp Chang'e, found himself thwarted by Emperor Jun's barrier, forced to watch helplessly as tears streamed down her face. Knowing he was outmatched, Hou Yi drew his Qianquan falling sun bow and aimed it at Emperor Jun. But the emperor was far beyond the capabilities of a mere three-legged golden crow. Moreover, Both he and Eastern Emperor Tai had cultivated their powers to the realm of the six-legged golden crow. The arrow of condensed energy was rendered null before it could even approach. Eastern Emperor Tai, witnessing the audacity of the Wu clan's Ho-E daring to strike at them, swung the Eastern Emperor bell once more, sending Ho-E flying. Though he struggled to rise, spitting blood, he pressed on toward Chang'e, defying his injuries. Time and again, he was struck by the Eastern Emperor bell, yet under Emperor Jun's deliberate machinations, each time he drew near to Chang'e, she would ascend several miles higher, evading his grasp. This relentless pursuit continued, and soon Chang'e ceased her tears, waving her hands toward Ho-E, saying, "Ho-E, do not chase me any longer. I am already content to see you one last time." Yet Ho-E seemed deaf to her pleas, unwavering in his pursuit. Ultimately, Chang'e was imprisoned upon the moon, a celestial body that would come to be known in later ages. The sun goddess, Shihi, had long been brought to Mount Buzhou, leaving the moon devoid of life, save for the ever-constant laurel tree. The 365 beams of light converged upon the moon, forming the great array of the demon clan. In this moment, Emperor Jun's heart ached profoundly, for he would not have acted so if he did not care deeply. Exhausted, Ho-E collapsed beneath the laurel tree, gasping for breath, having spent the last vestiges of his strength. Chang'e's tears, once stilled, now overflowed once more. Unbeknownst to Decisive, he flew to the side of Ho-E and proclaimed, "Ho-E, the vendetta against the scattered children must be avenged. Today, I shall slay Chang'e before your very eyes." With that, he made a move to strike down Chang'e. However, Ho-E could not allow Decisive to proceed with such cruelty and shouted, "Stop!" Decisive halted, casting a puzzled glance at Ho-E, with a look of pity towards Chang'e. Ho-E implored, "As long as you spare Chang'e, I will not resist, no matter what you do to me." After uttering these words, he cast a sorrowful glance at Chang'e, a single tear falling from his eye, laden with bitterness. Decisive, having already formulated a plan, smiled cruelly at Ho-E and said, "Good, I have been waiting for this very declaration." With that, he signaled to Dongwang Tai, who approached Ho-E and, wielding the Eastern Emperor bell, struck down upon him. Chang'e let out a horrified scream, unable to bear witnessing the scene. Yet, after a prolonged silence without any sound, she dared to open her eyes, only to find a burly man standing in Ho-E's place. Gripping a hefty axe with a vacant stare fixed upon the laurel tree, he stepped forward and swung the axe at the tree, yet the place he struck swiftly healed, returning to its former state. Ho-E, now devoid of focus, continued to chop at the tree, seemingly oblivious to Chang'e's cries, his gaze solely fixed on the laurel. Decisive ensnared Chang'e within the great array of the celestial stars, yet could not approach Ho-E, who had been transformed by Dongwang Tai into the relentless lumberjack. The most agonizing truth in the world lies in the reality that I stand right beside you, yet you do not recognize me. The instigator, Huolong, had long since turned to ashes. Had he still been alive, he would surely lament the profound impact of his words. Ho-E, now transmuted into the figure known as Wukong in later times, had all memories erased by Dongwang Tai, leaving only Wukong in this world, devoid of Ho-E. The land no longer boasted the enchanting Chang'e. Instead, within the Palace of the Moon, a solitary figure wept endlessly. When Ho-E transformed into Wukong, he left behind but a single lament. This hatred is without end. The shamanic tribes did not come to aid Ho-E, as they were blinded by the collusion of Decisive and Dongwang Tai. Even the reborn Hoodoo failed to perceive the calamity, a tragedy most profound. Consequently, when they eventually learned of these events, their grievances were merely added to the tumult of the Wu Yao War within Pangu Mountain. Ye Feng stood in the Pangu Hall and sighed. "It seems a calamity is upon us." After shaking his head in resignation, the voice of Nuwa resonated. "Junior, why do you not intervene to save him? Though I am of the demon race, I too am moved by their emotions. Even if you act, I shall not blame you." With a sigh, Ye Feng gazed at the exquisite heavenly tower of the universe and replied, "Though I am a sage, I cannot defy fate at every turn, nor can I govern the affairs of the world." Their long sighs echoed, casting a shadow over the heavens. The primordial land, traversed by the 10 golden crows, lay desolate and parched. It was uncertain when the skies began to weep daily, showering the ravaged earth with gentle rain. Soon, the earth, nourished by the rain, began to flourish anew, sprouting numerous laurel trees, though not as grand as those upon the moon. They blossomed lushly. The people of later generations believed these were the tears of Chang'e, shed in sorrow as she watched Hui relentlessly chop at the laurel tree, unaware of her own identity. In an unnamed village within the primordial expanse dwelled an extraordinarily beautiful woman, yet her presence radiated an icy aura, and no one knew when she came or what she was called. Long ago, this woman had appeared in the village. Though no words were exchanged, it was clear to all that she was a celestial being, for how else could she live for such a duration? This was Wang Shu, the daughter of Decisive. Many years prior, during the chaos of the dinosaur upheaval, Wang Shu had aided humanity in slaying numerous dinosaurs, yet she preferred to remain unnoticed, silently offering her assistance, under the covert protection of Fushi. The dinosaurs could not harm her. Wang Shu grew upon the Moonstar, aware that she had 10 elder brothers, yet she had never met them. Due to circumstances of life, the youngest of the 10 princes had not matured alongside her. Recently, upon learning of the deaths of her 9 brothers, Wang Shu felt a pang in her heart, startled to think something had befallen her mother. The demon race had their own methods, and soon she learned of the events unfolding. Although she recognized her brothers had committed heinous acts, they remained her kin, and despite her aloofness, her heart ached for them. Thus, when Decisive and Donghuang Tai imprisoned Chang'e, she quietly followed, witnessing the outcome of Chang'e and Hui. Feeling a deep sense of discomfort, yet said nothing, for they were her brothers. Now, for reasons unknown, Wang Shu felt little attachment to the primordial land. Leaving her small courtyard, she glanced at the village and resolutely soared towards Mount Buzhou. Perhaps the only thing worthy of her affection now was her mother. As Wang Shu ascended into the skies, a small boy appeared in the distance, though he was but a child of the shamanic tribe. His small eyes were filled with purity. Upon seeing Wang Shu, clad in flowing white garments, ascend into the heavens, the boy called out, fairy sister," chasing after her relentlessly, tripping over vines that ensnared his feet. Yet he stubbornly rose again and again. Wang Shu, from afar, observed the boy's clumsy yet determined attempts. Unintentionally, she offered him a gentle smile, causing the boy to freeze in awe, though he was too young to comprehend beauty. That smile of Wang Shu's would forever be etched into his heart, leading to many poignant moments in the future. An eventuality Wang Shu had never anticipated, that a single glance, a fleeting smile, could spark myriad emotions. Though Wang Shu lacked the allure of seduction, in the boy's eyes, her transient beauty left an indelible mark. Chapter 57. The arrival of the primordial purple chi, the cycle of seasons, with verdant mountains and waters, brings forth the ebb and flow of the earth, yet the past remains etched in the hearts of the people. Let us speak of Hongjun, who obtained the final vestige of the primordial purple chi, not out of fear of ambush, but rather concern over being robbed. He tirelessly endeavored to refine it, yet remained at a loss. Thus, Xuanyuanzi was plagued with headaches day after day. Perhaps it is the saying that the onlooker sees more than the player. During these days, Hongjun remained secluded, attempting to refine the primordial purple chi, while Xuanyuanzi felt an unsettling premonition that something monumental was on the horizon. With his formidable powers, he could easily ascertain the future. Yet the threads of fate seemed obscured, leaving him perplexed and in deep contemplation. That it was not that people had forgotten Hongjun as primordial purple chi. Many still recalled it, including the ancient ancestor of the Mingyi, who was well aware of the matter, and the demons had not forgotten either. Within the depths of the blood sea of the underworld, 2 figures were secretly discussing this very affair: the ancient ancestor of Mingyi and the mosquito Taoist. The mosquito Taoist rose and clasped his hands towards the ancient ancestor, stating, "Ancestor, our plan is thus settled. I shall return to prepare." The ancient ancestor of Mingyi smiled and replied, "Excellent. Await my news." They exchanged knowing smiles. And the mosquito Taoist departed the blood Sein, the heavenly court of Buzhou Mountain. Decisive and Donghuang Tai sat in the Lingshao Palace, accompanied by the demon master Kuanpeng, engaged in a clandestine discussion. Donghuang Tai remarked, "Elder brother, We cannot delay any longer. It is a disgrace for the primordial purple chi to fall into Hongjun's hands. Our demon race is the rightful heir to the primordial earth. We must not allow this to happen. Decisive glanced at the sullen-faced Kunpeng and inquired, "What are your thoughts, demon master?" Kunpeng, seemingly contemplating, glanced at Dongwang Tai before turning to Decisive and stated, "Heavenly treasures are claimed by the virtuous." "What virtue does Hongjun possess?" Dongwang speaks wisely. "We need not endure any longer." Since the day his son was slain by the shamanic Hoi, Decisive had grown a head of white hair, exuding an air of gravitas and weariness. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly opened his eyes and declared, "Then let us proceed." With that, the three began to strategize. Within Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng opened his eyes and sighed. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. After uttering these words, he vanished from Pangu Hall, reappearing in the territory of the shamanic tribe. Observing the robust figures of the shamanic warriors in vigorous training, Ye Feng sighed inwardly, realizing why the primordial earth would eventually be shattered. Such valiant warriors made it difficult to resist the call of battle. Ye Feng slowly made his way to the Ancestor Witch Hall, easily detecting the lingering aura of Pangu. Gazing upon the grand and solemn Ancestor Witch Hall, he felt as though he could see Pangu, who had once stood alongside him at the entrance of the hall. Shamanic tribesmen obstructed his path. A burly man with a dark face approached Ye Feng and said, "Youngster, this is not a place for you. Retreat quickly, lest I take action." With that, he extended his powerful arm, his hand cracking like a fan. Ye Feng regarded this shamanic man with interest. Given his status, he would not engage in conflict with him. Yet in his heart, Ye Feng felt a sense of familiarity. Being amidst such people was a unique experience, and he realized it had been long since he had heard such words. Ye Feng gazed upon the shaman of the Wu tribe and said, "Please enter and inform Decisive that Ye Feng has come to pay a visit." The shaman paused, finding the name Ye Feng strangely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it. While the common folk were well aware of the Grand Emperor of Creation, few knew Ye Feng's true name. Angered by Ye Feng's boldness in addressing Decisive directly and his refusal to depart, the shaman's face reddened with rage as he pointed at Ye Feng, struggling to articulate his indignation. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he swung his massive fist toward Ye Feng, but despite its apparent strength, it failed to land, leaving the shaman's face flushed with frustration. That moment, Ye Feng's mindset had already transformed. He was no longer the indifferent figure he once was, or else the shaman might have met his demise long ago. Suddenly, a resounding voice erupted from within the tightly shut gates of the ancestral shaman hall, inquiring about the commotion. Subsequently, the ancient gates, which had remained unopened for countless years, began to creak open. That a towering figure with a mane of red hair emerged. It was Zhu Rong. Upon seeing the ancestral shaman, the shaman rushed to Zhu Rong's side, his face brimming with adoration, and exclaimed, "I pay my respects to the ancestral shaman. This audacious youth is causing trouble in our Wu tribe." Zhu Rong regarded Ye Feng with a steady gaze, his expression inscrutable. Although he was impulsive, he would not act as rashly as the lesser shamans. With a courteous gesture, he inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" Observing Zhu Rong's polite demeanor, Ye Feng mused to himself, "Isn't Zhu Rong depicted in later texts as a figure of unrelenting cruelty? How curious that this true Zhu Rong appears so different." Ye Feng, maintaining an impassive expression, replied, "I am Ye Feng." Zhu Rong, scratching his head, repeated, "Ye Feng, Ye Feng." Instantly, astonishment spread across the assembly, and turning to the shaman, he struck the latter's head, scolding, "You fool! Hasten to apologize to the sage." With that, he glared at the shaman, who, though confused, recognized Zhu Rong's anger and hurriedly bowed in apology to Ye Feng. Ye Feng simply smiled in response. Upon Zhu Rong's invitation, Ye Feng entered the ancestral shaman hall, leaving the shaman in a state of bewilderment. Only later would he learn that Ye Feng was a disciple of Hongjun, a sage of great renown. As Ye Feng followed Zhu Rong into the hall, he beheld a grand statue enshrined within, its material unknown, yet it emanated an aura of Pangu that was profoundly potent. Upon Ye Feng's entrance, the other ancestral shamans paused in astonishment, some recognizing him while others did not. Though Ho Tu and Xian Ming wore expressions of delight, Ye Feng wasted no time in articulating his purpose. Yet soon the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. The news of the demon clan's acquisition of the primordial purple energy left the Wu tribe with little hope for resurgence. Gong stood and bowed respectfully to Ye Feng before addressing the assembly. We must not allow the demon clan's impudent actions to go unchecked. Their intentions are clear to us all. We cannot remain passive. After his declaration, he glared fiercely at the other shamans that Jiang, as the leader of the shamans, also spoke up. Gong speaks wisely. Should the demon clan obtain the primordial purple energy, we would be left with no choice but to await our annihilation. After seeking the consensus of the other shamans, they all agreed with the sentiments expressed that Ye Feng's presence among the Wu tribe was not without purpose. He sought their assistance, for he had once promised Hongjun to do so. The Wu tribe, not foolish, understood that Ye Feng's visit had ulterior motives, but their enmity with the demon clan was ingrained. With matters settled, Ye Feng prepared to take his leave, and both Ho Tu and Xian Ming rose to escort him. Exiting the ancestral hall, Ho Tu expressed, "Brother, though I do not know your true intention for coming, I am grateful for your presence." With that, she bowed deeply to Ye Feng. Each encounter with Ho Tu and Xian Ming stirred a sense of melancholy within Ye Feng. Sighing, he replied, "Return now." With those words, he vanished, leaving Xian Ming with words unspoken, her lips pressed in contemplation. The two women silently watched the spot where Ye Feng had disappeared, and after a moment, Ho Tu remarked, "Brother, why do you always consider others, yet gain nothing for yourself?" With that, she took Xian Ming by the hand and led her back. Inside the ancestral hall, Ho Tu extended her delicate fingers and, casting a divination, her expression shifted dramatically. Noticing her distress, Xian Ming inquired anxiously, "Sister, what troubles you?" Ho Tu's beautiful visage twisted with a rare ferocity as she hissed, "Kwa Fu has met a terrible end, and Ho Yi is imprisoned." The assembled shamans were perplexed, waiting for Ho Tu to elucidate the matter. Containing her anger, she recounted the events. It turned out that the heavenly secrets had been obscured by the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and Dijun. Though the shamans possessed formidable powers, they had not foreseen the calamity that befell Kwa Fu and the imprisonment of Ho Yi. Now, with Ye Feng's arrival at the Wu tribe, the heavenly secrets had responded, prompting Ho Tu to grasp the reality of the situation. Hence her fierce demeanor. Jiang could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "How despicable of the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and Dijun to enact such treacherous schemes. The Wu tribe shall not rest until we settle this score." Zhu Rong and Gong remained silent, not for lack of rage, but because their fury rendered them speechless. After a moment, Zhu Rong managed to utter a single word. "Humph," yet the killing intent behind it was palpable. Ho Tu interjected, "Brothers, there is no need for rashness. We must seek retribution, but our immediate focus should be on addressing the matter of the primordial purple energy. Otherwise, how can we contend with the demon clan in the future?" The other shamans, though incensed, recognized the gravity of the situation and the need for prioritization on a day where the skies were clear and the sun shone brightly. At Wu Zhuangwan, Qing Feng and Ming Yu were diligently sweeping the fallen leaves, their laughter echoing through the air, bringing a long-awaited smile to Zhen Yuanzi's face. The path of cultivation was arduous, and the end remained elusive. Some cherished the outcome, while others relished the journey. Qing Feng, feeling fatigued, paused to gaze at the sky, his face alight with exhilaration. The azure expanse above, adorned with fluffy white clouds, was graced by a gentle breeze that seemed to wash away his weariness. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing air. Suddenly, the atmosphere darkened, and Qing Feng heard Ming Yu's urgent cry, "There are monsters!" "There are monsters!" Grabbing the bewildered Qing Feng, she raced toward Zhen Yuanzi's location. Looking back, Qing Feng saw the horizon stained a blood-red hue, with countless figures advancing toward Wu Zhuangwan, instilling fear that paralyzed him from turning back. At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi also became aware of the unfolding events. Just then, Hongjun, who had been absent, emerged with the soul-dispersing gourd in hand. "Brother Zhen Yuan, trouble approaches that it is highly likely they come for the primordial purple energy. I think it best I slip away to avoid bringing you trouble." he stated, attempting to depart. Zhen Yuanzi, alarmed, implored, Brother Hongjun, we have known each other for countless millennia. We are as close as brothers. How could I allow you to walk into danger? He stepped forward to grasp Hongjun's arm as he made to exit. With a pained expression, Hongjun began, but before Zhen Yuanzi cut him off. No more arguments. We face this together. Zhen Yuanzi's resolve left no room for debate, and Hongjun could not protest further. Without hesitation, Zhen Yuanzi produced the earthly book, enveloping Wu Zhuangguan in a protective green glow emanating from it. Subsequently, a tree identical to the life fruit tree sprang forth from within Zhen Yuanzi, its essence merging with that of the life fruit tree already within the temple, enhancing the protective barrier's strength. Hongjun, holding the gourd, opened it to reveal a swirling red light, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Qing Feng and Ming Yu were ushered into the Great Hall by Zhen Yuanzi for their safety. As such a momentous event transpired, the entirety of the primordial realm was soon aware, with many great beings silently observing what was to unfold. Among the saints, only the two from the west engaged in conversation. Brother, I propose I take action. Our sect is in need of a few positions filled, suggested Zhuan Ti, a hint of mischief betraying his otherwise benevolent demeanor. Yet, brother, we saints ought not to interfere directly, replied Jain, his expression laden with sorrow. Rest assured, brother, I have my plans, Zhuan Ti assured him, nodding before vanishing from the Thousand Buddha Hall. Within Pangu Mountain, Ye Feng merely smiled lightly and continued on his way. Chapter 58. The opening of the underworld river and the gathering of masters at Wu Zhuang when the vast expanse of crimson clouds finally descended upon Wu Zhuangguan, and from within the blood sea emerged a voice that sent shivers down the spine. As the blood sea receded, it revealed a multitude of figures, numbering in the tens of thousands, all strikingly handsome men and exquisitely beautiful women. The Shura clan, led by the venerable Ming He years ago. Upon acquiring the Shura clan, Ming He had carefully nurtured and protected them. After countless years of cultivation, their numbers had swelled to millions. However, Ming He, being astute, did not bring them all forth, fearing that unforeseen circumstances might leave him with nothing. Thus, he left half behind in the abyssal blood sea, a testament to his wisdom. Subsequent events would validate Ming He's prudent strategy. This was the very reason behind Ming He's alliance with the Mosquito Taoist. Orchestrated for this day, the Shura clan wielded blades, all bearing the design of Ming He's original abyssal sword. Brother Jin Yuan, it has been a long time since we last met, that I hope you have been well. Greeted Ming He. The river of Hades, with its eyes wide open, spoke deceitfully, initially intending to seize treasures, but now adopting a courteous demeanor. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun were equally astonished, recognizing the profound cunning of the true ancestor of the river of Hades. Not only was his own strength unfathomable, but he had also somehow gathered a multitude of exceptionally powerful allies. Zhen Yuanzi remarked, "Our Wuzhuang temple welcomes only friends. May I inquire what motivates your actions?" Taoist Hades, though the opposing side was numerous, Zhen Yuanzi, as a grand deity of the primordial era, was not one to easily cower. Feigning a sigh, Hades responded, "I beg your pardon, esteemed sirs, but I have recently encountered an opportunity. There exists an item within Wuzhuang Temple that is fated to be mine." He concluded with a grin directed at the two. "Having traveled a great distance to reach Wuzhuang Temple, are you truly going to treat me as a mere guest?" His expression shifted to one of sorrow, as though Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun had wronged him. Both Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun were well aware of Hades' ulterior motives and could not allow him entry. Hongjun interjected, "Hades, if you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need for theatrics." Having been coveted for countless millennia, Hongjun felt no fear now that the moment had arrived. Observing their expressions and the protective barrier surrounding Wuzhuang Temple, Hades realized they understood his intent. In an instant, his previously jovial and sorrowful demeanor transformed into one of ferocity. "Since you are both aware, I shall be brief. Hongjun, you lack the qualification to possess the primordial purple chi. Surrender it, and I, Hades, may spare you." Otherwise, though the threat remained unspoken, its meaning was clear. Despite Hades' formidable power, Ye Yuntian and Hongjun were not to be underestimated. In a true confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. Their concern lay with potential hidden adversaries. Suddenly, a sinister cackle echoed from afar as a towering figure approached Wuzhuang Temple, accompanied by a throng of followers, including massive mosquitoes. The mosquito Taoist had arrived. Upon seeing Hades, the mosquito Taoist smiled. "Good morning, Taoist Hades. I seem to have arrived a tad late." The two exchanged pleasantries, much to the astonishment of Ye Yuntian and Hongjun. Although the mosquito Taoist was not as powerful as Hades, his cultivation was still at the quasi-saint level, adding to their troubles. Both Hades and the mosquito Taoist were ambitious, commanding legions of disciples, and they appeared dismissive of the witch and demon clans. Without further ado, Hades addressed Hongjun and Ye Yuntian. "Have you made your decision? You have assessed our might. It is not something you can withstand. Surrender the primordial purple chi and live as carefree immortals." What grand deity of the primordial era would tolerate such indignity? Hongjun replied resolutely, "There is no need for further discussion. If you wish to take the primordial purple chi, it will be over my dead body." Angered, the mosquito Taoist shouted, "How dare you refuse? Enough of this nonsense." He gestured, and his countless followers surged toward Wuzhuang Temple, a sight that was both overwhelming and terrifying. However, as they collided with the protective barrier, they were repelled, suffering significant casualties, which infuriated the mosquito Taoist. Seeing this, Hades instructed the Shura clan to charge as well, but they too were rebuffed by the barrier, resulting in considerable losses. Enraged, both parties realized that a mere Wuzhuang Temple had inflicted such casualties upon them. With a thunderous roar, Hades commanded, "Retreat." As the throng fell back, Hades drew forth the Yuan Tu and Abi swords, channeling his power as the blades surged toward the protective array. The barrier trembled but remained steadfast. Ye Yuntian and Hongjun steadied themselves, relieved. Hades, having faced resistance only from Ye Feng previously, was incensed to find himself thwarted by this seemingly insignificant temple. The Yuan Tu and Abi swords emanated a crimson glow, exuding a murderous aura. Ye Yuntian hastily reinforced the barrier with his own energy. The swords sliced through the surrounding space, crashing into the protective array with a deafening boom, causing the barrier to shake yet still hold firm. In frustration, Hades bellowed, "Mosquito Taoist, are you not going to assist?" The mosquito Taoist, recalling his own purpose, brandished a 2-meter-long scythe that shimmered ominously, a divine weapon forged from a primordial mosquito slain by Pangu during the creation of the world. Just as the mosquito Taoist prepared to join Hades in assaulting the protective array, a resounding bell tolled across the primordial realm, startling even the mighty Hades. Both he and the mosquito Taoist ceased their onslaught, turning to see 3 figures soaring toward them. It was the demon clans Dijun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Kuan Peng. Furious, Hades demanded, "Dong Huang Tai Yi, what is the meaning of this interruption?" His glare was filled with ire. The mosquito Taoist, however, felt a twinge of fear toward these demons, perhaps due to their royal lineage. With a cold laugh, Dong Huang Tai Yi replied, "Hades, instead of lurking in your blood-soaked sea, you ventured forth to pursue the primordial purple chi? Be wary lest you forfeit your life." He cast a disdainful glance at Hades, who seethed with anger but refrained from acting rashly, knowing he could not contend with them. The silver-haired Dijun stepped forward, stating, "Hades, mosquito Taoist, you may leave now." To address them without even looking, which nearly drove Hades to the brink of fury. Fortunately, the mosquito Taoist restrained him, or else he might have disregarded his subordinates and charged recklessly. Before Hades could unleash his wrath, another roar echoed from the horizon, revealing a towering figure with blue hair and a face laden with contempt. It was Gong Gong of the Witch Clan. Arriving before them, he hurled insults at Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, vowing revenge for the death of his clan's great shaman. The expressions of Dijun and his companions shifted dramatically. They realized the gravity of their predicament, knowing the Witch Clan had become aware of their presence. Yet, the 3 demon lords were not easily intimidated. Suddenly, a multitude of figures appeared on the horizon. Upon closer inspection, it was the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan. The onlookers gasped. While the arrival of the ancestors was unsurprising, The presence of Hutu, who had supposedly transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, was unexpected. The 3 demon lords turned pale at the sight of the furious 12 ancestors, who seemed ready to devour them alive. If glares could kill, Jun and his companions would have perished countless times over. The primordial realm was once again abuzz with activity, as many turned their attention to the unfolding drama. Initially intent on assaulting Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestors decided to resolve the situation at Wuzhuang Temple first before proceeding. Gong Gong pointed an accusing finger at Jun, exclaiming, "You shall pay with your life for the debts incurred by Quafu and Ho Yi." Dong Huang Tai retorted coldly, "Your Quafu was a fool who failed to heed the signs and dared to target the prince of the demon clan. He deserves no pity. As for Ho Yi, who dared to shoot at our prince, we have chosen to spare him, leaving him bound to the moon, stripped of his memories, forced to chop wood for eternity." Xian Ming, being a female, was incensed by Ho Yi's infatuation and shot back, "You shameless, 3-legged bird. Your spawn has turned the primordial realm into a river of blood. They must be punished, if I do not see them dismembered." "I will not forgive myself," Kuan Peng interjected. "Who is this yellow-haired girl to speak so boldly against the celestial emperor of our demon clan?" He glared at Xian Ming, who met his gaze unflinchingly. Jun and Dong Huang Tai were on the brink of rage, realizing Xian Ming's venomous tongue could provoke them to the point of bloodshed. Hutu then proclaimed, "Whoever desires the primordial purple chi today may take it. But not you demons." She delivered her words while ignoring the flames of fury in the eyes of the demon lords. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the witch clan had arrived to restrain the demon clan, thus alleviating their immediate danger. Meanwhile, Hades secretly rejoiced, thinking, "Let them fight. When both clans are exhausted, it will be my time to strike, that I can already envision my future glory." That a smile involuntarily crept across his face. None could have anticipated the developments that were about to unfold, yet even greater surprises lay ahead. Chapter 59. The Pei Shui Gore delivers to Ling ere the mountains and rivers seemed to press down upon Dong Huang. While Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun finally found a moment of respite, only to be startled awake by the sinister laughter of the cunning Hades as the 2 factions of the wraiths clashed. The river of the underworld seized the opportunity to confront Hongyun and his companion Jun. Witnessing the approach of the Wu clan warriors intent on obstructing him, was engulfed in rage as memories of his son's demise surged forth. However, he was no fool. He understood that if he and his allies engaged the Crane clan, the outcome would be uncertain for the time being, thereby allowing the pair from the river of the underworld to gain the upper hand. Kuanpeng, with a darkened countenance, seemed to be lost in thought, though the primordial chaos loomed around them.